Chapter 1. The summer in North City is prolonged, with temperatures still soaring in early September, despite the cafeteria being air-conditioned to a comfortable 26 degrees, Linghuan felt an incessant heat enveloping her. Her mood was increasingly irritable. Linghuan had just firmly rejected Meng Xin's request to dine together, or more accurately, she had forcefully dismissed Meng Xin. As Meng Xin fled the cafeteria, her eyes were red-rimmed, tears seemingly poised to spill over. In the student cafeteria of Longda Private School, nearly everyone's gaze was inadvertently directed at Linghuan. The earlier scene conveyed a clear message to all present: the once inseparable best friends, Linghuan and Meng Xin, had irrevocably fallen out. Longda, with thousands of students, often witnessed the unfolding of youthful affections and rivalries, yet typically without stirring much turbulence. However, this instance was different. 2 months prior, a sensational news story had captured the entire school's attention. Jiang Xin, a financially struggling student from the college entrance exam department, was revealed to be the long-lost daughter of the Meng family, now reclaimed and renamed Meng Xin. Before long, the name Meng Xin became known to every student. Linghuan, who already enjoyed a modest notoriety within the school, had once found herself embroiled in a confrontation with a girl from the international department during her freshman year. The girl believed Linghuan had seduced her boyfriend after he had glanced at her a few times, leading to a public confrontation which catapulted Linghuan into the spotlight. As one of the finest private schools in North City, Longda attracted affluent heirs in its international department, causing ordinary students to steer clear of these privileged youths. Yet, Linghuan was undeterred. She summoned the girl's boyfriend for a face-off, thus earning her fame. Witnessing the discord between Linghuan and Meng Xin sparked a flurry of whispers among the onlookers. So the rumors are true? After Meng Xin was reclaimed by her wealthy family, she looked down on her former best friend? Of course. Otherwise, how could things have escalated to such an embarrassing degree? It's only natural. How could a young lady from a top-tier family befriend an ordinary person? But from what I saw, it was Linghuan who dismissed Meng Xin. Not surprising. With Linghuan's fiery temperament, even if she were the one cast aside, she would never show weakness. I get it, it's all about saving face. Feeling the weight of countless gazes upon her, Linghuan let out a soft sigh. How had things devolved to this point? Once, she believed that she and Jiang Xin would remain lifelong friends. Yet everything had changed following a school anniversary event 2 months ago. During the celebration, Meng Renping, the chairman of the Meng family and a member of the school's board, discovered that the girl reciting poetry on stage bore an uncanny resemblance to his late wife in her youth. After a paternity test, the truth emerged: Jiang Xin was the daughter the Meng family had lost years ago. From that moment on, Jiang Xin was no longer the impoverished student reliant on scholarships to attend Longda, but rather the daughter of the illustrious Meng family. Linghuan thought she should be happy for her friend, yet throughout the summer, each time she received a message or call from Meng Xin, a wave of intense negativity surged within her. It felt as if a voice incessantly echoed in her mind: why? Why was it that while they were both ordinary, Meng Xin had suddenly transformed from a sparrow into a phoenix? Another voice whispered: she is no longer your friend. You ought to despise her, envy her, loathe her. Thus, whenever she answered Meng Xin's calls, harsh words would uncontrollably spill from her lips. Eventually, Linghuan ceased all communication with Meng Xin, and the two had not seen each other throughout the entire holiday. Why? Linghuan feared that, should they meet, she might act in an even more irrational manner. She did not wish to become a version of herself that she loathed. Today marked the first day of the 3rd year of high school, and upon seeing Meng Xin in the classroom, the flames of resentment ignited within Linghuan once more. Throughout the morning, Linghuan refrained from uttering a single word to Meng Xin. As the final class concluded, Linghuan was the first to rush out of the classroom, ignoring Meng Xin's calls echoing behind her. When Meng Xin pursued her to the cafeteria in hopes of sharing a meal, Linghuan coldly rebuffed her once again. But now that Meng Xin had truly departed, Linghuan felt an unsettling void within her heart. For 2 years in their first and second years, they had dined together almost every day. Yet today, the seat beside Linghuan remained empty. After finishing her tasteless lunch, Linghuan returned to the classroom and settled into her seat. Her head throbbed, and she longed for a moment of respite. Linghuan laid her head on the desk, and soon, sleep claimed her. She found herself ensnared in a peculiar dream. In her dream, the world she inhabited resembled a poignant romance novel set in a school backdrop. In the story, the protagonist Meng Xin was the genuine daughter of the Meng family, while Meng Mingzhu was the false daughter with no blood ties to the family. To spare Meng Mingzhu from hardship, the Meng family concealed her true identity, publicly claiming the two were sisters. After Meng Xian was reclaimed by her affluent family, she fell in love with the male lead, Linghuan. Yet prior to this, Linghuan had been acquainted with the false daughter, Meng Mingzhu, for many years, and she too harbored feelings for him. One was a sudden blessing, the other a childhood companion. Linghuan found himself torn between two women, unable to relinquish either. Meanwhile, the Meng family supported Meng Mingzhu's union with Linghuan, further complicating Meng Xian and Linghuan's path to love. It was only when Meng Xian sacrificed herself to save Linghuan from a car accident, resulting in a permanent disability to one of her hands, that Linghuan realized whom he truly loved. The conclusion saw the genuine daughter Meng Xian endure both physical and emotional torment, nearly losing everything, yet ultimately emerging victorious in this war of love. Living happily ever after with Linghuan. As for Linghuan, she was merely the best friend of the genuine daughter Meng Xian before her reclamation, a cruel pawn in the early chapters of the novel. Once her friend ascended to the ranks of the wealthy, jealousy consumed her, leading to her downfall and eventual expulsion from school. Awakening from her slumber, Linghuan glanced at the wall clock. Though she had only slept for 5 minutes, it felt as if a century had passed. Rubbing her temples, she pondered the meaning of her dream when a synthesized electronic voice suddenly resonated in her ear. "Greetings, host." Linghuan was momentarily bewildered. "I am the cannon fodder survival system serving the narrative world of novel number 1077. You may simply refer to me as the system. Our dialogue is inaudible to anyone but you." Linghuan. Years of reading novels allowed her to swiftly grasp the situation within seconds. In her mind, she conversed with the system. "Are you implying that this world is actually a novel, and Meng Xian is the protagonist? The events I just dreamt are destined to unfold?" "You're partially correct. This is indeed a novel world, and what you dreamt is the original trajectory of events. However, this world has now undergone a transformation." Linghuan blinked. "What kind of transformation?" "The body of the false daughter Meng Mingzhu is currently occupied by the soul of a transmigrator, and she is bound to a transmigration system. The false daughter will utilize this system to pursue the male lead, attain love, and reach the pinnacle of her life. Linghuan fell silent for a moment, then asked, "And what will become of the genuine daughter?" "That remains uncertain, but based on circumstances in other worlds, she is likely to lose her family, lover, and friends, ultimately succumbing to despair. Oh, there's also a possibility of immediate death." Linghuan fell silent. The system interpreted her silence as concern for her own fate and hastened to offer reassurance. Do not worry, although your character in the narrative meets a tragic fate. According to the theory that the enemy of my enemy is my friend, as long as you, like in the story, hinder the genuine heiress Meng Xian while clinging to the faux heiress Meng Mingzhu, there's a high probability you will attain a favorable conclusion. Linghuan. What? I'm sorry, host, I did not catch that. Linghuan, I said, go to hell. Host, I do not comprehend your meaning. However, should you require clarity on my previous description, I can reiterate. No need, Linghuan replied decisively. What functions do you possess as a system? Enlighten me. Certainly, as a cannon fodder system, I may not be as formidable as Meng Mingzhu's narrative system, lacking a point exchange shop and the ability to redeem items, but I can introduce characters, assist you in revisiting the plot, and offer sincere advice. Linghuan pondered for a moment and concluded, in essence, you possess little of any utility. The system was taken aback. Amidst the ensuing silence, a sudden clamor erupted from outside the window. Several classmates rushed to the window to witness the spectacle. One male classmate exclaimed, "Hey? Isn't that Jiang?" "Oh no, Meng Xian and Meng Mingzhu from the international class down below." Though students from the international class and the college entrance examination class attended the same school, they had separate teaching buildings, leading to minimal interaction. Thus, it was a rare occurrence for Meng Mingzhu to be seen at the entrance of the college entrance examination building accompanied by several students from the international class. As the male student's exclamation echoed, more classmates joined in the commotion. What are they doing? Meng Xian looked so pitiful, keeping her head down before Meng Mingzhu. After all, one has lived in luxury for over a decade, while the other has been impoverished for just as long. The aura is distinctly different. Moreover, I have heard that both the Meng family and the group of young masters and ladies from the international department prefer Meng Mingzhu. That makes Meng Xian quite unfortunate. Although she has been recognized by a wealthy family, she cannot compare to Meng Mingzhu in any regard. Amidst the murmurs, an abrupt, jarring sound of a chair scraping against the floor shattered the noise. The raucous classroom fell silent for a moment, all eyes instinctively turning toward the source of the sound. Yu Linghuan, who had been resting her head on the desk, abruptly stood up. Everyone in the class was aware that Yu Linghuan had once been Meng Xin's closest friend. They also knew that the two had had a falling out. In the stillness, glances were exchanged among the students. Was Yu Linghuan preparing to lend support to her former best friend, or to take advantage of the situation? Given Yu Linghuan's vindictive nature, the answer appeared evident. At the entrance of the teaching building, Meng Xin kept her head lowered, silent. Meng Mingzhu looked at the frail girl before her and smirked, engaging in an internal dialogue with the system. I had thought the protagonist of the novel was formidable, yet I merely activated the lowest tier suppression aura, and she is so frightened she cannot utter a word. In the narrative, Meng Xin embodies the delicate and pitiful persona, never daring to utter a no to you or your family, especially now with the aura's effect compounded. Upon hearing the system's explanation, Meng Mingzhu contemplated for a moment. It appears this Meng Xin cannot amount to much. I have used a sledgehammer to crack a nut this time. Henceforth, I must conserve my points and utilize them judiciously. As Meng Mingzhu was contentedly strategizing her next moves, she suddenly received another notification from the system. Miss, the cannon fodder character Yu Linghuan has been detected, currently situated 10 meters behind you. Miss was a title that Meng Mingzhu had specifically designated for herself, relishing the sense of prestige it conferred. Upon hearing the system's alert, Meng Mingzhu turned around to see a girl with a high ponytail striding toward her. The girl's features were undeniably delicate, yet she exuded an inexplicably formidable aura. Meng Mingzhu narrowed her eyes and inquired of the system, "Is that Yu Linghuan?" The brainless friend of Meng Xin. Before the system could respond, the ponytailed girl had arrived before Meng Mingzhu, rolling her eyes. "Meng Mingzhu, are you out of your mind?" Meng Mingzhu's expression froze. Chapter 2. Meng Mingzhu stood frozen for 2 seconds, and then, with a look of sheer astonishment, she implored her book transporting system, "What's going on? Why did she suddenly insult me? Can she hear my conversation with you?" In her panic, Meng Mingzhu even forgot that if Yu Linghuan could indeed hear her dialogue with the system, then those words would be transmitted verbatim to the other party. The book transporting system responded, "Miss, please do not panic. I have detected no signs of a system on Yu Linghuan. She may merely wish to criticize you." With this negative confirmation, Meng Mingzhu's alarm subsided somewhat. "Well, that's a relief," she sighed. "But what on earth is going on with Yu Linghuan? I thought she was the malicious female antagonist in the novel. Why is she not opposing the protagonist Meng Xin but instead berating me?" The system replied, "It is possible that your sudden appearance before Meng Xin has altered the original plot, causing a butterfly effect." While Meng Mingzhu conversed with the system, on the other side, Yu Linghuan's cannon fodder system was wailing in despair. "Host, what are you doing? Why did you insult Meng Mingzhu? I am merely a cannon fodder system, far inferior to Meng Mingzhu's book transporting system. If you draw attention, your days will not be pleasant. I'm sorry, but when someone insults me, I cannot hold back. I must retaliate," Yu Linghuan replied nonchalantly. It was simply her nature, fiery and tempestuous. Yu Linghuan continued, "But I have a question. If Meng Mingzhu's system is so powerful, why can I hear her system's voice while hers fails to detect you? Because our systems focus on different aspects. The book transporting system is proactive, adept at suppressing opponents, while the cannon fodder system emphasizes survival, with superior detection and counter-detection capabilities," the system clarified. Yu Linghuan pondered, "So, although Meng Mingzhu's book transporting system possesses formidable offensive capabilities, its detection abilities are actually inferior to yours?" "Exactly," the system affirmed. Yu Linghuan mentally noted this and glanced at the group beside Meng Mingzhu. Blocking Meng Xin at the entrance of the teaching building were not only Meng Mingzhu but also a few of her friends from the international class, 2 boys and 2 girls. Perhaps it would be more accurate to describe them as Meng Mingzhu's entourage. Seeing Meng Mingzhu momentarily stunned by Yu Linghuan's scolding, the companions exchanged worried glances. After a brief silence, one male student stepped forward to defend Meng Mingzhu. "Hey, how can you speak to Mingzhu like that?" Yu Linghuan shot him a disdainful glare. "What business is it of yours? Or do you wish to be insulted as well?" The male student, intimidated by Yu Linghuan's demeanor, took a step back, stammering, "Why, you're being unreasonable." Yu Linghuan sneered, "Unreasonable? You all are blocking a single girl at the entrance of the teaching building. Who exactly is being unreasonable here?" Another female student interjected. Yu Linghuan, you don't need to be so aggressive. Mingzhu only wants to speak with her family, she means no harm. Just talking with family? Yu Linghuan repeated sarcastically. Then why the need to bring along such a large entourage? A display of histrionic personality disorder? Few could argue as eloquently as Yu Linghuan during a confrontation. The female student was momentarily at a loss for words, instinctively glancing at their leader, Meng Mingzhu. Meng Mingzhu's face was ashen, her expression exceedingly grim. Yet she remained silent. The system mandated that she maintain the character's persona from the novel. Failure to do so would result in the deduction of points based on the severity of her character collapse. The original Meng Mingzhu was a pampered young lady, incapable of engaging in an unrestrained argument like Yu Linghuan. Furthermore, even without this restriction, she had to maintain her image. How else could she create a distinction between herself and Meng Xin and convince others that she was the true cultured daughter of the Meng family? But being scolded directly by Yu Linghuan was unbearable. Meng Mingzhu internally communicated with her system. Isn't the duration of the suppression halo supposed to last 5 minutes? It shouldn't be time yet. Why is Yu Linghuan so brazen before me? The book transporting system responded, the effect of the basic suppression halo is limited. It only works on the protagonist and a few key supporting characters in the book. Yu Linghuan is a cannon fodder character, so the basic halo is ineffective against her. Without hesitation, Meng Mingzhu declared, then I will exchange for the advanced halo. Your current point balance is 400. The advanced halo costs 300 points. Do you wish to proceed with the exchange? Meng Mingzhu's expression faltered. She had only just arrived and had not completed any tasks to earn points. Her initial balance was 500, having already spent 100 on the basic halo, if she deducted another 300. Grinding her teeth, Meng Mingzhu decided. Perhaps I shall hold off for now. Points were her assurance, spending 300 on a mere cannon fodder was simply not worth it. Unable to rely on the halo to suppress Yu Linghuan and needing to maintain her dignified image, Meng Mingzhu took a deep breath. Yu Linghuan, Meng Mingzhu forced a smile. I apologize for the misunderstanding, but I truly have no intention of making things difficult for Meng Xin. If you do not believe me, I can, but before she could finish her sentence, her smile froze. While she attempted to explain politely to Yu Linghuan, the latter ignored her entirely and walked directly to Meng Xin. Are you all right? Yu Linghuan lightly touched Meng Xin's arm. Meng Xin shook her head. For some unknown reason. From the moment Meng Mingzhu approached her, she felt a strange sensation, as if she had suddenly lost much of her strength. She had wanted to step in and help when she saw Yu Linghuan arguing with Meng Mingzhu's group, but it felt as if some force was binding her feet, making it difficult to approach Meng Mingzhu, and whenever she tried to speak, her throat would ache painfully. Now, that feeling finally dissipated. Meng Xin cleared her dry throat and managed to say, thank you. Yu Linghuan smiled, no need. Are you heading back to class? Meng Xin, still experiencing some discomfort in her throat, simply nodded. Yu Linghuan suggested, then let's go, there's still time for you to get some rest. Meng Xin nodded. And the two of them circumvented Meng Mingzhu, proceeding into the teaching building. Watching the two completely disregard her, Meng Mingzhu was infuriated, even beginning to regret not exchanging for the advanced suppression halo earlier. Noticing Meng Mingzhu's foul mood, the male student who had defended her stepped forward to comfort her. Mingzhu, don't be upset, we don't need to stoop to the level of those two country bumpkins. As they entered the teaching building, Yu Linghuan reflected on the events that had just transpired. So much had happened during this midday encounter that her mind felt somewhat cluttered. Especially the conversation between Meng Mingzhu and her system, which she needed to thoroughly analyze. It was only when she felt a tug at her sleeve that Yu Linghuan returned to her senses and turned to Meng Xin. Meng Xin, slightly shorter than Yu Linghuan, gazed up at her with apprehensive eyes. Huan, I thought you wouldn't come looking for me again. Yu Linghuan's expression faltered. For the past 2 months, she had distanced herself from Meng Xin. Just half an hour ago, she had driven Meng Xin away in the cafeteria. Although her actions were driven by the constraints of the plot, the emotional damage inflicted on Meng Xin was real. A deep sense of guilt washed over Yu Linghuan. I'm sorry, Before she could finish, a hand gently covered the lower half of her face. No need to apologize, Meng Xin asserted with determination. We are still friends, right? Linghuan felt a twinge of sadness in her heart as she gently nodded, yes, of course. Meng Xian smiled. Huan, she said. Pulling a small, dark green box from her pocket, this is for you. All day. She had longed to present this gift to Linghuan but had not found the right moment until now. Without waiting for Linghuan's response, Meng Xian opened the box. I remember you mentioned your watch was broken and that you wished to buy a new one. Nestled inside was a pink mechanical watch. This brand was renowned, with even the most affordable models starting at several thousand yuan, while the more luxurious ones could reach tens or even hundreds of thousands. Though Linghuan's family was not impoverished, they certainly did not belong to the affluent class, making such an extravagant gift well beyond her means. This is far too extravagant. Linghuan instinctively shook her head. I can't accept this. Meng Xian interrupted her. Huan, you are my dearest friend. There is no distinction between valuable and invaluable when it comes to gifts. But Linghuan began, but Meng Xian seemed to anticipate her hesitation and quickly explained. I used the money my mother left me. You need not worry, this money is mine to spend as I wish, and my family has no control over it. Having been recognized as a member of the Meng family, Meng Xian learned that her biological mother, Qin Wanji, had passed away 17 years prior. The Qin family was affluent, and Qin Wanji had bequeathed a substantial inheritance to her daughter, including a considerable amount of cash and shares in several companies under the Qin name. Originally, this wealth was set to transfer to Meng Mingzhu on her 18th birthday in half a month. However, everything changed after the truth was revealed. Out of guilt for his biological daughter, Meng Xian's father transferred the assets left by Qin Wanji to Meng Xian ahead of schedule. Having grown accustomed to a life of frugality, Meng Xian had little opportunity to spend money. Now, she found herself unable to exhaust even the daily dividends. Seeing Linghuan still wavering, Meng Xian fell silent, merely holding the box aloft. Her slender frame made her delicate wrists appear as if they might snap with the slightest pressure, yet her unwavering gaze contrasted sharply with her fragile appearance. Linghuan nodded slightly and accepted the gift from Meng Xian. As the two exchanged smiles, a voice called out from behind them. Meng Xian. It was the homeroom teacher from class 3 of the senior year. If you have some time, please come to my office now. I would like to discuss something with you. Meng Xian glanced at Linghuan, who nodded in understanding. Go ahead, I'll return to the classroom first. As Linghuan entered the classroom, she found her classmates chatting in small groups. The moment she stepped in, all eyes immediately turned toward her. Everyone had witnessed her earlier descent to find Meng Mingzhu and Meng Xian, but being on the 4th floor, they could not hear their conversation or discern what had transpired. Now that one of the protagonists had returned, curiosity shone unabashedly in their eyes. Though Linghuan bore a reputation for being formidable, her outbursts were always justified. She was not one to lash out without cause. Moreover, her straightforward nature had earned her a commendable standing among her peers. Linghuan, why are you back alone? One classmate asked. Yes, where's Meng Xian? Another chimed in. Linghuan candidly replied, the homeroom teacher called for her. Such a simple answer, however, did not satiate their gossiping inclinations. A few of them exchanged glances, and Linghuan, who had been itching to speak, finally broke his silence. Oh come on, Linghuan. Don't be so proud. Linghuan came from a business family and was considered one of the wealthier students in class, albeit not on par with the elite of the international class. The boys in class often referred to him as Brother Wen, a reflection of his family's good fortune. Now, seeing Meng Xian steal the spotlight, many teased him, Brother Wen, with Meng Xian's wealth, will you have to start calling her Sister Xian? Though he feigned indifference, Linghuan had been harboring discontent for quite some time. Seizing the opportunity, he adopted a righteous facade, declaring, Linghuan, I support you in severing ties with Meng Xian. To abandon friends upon acquiring wealth, such an ungrateful person deserves to be distanced. Chapter 3 Linghuan has always been clear-cut in her affections and aversions, showing little patience for those she dislikes. Unfortunately, Linghuan falls squarely into that category. The two have a history of conflict. During the second semester of their first year, Linghuan led a group of boys in rating the appearances of the girls in their class. Upon discovering this, Yu Linghuan publicly tore the paper listing the names and scores of her classmates into shreds and discarded it into the trash bin. This incident left Li Hongwen humiliated, and he attempted to confront her for quite some time. The outcome was predictable. When it comes to the art of argument, few in the entire Longda High School could rival Yu Linghuan. Nevertheless, Li Hongwen refused to concede defeat, claiming that a gentleman should not quarrel with a lady. Hearing the sanctimonious tone in Li Hongwen's voice, Yu Linghuan shot him a cold glance and retorted, "Who said I severed ties with Meng Xin? I need my nap now. I have no interest in conversing with you." Li Hongwen's expression momentarily stiffened, soon replaced by a look of disdain. Everyone in class saw it today. Yu Linghuan and Meng Xin didn't acknowledge each other all morning and didn't even have lunch together. Previously, these two would hold hands even when going to the restroom during breaks. Now, with such a public display of discord, it could hardly be anything but a falling out. Although he was unaware of the specifics of what transpired downstairs, the current situation allowed him to make a reasonable guess. With that thought, Li Hongwen smirked. "Yu Linghuan, you might as well stop pretending. Meng Xin has ascended to a different social stratum. She is now wealthy and looks down on us. It is entirely normal for her to not wish to associate with us." Upon hearing this, several onlookers exchanged glances, their expressions revealing a mix of discomfort. Anyone could discern the malice underlying Li Hongwen's words about Meng Xin. As fellow classmates, many frowned at his blatant disparagement, displaying their disapproval. However, Meng Xin was generally quiet, introverted, and lacked particularly close friends aside from Yu Linghuan, leaving no one willing to challenge Li Hongwen's remarks. Yu Linghuan remained silent, taking a deep breath as she retrieved a copy of 5 years of college entrance exams and 3 years of simulations. Li Hongwen misinterpreted her silence as a sign of submission, his confidence swelling. "Isn't that right?" Before he could finish, a resounding thud echoed through the classroom. The sudden noise silenced the room, and every student turned their heads in unison. Yu Linghuan stood beside her desk, holding the hefty book which had evidently been the source of the sound. Li Hongwen, clutching his forehead, appeared momentarily stunned. Someone inhaled sharply. The book was several hundred pages thick, and the impact must have been quite painful. After a few seconds, Li Hongwen finally regained his composure and glared at Yu Linghuan, his voice rising in pitch. "Yu Linghuan, what gives you the right to hit me?" Yu Linghuan calmly tapped the cover of the book, her expression unyielding. "If you dare to slander Meng Xin again, it won't just be a single blow." Li Hongwen's eyes widened in shock. "You." "Enough, Li Hongwen, you should say less," interjected the class monitor, Shening. "You started it by gossiping behind others' backs. A slap is hardly unjust." Shening had been the class monitor for 2 years, her words carrying weight. Seeing this, a nearby male student chimed in to mediate. "When go, let it go, this is a trivial matter." A few boys who were usually on friendly terms with Li Hongwen echoed, "There's no need for this." Li Hongwen, begrudgingly, acquiesced. "Fine. I can't be bothered to argue with you," Shening urged, "then hurry back to your seat, the lunch bell will ring soon." Got it," Li Hongwen grumbled. "You really do meddle too much." As he turned back to his desk, he shot Yu Linghuan one last glare, thinking to himself that he had merely pointed out an uncomfortable truth about her friend abandoning her, and wondered why she was so furious. Once Li Hongwen returned to his seat, Shening nodded at Yu Linghuan and gave her a thumbs up, mouthing 3 words. Yu Linghuan understood, and a smile surfaced on her lips. While she and Shening were not particularly close, there existed an inexplicable camaraderie among girls. Yu Linghuan had no intention of lingering on this confrontation with Li Hongwen. She had far more pressing matters to attend to. The emergence of new narrative elements, such as the cannon fodder system and transmigration system, required her to clarify her thoughts without delay. After placing the book back, Yu Linghuan leaned over her desk and initiated a dialogue with the system. "System, I have several questions to ask." "Of course, host." "I noticed that when I spoke to Meng Xin earlier, I no longer felt that intense negative emotion. So, I have completely freed myself from the control of the narrative. Correct?" "Correct. The strong negative emotions you previously harbored towards Meng Xin were due to your role as the antagonistic supporting character driving the plot. Now that you have awakened, the constraints on you have been lifted." Yu Linghuan pondered. "I understand." Now for my second question, if I were to disclose the narrative to others, that is unnecessary to consider. Any related content will be blocked. And you cannot reveal anything related to the main storyline without severe consequences. Very well. Linghuan was not too disappointed, she had anticipated this answer. Thus, the third question she had planned to ask regarding whether she could disclose the truth about Meng Xian's false identity was rendered moot. Last question, how much do you know about Meng Mingzhu's transmigration system? For instance, what items can she exchange with her points, and aside from item exchanges, are there any rewards or penalties associated with the points? Earlier, Linghuan had heard that Meng Mingzhu intended to exchange for a high-level suppression aura to deal with her, only to abandon the idea upon learning it would cost 300 points. Thus, she speculated that having too few points might incur penalties. Apologies, host. But I only possess a general understanding of the transmigration system's functions. Specific data is classified and beyond my access. Truly, you are the most useless cannon fodder system. The system felt disheartened. However, one thing is certain, if Meng Mingzhu's points reach 0, there will be severe repercussions, her transmigration system will likely become entirely non-functional. Linghuan contemplated this information. After a moment of silence, the system spoke again. Host. I must remind you that Meng Mingzhu is currently the chosen one in this world and possesses a powerful transmigration system. Aligning yourself with her and distancing from Meng Xian is the wisest course of action. Without hesitation, Linghuan replied, that is out of the question. The system implored earnestly. Host, I understand that you and Meng Xian are good friends, but she lacks a system and cannot compete with Meng Mingzhu. Standing beside Meng Xian could lead to dire consequences, potentially even worse than the novel's ending. And so what? Linghuan declared resolutely. Meng Xian is my best friend. No matter what, I will stand by her side. After a prolonged silence, the electronic synthesized voice finally resonated once more, all right. Although I still cannot fully comprehend your human thoughts, I shall respect your wishes, host. At precisely 1 o'clock in the afternoon, the lunch bell rang. The school did not mandate that students must sleep during the lunch break, only requiring those remaining in the classroom to maintain silence. As they entered their final year, it was expected that their academic burdens would be significantly heavier than those of the first 2 years. However, as it was merely the first day of school, everyone had yet to acclimate to that intense atmosphere. Most of the students in the classroom were sprawled across their desks, dozing, while a few others were engrossed in their phones. Being a private institution, Longda Middle School's regulations were not as stringent as those of traditional schools. Students were permitted to bring mobile phones as long as they refrained from using them during class. Linghuan sat at his desk, rubbing his forehead. Inwardly cursing, Linghuan was truly merciless with her blows, the spots where he had been struck still tingled with pain. Suddenly, his deskmate leaned in and whispered, Brother Wen. With your vast knowledge, what do you think about that box on Linghuan's desk? Could it be a packaging box from a luxury brand? Linghuan was about to close his eyes for a brief respite when he perked up at the mention. What did you say? His deskmate pointed towards the front left. Look at the upper right corner of Linghuan's desk, there's a green box. Linghuan squinted in the indicated direction. And in the next moment, his upper body froze in disbelief. He rubbed his eyes, unable to fathom what he was witnessing. His deskmate urged softly, Brother Wen. Do you see it? Linghuan retorted, it's too far away, how can I see it clearly? His deskmate responded with a soft oh, conceding that it was merely a casual inquiry. Hearing Linghuan's admission of ignorance, he refrained from further questioning. Nevertheless, Linghuan remained fixated on the box atop Linghuan's desk. He had told a lie, he had encountered a similar box at home, and if memory served correctly, it was indeed a watch box from brand R. The design of R's watch boxes was quite distinctive, featuring prominent textures that made them easily recognizable. His father owned a mechanical watch from R, and Linghuan had once pleaded with him to buy another for himself to flaunt at school. However, his father had resolutely refused, arguing that it was imprudent for a high school student to possess such an expensive timepiece, as it could easily be damaged. Now, seeing the familiar watch box on Linghuan's desk, Linghuan could hardly believe his eyes. The brand he had implored his father to purchase for him, one that his father had steadfastly denied. How could Linghuan possess it? To his knowledge, Yu Linghuan came from a modest background, raised in a single-parent household, and it seemed implausible that she could afford such an extravagant watch. A thought flickered through Li Hongwen's mind, could it be a gift from Meng Xin? After all, with the Meng family's financial capacity, acquiring a watch from her would be akin to an ordinary person purchasing a cabbage. Yet, Meng Xin had only recently been acknowledged back into her family. And it was said she was not favored. Would her family not disapprove of her extravagant spending? More importantly, had not Yu Linghuan and Meng Xin already had a falling out? Li Hongwen glanced at the empty seat in the classroom that belonged to Meng Xin. Then looked back at the box on Yu Linghuan's desk, feeling as though claws were scratching at his stomach. What on earth was going on? Chapter for the first class of the afternoon was physical education. As the bell signaling the end of the lunch break rang, students began to gather in small groups to head to the playground. Li Hongwen stood up and, passing by Yu Linghuan's desk, cast another glance at the box on the table. It was undoubtedly their family's watch box. Li Hongwen contemplated asking something, but before he could utter a word, he met Yu Linghuan's warning gaze, which seemed to convey, "What trouble are you planning to stir up now?" The question he had held back remained unspoken in his chest. Just then, someone beside him patted his shoulder, urging, "Wen go, why are you dawdling? Let's go play ball." Li Hongwen replied and convinced himself, "Forget it. A gentleman does not quarrel with a lady. If I cannot provoke her, I can certainly avoid her." As for the watch, it was likely a counterfeit, otherwise Yu Linghuan would have flaunted it long ago. Once Li Hongwen departed, Yu Linghuan took out her phone. During the lunch break, she had primarily been conversing with the system and had dozed off for a short while, leaving her no opportunity to check her messages. There were 2 new notifications. The brightest star in the night sky, I heard you gave Meng Mingzhu a beating at noon. The brightest star in the night sky, well done. I've never liked that girl. A twitch crossed Yu Linghuan's lips. The messages were from Zhao Wenxing of International Class C. Students from the international and college entrance exam departments rarely interacted, and their acquaintance was purely serendipitous, with few in the school aware of their friendship. Judging by Zhao Wenxing's messages, the incident at the entrance of the teaching building had already spread to the international class within the short span of the lunch break. It was unclear how the news had circulated. She had merely had a minor verbal dispute with Meng Mingzhu, so when had it escalated to a physical altercation? Yu Linghuan, are you foolish? Why do you believe everything? A disappointed emoji quickly appeared in response. The brightest star in the night sky, so it was false? I was jubilant for nothing. The brightest star in the night sky, they spread it with such conviction, claiming you fought Meng Mingzhu to support Meng Xin. The brightest star in the night sky, I was a bit envious when I heard, you've never fought for me. Yu Linghuan. At times, Yu Linghuan genuinely questioned what Zhao Wenxing had been raised on. Despite being a wealthy young master, his thought process was remarkably peculiar. The brightest star in the night sky, by the way, I've been working on a new combo lately. Let us log on tonight and spar a few rounds. Your skills are impressive, I want to practice with you. Yu Linghuan, school just started, and I have assignments to complete tonight, I may not be free. The brightest star in the night sky, it's only the first day of school, how much homework could there be? Come on. Yu Linghuan, let us see. I need to head to the playground for the next PE class. After sending her reply, Yu Linghuan put away her phone and glanced at the clock. It was 1:25, with 5 minutes remaining before PE class commenced. Her seatmate, Meng Xin, was absent, having not returned during the entire lunch break. Yu Linghuan wondered what the homeroom teacher could possibly want to discuss with her for such an extended period. Leisurely, Yu Linghuan stood up and switched off the lights before leaving the classroom. Upon arriving at the playground, the preparatory bell rang. The girls from class 1 of the 3rd year gathered under the shade, chatting. When they spotted Yu Linghuan approaching, class leader Shining waved her over. When you hit Li Hongwen at noon, I wanted to applaud you. Shining said with a smile. I've wanted to smack him for ages, but as class leader, I'd get scolded by Lao Qin if I actually did it. Lao Qin was the homeroom teacher and also the Chinese language instructor. Yu Linghuan chuckled. Shining continued. By the way, why hasn't Meng Xin arrived yet? Do you know why Lao Qin called her? Yu Linghuan replied honestly, I don't know. The homeroom teacher didn't mention the reason when he took her away. Shining frowned slightly. She wouldn't miss PE class, would she? I should inform the PE teacher. As they spoke, another girl interjected, hey, isn't that Meng Xin? She's coming. Following her gaze, Linghuan saw Meng Xin jogging toward them. Just as Meng Xin arrived, the official class bell rang. The students hurried to gather in front of the teacher. And Linghuan and Meng Xin managed only a brief exchange of glances. The PE class was divided by gender. And this session involved the girls from Class 1 of the College Entrance Examination Department and Class A of the International Department. Linghuan was tall, ranking among the top 5 in height out of nearly 40 girls from both classes, while Meng Xin stood slightly below average height. They each took positions at opposite ends of the line, leaving little opportunity for communication. However, Linghuan sensed that many girls from the international class were stealing glances at her and Meng Xin, likely due to various rumors and the earlier incident with Meng Mingzhu. The physical fitness test would not take place until next year, and the scores would not affect college entrance examination results. Thus, the 2 weekly PE classes primarily focused on relaxation. The teacher instructed the students to jog 3 laps for warm-up before retrieving equipment. The girls from both classes were divided into 4 groups based on their numbers, with pairs competing in dodgeball, Group 1 against Group 2, and Group 3 against Group 4. Linghuan was in one group, while Meng Xin was in another. After explaining the rules, the teacher allowed the students to engage in free activity before returning to their tasks. As third-year students were on the verge of adulthood, constant supervision was deemed unnecessary. The matches commenced, with Linghuan's group starting as the attacking side. Since elementary school, Linghuan had excelled in physical education. She had even been a member of the school swimming team and had won numerous awards. However, pursuing sports required a considerable time investment, and upon entering junior high, she chose to focus on her studies, treating swimming as a mere hobby. Linghuan's movements were swift and powerful. At the beginning of the match, she swiftly eliminated 2 opponents with her soft ball. Under the relentless assault from her team, within just 2 minutes, the last defender on the opposing team was knocked out. The final eliminated sports committee member wiped the sweat from his brow and cast Linghuan an admiring glance. Impressive. Let us take a break for a few minutes before switching sides, he suggested. Just then, a commotion erupted from the other 2 groups. Having just finished their game, everyone turned to see what was happening. Unlike Linghuan's group, the other side had a more balanced matchup, with 4 defenders still on the field. Meng Xin was among the attackers but appeared to be in distress, clutching her shoulder, evidently struck by the ball. Several classmates surrounded Meng Xin, expressing concern over whether she was in pain and needed to rest. Not far off, Tang Jingdan from the international class smirked, oh dear. My hand slipped and hit a teammate. Though she feigned remorse, her tone betrayed no hint of sincerity. Shining, who was inquiring about Meng Xin's condition, turned sharply to glare at Tang Jingdan. That's the second time you've hit Meng Xin within a minute. And the teacher specifically said not to aim for the upper body. Why did you throw the ball so high? Tang Jingdan shrugged nonchalantly. What can I do? I apologized. And I didn't mean to hit her. Shining took a deep breath, clearly aware that Tang Jingdan was deliberately targeting Meng Xin. As class leader, she felt a responsibility to defend her classmate. However, before Shining could voice her concerns, a shrill scream echoed through the air. The previously smug Tang Jingdan now stared in shock at Linghuan, exclaiming, "What are you doing?" The others were momentarily bewildered, unable to comprehend what had just transpired. As Linghuan brushed the dust from her hands, she nonchalantly remarked, "Oh dear, my hand slipped." Tang Jingdan could hardly believe that it was an accident. Her expression twisted in disbelief. How dare you? I cannot comprehend what you are saying, Linghuan retorted, a faint smirk dancing at the corners of her lips. What can I do? I did not intend to hit you. Her tone mirrored that of Tang Jingdan's earlier, yet her gaze remained unapologetically bold. Then, turning to Meng Xin, Linghuan inquired, where did she strike you just now? As Meng Xin's lips began to move, Shining interjected swiftly, your leg. In the next moment, Linghuan picked up another ball from the ground and hurled it at Tang Jingdan's calf. The distance between them was less than 2 meters. And Linghuan's speed was astonishing. Tang Jingdan was utterly unprepared for such a brazen repetition of the act. Before she could react, the ball struck her calf with considerable force, eliciting another shriek from her. Although dodgeballs are designed to be soft, being struck from such close range still stung painfully. Linghuan's audacity left everyone momentarily speechless, the atmosphere thick with silence. Tang Jingdan stared incredulously at her leg, and 2 seconds later, she erupted, Linghuan. Have you lost your mind? How could that be? Linghuan replied with a smirk, I already mentioned, it was merely an accident, not intentional. Her calm demeanor sent a chill down Tang Jingdan's spine, prompting her to instinctively step back. Then, as if struck by a thought, Tang Jingdan retreated further, crossing her arms protectively across her body, clearly fearing another sudden assault from Linghuan. Once at a relatively safe distance, she shouted, I warn you. Even if you deny intent, it changes nothing. Everyone witnessed it, you hit me. If I sustain any injuries, you will bear the costs of all my medical examinations and treatment. Can you afford that? Linghuan let out a cold laugh and was about to respond when a gentle yet resolute voice interjected, I can afford it. Instantly, all eyes shifted from Linghuan and Tang Jingdan to the speaker, Meng Xin. Tang Jingdan slowly turned her head, disbelief etched on her face. What did you say? The trouble with Meng Xin during gym class had been instigated by Meng Mingzhu, who claimed that Meng Xin was timid and would remain silent even when bullied. Armed with this assumption, Tang Jingdan felt emboldened to carelessly strike Meng Xin. Yet, at this moment, Meng Xin gazed back at her with a calmness that betrayed no hint of weakness. Addressing Tang Jingdan's inquiry, she reiterated unhurriedly, I will compensate for it, whatever the amount. With her words, silence enveloped the surroundings. In that instant, everyone shared a singular thought. Indeed, as the daughter of the Meng family, she could undoubtedly cover any medical expenses. Meanwhile, Tang Jingdan's face visibly drained of color. Chapter 5. A chill crept up Tang Jingdan's spine. And a sudden thought flashed through her mind, even if she were to be injured, or worse, perish, the Meng family's influence could easily rectify the situation. Couldn't it? The moment this thought surfaced, Tang Jingdan recoiled as though she had encountered a specter, retreating several steps. You, don't come any closer. Stay away from me. At that moment, the physical education teacher arrived, albeit belatedly. On one side of the playground stood Tang Jingdan, her face a mask of panic, flanked by a few international class girls attempting to comfort her. On the opposite side were Linghuan, Meng Xin, and Shening, creating a stark contrast between the two groups, while other students gathered to observe the unfolding scene. The physical education teacher felt overwhelmed. She had merely taken 10 minutes to fill out a form requested by the administration, believing that in such a short span, the students would not cause any trouble. Who could have predicted that within less than 5 minutes, chaos would ensue? Wiping the sweat from her brow, the teacher turned to Shening, the head of Class 3, and asked, what transpired? As the diligent and capable leader of the senior class, Shening had earned the trust of her teachers, making her the logical choice for the teacher's inquiry. All eyes turned to her, and after clearing her throat, Shening explained, Teacher, it's nothing serious. While we were playing a game, Meng Xin and Tang Jingdan were accidentally struck by a dodgeball in the upper body. After a brief pause, she added, everyone witnessed it. The teacher nodded and inquired further, Meng Xin, Tang Jingdan, is that correct? Tang Jingdan parted her lips, seemingly about to speak. But upon meeting Linghuan's indifferent gaze and recalling Meng Xion's earlier comment about compensation, she swallowed her words. Biting her lip, she finally managed a quiet yes. Meng Xion nodded in agreement, The physical education teacher exhaled a sigh of relief. It appeared that no significant harm had occurred, ensuring her performance rating for the month remained intact. As for the palpable tension in the atmosphere, it was merely a minor conflict among students. A commonplace occurrence at their age, and not worth delving into further. After confirming that neither Tang Jingdan nor Meng Xion required medical attention, the teacher allowed everyone a brief respite before resuming activities. Linghuan accompanied Meng Xion to fetch water under the shade of a tree, while Tang Jingdan was escorted by another girl from the international class to a cooler spot, distancing herself from Linghuan. Linghuan twisted open a bottle of mineral water and handed it to Meng Xion. Thank you. Meng Xion received it and took a sip, adding, and thank you for standing up for me earlier. Yu Linghuan's tone was nonchalant, as if it were of little consequence. There's no need for thanks. Meng Xian smiled in response. Yu Linghuan, perplexed, asked, what are you laughing about? Meng Xian shook her head, it's nothing. I'm just really happy because you've returned to being the Yu Linghuan I know. As she spoke, Meng Xian smiled and offered the water bottle back to Yu Linghuan, would you like some? Yu Linghuan accepted the water with a complex expression, During the summer break, her emotions had been greatly influenced by the unfolding narrative, leading her to harbor intense negative feelings towards Meng Xian. However, it was undeniable that those feelings were not baseless. The story merely amplified the fears that already resided within her. She feared that Meng Xian would look down upon her ordinary background, that she would no longer be worthy of their friendship, and that she would be perceived as a fool attempting to befriend a wealthy heiress. These sentiments were valid. Yet, upon awakening to the system and learning of the potential loss Meng Xian might face, even her life, Yu Linghuan realized that such worries paled in comparison. Meng Xian was her closest friend, her dearest confidant, and that was the only truth that truly mattered. She could not stand by idly while her best friend lost everything. Nor could she ever be the one to push her down. Reassured of her convictions, Yu Linghuan spoke earnestly, Meng Xian. Meng Xian blinked, what's up? Yu Linghuan declared solemnly, you are my best friend. Meng Xian paused for a moment, then smiled brightly, you're my best friend too. Yu Linghuan continued, so. If you ever feel wronged, you must tell me. Meng Xian hesitated, and after a moment, beamed, how could that be? I'm now a daughter of the Meng family. Who would dare wrong me? Yu Linghuan scrutinized Meng Xian. She knew her too well to miss the hint of forced cheer in her expression. Moreover, the novel explicitly stated that the Meng family favored Meng Mingzhu. Yet, Yu Linghuan understood that Meng Xian refrained from sharing her troubles to shield her from worry. Their personalities seemed to be polar opposites, one known for being fierce and unyielding, the other always speaking softly, yet both were equally stubborn. Since Meng Xian chose silence, Yu Linghuan decided not to press further, instead sipping her water in quiet contemplation. Regardless, she vowed that she would not allow Meng Mingzhu to take everything from Meng Xian, absolutely not. Oh, right, Yu Linghuan recalled another matter. What did the homeroom teacher want to discuss with you at noon? Meng Xian replied, she asked if I wanted to transfer to the international class. It's likely because my father has been encouraging me to study abroad for college, so she advised me to consider the transfer. Yu Linghuan's gaze shifted. Recalling that according to the narrative, Meng Xian indeed transferred to Class C of the international class, where she became entangled in a convoluted love triangle with Meng Mingzhu and the male lead, Linghuan. After high school, the three continued their tumultuous relationships abroad for years. As the protagonist of a tragic tale, Meng Xian faced considerable hardships after her transfer, including disdain from her classmates, bullying, and rumors. Even if the story were to unfold as it did, Yu Linghuan, as Meng Xian's confidant, was not keen on her transferring to the international class. Ultimately, Yu Linghuan did not believe that a relationship with the male lead would yield a favorable outcome for Meng Xian. Enduring bullying and sustaining an injury. Even if they ended up marrying, what sort of life would that be? Moreover, Meng Mingzhu was no longer the same person. She was now possessed by a different soul bound to the narrative. If Meng Xian transferred classes, her life would likely be even more arduous than in the novel. Given Meng Xian's academic performance, if she remained in the college entrance exam department, a reasonable showing in the exams would almost guarantee her admission to the country's top universities. So, Yu Linghuan inquired, what did you tell the homeroom teacher? Although she was reluctant for Meng Xian to transfer to the international class, she felt it necessary to hear Meng Xian's own thoughts before deciding whether to persuade her otherwise and how to do so. Meng Xian replied, I told the teacher that I'm not going anywhere and want to stay in class 3. Yu Linghuan was taken aback, why? I thought you would at least consider it. In the novel, Meng Xian transferred after the first monthly examination in early October. Yu Linghuan assumed Meng Xian had her own intentions regarding the transfer, otherwise, the Meng family would not be pushing her. Meng Xian smiled, don't you remember? What's my dream school? Yu Linghuan blinked. Then, the two girls locked eyes and spoke in unison, the medical department of Jing University. They both laughed. Before coming to Beijing for her studies, Meng Xin had lived in a small town nearby, raised by her grandmother. Gaining admission to the medical department of Jing University and becoming a doctor had been Meng Xin's long-held aspiration, as well as her grandmother's wish for her granddaughter. Linghuan had heard Meng Xin express this dream countless times and would never forget it. Just as Meng Xin would never forget her dream, after sharing a laugh. She confessed, when my father first suggested I transfer classes, I was indeed hesitant. Linghuan inquired, why? Meng Xin lowered her gaze, her eyelashes fluttering. I thought. If you truly never wanted to see me again, if my presence annoyed you, then transferring to the international class would be quite beneficial. At least you would be happier. However, all is well now. Meng Xin lifted her head, a gentle smile gracing her lips. We are still the best of friends. And I no longer need to change classes. Linghuan was momentarily stunned. The narrative glossed over the reasons for Meng Xin's decision to transfer. As it was a given that the heroine would join the heroes class without needing justification. Linghuan had never considered that the reason could be herself. Suddenly, she felt a pang of emotion in her nose. Yes, Linghuan repeated, the best of friends. After a brief respite, the girls from both classes resumed their activities. Throughout the remaining time, the teacher observed from the sidelines, and thankfully, nothing untoward occurred. After 40 minutes, the physical education class concluded. And everyone paired off to return to the classroom. Linghuan sought out Meng Xin, and as they prepared to leave with their bags, a figure obstructed their path. You too, the newcomer declared haughtily, don't think I was afraid of you earlier. I simply didn't want things to get messy since I am friends with Ming Zhu. Linghuan raised her gaze to meet Tang Jingdan's defiant stare. After a significant portion of the class, Tang Jingdan had finally regained her composure. Once settled, she began to regret her earlier fright. The Meng family was formidable. Yet Meng Mingzhu was also a daughter of the Meng family, even more favored than Meng Xin. With Meng Mingzhu backing her, she should not have been so easily intimidated by Meng Xin and her companion, Linghuan. As for the fleeting thoughts of being silenced by the Meng family, it was merely a moment of panic. In this era of the rule of law, the Meng family could hardly eliminate someone over such a trivial matter. Thus, after class, Tang Jingdan resolved to reclaim her dignity. After a moment's hesitation, she decided to target the softer fruit. After casting a displeased glance at Linghuan, she turned her attention to the girl beside her. Meng Xin, Tang Jingdan scoffed, I have been friends with Ming Zhu for many years. I will inform her about how you and your friends bullied me in class today. If this tarnishes your sisterly bond and displeases Uncle Meng, you should consider the consequences. At this point, Tang Jingdan purposefully paused, eager to witness Meng Xin's startled reaction. However, Meng Xin merely regarded her calmly, betraying no signs of fear. Tang Jingdan frowned and continued, but if you sincerely apologize now, I might reconsider telling Ming Zhu. Meng Xin's expression remained serene. You were the one who threw something at me first. Her voice was steady, but perhaps due to its gentle timbre, it lacked the forcefulness one would expect. This prompted Tang Jingdan to adopt a more aggressive tone. I already said it was unintentional. Yet she threw the ball at me. Meng Xin retorted. That was because, Linghuan interrupted, stepping forward, yes, I did it on purpose. Though they were close friends. Linghuan genuinely felt that Meng Xin's skills in argumentation fell short of her own. Ultimately, Meng Xin's inherent kindness and tendency to reason, coupled with her soft voice, rendered her vulnerable in disputes. Linghuan could no longer bear to watch. Annoyed, she addressed Tang Jingdan, so, if you don't apologize, you will go to Mingzhu to complain, correct? Tang Jingdan replied. Yes. What, you don't believe me? Linghuan took out her phone. She always carries her phone in case her mother needs to reach her. Xin, Linghuan asked, do you remember Mingzhu's number? What is it? Meng Xin hesitated for a moment, perhaps not grasping Linghuan's intention, but she recited a series of digits. After being recognized by the Meng family, she had memorized several numbers for emergencies. Linghuan swiftly dialed the number Meng Xin provided. This seamless operation caught Tang Jingdan off guard. She had no idea what Linghuan was preparing to do. Until Linghuan activated the speakerphone and thrust the device toward Tang Jingdan's face. Aren't you going to complain? Go ahead, I'll be watching. Tang Jingdan was completely taken aback, instinctively exclaiming, "What are you doing? I'm not ready yet." On the other end, Meng Mingzhu's puzzled voice came through the speaker. "Jingdan? Did you change your number again?" "What? It's a bit noisy." "I didn't catch that, could you repeat it?" The background noise quieted, indicating that Meng Mingzhu had found a relatively peaceful spot. In truth, Tang Jingdan had not intended to report to Meng Mingzhu at that moment. She had hoped to find a private moment to paint a vivid picture of her sacrifices for Meng Mingzhu, to evoke sympathy and highlight her contributions. After all, someone from a family of lesser means than the Mengs had to employ a bit of cunning to maintain a lasting friendship with Mingzhu. However, with Linghuan's sudden intervention, her carefully crafted words were left unprepared, and her plan was thrown into disarray. Tang Jingdan hesitated to hang up. For Meng Mingzhu had already recognized her voice. If she angered the young lady, the repercussions could be severe. If she informed Meng Mingzhu that this call was coerced by Linghuan, it would make her appear utterly useless. Meng Mingzhu despised foolishness. Mingzhu. Tang Jingdan stammered, "I'll come find you in the classroom after school today, we can talk then. I must hang up now." "Wait." The displeasure in Meng Mingzhu's voice was unmistakable. "I haven't told you to hang up yet, why the rush? Tell me. Did you teach Meng Xin a lesson in PE class?" Tang Jingdan froze, instinctively reaching for the phone to end the speaker function. Yet, Linghuan was quicker. Deftly swatting Tang Jingdan's hand away and reclaiming the phone. "Meng Mingzhu," Linghuan's voice was calm, "it's me." The line fell silent. Chapter 6. After a brief silence of mere seconds, the phone emitted a series of busy signals. Meng Mingzhu ended the call. Tang Jingdan's face turned ashen. With the situation having escalated to this point, Meng Mingzhu would undoubtedly seek retribution. Given the circumstances, there was no longer any purpose in remaining here. She needed to swiftly contemplate how to explain everything to Meng Mingzhu. Glaring resentfully at Linghuan, Tang Jingdan turned and headed back to the international class building. In the midst of this turmoil, the break time had nearly elapsed. Linghuan exchanged glances with Meng Xin. "The next class is about to start. Let us return to the classroom." Meng Xin's expression was complex, yet she nodded in agreement. Linghuan understood that hearing her family seek to discipline her must have deeply troubled Meng Xin. At this moment, any words of comfort would seem hollow. Due to the constraints of the system, Linghuan could not reveal to Meng Xin that the person she considered family was merely an unfamiliar soul inhabiting Meng Mingzhu's body. All she could do was stay by Meng Xin's side, ensuring that Meng Mingzhu and her associates could inflict no further harm. With this thought, Linghuan gently patted Meng Xin's shoulder, silently conveying, "I am here." Meng Xin responded with a faint smile. In the next moment, Linghuan blinked in surprise. She seemed to see a faint halo of white light flickering around Meng Xin. The appearance of this halo was so sudden and fleeting that Linghuan nearly dismissed it as a figment of her imagination. However, the subsequent electronic voice confirmed that it was not an illusion. The system's voice sounded exhilarated, that is, Linghuan immediately inquired in her mind, "What is it?" The system responded, "To ensure the continuity of the narrative world, the actions of the main characters are subject to the constraints of the overarching plot." However, that halo just now signifies that Meng Xin, as the female protagonist, is showing signs of detaching from the narrative control. A flicker of joy passed through Linghuan's eyes. "Has Meng Xin awakened?" "Not yet," the system clarified. Linghuan took a moment to reflect. Indeed, awakening was not a trivial matter, she had been too eager. Currently, Meng Xin's awakening potential is still too weak to even determine a specific level. Far from the point of breaking free from the narrative. However, if the awakening potential continues to increase. Linghuan's eyes sparkled, if it continues to increase, then, as the awakening level rises, Meng Xin will face diminishing constraints from the plot, potentially allowing her to completely escape the control of the narrative. Throughout the journey back to the classroom, Linghuan's thoughts remained fixated on the possibility of Meng Xin awakening. After learning that Meng Xin would have everything taken from her by Meng Mingzhu's narrative system, Linghuan had been prepared to protect her. With their senior year drawing near, She would have the chance to see Meng Xin almost every day, allowing her to closely monitor both Meng Xin and the movements of the Meng family. As for what would happen after high school, that was a matter for another day. But now, Linghuan envisioned an alternative possibility. What if Meng Xin could awaken? System. Linghuan inquired, do you have any methods to facilitate the enhancement of Meng Xin's awakening potential? I am merely a supporting system, and that exceeds my capabilities. The system replied. Linghuan sighed, oh, I forgot you are the least useful type of system. It seemed that determining how to help Meng Xin awaken would require her to observe further on her own. The system lamented, I am not entirely useless. My detection abilities are quite strong. Suddenly, a thought struck Linghuan, you mentioned that Meng Mingzhu cannot detect my system. Could it be possible that Meng Xin has a system of her own, of which I am unaware? I know what you are thinking, but unfortunately, as a supporting system, I possess the strongest detection capabilities among all systems. It is unlikely that there is any system I cannot detect. Feeling a bit disheartened, Linghuan conceded, all right. Just then, the class bell rang. The next period following physical education was English, during which the teacher distributed a large vocabulary test for the students to complete. This is a surprise test. Let us see how well you've retained what you learned over the summer. Have you memorized the necessary words? Have you returned the knowledge you acquired to me? Class 1 of Senior 3 was one of the top 2 classes in the Gaokao division of Longda High School, comprising academically exceptional students. However, despite their academic prowess, even the best students rarely found joy in examinations. Thus, as the English teacher's words faded, a chorus of groans erupted in the classroom. If it were the former Linghuan, she would have joined in the lamentations. English was not her strongest subject, and she had hardly memorized the vocabulary list provided by the teacher over the summer. Throughout the vacation, Linghuan had spent most of her time locked in her room playing video games. This was unavoidable, as she had been overwhelmed by the narrative, filled with negative emotions, making it impossible to focus on studying. Only in the realm of gaming could she find respite from her inner turmoil. However, after enduring so many shocks today, a vocabulary quiz seemed like a trivial matter. Linghuan calmly accepted the test paper from the student in front of her, tidying up her desk to spread it out clearly. As her hand brushed against the watch box in the upper right corner of the desk, she paused. She recalled placing the gift from Meng Xin into the drawer before physical education. She had specifically considered that the chaos upon returning to class could easily lead to the box being knocked over, so she had tucked it away. How did the watch box end up back on the desk? After a moment of contemplation, Linghuan deliberately shook the box a bit and casually glanced back. In that instant, her gaze met Li Hongwen's. As their eyes locked, Li Hongwen stiffened momentarily, then quickly lowered his head and began to write on the test paper. Linghuan. She had already surmised who had moved the watch box. 40 minutes later, the English class concluded, and Linghuan's test paper was filled with many blank fill-in-the-blank questions and numerous guessed multiple-choice answers. Linghuan considered herself reasonably gifted in academics, otherwise she would not have been admitted to Longda High School and placed in one of the top classes in the Gaokao division. If this surprise test had been in another subject, she might have managed a decent score based on her foundation from the first 2 years. However, vocabulary was unforgiving. If one had not memorized the words, there was no way to fake it. She could only find time later to make up for the material she had neglected over the summer. As the class bell rang, the last student in each row collected the test papers. Meng Xin, serving as the English class representative, was responsible for gathering the papers and taking them to the teacher's office. The classroom buzzed with discussions, and a considerable number of students gathered around Linghuan. But they were not there for her, they were focused on her deskmate, Song Qian. Qian Shen, did you finish writing 15 minutes early? I saw you hadn't written anything for the last part. Wow, as expected of Qian Shen. I feel inferior. I wasn't sure about several questions, Qian Shen. Is the last one option D? This test was really difficult, half of my multiple-choice answers were guesses. Linghuan, how did you do? Hey, where are you? The speaker looked around, only to realize that Linghuan had left her seat and was walking toward the back of the classroom, where Li Hongwen sat. Upon seeing Yu Linghuan approach, a flicker of panic crossed Li Hongwen's face. He pressed his lips together and, preemptively, spoke sharply, "Yu Linghuan, what are you doing? At noon. Regarding the incident where you struck me, I merely wished to avoid escalating the matter. Do not take advantage of my restraint." Yu Linghuan remained silent. Producing the watch box in her hand, "Have you seen this?" Li Hongwen's gaze wandered, his eyes darting, "It's your possession, why are you asking me?" The moment his eyes flickered, the certainty Yu Linghuan felt diminished from 80% to a complete 10. During today's lunch break, I placed this watch box inside my desk, only to discover upon returning from physical education that its position had altered. Yu Linghuan stated calmly, "Li Hongwen. You moved my belongings while I was away, didn't you?" Li Hongwen immediately protested loudly, "Of course not. Why would I touch your things?" In an attempt to mask his unease, he spoke louder than usual. Their commotion drew the attention of several onlookers. The group gathered around Song Tsongqian paused their discussions. Glancing over, Song Tsongqian himself, disliking idle chatter, remained unresponsive and quietly took out a book to read. Observing Li Hongwen's obvious feigned bravado, Yu Linghuan narrowed her eyes, "Are you certain you didn't move it?" Li Hongwen. "Of course. Yu Linghuan, there are surveillance cameras in the classroom. If you deny it, I will inform the homeroom teacher that you have stolen my belongings. In that case, retrieving the footage will complicate matters considerably." Li Hongwen, what nonsense are you spouting? When did I ever steal your things? Yu Linghuan, taking something without asking is not theft, is it? If you have any justification, you may accompany me to the security office. At this, Li Hongwen was thoroughly flustered. The facilities at Longda Middle School are among the finest in the city. To ensure fairness in examinations and the safety of students, the surveillance cameras in classrooms are exceptionally clear. Although it is not easy for students to access the footage. Given Yu Linghuan's tenacity, it is entirely possible that she would pursue this matter until the footage is reviewed. Realizing this, Li Hongwen's tone weakened considerably as he attempted to justify himself. I merely glanced at it, it was not theft. Even if you escalate this to reviewing the footage, you cannot pin any crime on me. Yu Linghuan smirked slightly, "So you admit to sneakily moving my belongings while I was away, correct?" Li Hongwen's expression shifted subtly. "So what if I did?" He forced himself to maintain composure. "I said I only looked at it, nothing more." As he spoke, the expressions of several classmates nearby shifted to something more complex. Even if he did not steal, taking someone else's belongings without permission is still quite inappropriate, especially when it concerns valuable items. Moreover, the fact that Li Hongwen only confessed after hearing about the surveillance made his character appear even more questionable. Whispers circulated among the students, could it be that Li Hongwen secretly wore someone else's watch? Looking at the box, Yu Linghuan's watch seemed to be from our brand, which likely made it quite expensive. Realizing what others might be thinking, Li Hongwen, who valued his reputation among classmates, felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. If he could not provide a credible justification, how would he face his peers in the future? After a brief silence, he resolutely declared, "I had no ulterior motive. I thought your watch box looked somewhat counterfeit, and I was concerned you might be deceived, so I wanted to take a look." Earlier, during the first physical education class, Li Hongwen had been preoccupied with the watch box on Yu Linghuan's desk. Thus, with 7 or 8 minutes left in class, he concocted a vague excuse about feeling unwell and requested to return to the classroom early. The discipline during physical education was lax, and the teacher granted his request without further inquiry. Once in the classroom, Li Hongwen fiddled with the watch box at Yu Linghuan's desk for quite a while, even searching online for tips on distinguishing genuine items from fakes. However, he was no expert in this field, he merely had an affinity for expensive items. And after his lengthy examination, he could not ascertain its authenticity. He lost track of time and only realized when someone appeared at the classroom door. Hastily returning to his seat without putting the watch box back in its original position, Li Hongwen's excuse was half-truth, not entirely fabricated. Having found this justification, he felt a renewed sense of confidence. "Yu Linghuan," Li Hongwen rallied, "where did you buy this watch? How much did it cost? Is it new or second-hand? If it turns out you were deceived, you should thank me for pointing it out." Upon hearing this, Yu Linghuan could not help but laugh. It was astonishing how shameless one could be. Chapter 7 Yu Linghuan let out a derisive laugh, to which Linghuan, filled with embarrassment and anger, retorted. What is so amusing about that? Yu Linghuan replied, I apologize, I have never encountered someone with such a large face before. I couldn't help myself. You! Linghuan exclaimed, his temper flaring. Don't change the subject. I researched online, and this watch is worth at least 100,000 even in second-hand value. How could you possibly afford it? It must be a counterfeit, merely for show. At this moment, Linghuan had lost all rationality, solely focused on humiliating Yu Linghuan to regain some semblance of dignity. Where there are people, there is comparison, especially in a prestigious institution like Longda High School. Although the college entrance examination department may not be as affluent as the international department, students are still acutely aware of luxury brands and high-end goods. If someone were to wear expensive branded shoes or adorn themselves with lavish jewelry, it would undoubtedly attract attention. For instance, when Meng Xin arrived at school today, many noticed the C-brand hairpin adorning her hair. Despite its unassuming appearance, it cost several thousand yuan. As Linghuan adamantly accused Yu Linghuan of wearing a fake watch, murmurs of doubt circulated among the onlookers. Could it be that the watch was indeed a counterfeit? Was Yu Linghuan feeling inferior because her former friends had become wealthy, resorting to wearing fakes for appearances? Just as the crowd pondered this, someone entered through the classroom door. This is a gift I gave to Huan. Meng Xin's voice rang clear and cold. What do you wish to ask? Linghuan was taken aback. The boys and girls had separate physical education classes, and he had missed the moment when Yu Linghuan stood up for Meng Xin. He had assumed these two girls had severed ties completely. You too, Linghuan stammered, didn't you break off your friendship? How can you? Before he could finish, Yu Linghuan and Meng Xin spoke in unison, what business is it of yours? Linghuan. Someone nearby couldn't contain their laughter. And soon the entire room erupted in mirth, while Linghuan's face shifted from pale to red in embarrassment. You. Why didn't you mention earlier that it was a gift from Meng Xin? Linghuan mumbled. Yu Linghuan chose to ignore him and coolly stated, Linghuan. We are not finished regarding your meddling with my belongings. Gritting his teeth, Linghuan replied, I did meddle, what do you intend to do about it? In his mind, he rationalized that he hadn't truly stolen anything, even if Yu Linghuan reported him to the homeroom teacher, he would only face a reprimand. Raising an eyebrow, Yu Linghuan remarked. I may not be able to do much to you, but do not forget that what you touched was not merely my property, but also a gift from Meng Xin. At her words, Linghuan's expression changed drastically. Meng Xin was now recognized as a member of the Meng family, and her father, Meng Renping, was one of the school's board members. If Meng Xin were to inform Meng Dong about today's incident, it could escalate significantly, possibly involving parents. The thought sent chills down Linghuan's spine. If this were to reach the point of involving parents, his father would surely punish him severely. In truth, the thought of being scolded by a teacher or facing punishment paled in comparison to the fear of being mercilessly beaten by his father. Consequently, Linghuan quickly softened his stance. All right, I can apologize. Would that suffice? Yu Linghuan replied, the manner of the apology must be determined by me. Linghuan glared. What do you want? Yu Linghuan pondered for a moment. You will go to the hallway now and loudly repeat, I was wrong. I should not have taken Yu Linghuan's belongings, until the official class bell rings. After a brief pause, she added, and do the same during the break of the next class. Linghuan realized that while this was a significant embarrassment, it would likely only result in a few reprimands from the teacher. Thus, Yu Linghuan decided to seize the opportunity. Since Linghuan valued his reputation above all, she would allow him to experience the consequences of his actions, ensuring he would think twice before touching her belongings again. As for invoking Meng Xin's identity, it was merely a tactic to intimidate Linghuan. Meng Xin had only recently been acknowledged by the Meng family. If this trivial matter were to reach Meng Dong, it could be exploited by Meng Mingzhu, which was unnecessary. Initially, Linghuan was reluctant. But considering that enduring 2 class breaks of humiliation was preferable to facing a beating, he found the deal acceptable. After a brief hesitation, he obediently positioned himself at the classroom door, cleared his throat, and declared, I was wrong. Yu Linghuan raised an eyebrow. Did you skip lunch? Li Hongwen. He held back. In the curious gazes of students from other classes in the hallway, Li Hongwen proclaimed, I was wrong. I should not have taken Yu Linghuan's belongings. Only then did Yu Linghuan nod in satisfaction. Yes, not bad, continue. During the third period class meeting. When the homeroom teacher entered, he found Li Hongwen standing at the classroom door, looking as if he were facing execution, shouting his confession. Concerned that his sincerity might be questioned, especially if Yu Linghuan changed her mind and decided to involve parents, Li Hongwen shouted with extra fervor, ensuring the entire hallway could hear him. Seeing this, the homeroom teacher shook his head. He understood the dynamics of the class and was aware of Li Hongwen and Yu Linghuan's personalities. Although Yu Linghuan had a fierce demeanor, she was not unreasonable, which led him to believe that Li Hongwen must have caused this situation himself. With the immense pressure of the third year, the teacher felt it unnecessary to intervene in such trivial matters, allowing the students a chance to vent their frustrations. During the first class meeting of the new semester, the homeroom teacher emphasized the significance of the year ahead. He remarked that the college entrance examination represents a watershed moment in life, requiring unwavering dedication. Additionally, he highlighted that there would still be adjustments in class composition during the first semester, with a complete reorganization occurring in the latter half of the academic year. Longda High School comprises 5 international classes and 10 college entrance examination classes, with the first and second classes being the elite ones. If a student falls out of the top 100 in consecutive major exams, they risk being removed from the top 2 classes. Conversely, students from ordinary classes who perform well may be transferred into the higher-tier classes. In the first 2 years of high school, Yu Linghuan's grades fluctuated but never dropped below the top 50 in her grade. Thus, she remained in Class 1. However, during the final exams of the previous semester, Yu Linghuan indeed performed poorly, ranking around 120. The reason for this decline was the rumors surrounding Meng Xian's impending acknowledgement by the Meng family, which had shattered Yu Linghuan's mentality. She suspected that she had begun to be influenced by the narrative of the novel at that time. According to the story, Yu Linghuan's mind was consumed with opposition to the protagonist, Meng Xian, leaving her little focus on her studies. Consequently, during the first monthly exam of her senior year, her ranking plummeted again, landing her in the 200 range, thus removing her from Class 1. Despite her rapidly declining grades, she continued to diligently fulfill her role as a malicious foil, constantly creating obstacles for Meng Xian, ultimately leading to her expulsion before the semester ended, leaving her unable to participate in the college entrance examination. After her expulsion, she descended further into a life of debauchery, aimlessly drifting through society for several years, entangled with a few unsuitable partners, living in a haze. Now, having regained her clarity, Yu Linghuan realized that in addition to assisting Meng Xian, it was crucial for her to consider her own future as well. Completing her senior year successfully was paramount, and ideally, she would gain admission to a school of her choice. As Old Qin lectured passionately at the podium, Yu Linghuan silently observed her classmate Song Qian, the acknowledged academic prodigy of the class. Rumor had it that he had already secured a recommendation to Tsinghua University, attending classes merely for leisure and to help raise the school's average score. Yu Linghuan was not well acquainted with Song Qian and was unsure whether the rumors held any truth. This morning, when the homeroom teacher announced the seating arrangement, her mind was still preoccupied with various thoughts, leaving her little attention for her new desk partner. Song Qian was not fond of conversation. The two had sat together for an entire day like two strangers, exchanging not a single word. Now awakened to the unfolding narrative, Yu Linghuan took a moment to collect her thoughts and contemplate the future, realizing she was rather fortunate with such an academic prodigy by her side. Any queries she had could be effortlessly addressed, making him an invaluable resource in her quest to achieve her goals. Reflecting on this, Yu Linghuan regarded Song Qian with the same longing one might reserve for a delectable bun. Suddenly, Song Qian slightly turned his head, and their eyes met. Yu Linghuan. Song Qian. In that moment of mutual gaze, Yu Linghuan offered a smile to ease the awkwardness. Oh dear. She had been staring too intently, how impolite. Song Qian, momentarily taken aback, did not reciprocate her smile and quietly turned his head back. The 40 minutes of class meeting were dominated by the homeroom teacher's motivational speech regarding the college entrance examination. However, for most adolescents at this age, no matter how many profound truths they heard, it was difficult to feel a sense of urgency. With over 9 months until the exam, it seemed a distant concern. And countless days and nights lay ahead to squander. Only as time ticked away could they gradually perceive the looming pressure. The final period of the afternoon was a study session. During the 10-minute break, Linghuan exchanged a glance with Linghuan, who obediently returned to the corridor to continue his public apology. Within that brief interlude, he recited, word for word, that he should not have taken Linghuan's belongings, nearly exhausting his voice in the process. This spectacle attracted students from other floors who came to witness Linghuan's humiliation. Ha ha ha, this is too hilarious. Linghuan is truly unfortunate. Linghuan was undoubtedly the most formidable girl in their grade, unafraid even of the rich sons and daughters from the international department. One might wonder why Linghuan chose to provoke Linghuan of all people. The last class of the afternoon was a study period, during which most students worked on the assignments given by their teachers, and Linghuan was no exception. The homework for the first day was minimal, easily completed during a single study session. In the midst of her work, Linghuan quietly asked Song Qian a physics question, inquiring if both methods of solving the problem were valid. He merely replied with an Apart from that, they maintained their earlier silence. At Longda High School, evening self-study sessions were not mandatory. After the last class, students were free to return home or to their dormitories. When the homeroom teacher announced the end of classes, the room erupted into a lively commotion. Several classmates gathered around Meng Xin. Xin, would you like to join us for shopping? I heard several new stores have opened at Tianyue City nearby. Yes, since we have little homework today, let's go together. Tianyue City was a shopping center near the school. Thanks to Linghuan's promotion, the entire class was now aware that Meng Xin had casually gifted Linghuan a watch from R. This revelation had a significant impact on their classmates. While they understood that Meng Xin, as Linghuan's close friend, would bestow such an expensive gift, there was a glimmer of hope that if they all went shopping together, Meng Xin might be in a generous mood and purchase gifts for everyone. Meng Xin, usually reserved and with few friends, appeared overwhelmed by the sudden attention. I won't go. She glanced around helplessly until her eyes landed on Linghuan, as if she had found a lifeline. I've made plans with Huan. Linghuan instantly understood Meng Xin's unspoken plea and responded, yes, we agreed to handle some matters after school. If you want to invite Meng Xin, it would be better to wait for the next time. With that, Linghuan tilted her chin, signaling their departure. Let us go? Meng Xin nodded eagerly. Seeing her affirmation, Linghuan took her wrist without hesitation, weaving through the crowd to exit. As they walked away, the onlookers felt a pang of regret. They're leaving just like that? A chilling male voice called out from a distance, of course. She has found herself a benefactor, so she must hurry off. Who knows, by tomorrow, Linghuan might be adorned with gold necklaces and bracelets from her benefactor. Linghuan was the one speaking. The crowd exchanged glances. While Linghuan was well liked among the boys, most girls in the class held a disdain for him. One girl scoffed, even if we join in, it pales in comparison to your act of stealing her watch. This remark sent everyone into fits of laughter, filling the classroom with a jovial atmosphere. Linghuan's face turned pale. Who stole it? I merely wanted to take a look, just a look. Both Linghuan and Meng Xin were boarding students, returning home only on weekends. Longda High School was well funded, providing dormitories that were either double or single rooms, far more luxurious than those in public schools. To ensure a conducive learning environment for the college entrance exam candidates, the third-year students were all accommodated in single rooms. However luxurious, these were still dormitories. And the wealthy students from the international class would certainly look down on them. The male lead, Shenghan, along with the faux heiress Meng Mingzhu and various other members of the elite circles, were all-day students. In the narrative, Meng Xin also transitioned to being a day student in her senior year, residing with the Meng family, which facilitated many classic love triangle scenarios in the story, such as being caught in an embrace by another character. Upon exiting the school building, Linghuan asked Meng Xin, "Aren't you going to stay at home this semester?" Meng Xin hesitated, her expression uncertain. After a few seconds, she replied, "My father asked if I wanted to stay at home, but I've been a boarding student for so many years that I'm accustomed to it. To strive for Jing University, the study atmosphere at school is much better. Besides." The girl's lips curled into a smile. "Aren't you here with me?" Linghuan's eyes flickered. Yes. One could surmise that if the Meng family truly cared for their long-lost daughter, they would yearn to be with her constantly, making up for the lost years, so how could they bear for her to remain in the dormitory? Clearly, in the eyes of the Meng family, there was a distinction between Meng Mingzhu and Meng Xin. Linghuan inquired, "Where do you wish to go now? Back to the dormitory or?" Meng Xin hesitated momentarily. "There's a place I'd like to visit. I'm not sure if you would like to accompany me." Linghuan replied resolutely. "Wherever you wish to go, just say it." Meng Xin asked, "Would you like to go to Tianyue City?" Linghuan blinked and chuckled. "So you really were swayed by them? All right." Tianyue City was located just a 10-minute walk from the school. After dropping their bags back at the dormitory, they reached the school gate, where a dark green Bentley rolled to a stop before them. During school hours, luxury cars regularly lined up at the entrance of Longda High School, which Linghuan had long since grown accustomed to. However, this particular Bentley stopped directly in front of them, and as the door opened, a man emerged from the driver's seat. Linghuan instinctively looked up. Numerous luxury cars came to pick up students, but wealthy individuals were often busy, sending their drivers or servants instead. The young man who stepped out seemed somewhat out of place compared to the others. He was tall and appeared quite youthful. Linghuan estimated he couldn't be much older than herself, likely in his early 20s. Yet, despite his youth, he bore none of the naivety that often characterized young boys. Unlike most of Linghuan's male classmates, who, even when dressed in formal attire, exuded an air of innocent foolishness from their eyes. Before Linghuan could discern the man's identity, Meng Xin exclaimed in surprise. "Brother? What brings you here? Today was the first day of school." The newcomer seemed unfazed, suggesting they talk in the car. Beside them, Linghuan suddenly realized, oh, that must be Meng Xin's brother. In the narrative, Meng Xin is surrounded by family members in the Meng household, including her grandmother, father, stepmother, a half-brother, and a biological older brother. Among these individuals, the others frequently appear in the storyline, consistently aligning themselves with Meng Mingzhu. However, the presence of her older brother, Meng Qichuan, is notably minimal, mentioned only in passing. According to the text, Meng Qichuan was sent abroad for his studies at the tender age of 12, remaining overseas for a decade. This prolonged separation has significantly diluted his familial bonds, and upon Meng Xin's return, he merely met her briefly before returning to his life abroad. Within the book, Meng Qichuan is unfamiliar with both Meng Mingzhu and Meng Xin, serving primarily as an obstacle to Meng Xin and Xinghan's relationship after they go abroad, adding to the myriad of challenges faced by the protagonists in their love story. After recalling the events related to Meng Qichuan, Linghuan questioned the system with some perplexity. There is no scene in the novel where Meng Qichuan comes to the school gate to find Meng Xin, is there? The system confirmed, indeed, there is not. Linghuan mused, then how has he suddenly arrived? Could it be that he has awakened a system as well? Or has he, like Meng Mingzhu, been transmigrated? The system replied, that seems unlikely, I have not detected any irregular fluctuations. Frowning in contemplation, Linghuan concluded that abnormal occurrences often conceal ulterior motives. Regardless of his reasons for returning, she resolved to keep a watchful eye on him. Despite the blood ties between Meng Qichuan and Meng Xin, it does not guarantee his benevolence, as evidenced by the actions of other members of the Meng family. Meanwhile, as Linghuan conversed with the system, Meng Xin was engaged in dialogue with her brother. Upon hearing Meng Xin mention prior arrangements with classmates, Meng Qichuan's gaze shifted from his sister to the girl beside her. His attention sharpened as he observed the girl's large, round almond-shaped eyes, which radiated a palpable sense of wariness and vigilance. The intensity of her demeanor prompted a fleeting moment of self-doubt in Meng Qichuan. Did he truly appear to be a villain? Chapter 8 Meng Qichuan should not have appeared at the gates of Longda High School at this moment. In his eyes, he was a person long severed from familial ties. When his mother passed away when he was 5, his father remarried just a year later. To his father and stepmother, he was an unwelcome child. Shortly after the stepmother entered their home, Meng Mingzhu began to cuddle and call her mother, while he never once referred to her as such. Gradually, the disappointment in his father and stepmother's eyes grew increasingly palpable. Meng Qichuan vividly recalls overhearing a conversation between them, where his father's tone was laced with frustration. Both Qichuan and Mingzhu are Wan Ji's children, yet how is it that Mingzhu is so endearing and delightful, while Qichuan remains so withdrawn and introverted? After the birth of his father's son with the stepmother, Meng Qichuan became the superfluous one in the household. Then came that incident. Following that event, 12-year-old Meng Qichuan was sent across the ocean to North America for his education. During those years in high school, aside from occasional concern from his aunt, the only communication he received from his father was a yearly phone call during the new year. Eventually, at the age of 17, he was admitted to a prestigious university ranked among the top 5 worldwide, and only then did his father's inquiries about his well-being become more frequent. But it was too late. Meng Qichuan had lost all desire for the concept of home, and this belated attentiveness failed to touch him. In the decade between 12 and 22, Meng Qichuan never returned to the Meng family home. Upon learning that his biological sister had another family, he merely decided to return to meet her once, before flying back to North America to continue his doctoral studies. After all, there was no emotional foundation between him and this sister, and he had long since abandoned any hope for familial bonds. However, on the night after meeting Meng Xin, he experienced 2 vivid dreams. In the first, his true sister Meng Xin was deeply in love with a man, ultimately losing nearly everything except for the so-called love. In the second dream, his mother, filled with disappointment, asked him why he had not taken care of his only sister. At the end of the dream, he assured his tearful mother that he would indeed look after his sister. These dreams felt so real that Meng Qichuan pondered them throughout the day and ultimately sent an email to his advisor. This was his final opportunity to connect with his family. Perhaps this blood-related sister truly needed him. Linghuan sensed that the man whom Meng Xin referred to as brother was currently scrutinizing her. Thus, she resolutely met his gaze in return. What frustrated Linghuan was that despite being quite tall for her age, she still found herself needing to slightly tilt her head upwards to meet Meng Qichuan's eyes. He must have been at least 185 centimeters tall, if not more. Linghuan disliked this sensation of looking up at others, so after a brief pause, she spoke. "Why are you looking at me?" Meng Qichuan raised an eyebrow slightly. "You were the one staring at me first," he stated matter-of-factly. The atmosphere plunged to a freezing point. Meng Xin found herself caught awkwardly between the two. In fact, it was only 2 days prior that Meng Xin had first met this biological brother. Before that, she had only heard from her father that her brother had been studying abroad for many years and had not returned home. When they first met, Meng Qichuan had appeared quite indifferent, leaving Meng Xin to feel that he might not be interested in recognizing her as his sister at all. Thus, she was astonished to see him come to pick her up from school today. Yet, he was still her biological brother, and they shared the same blood, which instilled in Meng Xin a natural sense of closeness to him. She did not want her best friend and her brother to be at such odds with one another. Hesitating for a moment, Meng Xin took the initiative to introduce Linghuan. "Huan, this is my brother." Linghuan glanced at Meng Xin, her doe-like eyes fluttering as if to plead, "Please." 2 seconds later, she turned back to Meng Qichuan and introduced herself, Linghuan. The man nodded, his demeanor still cold. "Meng Qichuan." Another silence ensued. In Meng Xin's slightly helpless gaze, Meng Qichuan spoke, "Since you have plans with your classmate, you may go ahead. We can talk later." Meng Qichuan's voice was pleasant to the ear, even though Linghuan's first impression of him was less than favorable. She could not deny the subjective truth. His voice was not the deep, resonant type, but rather cold and magnetic, akin to a piece of cool jade. Linghuan discerned that when he spoke to Meng Xin, he was deliberately softening his tone. A fact that slightly improved her impression of this character who was almost a mere backdrop in the novel. At least she recognized that his demeanor towards his sister was better than that towards others, though only marginally so. After nodding slightly in farewell to Meng Xian, Meng Qichuan did not linger and returned to his car. The dark green Bentley slowly pulled away from the school gates, and Meng Xian watched the vehicle until it disappeared around the corner. Linghuan observed the expression on Meng Xian's face. There was a mixture of confusion and subtle emotion in Meng Xian's eyes. She was likely touched by her brother's gesture in coming to pick her up. From an outsider's perspective, Meng Qichuan's indifference towards Meng Xian could perhaps be understood. Living abroad for a full decade, he had essentially severed ties with his family. Showing little care even for Meng Mingzhu, with whom he had shared his childhood, how could he possibly feel any connection to a suddenly revealed sister? Compared to the other Meng family members who obviously favored Meng Mingzhu, at least Meng Qichuan treated both sisters equally. However, Linghuan was not merely a passive observer. She was Meng Xian's closest friend. She could not help but think that if Meng Qichuan, the brother in the story, could support Meng Xian, perhaps she would not face so much bullying or lose everything for a man. Regardless of his reasons, it was a fact that Meng Qichuan had not fulfilled his responsibilities as a brother. Thus, Linghuan found it difficult to harbor any fondness for him, feeling only slightly less disdain than she did for the other members of the Meng family. Unfortunately, when it came to those she cared about, Linghuan was somewhat hypocritical. Are we not going to Tianjua City? Linghuan patted Meng Xian's shoulder, attempting to divert her attention. Shall we go? Meng Xian came to her senses and smiled, okay. After a 10-minute walk in the sweltering weather, they finally arrived at the shopping center. The refreshing blast of cool air greeted them, and Linghuan sighed with relief, instinctively heading towards the escalator. The first floor of the mall was filled with luxury brands, which Linghuan rarely purchased. She preferred to explore the basement level. There, she found more interesting items at more affordable prices. Just as she was about to head downstairs as usual, Meng Xian gently tugged at her arm. Surprised, Linghuan followed Meng Xian's gaze, which was fixed on a jewelry counter of a luxury brand. It then dawned on her that Meng Xian was no longer the same as before. Now she could afford to buy such luxury items and jewelry. The sudden change in her best friend was quite an adjustment for Linghuan. However, she quickly composed herself and prepared to ask Meng Xian what she wanted to buy, offering to help her decide. Before she could speak, Meng Xian took the lead. Huan, is there any jewelry you would like? Linghuan froze momentarily. After a beat, she blinked. Are you saying that you want to come to the mall to buy me a gift? She had thought that Meng Xian simply wanted to go shopping and had invited her along for company. Meng Xian nodded, her expression revealing a hint of embarrassment. Previously, I had no idea what kind of gift you desired, so I could only settle for a watch. This time, I wish to present you with gifts that you personally select. Linghuan thought, somewhat inexplicably, about how Linghuan would react if he heard that the watch was merely a makeshift gift. He would probably be furious, smoke billowing from his ears. Noticing Linghuan's silence, Meng Xian assumed she disapproved of the store. She quickly added, that's all right, if you don't like this place, we can explore other shops. With that, Meng Xian began to lead Linghuan to another section. Linghuan hurriedly stopped her. That's not what I meant. I feel I don't really need these things. You needn't spend excessively. Meng Xian blinked her eyelashes. Huan, she suddenly said, do you remember when my grandmother fell ill during our first year of high school? I spent my scholarship on her surgery, and I could only afford to eat steamed buns with pickled vegetables. Linghuan was puzzled by Meng Xian's sudden recollection but replied, I remember. Meng Xian continued, at that time, you insisted on giving me all the money you had saved. I initially refused, but you said if I didn't accept, you wouldn't eat either. Linghuan chuckled. In retrospect, she realized how naive she had been, resorting to such extreme measures. However, she seemed to comprehend why Meng Xian had brought this up. Indeed, Meng Xian smiled warmly, since I accepted your generosity back then, I hope you will not turn me down now. At this point, Linghuan could not bring herself to disappoint Meng Xian. She nodded, and under Meng Xian's delighted gaze, they entered a jewelry store. The sales staff initially regarded the two students in their uniforms with indifference, merely offering a few perfunctory introductions out of professional courtesy. When Linghuan selected a crystal hairpiece priced over 10,000, and Meng Xin promptly paid with her card. The staff realized they were dealing with significant clients. The sales pitch instantly transformed into an enthusiastic endeavor. Ladies, we have many other popular pieces, feel free to search online. We also have a double points promotion going on, would you like to choose a few more items? Linghuan pondered for a moment. Perhaps not right now. The atmosphere at Longda High School was quite relaxed, with many students sporting jewelry. Particularly in the international class, most girls adorned themselves with exquisite makeup and various accessories, while several boys wore necklaces and rings. Linghuan appreciated beautiful jewelry but found it cumbersome to wear to school. For instance, wearing accessories while taking exams hindered her speed, and during physical activities, they proved inconvenient. Meng Xin nodded, suggesting they explore other stores. The staff, somewhat disappointed, escorted the two out. Regretting not being more enthusiastic upon their entry, young girls are often swayed easily, and perhaps they could have made greater sales. Not long after exiting the jewelry store, someone suddenly clapped Linghuan heavily on the shoulder from behind. Linghuan! Zhao Wenqing exclaimed boisterously, what a coincidence to find you here. Hearing his voice, both Meng Xin and Linghuan turned around. Linghuan frowned. Why are you shouting so loudly? You startled me. Hey, Zhao Wenqing chuckled. I thought it was quite a coincidence to bump into you and Meng Xin here. He had been hoping to challenge Linghuan in a game, eager to test a new combo. After school, he had sent her several messages, inviting her to play, but when she did not respond, he had given up and decided to buy a new phone case at Tianjin City after accidentally dirtying his old one. He never expected to encounter Linghuan here. You still haven't answered me, Zhao Wenqing pressed, why didn't you reply to my messages? Linghuan raised the shopping bag in her hand, exasperated. Didn't you see? I was out shopping with Meng Xin. Meng Xin gently explained from the side, I'm here to buy some gifts for Huan. She understood that although Linghuan often teased Zhao Wenqing, they shared a good rapport, hence her kind clarification. Oh. What did you buy? Zhao Wenqing casually inquired, glancing at the shopping bag. Upon recognizing the logo, his eyes widened in surprise. Did you just get this? Linghuan affirmed with a nod, puzzled by Zhao Wenqing's reaction. Although his family was not as wealthy as Meng's, he was still affluent enough not to react so dramatically to a logo. After all, the limited edition sneakers he wore were worth 5 figures. In the next moment, Linghuan was again astounded by Zhao Wenqing's thought process. He exclaimed. You wouldn't accept the 2,000 yuan necklace I gave you for your birthday, claiming it was too extravagant, yet you accepted something even pricier from Meng Xin? Linghuan replied. Meng Xin is different. Different how? Zhao Wenqing protested. I know she's your best friend, and you two are inseparable. But at least I am among the closest of your male friends, right? Linghuan was at a loss for words, unsure where his competitive spirit stemmed from. She had few male friends, and none were particularly close. Something like that, she replied vaguely. Then that settles it. Zhao Wenqing fumed. I must get you a gift as well. This time, you cannot brush me off with excuses about it being too expensive. Chapter 9 At 5:30 on a Monday afternoon, a sales associate at a luxury brand store in Tianjin City witnessed a remarkable scene. 3 youths, resembling high school students, were present. The boy on the left sported limited edition designer sneakers and a necklace worth several thousand yuan. The girl on the right adorned her hair with a seasonal hairpin from brand C and wore pink platform sneakers from brand G. In the center stood a tall girl, devoid of any branded attire, yet she was encircled by the other two, eagerly vying to pay for her purchases. Weren't you just planning to gift Huan a belated birthday present for her 17th? Meng Xin inquired, her brow furrowed, as she gently questioned. This is already the second item. Why are you still insisting on paying? Zhao Wenqing retorted confidently, who says a birthday gift can only be one? I wish to give 3 or 5, what's wrong with that? As a wealthy heir, Zhao Wenqing believed that showing kindness to friends meant either standing up for them in fights or treating them to gifts. However, ever since meeting Linghuan, both methods had become obsolete. Linghuan did not require his protection, she was strong enough on her own, never having lost a quarrel, and few dared to provoke her. Yet, when it came to receiving gifts, Linghuan was quite stubborn. Previously, she had refused any gift from Zhao Wenxing that exceeded 200 yuan. And only selectively accepted those below that threshold, leaving Zhao Wenxing feeling quite vexed. Finally seizing an opportunity, Zhao Wenxing was eager to make amends for past gifts. I see this store's perfumes seem quite exquisite, he mused, scanning the counter. With a grand gesture, he declared, Linghuan, choose whichever ones you like. Let us get 10 or 8 bottles. Linghuan stared at him in disbelief, her forehead nearly creasing in frustration. Did he think perfumes were for drinking? Why buy so many? With patience, she replied, I only accepted the hairpin because you mentioned wanting to make up for my 17th birthday gift. Please. Do not buy anything else, I do not want it. Meng Xin chimed in supportively, yes, Huan has said it's not necessary. Let me pay for this bottle of perfume. As she spoke, Meng Xin handed her bank card to the sales associate, who wore a smile and was about to accept it when Zhao Wenxing swiftly placed his card on top of hers, exclaiming, No. Use my card. The sales associate found herself in a predicament. Truthfully, she did not care who paid, either card would not affect her commission. However, based on her experience, wealthy young masters and mistresses often had the worst tempers. If she upset one of them, it would surely spell trouble for her as a mere employee. Thus, maintaining a polite smile, she inquired of Linghuan, Miss, what do you think? It was evident that among the trio, Linghuan was the one who made the final decision. Just as the sales associate finished speaking, both a male and female voice rang out simultaneously, use mine. Linghuan merely sighed. Meng Xin was not one to contend for anything. In truth, her character perfectly embodied that of a gentle heroine from a poignant romance novel, tender, kind-hearted, resilient, and untroubled by the world. In their high school, 3 students took turns each day to clean the classroom after school. One day, when it was Meng Xion's turn, the other 2 boys found an excuse to leave, leaving her to clean the entire classroom alone. Meng Xion said nothing, simply sweeping the floor by herself. It was Linghuan who noticed and went to fetch the 2 boys from the basketball court to help. That was the kind of person Meng Xion was. Sometimes Linghuan felt frustrated by her excessive patience. However, perhaps it was this complimentary nature that allowed them to remain friends. Otherwise, during the summer, when Linghuan, under the influence of the storyline, repeatedly uttered hurtful words to Meng Xion, she would have likely ended their friendship in anger. In Linghuan's memory, she had only witnessed Meng Xion argue with someone once. That time, someone had spoken ill of Linghuan, suggesting that Meng Xion should not associate with someone of such a temper, for it would lead her astray. Meng Xion had responded loudly, Huan's temper is not bad at all, you cannot say that about her. You should apologize. Therefore, today's scene was quite unexpected for Linghuan. Meng Xion was actually contesting with Zhao Wenxing over the payment, showing no signs of backing down. Naturally, Linghuan supported Meng Xion. With a firm gesture, she swatted Zhao Wenxing's hand away, all right, stop trying to join in. If Xion wants to pay, let her. The sales associate, fearing further complications, quickly accepted Meng Xion's card. Very well, we shall use this young lady's card for payment. Zhao Wenxing, realizing the situation, wore a pained expression. This is unfair. Linghuan replied, today was supposed to be a girls' outing. You insisted on tagging along. Zhao Wenxing sighed in resignation. Fine. I, as a boy, cannot compete with 2 girls. I accept my fate. Meng Xion chuckled at his exaggerated tone. Linghuan thought, perhaps Zhao Wenxing's presence was not entirely unwelcome. At least, seeing Meng Xion triumph over him brought her genuine joy. Linghuan was not particularly inclined towards shopping. Having received a hairpin and a bottle of perfume from Meng Xion, along with the hairband from Zhao Wenxing, which he claimed was a birthday gift, she felt satisfied. Thus, she decided to send Zhao Wenxing away. Didn't you say you wanted to buy a phone case? Why haven't you gone yet? Zhao Wenxing slapped his forehead. Oh. I completely forgot until you mentioned it. Suddenly, he recalled another matter. By the way, you still haven't answered me about tonight. Are we playing games? Zhao Wenxing, a student in the international class, had his future path meticulously laid out by his father, graduate from a mediocre school abroad and then returned to join the family business. Thus, despite being in his final year, he felt no urgency. He had no intention of taking the college entrance examination or applying to prestigious schools. He merely needed to ensure his grades were passable. Conversely, for Linghuan, the results of the college entrance examination were of utmost importance. Although today's homework was minimal and she had completed a significant portion during self-study, she still planned to study a bit more in the evening. For instance, she intended to memorize those English vocabulary words she had neglected over the summer. Linghuan honestly replied, "It depends, I might play, or I might not." After a moment's thought, she added, "Zhao Wenxing, I probably won't be playing games much this year. You should find a new gaming partner soon." Linghuan always believed in balancing study with relaxation. Even in her final year, one should allow oneself some leisure time. Occasionally indulging in games was not detrimental. However, the game she played with Zhao Wenxing, Xian Emoji Dao Online, was one of the most popular multiplayer online role-playing games in recent years. To maintain a satisfactory gaming experience, players needed to dedicate about half an hour daily to complete routine tasks. While half an hour did not seem excessive, for a third-year student, committing to that every day was quite a luxury. Thus, Linghuan decided to forego it for the time being. Zhao Wenxing was taken aback. As if he had not understood her words, huh? Their acquaintance had begun through this very game. When the second year started, Zhao Wenxing had been boasting about his combo techniques in the cafeteria, and Linghuan had overheard. She casually suggested, "Why not use Gale Step before executing Whirlwind Slash? The damage should be higher, right?" Zhao Wenxing felt quite displeased upon hearing this and immediately retorted to Linghuan, after days of deliberation, "I have finally devised the optimal combo. How could I possibly alter it so easily based on a mere comment?" However, upon returning home and trying out Linghuan's suggestion, he discovered that the damage indeed increased by 10% per second. Thus, Zhao Wenxing was thoroughly convinced. He lingered in the cafeteria for 3 days until he finally encountered Linghuan again, shamelessly requesting her contact information and gaming account. Two individuals who initially had no connection thus became acquainted and forged a friendship. Zhao Wenxing was baffled by Linghuan's sudden declaration of quitting gaming. "Why? We played together every day during summer break, how can you just abandon it?" Linghuan shot him a glance. "Not everyone has the luxury of having their schooling arranged by their family like you do. I need to focus on my studies and prepare for the college entrance examination." Zhao Wenxing then realized, albeit naively, "But you don't have to quit entirely. Can't you spare a little time to play?" Linghuan replied, "No, I don't have the time to complete daily tasks every day." "Ah, that's simple," Zhao Wenxing exclaimed, relieved. "I'll pay for a year-round professional player to help you. I assure you they will complete your daily tasks punctually. And they can even manage your weekly ones." After a brief pause, Zhao Wenxing cautiously glanced at Meng Xin beside him. "Just so you know, I suggested it first. So don't try to steal my idea." Meng Xin blinked. "Oh, alright." She wasn't familiar with gaming, having devoted her high school years entirely to studies and part-time work. Thus, although she was aware that her best friend was engaged in an online game, she had never taken the time to understand it, knowing only its name. However, Meng Xin now had an idea. Perhaps she should learn more about the game Linghuan played, so she could send her in-game gifts next time. Zhao Wenxing, oblivious to Meng Xin's thoughts, was simply thrilled to have finally bested her. "It's settled then. I'm worried you might change your mind. So I'll get a professional player for you as soon as I get home." Concerned about Linghuan potentially quitting, he promptly excused himself from lingering with her and Meng Xin, hurrying home to find a suitable player. With Zhao Wenxing's incessant chatter now absent, the atmosphere became considerably quieter. However, as the time approached mealtime, Linghuan noted a significant advantage of Longda High School compared to the public school she attended in middle school. The cafeteria served delicious, nutritious, and affordable meals. Before heading back, Linghuan asked Meng Xin if she wanted to buy a cup of milk tea from the nearby beverage shop. Linghuan adored milk tea but had only occasionally asked Meng Xin to accompany her in the past, knowing she was reluctant to spend money and did not want to constantly treat her. Now, she felt liberated from that concern. Both ordered a cup of milk tea. But given the shop's popularity, they would have to wait 10 minutes to retrieve their drinks. While waiting, they strolled into the adjacent dessert shop. Linghuan rested her chin on her hand, perusing the menu. She had a penchant for sweets and contemplated purchasing a couple of items to take back to the dormitory for a late-night snack. Suddenly, a familiar system notification echoed in her mind. Host, Meng Xin should be nearby. I have detected her presence. Linghuan frowned. In the next moment, another system voice infiltrated her thoughts, belonging to Meng Xin's narrative system. Miss, Meng Xin is currently in the dessert shop ahead, but Meng Qichuan is not present. Meng Mingzhu smiled. It seems my guess was correct. Meng Qichuan did not come to school to seek out Meng Xin. Indeed, in the minds of the Meng family, Meng Xin is far less significant than you, and Meng Qichuan is no exception. Having spent time with the host, the system had grasped Meng Mingzhu's psychology, understanding how to phrase things to please her. Unsurprisingly, Meng Mingzhu's smile widened further. You are right, Meng Xin, a delicate and foolish little flower of a heroine, can hardly compare to me. Yet, even if Meng Qichuan is not here for her, he might not necessarily be here for me either. That is indeed uncertain. But as a story traveler, you represent the greatest variable in this world, so the likelihood is quite substantial. With the system's affirmation, Meng Mingzhu's imagination began to flourish. As a narrative traveler, her primary objective upon binding with the system was to win over the male lead, Linghuan, and claim him from Meng Xin. However, Meng Qichuan was also an exceptionally admirable individual. Before arriving in this world, Meng Mingzhu had watched similar dramas, a beloved sister raised by her adoptive family developing feelings for her non-biological brother, ultimately uniting. She had reviewed Meng Qichuan's profile through the system. His appearance and physique were certainly on par with the male lead, Linghuan, and in her eyes, perhaps even slightly superior. Moreover, Meng Qichuan possessed a high intellect, having collaborated with classmates on a project at 18 to amass a considerable fortune, and graduating with a Master's degree from a prestigious university at 22. Not to mention, he inherited wealth from his mother, Chen Wanji, and had a stake in the Meng family's assets. If she could win Meng Qichuan's affection, having him willingly devote himself to her. The mere thought made Meng Mingzhu's lips curl into a smile. She instructed the system, please compile a detailed list of Meng Qichuan's preferences and share it with me when you have the time. I plan to pursue my dear brother while simultaneously conquering the male lead. What's wrong, Huan? Are you feeling unwell? Meng Xin inquired. Concern etched on her face as she observed Linghuan. Just moments ago, Linghuan had been intently studying the dessert menu when she suddenly began to frown, appearing quite uncomfortable. Linghuan seemed to snap back to reality, blinking. Oh, I'm fine. I was merely disgusted by the conversation between Meng Mingzhu and the system. The mere thought of Meng Qichuan potentially falling for Meng Mingzhu caused Linghuan's disdain for him to increase by at least 20%. This must surely be what they call hating the house due to the crow. Meng Xin remained slightly worried. Are you really okay? Your expression earlier didn't look good. Really, Linghuan reassured her. I just saw someone and felt a bit nauseated. As she spoke, she subtly tilted her chin toward Meng Mingzhu, who had just appeared at the entrance of the dessert shop. Her voice was intentionally pitched just right to ensure that Meng Mingzhu and her entourage could hear it. Instantly, Meng Mingzhu's expression shifted drastically. Chapter 10. This world resembles a tragic romance novel, where nearly everyone opposes the union of Meng Xin and Linghuan, and the Meng family stands firmly with Meng Mingzhu. Thus, upon her arrival in this narrative, Meng Mingzhu requires no effort to secure a natural ally. Her primary objective now is to win over the male lead, Linghuan. In the novel, after Meng Xin transfers to the international class, her opportunities to interact with Linghuan significantly increase, leading to the gradual blossoming of their feelings. Consequently, the first course of action for Meng Mingzhu upon her arrival is to persuade Meng Xin to refrain from joining the international class, thereby eliminating any future complications. It is at this moment that Linghuan unexpectedly appears, persistently obstructing her. Meng Mingzhu feels that since her arrival in this narrative, the person she detests the most is indeed Linghuan. It is perplexing how Linghuan, a mere insignificant character who barely made it halfway through the plot before exiting, suddenly possesses such a formidable presence. Were it not for her repeated confirmations with the system, Meng Mingzhu would suspect that Linghuan, too, is a traveler of this narrative. Upon seeing Yu Linghuan and hearing her earlier sarcastic remark directed at her, Meng Mingzhu struggles to refrain from losing her temper immediately. You. May I inquire if you harbor any prejudice against me? Why do you persistently target me? Meng Mingzhu approaches the two with a forced calmness. Yu Linghuan raises an eyebrow. Prejudice? Indeed. Meng Mingzhu fixes her gaze intently on Yu Linghuan. If memory serves, we have never crossed paths before. Could it be that? Her eyes drift towards Meng Xian. Is it possible that Xian has spoken ill of me? Implicitly. She insinuates that Meng Xian has been gossiping about her behind her back. Just as Meng Mingzhu finishes her statement, a short-haired girl who accompanied her chimes in, yes. Meng Xian, while Mingzhu is known for her good character in our international class, you must not allow personal desires to lead you into slandering your sister. The two harmonize their remarks, directing their ire towards Meng Xian. Given Yu Linghuan's formidable nature, it seems more prudent to concentrate their firepower on the less articulate Meng Xian. This was the strategy Meng Mingzhu had established with her companions prior to her arrival. As anticipated, Meng Xian merely moved her lips without uttering a word. Meng Xian herself is bewildered by her inability to defend herself in the presence of Meng Mingzhu, feeling as though an invisible force compels her silence. This sensation had manifested earlier during lunchtime, and now it resurfaces. Biting her lip, her eyes well up with tears. Suddenly, a warm hand envelopes hers. As someone who is perpetually cold, even in summer, Meng Xian's hands are always icy, unlike Yu Linghuan, whose warmth emanates from her vibrant blood flow. Feeling Yu Linghuan gently squeeze her hand, Meng Xian experiences a sense of reassurance, as if the oppressive force has lessened somewhat. I have never spoken ill of Mingzhu. Meng Xian asserts, her gaze unwavering as she addresses the short-haired girl who had spoken earlier. Never. The short-haired girl, taken aback by Meng Xian's intensity, stammers. Who knows if you truly haven't? Meng Mingzhu casts a disapproving glance at the girl. Incompetent fool, a mere glance makes you falter. It seems she must take matters into her own hands. Clearing her throat, Meng Mingzhu continues, Xian, I believe you never intended to speak poorly of me. Yet your friend's animosity towards me indicates. Before she can finish her thought, a clear and resonant female voice interrupts, Meng Mingzhu, you are mistaken. Meng Mingzhu's expression stiffens. Yu Linghuan states flatly, my disdain for you is entirely independent of others. She scrunches her nose in disdain as she glances at Meng Mingzhu. It is simply because every time you open your mouth, every single word you utter is utterly loathsome. After delivering this verdict, Yu Linghuan nods, as if summarizing, yes, you. In your entirety, are exceedingly bothersome. Meng Mingzhu feels her anger surging. Who does Yu Linghuan think she is? Throughout her life. Whether before or after her arrival in this narrative, it is the first time she has been so publicly belittled. Yu Linghuan has no right. I must obtain a suppression aura. Meng Mingzhu mentally screams at the system, realizing that to subdue Yu Linghuan, she requires a high-level aura. Exchange one for me. During the afternoon, she diligently completes tasks to accrue points. She must reclaim her dignity from Yu Linghuan. Your current points balance is 800. The price for the advanced suppression aura is 300 points. Do you confirm? Meng Mingzhu, infuriated, interrupts the system, yes. Do you not understand my words? I want to exchange now. Understood. With the chime indicating successful exchange resounding, a dark red aura envelopes Meng Mingzhu. Imperceptible to the ordinary eye. Yu Linghuan's brow twitches as she attempts to form words, and indeed, a burning sensation rises from her throat. This must be the power of the suppression aura. Seeing Yu Linghuan finally fall silent, a smug expression appears in Meng Mingzhu's eyes. After all, she is merely a cannon fodder character, and with just a flick of her aura, she can render Yu Linghuan speechless. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Meng Mingzhu steps forward. Gazing down at the seated Yu Linghuan, you have just started here. At that moment, Yu Linghuan turns to Meng Xian. The milk tea shop just notified me that our order is ready. Shall we go? Meng Mingzhu. Meng Xian nods, all right. She is not one to seek conflict, and if Yu Linghuan has decided to leave, she is naturally inclined to follow. Yu Linghuan stands, taking Meng Xian's hand. And they both ignore the words Meng Mingzhu is about to utter, walking straight out of the dessert shop. one step, then another. It finally dawns on Meng Mingzhu, who calls out after them, "Hey! I have not finished speaking. Stop." Watching their figures recede, Meng Mingzhu panics. What is happening, system? Why has my suppression aura suddenly failed? Why are they leaving? Miss, the aura has not failed. However, the suppression aura only ensures that the other party cannot refute, insult, or physically attack you. It does not prevent them from leaving. Meng Mingzhu stomps her foot, disregarding her noble demeanor, and hastens after them. She has spent a full 300 points. She cannot allow them to escape so easily. You Linghuan. Meng Xin. Meng Mingzhu pushes through. Wait for me. You Linghuan smiles at the milk tea shop staff. Order 2034. 1 red bean milk mochi and 1 strawberry crushed ice, thank you. Would you like it to drink here or take away? To drink here. Alright. The staff quickly prepares the 2 cups of milk tea, casting a disapproving glance at the impatient Meng Mingzhu. Please line up and do not shout, as it disturbs other customers. Meng Mingzhu. You Linghuan takes the milk tea, hands the hot cup with a straw to Meng Xin, and then takes a large sip from the cold one. Delicious. You Linghuan squints with pleasure. How is yours? Meng Xin, it's quite good. You Linghuan, let me try. Meng Xin hands over her cup, and You Linghuan naturally takes a sip. Meng Mingzhu, I say, you too. Oh dear. You Linghuan suddenly exclaims dramatically. It's almost 6 o'clock. We need to hurry back to school, the cafeteria will close soon. Meng Xin did not possess the nonchalance of You Linghuan, who could effortlessly disregard Meng Mingzhu. However, she was acutely aware that responding to Meng Mingzhu at this juncture would only exacerbate the conflict, a scenario she wished to avoid. Thus, Meng Xin merely cast a fleeting glance at Meng Mingzhu before nodding at You Linghuan, indicating her agreement. In Meng Mingzhu's eyes, that brief gaze seemed a provocation. Having endured countless instances of being ignored, Meng Mingzhu could no longer contain herself, uttering a profanity, you. The latter part of her sentence was silenced abruptly. The system has detected inappropriate language, violating the persona of the esteemed young lady, and has thus muted the utterance, deducting 100 points as a penalty. Meng Mingzhu? The forced silence contorted Meng Mingzhu's expression. You Linghuan nearly burst into laughter. It seemed there were advantages to being a mere supporting character. At least she could express her frustrations freely, unlike Meng Mingzhu, who was so stifled. Nevertheless, out of respect for Meng Xin's preferences, You Linghuan had significantly reduced her use of coarse language. Her ability to curse without vulgarity had become increasingly refined. Let's go, let's go. You Linghuan cheerfully linked arms with Meng Xin, exclaiming, time for dinner. Throughout the journey home, Meng Mingzhu's countenance remained dark and brooding. Observing her mood, the Meng family's driver refrained from engaging her in conversation. He recalled the recent addition to the household, Meng Xin. Unlike Meng Mingzhu, Meng Xin was consistently polite, never showing a trace of displeasure in front of her family or the staff. Her obedient demeanor stirred a sense of pity. The driver could discern that neither the Meng matriarch nor Meng's mother held any genuine affection for Meng Xin, otherwise he would not have been solely tasked with picking up Meng Mingzhu. He sighed silently, realizing it was not his place to speculate on family matters. After a 20-minute drive, the car halted at the entrance of the Meng villa. Upon entering, Meng Mingzhu spotted her stepmother, Wu Minli, approaching her. Mingzhu, you came back alone? Were you not supposed to bring Meng Xin home for dinner? Meng Mingzhu cast her eyes downward. Mom, I asked Meng Xin. But she not only refused to come back but also said she hates me. Wu Minli raised an eyebrow, about to inquire further when a hoarse yet authoritative voice interjected, unacceptable. At this reprimand, both Meng Mingzhu and Wu Minli turned to see the Meng matriarch, Tian Shuzhen, emerging from the room with her cane. Girls raised in poverty simply do not understand decorum, Tian Shuzhen remarked, her brow furrowed. That Meng Xin is truly outrageous. At these words, a flicker of triumph crossed Meng Mingzhu's face. Regardless of the circumstances, in the eyes of the Meng family, Meng Xin could never measure up to her. Tian Shuzhen's gaze swept the living room as she asked her daughter-in-law, where is Tianjiao? Why hasn't he returned yet? Wu Minli promptly replied with respect. Tianjiao has a club activity at school today and will be back later. Tian Shuzhen huffed disdainfully, none of them seemed to think it necessary to come home. It appears they disregard me, their elderly matriarch. Mother, you mustn't say such things, Wu Minli quickly soothed. Tianjiao has just entered high school. It's the perfect time for him to cultivate his interests. I assure you, when there are no club activities in a few days, he will return home immediately after school to keep you company. Tian Shuzhen lifted her eyelids and murmured in acknowledgement. Initially, she had looked down upon Wu Minli when she married into the family, believing her humble origins made her unworthy of her son, far inferior to his late wife. However, Wu Minli was articulate and adept at winning the old lady's favor, and soon after marrying into the family, she bore a son for the Meng family. Gradually, Tian Shuzhen accepted her daughter-in-law. For Tian Shuzhen, her greatest emotional support over the years had been her grandchildren, Meng Tianjiao and Meng Mingzhu. As her son Meng Renping was often absent due to work and her eldest grandson Meng Qichuan resided abroad. Seeing the old lady's expression soften, Wu Minli seized the opportunity. As for Meng Xian, you heard, today Mingzhu invited her for dinner, but she refused. This might. Tian Shuzhen's expression darkened. What does that little girl think she is, to act so high and mighty? Give me your phone, I will call her myself. Certainly, Wu Minli complied, signaling Meng Mingzhu. Quickly, Meng Mingzhu retrieved Meng Xian's number from her contacts and handed the phone to her grandmother. Given that elderly individuals often struggled with hearing, Meng Mingzhu thoughtfully activated the speakerphone. After 2 rings, the call connected, and Meng Xian's voice came through. Hello? It's me, Tian Shuzhen replied sternly. Grandmother? Yes. Tian Shuzhen's tone was severe. Meng Xian, Mingzhu has asked you to return home for dinner tonight. Why do you refuse to come? The girl on the other end hesitated for a moment. Grandmother, I didn't refuse. You didn't refuse? Tian Shuzhen raised her voice. Mingzhu has already informed me. She invited you for dinner, yet you not only declined but also spoke ill of Mingzhu. Grandmother, I truly didn't know. Meng Xian, Tian Shuzhen furrowed her brow. Mistakes are permissible, but what is essential is the ability to acknowledge and rectify them, rather than quibbling. Silence fell on the other end of the line. Tian Shuzhen interpreted this silence as acquiescence and was about to continue admonishing her granddaughter when she suddenly heard a familiar voice on the phone. It was Meng Mingzhu speaking. Tian Shuzhen paused, realizing this must be a recorded message, as the real Meng Mingzhu was right beside her. The recording played. I ask you. When I instructed you to teach Meng Xian a lesson during gym class, did you take action? As the recording concluded, an almost palpable silence enveloped the Meng family's living room. Chapter 11. 10 minutes ago. Linghuan returned to her dormitory to drop off her shopping bags before heading to the cafeteria with Meng Xian for dinner. The cafeteria at Longda is well regarded, offering a variety of both Chinese and Western dishes that have received unanimous praise from the school's faculty and students alike. However, during the evening, the cafeteria is frequented primarily by resident students and is not as bustling as at lunchtime, with only a few service windows open. As Linghuan and Meng Xian waited in line for stone pot bibimbap, they engaged in light-hearted conversation. With so many windows in our school cafeteria, even a pizza counter, why don't they open a dessert window? Linghuan inquired, recalling the dessert shop they had visited earlier, which had received good reviews from neighboring Sholi Middle School. Perhaps they lack a suitable supplier? Meng Xian pondered thoughtfully for a few moments before responding. Huan, are you craving a dessert window? Linghuan chuckled, no. I just happened to think of that dessert shop we went to earlier and mentioned it casually. Meng Xian often took her offhand comments to heart. And this earnestness was a trait that could be viewed as both a virtue and a flaw. In the menu of the dessert shop, Linghuan had seen several items that piqued her interest, and she had intended to buy some to take back to the dorm as a late-night snack. Unfortunately, her thoughts were interrupted by Meng Mingzhu, and she had forgotten about it. With the cafeteria relatively empty in the evening, they waited less than a minute before it was their turn to get their meals. Linghuan ordered a stone pot bibimbap with tuna, while Meng Xian opted for the beef version. They found a vacant table, and before they could settle in, Meng Xian's phone rang. Linghuan, engrossed in mixing her rice, initially paid little heed to the call. However, upon hearing Meng Xin refer to the person on the other end as grandma, she began to listen more attentively. Meng Xin's grandmother spoke loudly, even without the speakerphone. Linghuan could roughly catch the conversation. Linghuan soon felt restless. Knowing Meng Xin as she did. If Meng Mingzhu had indeed called her back for dinner, Meng Xin would surely be reluctant to refuse. While Meng Xin might endure being wronged, Linghuan's fiery temper could not tolerate it. Thus, she set down her chopsticks and began to rummage through her phone files. During the break after gym class, when Tang Jingdan had called Meng Mingzhu, Linghuan had recorded the conversation, initially intending it for emergencies. Little did she know it would come in handy so soon. Once she found the recording, she turned the volume up to the maximum and held it up in front of Meng Xin. The recording of Meng Mingzhu's words was broadcasted through the phone speaker into the Meng household. After the recording played, Linghuan pretended to be surprised. It seems I accidentally dialed the wrong number. My apologies, Xin, please continue with your call. Meanwhile, in the Meng household, Meng Mingzhu was frantically conversing with the system. As she heard the first few words of the recording, she realized something was amiss. However, the situation unfolded too rapidly. By the time the sentence finished, she had no opportunity to react. I need to exchange for the forgetting potion. If Meng Mingzhu's conversation with the system could be overheard, her scream would have echoed throughout the living room. Insufficient balance. Your point balance is 400, while the forgetting potion costs 500 points. Exchange failed. The forgetting potion allows one person nearby to lose the last 5 minutes of their memory, due to its powerful effect. It is among the most expensive items in the points store. Upon hearing the cold, mechanical notification, Meng Mingzhu's face turned pale. Indeed, she had spent 300 points at the dessert shop to obtain a high-level suppression aura and had lost 100 points for behaving inappropriately. Now, she was just short of the required points. Meng Mingzhu regretted her impulsiveness. If only she hadn't exchanged for the suppression aura in a fit of pique. She wouldn't be in this predicament now. Realizing that the path of exchanging items was blocked, she had to rely on herself. Taking a deep breath, she prepared to explain but was silenced by a gesture from Tian Shuzhen. Tian Shuzhen motioned for silence and then asked into the phone, Meng Xin. What was that recording just now? Was it an audio of Mingzhu talking to you? Grandma, Is it or isn't it? It is. Tian Shuzhen closed her eyes, remaining silent for 2 seconds before opening them again. When she spoke, her tone had softened considerably. Grandma understands that you have your grievances. But regardless, we are your family, and you must come home. Tian Shuzhen continued, how about this? This Friday, your father will return from his business trip. Come home early that evening, and we can have dinner together as a family and talk things over. After hanging up, Tian Shuzhen cast a stern look towards her granddaughter. Meng Mingzhu. Although she usually maintained a strict demeanor, her expression softened around the grandchildren she had raised since childhood. However, at that moment, her gaze held an unusual intensity. Seeing this, Wu Minli spoke up, Mom, she had barely uttered a word before Tian Shuzhen cut her off. You need not involve yourself in this matter. I will speak with Mingzhu privately. Yes, Mom. Wu Minli understood that any further comments would only exacerbate the situation, so she acquiesced. Giving Meng Mingzhu a meaningful glance as she left, make sure to apologize properly. In the spacious living room, only the elderly lady and Meng Mingzhu remained. Meng Mingzhu instinctively clenched her fists, her meticulously manicured nails digging into her palms, causing a dull ache. It was certain that no matter how she explained herself, her image in her grandmother's eyes would undoubtedly be affected. Fortunately, she still possessed a trump card, the bond forged over the years with Tian Shuzhen. This was something Meng Xin lacked and thus her greatest advantage. Meng Mingzhu inhaled deeply, pressing her nails into her palm once more, tears welling in her eyes. With a quivering voice, she began, Grandma, actually, I had a quarrel with Meng Xin today. She said she is your true granddaughter. And I am merely someone who has lived with you for over a decade, nothing more than that. As she spoke, her voice broke further, hearing that was truly heartbreaking. Which is why I asked a friend to help me vent during gym class. With that, Meng Mingzhu raised her right hand, her voice tinged with emotion. I swear. I only asked my friend to say a few words about Meng Xin, I did nothing else. Meng Xin is perfectly fine. After school, she went shopping at the mall and bought a lot of expensive things. Today, at Tianjua City, Meng Mingzhu had seen Yu Linghuan carrying several shopping bags adorned with logos. And it was clear they had been purchased by Meng Xin. She instinctively mentioned this detail, perhaps subconsciously believing that her grandmother would disapprove of Meng Xin's extravagant spending. However, the response was not as she had anticipated. Tian Shuzhen did not pursue the shopping matter but spoke slowly. Mingzhu, I know you've been wronged regarding the issue of accepting Meng Xin back into the family. Meng Mingzhu felt a surge of hope, indeed. Her grandmother was on her side. However, the next words from Tian Shuzhen made her heart sink once more. But Meng Xin carries the blood of the Meng family. While you have been raised by the Meng family, you are sisters, you should not be envious of her nor should you seek to bully her. I didn't enough. Tian Shuzhen's tone was resolute, leaving no room for argument. You should return to your room, tidy up, change your clothes, and prepare to come out for dinner. After Meng Mingzhu left, Tian Shuzhen closed her eyes and let out a deep sigh. Mingzhu had grown up under her watchful eye, and she could overlook some minor faults. Children of this age, especially those pampered since childhood, often possess numerous flaws. Even if Meng Mingzhu had lied today, Tian Shuzhen could understand. Suddenly, an additional presence in the household left Mingzhu feeling uneasy, fearing that her cherished affection might be usurped, an entirely human sentiment. The bond forged over more than a decade would not dissipate due to a single deception. Yet today's events led Tian Shuzhen to realize that the veracity of Mingzhu's words in the future might warrant skepticism. Even the emotional outpouring she had just witnessed from Mingzhu might not be entirely truthful. Nevertheless, given that she had nurtured her granddaughter for over 10 years, the sight of her tear-streaked face made it difficult for her to continue her harsh judgments. As these thoughts crossed her mind, the image of Meng Xin surfaced in Tian Shuzhen's consciousness. This young girl, of the same age as Mingzhu, appeared considerably more fragile. However, in the 2 months since she had been reclaimed by her family, Tian Shuzhen realized she had never seen Meng Xin shed a tear. When she learned that Meng Xin had agreed to dine at the Meng residence this Friday, Yu Linghuan felt disgruntled. The elderly matriarch of the Meng family seemed to have lost her sense of reason, merely accepting Mingzhu's account and reprimanding her own granddaughter over the phone. It was evident that when Meng Xin returned home, without Yu Linghuan's support, she would likely face undue hardship. The system informed Yu Linghuan that Meng Xin's return to the Meng family for dinner was a pivotal plot point, thus ensuring her agreement. Any attempts by Yu Linghuan to thwart this would not only be futile but could also provoke a backlash from the narrative forces at play. However, there was a glimmer of good news. When Meng Xin spoke with her grandmother, Yu Linghuan once again glimpsed that ethereal halo. This indicated an increase in Meng Xin's awakening value. Yu Linghuan surmised that only significant plot developments involving family or the male protagonist would trigger such changes. The last increase in Meng Xin's awakening value had been associated with Mingzhu. And as for the male protagonist, that remained unverified, merely speculation on Yu Linghuan's part. The system then revealed that it could now ascertain Meng Xin's awakening level, which stood at D grade. Although the system indicated that D grade was still rather low and of limited utility, Yu Linghuan felt elated. Achieving D grade on the first day suggested that C or B grades, or even higher, were not beyond reach. Host, do not set your expectations too high. Even reaching C grade would only allow for resistance against minor plot points. Only at B or A levels could Meng Xin truly alter the main narrative. And it is only upon reaching S that she would attain complete freedom. That's alright. Yu Linghuan remained optimistic, recalling that a journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step. Just like her first monthly exam in the first year of middle school, where she ranked over 300, she had gradually improved, ultimately securing a spot in the top 10 by the time she reached her final year. After dinner, Yu Linghuan returned to her dormitory and took out her homework. On the first day of school, the teachers were lenient. By 9 o'clock in the evening, she had completed all the assignments left unfinished during the self-study period. After finishing her homework, she retrieved her vocabulary book to begin memorizing the assignments left by her summer English teacher. The vocabulary consisted of approximately 3,500 words, a significant portion of which she already knew. Her poor performance in the afternoon's examination was partly due to the challenging vocabulary included in the paper. Therefore, she set a daily goal to reinforce 120 words. A manageable task that would allow her to review all the vocabulary before the monthly test at the end of September. Upon completing today's vocabulary study and lifting her head, she noticed the clock had struck 10. Stretching her limbs, she picked up her phone to find Zhao Wenxing had inundated her with numerous messages. The first 10 were updates on his progress in finding a game booster, demonstrating his remarkable initiative as he began reaching out while returning from the mall. Soon, he had secured a daily booster to complete tasks on her account, perfectly timed with her class schedule. During the summer, they often took turns logging into each other's accounts. And since Zhao Wenxing already knew her login details, there was no need for her to worry, the handover had been completed seamlessly. At 8:15, Zhao Wenxing sent a message informing her that today's routine tasks had been completed. The subsequent messages were all inquiries about whether Linghuan could join him in the game. Chapter 20, The Brightest Star in the Night Sky, come on, log in. Waiting for you to spar at the gate of Wanjing City. Chapter 21, The Brightest Star in the Night Sky, it is already 9 o'clock. And you have yet to finish your homework? Is there truly this much work on the very first day of school? Chapter 22, The Brightest Star in the Night Sky 10 o'clock. Aren't you coming? Upon seeing numerous messages, Linghuan couldn't help but admire Zhao Wenxing's persistence. Are you still there? I can hop on the game for a little while now. Within 10 seconds, a reply swiftly came back. I'm here. Come. I'll be waiting for you at the entrance of Wanling City. Linghuan took out her gaming laptop and entered her account credentials. The computer was not inexpensive. It was purchased with her own savings and allowances, a reward from her mother for performing well in her high school entrance examinations. However, after 2 years of use, the laptop had begun to lag. It took Linghuan 6 minutes to boot up and log into the game. During which her phone buzzed with several notifications, she could easily surmise that it was Zhao Wenxing, impatiently urging her. This guy, coming from a wealthy family, owned a high-performance desktop and could not fathom the struggles of gaming on a laptop in a dormitory. During holidays, Linghuan and Zhao Wenxing typically communicated via voice chat while gaming, but given the late hour and her current dormitory setting, she opted for text instead. Once she logged into her character, she first glanced at the quest list. As expected, several daily tasks had already been completed by the reliable hired player Zhao Wenxing had found. Upon teleporting to Wanling City, she immediately noticed a flamboyantly dressed male character leaping about, showcasing his abs. Shortly after, an invitation from Yanqing Warlord to engage in a duel popped up. Linghuan clicked to accept. 2 minutes later, a wail echoed from the Zhao family villa several kilometers away. Why is this new combo completely ineffective? I died even faster than last time. Moments later, an irate female voice bellowed from outside, Zhao Wenxing. What time is it? Stop your howling and get to bed. Meanwhile, in the girls' dormitory, Linghuan touched the cooling vent of her laptop. This darn computer, how can it start overheating after just a few minutes of gaming? The next moment, there was a knock at the dormitory door. Linghuan called out to enter, and saw Meng Xin peeking in. What's up? Linghuan asked, just say it. I'm not busy. Meng Xin replied, Huan, I wanted to ask, what model is your gaming computer? Chapter 12 Linghuan blinked, a computer? Meng Xin nodded with a hint of embarrassment, I'm sorry, I don't really understand electronic products. You might have mentioned it before, but I can't recall. Linghuan waved her hand dismissively, gesturing towards the single bed beside her, there's no need to apologize. Please, have a seat. Although she was not fond of others sitting on her bed, it was different for Meng Xin. As Linghuan typed on the keyboard, she instructed Meng Xin to wait a moment. On the computer screen, a half-naked male character began to frantically jump from side to side, incessantly sending out second-round duel invitations. Linghuan first sent a private message to Zhao Wenxing, I'm a bit occupied, please wait a moment. Then she turned to Meng Xin. This computer is from L's gaming series, I believe the model is, what was it again? 4. Something? I've forgotten. Why the sudden interest? Are you thinking of buying a new computer? Longda Middle School promotes a blend of traditional and digital teaching methods, providing each student with a computer. Although the specifications are not top-notch, they are certainly adequate for learning. Linghuan had purchased an additional gaming laptop specifically for gaming, while she typically used the one issued by the school for her assignments. Meng Xion's gaze flickered slightly. Sort of. Linghuan inquired. Are you looking to buy one for studying? This was not uncommon at school, especially among international class students. Many found the school-issued computers insufficient and would spend tens of thousands to acquire better laptops. For those in the international class, the price of a designer outfit or luxury bag could easily cover several computers, and they were not particularly concerned about the expense. Meng Xian hesitated momentarily before responding. Linghuan remarked, I bought mine specifically for gaming, so it's not really a good reference. If you're looking for a study computer, I can recommend a few. No. It's fine. Meng Xian interjected anxiously, I just want, Linghuan raised an eyebrow in confusion, what's going on? You're not usually this hesitant when you speak. Meng Xian lightly bit her lip, and after a few seconds, her gaze wandered as she said, it's my brother. He said he would gift me a computer. I already have a Fruit brand computer for studying, so I want to buy a different type. Oh. Linghuan's brow furrowed slightly, your brother. To be honest, hearing Meng Xian mention Meng Qichuan elicited a sense of distaste in Linghuan. The overly sweet term good brother that Meng Mingzhu had used when discussing strategies with Meng Qichuan lingered uncomfortably in her mind. Although she rationally understood that Meng Qichuan was innocent in this matter, the thought of him potentially getting together with Meng Mingzhu made Linghuan feel slightly nauseous. However, since Meng Qichuan was Meng Xian's biological brother, and it was evident that Meng Xian held some affection for him, Linghuan felt it was best not to display her distaste too overtly. Alright, let me take a look, she said. Meng Xian's demeanor appeared somewhat peculiar. But Linghuan thought it unlikely that she would deceive herself. She dismissed the thought and decided that since it was Meng Qichuan footing the bill, there was no need to be frugal, she might as well choose the more expensive options. After all, gaming laptops could serve purposes beyond gaming, so it wasn't a waste. Linghuan promptly opened a shopping platform, searched for relevant keywords, and sorted the results by price from high to low. After filtering through the options, she commented, this one, and this one are all excellent, they're the top configurations among gaming laptops. I'll share the links with you, and you can choose whichever you prefer. Okay. Meng Xian's expression brightened with relief, I'll go home and select one. Huan, you're still gaming, so I won't disturb you any longer. Bye. With that, Meng Xian waved and gently closed the dormitory door behind her. Upon returning to the game interface, Linghuan found her private messages flooded by Zhao Wenxing. Fire Star War God, where are you, sis? Fire Star War God, I've been waiting for you for a full 2 minutes. Fire Star War God, it's been 3 minutes. Linghuan was momentarily speechless, clicking the central button on the screen to accept the dual invitation. After the countdown, she unleashed an attack skill. The half-naked male character on the screen hesitated for several seconds before releasing his first skill. But he still succumbed to the swift depletion of his health bar. The private chat was once again inundated with messages. Fire Star War God, dude. How did you play so sneakily? I wasn't ready. Fire Star War God, come on. I'll definitely win the next round. Within 10 minutes. Excluding the initial ambush, Linghuan had defeated Zhao Wenxing 4 times. When the 6th duel request appeared, Linghuan promptly declined. She messaged Zhao Wenxing, I'm done for now. I need to wash up. Besides, with your current skill level, the result would be the same if we played 5 more times. Brightest star in the night sky. Brightest star in the night sky, no need to be so blunt, sis. Brightest star in the night sky, alright, let me go practice hard. And we can have a rematch. Linghuan initially intended not to reply further but reconsidered and added, oh, and don't provoke Meng Mingzhu. In the novel, Zhao Wenxing is a character with even less presence than Linghuan, the author never even mentioned his fate. However, with Meng Mingzhu currently being the favored daughter of fortune and bound to assist him, Linghuan thought it prudent to remind him to avoid unnecessary trouble. Brightest star in the night sky, why not? You hit her yourself, and now you want me to avoid her? Linghuan. I said that was misinformation, I didn't hit her. Linghuan, in any case, just stay away from her, no questions asked. After sending the message, Linghuan stood up, gathered her toiletries, and headed for the shower. Meanwhile, at the Zhao family villa, Zhao Wenxing clicked his tongue, disregarding Linghuan's caution. A private message popped up from his classmate, Yuan Chiwei. Obsessed for brother, the one you just dueled with, is that the master you've been talking about? Obsessed for brother, her skills are indeed impressive. Obsessed for brother, have you seen her in person? Is she really a girl? It wouldn't be a guy playing a female account, would it? Zhao Wenxing rolled his eyes dramatically. Not just a girl, but a girl from our own school. He really wanted to tell his classmate that this so-called master was none other than Linghuan. However, he had promised Linghuan not to divulge the secret to anyone. And it weighed heavily on him. He speculated that Linghuan might be concerned about the news reaching their teachers. After all, her class was the most academically rigorous in the school, where even early relationships would lead to discussions with the administration. With regards to gaming, which could potentially impact studies, the school was particularly vigilant. Unlike their international class, where as long as they refrained from kissing during class, no one seemed to care about romantic relationships. Just like Meng Mingzhu, who seemed glued to Qinghan, yet the homeroom teacher never uttered a word. Fire Star War God, why would I lie to you? Of course she's a girl. Obsessed for brother, is she pretty? Fire Star War God, what does her looks matter to you? Get lost. Zhao Wenxing certainly thought Linghuan was beautiful, big eyes, high nose, an oval face, an absolute vibrant beauty. However, he had no intention of revealing that to Yuan Chiwei. Having a good understanding of male intentions, Zhao Wenxing immediately recognized what Yuan Chiwei was after and shot back with a retort. With Yuan Chiwei's average looks, he was hardly a match for Linghuan. After responding to Yuan Chiwei with a hint of annoyance, Zhao Wenxing returned to his gaming guild. Hoping to study some combos before bedtime, aiming to reduce Linghuan's health by 3/4 in their next match. The following morning, Linghuan sleepily turned off her alarm clock. On the second day of the new academic year in senior year, when I opened my eyes, I was greeted not by the familiar ceiling of my home, but rather by the stark white walls of the dormitory, which felt somewhat disorienting. Unlike the relaxed atmosphere of the international class, the students in the college entrance examination department were required to attend morning self-study sessions, mandating their presence in the classroom by 7:30 each morning. Although the homeroom teacher might not always arrive on time to check attendance, the prospect of being caught tardy would inevitably lead to a reprimand. Linghuan and Meng Xin shared a close bond, having spent nearly every lunch and dinner together throughout their 2 years of high school, with breakfast being the sole exception. Meng Xin was accustomed to rising early, heading to the cafeteria for breakfast before 7 each day. In contrast, Linghuan preferred to savor a few extra minutes of sleep, willingly foregoing breakfast in favor of rest. As a result, Meng Xin would purchase an additional breakfast each morning to bring to Linghuan, allowing her to enjoy her meal on the way from the dormitory to the teaching building, while Meng Xin would read aloud English vocabulary with her headphones on. The dormitory was situated quite a distance from both the teaching building and the cafeteria, making the round trip from the cafeteria back to the dormitory and then to class an arduous 10-minute detour. Initially, Linghuan had suggested several times that Meng Xin need not go to such lengths, assuring her that she could simply skip breakfast. However, each time, Meng Xin resolutely rejected her suggestion, insisting that skipping breakfast was detrimental to one's health and that she did not mind walking the extra distance. Linghuan found herself unable to persuade her otherwise. At this hour, Meng Xin should have already gone to the cafeteria. Linghuan took her toiletries to the washroom on the floor, where she encountered her classmate, Yao Qian. The boarding students in class 1 of the senior year numbered no more than 10, with even fewer girls, Yao Qian being one of them. However, they were not particularly close, as Yao Qian had a better rapport with another boarding girl in their class. Exchanging a brief greeting, Linghuan began brushing her teeth in front of the mirror. Midway through, she noticed that Yao Qian had not left after finishing her own routine and seemed to be watching her with a look of hesitation, as if she were on the verge of saying something. Disliking the notion of leaving words unspoken, Linghuan spat out the foam and inquired, "What's the matter?" Is there something on my face? No, no, Yao Qian hurriedly replied. After a moment's hesitation, she continued, it's about what happened after school yesterday. I overheard Linghuan and a few boys from our class making a bet. Linghuan raised an eyebrow, intrigued. Does it involve me? Yao Qian nodded. He said that when you go to class today, you will definitely be wearing the watch that Meng Xin gifted you yesterday. As well as showing off other things you bought at Tianyu City. Tianyu City was conveniently located next to the school, making it common to encounter acquaintances. It was not surprising that news of their shopping trip had spread, especially since Meng Mingzhu had brought her classmates along to find them. Linghuan responded with a mild "oh," thinking to herself that these boys were rather trivial. Despite all being in the same grade, she perceived that most of the boys in her class were more immature than the girls, particularly those like Linghuan, who reveled in brotherhood. The only male classmate who struck her as more mature than his peers was the top student, Song Qian. She had heard that, like Meng Xin in the past, Song Qian came from a modest background, which might explain his precociousness. Casually, Linghuan asked, what was the wager? Yao Qian replied. It seems that if you go to class today without wearing anything that Meng Xin gifted you, Linghuan will have to frog jump around the soccer field at noon. Chapter 13. On Tuesday morning at 7:20, Linghuan yawned as she entered the teaching building. The first class of the day was English. After ascending to the 4th floor, Meng Xin headed to the English teacher's office. With her commendable academic performance and exceptional role as the English class representative, Teacher Zhang was particularly fond of her, often enlisting her assistance. Linghuan walked into classroom 1 of the senior year alone, purposefully avoiding any distractions as she made her way to her seat and set down her backpack. Her deskmate, Song Qian, had already arrived and was engrossed in a book. Linghuan glanced at the cover. It was neither a textbook nor one of the recommended supplementary materials by the teacher. Indeed, the reading list of a prodigy diverged significantly from that of ordinary students. As with the previous morning, they exchanged no words, not even a glance. However, a boy from across the aisle greeted Linghuan. Good morning, Sister Huan. The boy, Ji Song, had been her deskmate last semester and now sat to the right behind her, in front of Linghuan. With fair skin, delicate features, and a height slightly over 1.7 meters, he appeared nearly equal in stature to Linghuan. Due to his appearance, Ji Song had often faced ridicule from less than kind boys throughout his life. Linghuan had once defended him against such mockery, and since then, their relationship had blossomed, though, more accurately, it was Ji Song who had developed an unwavering admiration for Linghuan, frequently addressing her as Sister Huan and often volunteering to run errands for her. Linghuan smiled faintly, replying, Good morning. Ji Song inquired, Why isn't Meng Xin with you? Linghuan responded, She went to Teacher Zhang's office. Ji Song continued, Oh. By the way, I heard you and Meng Xin went to Tianyu City after school yesterday. What did you buy? As soon as he spoke, Linghuan felt several gazes converge upon her. It seemed many classmates were interested in this matter, especially Linghuan, who had also arrived early. Nothing much, Linghuan replied. Just wandered about and picked up a few small items. Ji Song asked, Didn't you bring anything today? Linghuan shrugged, No, why? Ji Song elongated his tone. Turning to Linghuan behind him, Brother Wen, Linghuan didn't bring anything today. Linghuan shot him a glare, Mind your own business. A smirk of mischief crossed Ji Song's face. Yes, it's my fault for prattling on. But about that bet from yesterday, is it still on? He had overheard the wager made by Linghuan and a few boys, and although he had intended to remind Linghuan, he had forgotten amidst his homework. Linghuan had also mocked Ji Song for his femininity, and Ji Song held on to that grudge, deliberately stirring the pot. Right. Another boy chimed in, I almost forgot. Brother Wen, it seems you'll be frog jumping at noon. Linghuan retorted, How could I possibly back out? Ji Song immediately interjected. A man's word is his bond. Our Brother Wen would never go back on his word. As the banter continued, Linghuan's expression grew increasingly contorted. He couldn't fathom why someone would neglect to bring along expensive gifts and luxury items. If his father had bought him a luxury watch, he would want to flaunt it every hour of the day. Brother Wen, you're not actually going to renege, are you? Someone asked as Li Hongwen remained silent. Well. Li Hongwen clenched his teeth, steeling himself, I shall jump. I, Li Hongwen, keep my promises. He concluded that he could not lose face in front of his classmates. For the sake of pride, he accepted the challenge. Linghuan seized the opportunity to tease. What time are you planning to jump, before or after lunch? If I'm free, I might come watch. Li Hongwen. Linghuan. Li Hongwen's face turned a shade of green with frustration. Are you doing this on purpose? What purpose? Linghuan raised an eyebrow. Oh. And remember to have someone record the jump, otherwise, who would know if you completed the distance? Jitsung volunteered, I'll do it. This is my forte. After a flurry of commotion, Li Hongwen dejectedly dropped his pen on the desk, still grappling with the reality of having lost the bet. Seated to the right and behind him was Zhao Qian. As their eyes met, Linghuan winked at her, and they both smiled. The bell rang, signaling the start of the morning self-study period at 7:30. The students settled into their seats. Linghuan took out her vocabulary book, preparing to start her memorization task early. Throughout the earlier commotion, Song Qian had remained untouched, silently focusing on his own reading. After a moment, Linghuan softly apologized, sorry for the noise. I didn't mean to disturb your reading. Song Qian's body paused slightly. Just as Linghuan thought he would ignore her and had begun to read, she heard a calm, it's all right. The first class of the day was English, followed by Chinese with their homeroom teacher, Lao Qin. After a brief break, there would be 2 consecutive math classes. The math teacher, following the English teacher's lead, conducted an impromptu quiz before the official lesson, leading to a chorus of groans from the class. Fortunately, mathematics was one of Linghuan's strengths, and this time, she fared much better than in yesterday's vocabulary test, successfully answering all the questions. After 4 classes in the morning, Linghuan and Meng Xin went to the cafeteria for lunch. Passing by the playground, they found Li Hongwen already engaged in his frog jumps, with Jitsung recording the event nearby. As Linghuan approached, Jitsung flashed her an OK sign. Don't worry, I'm recording it, I'll ensure brother Wen jumps the full 400 meters. At noon, the campus buzzed with activity, filled with students heading to the cafeteria or picking up takeout at the school gate. On the playground, Li Hongwen's antics attracted a fair amount of attention, especially from students who had just finished their physical education class. Among them was Meng Mingzhu's class, International Class C. Mingzhu, I truly envy you, exclaimed a short-haired girl beside her. Xinghan is so handsome, tall, and excels at basketball. Only he is worthy of you. Hearing this, a hint of shyness crossed Meng Mingzhu's face. Don't say that, Xinghan and I aren't even in a romantic relationship. Don't be so modest, Mingzhu. The girl teased, everyone knows you two are childhood sweethearts, and your families have arranged a betrothal for you. If Xinghan isn't yours, then who is? A slight smile crept onto Meng Mingzhu's lips as she refrained from answering. Xinghan was indeed hers, but Meng Mingzhu closed her eyes, envisioning another tall and handsome figure, her nominal older brother, Meng Qichuan. She was determined to win over both men, otherwise, how could she justify the opportunity bestowed upon her by fate to traverse this narrative? Just as Meng Mingzhu was lost in her daydreams, a sudden scream pierced the air, followed by a sharp pain in her knee. The unexpected collision threw her off balance, and she stumbled to the ground. Ah! Meng Mingzhu cried out as she fell, angrily lifting her head. Before her stood a tall male classmate, equally astonished. He stammered. Are you out of your mind? Meng Mingzhu shouted without thinking. Don't you watch where you're going? If you're blind, go get it treated. The international department allowed students to wear casual clothes, so almost no one donned the school uniform. The boy who had collided with her was in a senior uniform, clearly not from the international class, suggesting he lacked any significant background. Therefore, Meng Mingzhu spared no harshness in her words. Li Hongwen was equally incensed. Who was not watching where they are going? Li Hongwen had just hopped halfway around the playground, drenched in sweat from the oppressive heat, his legs aching and his mood irritable. Upon hearing Meng Mingzhu's harsh words directed at him, he reconsidered his initial intent to apologize, straightened his posture, and glared at her furiously. You are the one with a problem, he retorted. A normal person would pay attention while running on the track. Why are you careening about like that? Meng Mingzhu stared at him in disbelief. What did you say? I said you are utterly deranged. Linghuan bellowed. I was minding my own business hopping here, and you, without looking, crashed into me and then blame me. Meng Mingzhu shrieked back, how dare you say that? Do you even know who I am? I don't care who you are. Linghuan declared defiantly, hands on his hips and a fierce expression on his face. Even if you were the king of heaven, you owe me an apology today. Otherwise, you won't be leaving. As she exited the playground, Meng Mingzhu trembled with rage. She had been inexplicably knocked to the ground by a boy and then berated without cause. In the end, intimidated by his imposing stature, she reluctantly muttered an apology. Feeling utterly humiliated. Her newly bought clothes were now dirty, her palms scraped, and she felt thoroughly disheveled. Were it not for the presence of onlookers, she would have burst into tears. A girl beside her offered consolation, Mingzhu, don't be upset. We can find out that boy's name and tell your father to take care of it. Meng Mingzhu gritted her teeth. How dare he treat me this way? If I don't avenge this, I am not a Meng. Just as she was lost in thought, a panicked female voice called out, Mingzhu, there you are. It was Tang Jingdan, who had been eager to apologize for the trouble she had caused the previous day. After being scolded by Meng Mingzhu, she had been unable to reach her. Not in the same class, she had spent the morning trying to approach her without success. Mingzhu, I'm sorry. What happened yesterday was my fault. Seizing the opportunity, Tang Jingdan rushed to explain, it's all that you Linghuan's fault, I was deceived by her. Can you ever forgive me? Meng Mingzhu, already in a foul mood, glared at Tang Jingdan, who had indirectly caused her embarrassment at home. Get lost. Tang Jingdan was momentarily taken aback but quickly followed. I truly didn't mean to get you recorded. It's all my fault for being so foolish. If you forgive me, I will let you scold me however you wish. Having grown accustomed to Meng Mingzhu's arrogance, she knew she had to swallow her pride for the sake of her family's business ties with the Mengs. Meng Mingzhu initially wanted to continue dismissing her, but seeing Tang Jingdan's submissive demeanor, she suddenly changed her approach. All right, she said, rolling her eyes. After school today, you go and create some trouble for Meng Xin and you Linghuan. I will teach you how to do it, and if you do well, I might consider forgiving you. At 4:45 in the afternoon, after a long day of classes, the homeroom teacher finally announced the end of school. The homework was not too burdensome. And Yu Linghuan, yearning for a treat, decided to visit the Tianyue City dessert shop after discussing with Meng Xin. She had been thinking about it all day since she couldn't indulge yesterday due to Meng Mingzhu's interruption. As they arrived at the school gate, they caught a bus that took them directly to Tianyue City. The dessert shop was positioned as mid to high-end, slightly pricey, and typically not too crowded. Today being a weekday, only one employee was seen behind the cash register. Yu Linghuan stood before the display case, murmuring, everything looks delightful, but we don't have a fridge in the dorm. And if I buy too much, it will go bad. She turned to Meng Xin for help. Which one do you think I should buy? No saying they all look good. Meng Xin hesitated, as she rarely indulged in such treats and wasn't sure what was good. After a brief pause, she pointed to a pink dessert. That strawberry pancake looks appealing. Before she could finish, a shrill voice interrupted, oh dear. The illustrious daughter of the Meng family can't even distinguish between types of desserts? The labels indicating names and prices were prominently placed in front of the desserts. And the sign for the strawberry pancake was slightly askew, positioned between two desserts. Tang Jingdan, addressing the two girls, continued with a mocking tone, Meng Xin. The one you just pointed to is a strawberry daifuku, the pancake is on her right. How could you not know this? Is it because you've been too poor to ever try these? Meng Xin fell silent, and seeing that she had no retort, Tang Jingdan pressed further, oh, how pitiful. At 18, you still don't understand this. Where was your unfortunate grandmother when you were growing up? However, she was unable to finish her last sentence. Suddenly, her vision went dark, and a cold, sticky substance with an odd aroma was flung at her face. Chapter 14 Should one become a ghost, possessing a semblance of consciousness? The essence of their existence transforms. Yet, they remained fearful of humans, akin to insects that shun the light of day, hiding in the shadows, evading detection like a rat scurrying across the street. Ma Chao suddenly realized that his own impulsiveness had precipitated this unfortunate predicament. By the way, Linghuan, what of you? When shall you wed? Though Sister Wanqing has departed, this young lady appears quite promising, do not let her down. Ma Xiuying added. This endeavor seeks to intertwine the bloodline of the witch clan with that of the human race, thereby preserving the legacy of the witch clan through a method akin to reincarnation. Qin Luo understood that this was likely the suggestion of Hutu, and it could only be accomplished with her assistance. Now, with everyone gone, he was left with but 2 tokens of remembrance. Lu Xian had initially intended to accompany these items to the grave, but he felt that their presence was akin to the lingering essence of those departed. However, once matters were resolved, he resolved to relinquish this sentiment. Shang Yunbai merely shook his head from the sidelines. Had he possessed the foresight back then? It would have undoubtedly been for the best. Yet, given the current circumstances, remaining in this state would yield little benefit, and he had indeed exerted all his efforts. Meng Xin eyes brimmed with tears as he presented a pair of swords to Lu Yu and Li Wanqing, imbued with high hopes. The present situation, however, was profoundly lamentable. Feng Lingyun expended nearly all his internal energy to heal Shang Qingyu, compounded by his own severe injuries, though he had regained some strength over the past 2 days. In comparison to Qumofeng's boundless true power, he now resembled but a trickling stream. The energy surged and collided, prompting Feng Lingyun to stifle a groan, his visage paling to an extreme. 2 helicopters were dispatched, one proceeded to the Dochang on the roadway, while the other made its way to a scrap car factory. Before the special police's armored vehicle arrived, they had already escorted Dochang, Xingkai, Do Miao Miao, Lu Yang, and Lu Yang's mother and grandmother back to the Provincial Public Security Bureau. At the forefront of the procession, Zhang Xiong laughed heartily, dismissing the tiger leopard riders with disdain. Zhao Yun, Huang Zhong, and Chu Wei remained silent, yet their gazes were sharp, having already discerned the vulnerabilities of the tiger leopard riders. With no other recourse, the group could only depart, some gradually retreating to conceal themselves, presumably awaiting the emergence of the witch Tian. A crate filled with gold nearly failed to be loaded onto the carriage, while the weighty gems and silver had indented the ground significantly. The horses had yet to pull the cart when the wheels succumbed to the pressure and cracked. Indeed, Yan Shu spoke the truth. Zhao Zhen had long received reports regarding the Yingtian prefecture, which overwhelmingly praised Yan Shu's achievements. Even the official tasked with overseeing the governors lauded him, a rarity in the Song dynasty's provincial capitals. Upon learning that Sun Shangxiang was willing to marry him, Wu Shun agreed the next day to adopt Zhuge Liang's strategy. At that moment, the door gently swung open, revealing Xiao Qiuyu, who entered with breakfast. Her cheeks were flushed, and she cast a furtive glance at the beauty resting upon the bed as she placed the meal down. However, the cost of such endeavors was immense. Should one consume the Tongtian fruit and ascend to the status of Tongtian Supreme, their cultivation would forever stagnate. Let us depart, this place is no longer safe, Zieten remarked, her eyes scanning the surroundings with vigilance before urging the group onward. Suddenly, her gaze sharpened, catching sight of a youthful figure at the summit of the valley. Woo 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 woo. Wu Yudi. The elder master of the Yin sect appeared horrified, his body trembling uncontrollably as he recognized Wu Di's visage. Creak. To her surprise, the door to Yang Fan's bedroom was unlocked, and Yulisai easily pushed it open. No. My lord. Upon hearing Xiao Lang's cold words, Qi Qinshan felt a wave of despair wash over her. This was not how it was meant to be. It was all the words of Lady Lian. If not for her, father would not have assumed the need to take risks for her claim to the position of princess. Within the entire abandoned island, countless demons and monsters lurked, a sight both shocking and overwhelming. It could be said that there were no fewer than several dozen supernatural beings among the demon and monster ranks, concealed within hidden formations, seemingly awaiting some mysterious event. Mian raised his right hand, and the war drums began to rumble. A general of the Xiongnu, clad in a grey wolfskin coat, slowly emerged from the ranks, raising his wolf-toothed club, and eyed the approaching commander of the new army with a derisive smile, galloping forward to engage him in battle. Meanwhile, Zhang Qi, who had intended to assist Yang Fan, found himself momentarily halted, realizing his concerns were unfounded. He dismissed the ice spear from his grasp and leapt off the platform, feeling a sense of relief wash over him. "Mommy, I never knew them, nor will I ever." The champion uttered expressionlessly, his demeanor causing Hu Sisi great pain. She had selfishly allowed him to grow, and should this incident distort his character, she would regret it for a lifetime. Hearing Yang Fan's taunts, the short and stout fellow felt discomfort arise within. Was he not just a beggar? What could he possibly have to sell? Yet, despite these thoughts, his outward demeanor shifted. Xiao Caifu felt a jolt in her heart. Even if she were stubborn or indifferent, she still followed him out of the room after Tsang Jinling stepped out. Chapter 15, The world knows the goodness of immortals, yet only the beloved wife cannot forget. You speak of kindness daily in life, yet upon death, you depart with others. Li Xingyan found himself perplexed, pondering who was secretly aiding Gu Heng and Li Yufeng. Long Tianming and Situ Beiyan remained prime suspects, though Li Xingyan currently lacked concrete evidence. Yi Xian fell silent for a moment, nodding in understanding of Mo Shoyo's actions. He had never considered himself a moralist. Knowing defeat was imminent, must one await death? While Niali was in meditation, a mysterious force suddenly erupted from the map of mountains and rivers. Startled, Niali hurriedly gazed into the map, where he beheld a blazing inferno, akin to a sun, engulfing the landscape. With mastery over Bagua Palm and Xingyi boxing, and possessing an upright demeanor, Zhang Lu was uncertain if such an actor could be found. These thoughts emerged unintentionally, yet once sparked, Li Yi realized they warranted serious contemplation. Zhong Haoqing nodded, reflecting briefly before retrieving her phone and dialing a number. Originally, Lisa intended to discuss this matter upon his return, but unexpectedly, Zhao Xing's performance in Washington captivated her attention entirely, leading to an unfortunate fallout. Following this, Zhao Xing promptly departed from New York, and the matter was left unresolved. With a triumphant grin, Tony seized the opportunity to tease Leo, cherishing the rare moment of rendering him speechless, as retribution for frequently receiving black glasses from Leo. Rita clenched her fists tightly, hoping the teacher had prepared something this time. Among the few holy battle angels, she possessed the gentlest temperament. Yet her tone now resonated with helplessness and resentment towards the current state of affairs, as her diligent efforts yielded only harsh realities. Die. Focus fire on their priest. Hu Pzh roared, charging forth like a gust of wind towards Mingyue. How intriguing. As he spoke, the light beam in Xianglong's hand thickened, repelling the magical light column propelled by Fuxi. The brisk wind propelled thin clouds, infusing the floating chamber with a refreshing chill. As the orange-glowing Zongyun horse adjusted its balance amidst the high-velocity airflow. In the years following the turmoil, this place had briefly reopened. But it ceased to do so years ago, as those who once resided here gradually returned. Upon hearing this, Irina felt a surge of emotion, since her return home. She had struggled to face her parents, having ignored them in the grand hall that day. The reasons were manifold, yet the most pressing was her current state of disgrace. Sanders, Bowles, Black, Gasol, Love, Martin, Noel, and others extended their hands, overlapping densely. Within the cabin, Xianglong listened to the discussions, feeling a mix of comfort and conflict. He was uncertain whether revealing their identities to Wendy and the others was right or wrong, nor did he grasp the nature of Irina's unease. What is happening here? Qingtelii was equally perplexed. Had Lu Dajin unexpectedly altered the plan and introduced an extra fox? The sound was faint, echoing softly through the room, seemingly humming an old tune. The melody was somewhat familiar to her, having lingered for several years. Initially, Zhou paid little heed to the song, assuming it was merely a neighbor or street sound. She rolled over and continued to sleep. Tomorrow, you will be responsible for the hospitalization of Xia Zhen and Qin Feng. I believe they will not come empty-handed, so you shall need to take care of it, He Xiang said with a light pat on Dongfeng Xuanyu's shoulder. Clearly unwilling to dwell on the Yun family's invitation, Lu Qi refrained from mentioning Chu Tianling's name, but upon its utterance, the pent-up frustration within Li Mujuan ignited violently, leaving him utterly shattered. The exertion of mental abilities before reaching their peak incur significant depletion each time. Lu Qingshan and Qi Weiran had not only become a couple but had also experienced love, culminating in their own fruit of affection. Isn't it group that flees in the face of danger? Someone derisively laughed. Xia Chuyi, listen to me. Do not believe anything. regardless of what you are currently experiencing or what has transpired. Do you hear me? Xia Chuyi, do you hear my words? Qingyu spoke intently to Xia Chuyi's hollow gaze, articulating each word deliberately. With a comfortable sigh, I suddenly felt someone tugging at my clothing. I opened my eyes to find someone squatting before me, attempting to place my bun into their mouth. How could such a foolish demeanor possibly relate to the so-called essence of the universe? Chapter 16. Then came Mao Mao, who approached Cheesy Han with a jug of wine in hand. Hello, my name is Mao Mao. You are truly beautiful, he said with a smile before stepping aside. Not bothering to shake hands with her. Scattered across the Dragonbone wilderness, the multicolored dragon tombs became a battleground fiercely contested by the Western Expeditionary Army and the Black Dragon Legion. Aside from the Ruby Palace, firmly under the control of the Red Dragon, the other locations remained quite troublesome. Is it the script that I must strive for? If the game fails to attain the status of a masterpiece, is it then the fault of those who remain? Long Yun pondered, finding no clarity in his thoughts. He decided to summon Jia Su, believing it wise to consult him directly. That's not it. I devised a plan that will significantly reduce the amount of homework in the future. Long quickly shook his head in explanation. Time passed quietly, and 3 days later, a cultivator burst out of the training chamber like a bat out of hell, skimming across the surface of the lake. Dark clouds gathered in the sky, heralding the arrival of thunderous might, as a bolt of lightning descended from the heavens, marking the onset of the celestial tribulation. This sensation was familiar to him. He had felt it when the Lich tormented the souls of others, as if their very essence could extinguish at any moment. Yet, he had never personally experienced such dread before, and a wave of fear washed over him. Die! Roared the furious Taomu, his right hand raised high, conjuring a massive sphere of black energy that erupted with a thunderous explosion. My dear, let us first use some ice water. Yun Lian gently tidied a few stray strands of hair around her mistress's face before fetching a lacquered tray filled with a cup of ice water. Tuobushan understood that the emperor was displeased. This was not the Taihua Palace, thus, the decorum did not need to be as formal as during court rituals. Nor was it necessary to address him as Your Majesty. Perhaps Cao Cao was correct. It was possible that the latent dangers lurking within the Han dynasty would soon erupt, with the vortex centered in its imperial capital, Luoyang. Of course, this required experimentation. The crossbows aboard the naval vessels could launch cluster grenades up to 400 or 500 meters away at a commendable rate of fire. All it required was to simultaneously pull the pins of the grenades with a rope as they were launched. Caught off guard, Lu Shui hastily dodged, but ultimately, a strange insect shot her in the shoulder. She let out a soft whimper and fell, while the insects that had ambushed her crumpled to the ground, lifeless. Jing Er and Chao Ge chatted and laughed as they returned to their room, instructing someone to notify the nurse for wound dressing. Since there is none, I shall arrange for military deployment. Pei Renji, draw 50,000 troops from the Luoyang headquarters. Yang Yi observed that everyone shook their heads in agreement, thus commencing the personnel arrangements. Suddenly, amidst the blaring horn, the Jin soldiers appeared, carrying siege ladders. Xiao Ming realized that once a large number of Jin soldiers mounted the walls, the Song army would be unable to withstand them. He ordered the bronze cannon to be brought up, aiming it at the densely packed enemy heads, and took command of the cannon himself. Shall we go wash up? Yi Junxian patted Su Han's blanket, seeking her consent. After sweating profusely the day before, a bath seemed necessary, yet she appeared reluctant to bathe with him. Whether out of habit or shyness remained a mystery. These commoners, presented with such a golden opportunity to ascend to greatness, would never willingly relinquish it. Even if faced with mountains of blades and seas of fire, they would grit their teeth and leap forward, considering it merely a journey of 1,000 miles. Not to mention the disgrace, the Chu family would also suffer repercussions. Could Chu Shao bear such a burden? Chu Yan discovered that even when standing before it, the creature hardly inflicted any harm upon him, merely a living target. However, he noted that it possessed a health pool of 7,000. Pizai Chao spotted a tall figure approaching from outside the marketplace. Initially, he dismissed the newcomer, but upon meeting the piercing gaze of Min Dongfang, he quickly understood that the visitor bore ill intent. Contemplating, he thought the business was thriving today. The grape stall across from him was bustling with customers. If sales continued like this for 3 days, he could establish a permanent presence here. After mulling it over, De Huang finally confronted this commercial legend in a financial magazine. Though only a blurred profile was visible. In a moment of clarity, she seemed to deliberately evade the topic. Yet, a single remark from Gu Jiu plunged her back into despair. The doctor and his assistant exchanged glances, both filled with dread. Uncertain of what madness Gu Jiu might unleash next. It was as if he were not the most esteemed man in the entire Great Yu, but rather an ordinary individual who understood both compassion and care. Lu Na used her spiritual sense to probe the child's spiritual roots. Surprised to discover that he possessed a mutated lightning attribute, she gazed at the child with tenderness. Jian Man observed everything. Noting how Mutu returned to Rongyu with a heavy heart, gently lifting and then setting down an object, feeling a sense of injustice within. The child glanced at the remaining schedule of the IG competition, realizing a terrifying truth. He quickly signaled to Miller, who, as a longtime partner, understood the implication immediately. Thanks to the enhancement of Jian Man's attire, she garnered numerous gazes upon entering, receiving awe and admiration during her performance. Once she concluded, even the expressions of Mochi and the Empress displayed approval. "Driver, I am doing my homework, please stop here," Gu Ling sensed the driver's goodwill and pointed outside, while also paying him. Chapter 17. Before a door of black iron, which bore the marks of time with its pitted and rusted surface, stood a figure. Despite the passage of 1,000 years, the door remained an imposing sight. "No, master. Please allow me to explain. I was merely jesting. The things found online are often said in jest. How could you take them seriously?" Lei spoke as he retreated. Due to Yang Guang's prior instructions, Zhou Luoho found it inappropriate to act against orders. Thus, early the next morning, he prepared and accompanied Yang Guang out of the city towards Mount Tiantai. The northern wilderness was a desolate expanse, devoid of any vitality, even the hardiest of wild grasses refused to thrive there. The celestial tomb was exceedingly tyrannical, awakening only once every 10,000 years. At that moment, the flames in the furnace had long since extinguished, and the yurt felt as frigid as snow. The cave mirrored this chill. 20 meters away, a ceramic figure appeared above Jiang Wangyue, fists clasped and spear raised, ready to strike down upon him. Guojia paused momentarily before continuing. The two construction companies from Party B have accumulated extensive practical and managerial experience over the years. The company possesses large-scale, internationally advanced modern equipment and has cultivated a top-tier technical team globally. "Commander, my subordinates from the Two Immortals Mountain sought out Master Luo, but were informed by a child from the mountain that he has been invited down and is currently untraceable," Yan Qing reported to Linghuan. Countless epochs have elapsed since Pangu's creation of the heavens. In the present primordial world, myriad races flourished, with the mightiest being the Jinwu divine clan from the Sun Star, the Shura demon clan from the Blood Sea, the Witch clan from Mount Buzhou, the Huashu human clan beneath it, along with the Feng, Long, and Qilin clans, among others. The young Taoist in white possessed an extraordinary demeanor, equanimous yet cold, lacking in frenzy but infused with indifference. Niarong was merely a domain lord. Yet his status as a 4-star member indicated that he possessed at least the strength of an invincible king. At that moment, dozens of thick, broken iron chains hung down from about 10 meters above the ground. After a detailed observation, Liao Dongfeng suddenly understood the purpose of the chains and the circular lock's bent plate. Just as Su Yan was about to kiss Lin Hualu, a furious roar from the sword sacred echoed in his mind. "Plan successful. What are you staring at?" Parakegia asked, perplexed by Luca Leo's gaze fixed upon her. During lunchtime, a man placed dish after dish of prepared delicacies onto an elongated dining table, waiting patiently. The exquisite aromas filled the air, yet the table remained devoid of company. Days passed, and Shanzi's condition visibly improved. Although his wounds had not healed, they were slowly scabbing over, and he appeared more spirited. Invisible threads seemed magnetically drawn to the long sword, and with a gentle flick of Lin Jing's hand, all the threads snapped simultaneously. "Wait, could you possibly be the green caterpillar that defeated Lariolasis?" I exclaimed in astonishment. "Has the caterpillar attained sentience?" "I can believe that," Zayayozi nodded. Although he was unclear about the specific reasons behind the current war erupting in Yuzhou, he could surmise its implications. Thus, He realized that it would be unrealistic to attempt to slay the top-tier experts of the Baibo mansion and the three sects there. What conditions could exist without a shadow? The answer is simple: absolute darkness. In absolute darkness, shadows have nowhere to hide. Fool. I merely referred to her as the Kunlun fairy. When did I say she was Suyuma? The agitated individual retorted. Mu Chendong decided to venture inside. If he were the sect master of the Xuanzi sect, he would certainly choose the best vantage point in the dining area to oversee everything, ensuring that no matter what transpired at the concert, nothing would escape his notice. Upon seeing this, Chen Ting's expression hardened. He sensed the terrifying power of Liu's attack, which would be insurmountable for any innate martial arts master. Zhou Kai smiled broadly. Isn't it so? An older man and a younger one exchanged transcontinental calls, with Zhou Kai enduring immense pressure, eager to share his thoughts regardless of the exorbitant phone bill, chattering for over 10 minutes. Hello, my name is Wanyang. It's a pleasure to meet you. Jiao Wanyang smiled gently, her voice as warm as jade, clear and melodious. The brief time spent as an instructor was both fleeting and memorable for Kita, yet he realized a day had slipped by, while he longed for the stars. Although the value of the return to origin pill was substantial, it was insignificant to Chen Teng, who had over a dozen bottles of it within his spatial ring. Upon hearing this, Qiao Chen felt a sudden determination, commanding the ancient bell to tremble violently. The rolling sound waves surged forth in waves, crashing heavily towards the tendrils. Qin Fengming fixed his gaze intensely upon him, filled with disappointment, dissatisfaction, pain, and struggle, rendering Maja speechless. He could only lower his gaze, unwilling to meet her eyes. Maja remained silent, pulling his luggage into the airport, only to hear someone call out excitedly, Maja, with a tone brimming with enthusiasm. The man in shattered armor remarkably raised his spear to block the formidable force of the Terra stone greatsword. The shadowy figure's body split in two upon hitting the ground, twitching uncontrollably, its long form writhing like an earthworm. With 170 individuals as the backbone, they could at least muster a force of 3,000 soldiers. However, unexpectedly, after a brief phone call, Qin Shi's expression darkened. Chapter 18 1,500,000 gold coins? How audacious of you to ask for 1,700,000. Rubino glanced at Bilky with a cold scoff. In that moment, Jing Qing found herself shedding tears, unsure whether they were for Su Wenwen or for herself. The astonishment was not confined to her classmates. Huang Yu, seated beside Han Ku, also felt a shift. Though he had just seen Han Ku that morning, he now perceived a profound change in the boy who had once been his companion for over a decade. With a single shot, Han Ku obliterated Ouyang Xiaohua's arm. The sinister figure suffered a similar fate, his leg exploding into a mist of blood, his face contorted in a silent scream of agony. Does this hotel harbor other spirits? Han Ku pondered, wondering if it was haunted by more than one ghost. With a gentle sigh, Fan Kong expressed a sense of resignation and helplessness. The old tortoise, tormented by unbearable pain, trembled in fear as he witnessed Nanfang's mocking gaze, groveling and sweating profusely. The rusted iron sword lay across his back as Bai Jian's indifferent gaze swept over He Yun and the others, pausing momentarily on Lin Liang, where a flicker of surprise emerged in his otherwise impassive eyes. The kiss lingered for 5 minutes, though merely a gentle touch, Kerr melted into Lin Yang's embrace, their only communication the rhythm of their breaths. It was not until Lin Yong gently released Kerr that she almost stumbled, unprepared for the sudden absence of support. The culinary delights aboard the dining car were plentiful, from creatures soaring in the sky to those crawling on the ground, and even those swimming in the water. Not a single delicacy was overlooked. Jiao found himself in a quandary. On one hand, the prospect of profit was enticing, yet on the other, he lacked the 5 hearts needed to proceed. Coupled with the terrifying strength of the 9-tailed Jinchuriki, it was indeed a tormenting dilemma. However, seeking treasures was no simple feat. The ground was littered with countless bones, making the quest for the remains of a formidable warrior incredibly arduous. I shall refrain from recounting the chase, which consisted merely of pursuing while hurling insults and boasting, eventually giving up after several streets. Qing Yi leaned against a tree, eyes shut in slumber. Mei Er tiptoed over and sat beside her, quietly observing this half-sister. After Meng Kuer, along with Chen Nan and others, ventured into the perilous abyss of death, she lost her senses, ensnared by desire. Confronted by Chen Nan's allure, she was witnessed by the nameless demon and 8 other skilled youths. After narrowly escaping the deadly realm, a mixture of shame and anger fueled her resolve to eliminate Chen Nan. As anticipated, it wasn't long before Shui Shuriwei emerged from the water, still bearing that frosty yet captivating demeanor, swinging her azure tail with effortless grace. Tianya, I hope you cherish those precious memories of ours, as I do. Luo Chenzi said gently, tapping his forehead with a tender smile. If she is willing to listen. Upon hearing Garen's words, Dukeo took a gamble. Knowing Garen's connection to the power of the galaxy granted him the right to converse with Kerr. What are you bringing me here for if we are not to discuss? Hannah remarked, signaling to the naval officer beside her to track the source of the signal. At this moment, I realized how wise it was to swiftly return the assets transferred from the group after being moved by He Zealan. A silver snowstorm blade, thousands of feet long, emerged. And Su Tian stepped forth, brandishing his weapon in a horizontal slash that cleaved through the void, stirring the winds and clouds. Do you wish to verify my identity? Xing Yuan turned, unangered, but his eyes betrayed a hint of admiration. Huang Fuqingyu, lost in thought, recalled the deceased crown prince, rumored to have held a special regard for the second prince. With golden light shimmering in her eyes, Shen Qingru scanned the vicinity, confirming that no formidable foes were fixated on Thunder Valley. Seeing Li Dia cursing while slapping Ran Hongdo, the sound of her palm echoed sharply. Unity was easier when Shen Xi was unconscious. He had placed her in the comfortable confines of Shichi for recuperation, and she had made no objections, often visiting to administer acupuncture. Moreover, the recent bountiful harvest from the farm allowed her to extract a significant amount of vegetables from the space, preventing an early depletion. Night Marquis suddenly reached out, stroking Lan Yu's hair, meeting her delicate gaze filled with concern and regret. This individual radiated an aura of invincible sword intent, complemented by his 14 billion refining prowess, sharp as the divine sword that cleaves the heavens. As the group stepped into the luminous circle, the drifting white light resembled a flurry of snowflakes, cascading through the void. Reveal your true strength, the time for testing has passed. And it's time to showcase your genuine abilities. Baiyu declared, inhaling deeply as his internal energy surged, healing the wounds sustained in battle, his already formidable presence intensifying. Upon emerging from the depths, Wang Nuo recalled Su Jiyue's words, this is no secret, as major financial institutions took action, the yen's recovery was a likely scenario. If Japan could withstand it, they would stabilize the depreciation, if not, a surge was inevitable. Will you assist me in robbing the general's residence? Are you daring enough? I smiled meaningfully, causing He Wei's expression to change abruptly, while Yue Tang gasped, nearly spitting out the juice she had just sipped. It matters not. If this is indeed the case, then my being outmaneuvered is simply due to my own inadequacy. Mo Jin replied with a faint smile, a glimmer of insight flashing in his eyes. Now that the spirits possessed the means to counteract those two powers, his involvement could very well lead to their complete eradication. Rest assured, I will not abandon you. This fellow is a monster, I believe it is best for us to leave post-haste. You go ahead. And I will cover your retreat. Luo Feng glanced at Yi Qiu'er, only to find her regarding him with disdain. Chapter 19 Master Tang, is this truly real? I feel as if I am ensnared in a dream, Yu Bandi remarked, still unable to fully trust the unfolding reality. Xuanwan, what troubles you? Wei Qing, standing beside her, seemed to sense her unease and cast a puzzled glance in her direction. The alchemical arts of the human race had long since waned. Could this young man genuinely concoct a pill capable of healing Qinya? A voice filled with skepticism arose from the powerful families. How absurd. Who knows how long such a treasure remains effective after being plucked? His princely robe billowed without wind, rustling like a banner. The golden dragon embroidered on his chest seemed to leap forth, expanding to a majestic length of 100 feet, its golden scales shimmering. Claws poised in a display of formidable divinity. Yet, in the next moment, he was left aghast, his eyes widening in horror as he witnessed Qinggu unleashing spiritual energy. A tempest sweeping through Longfeng Mountain. However, Tang Luoluo and Su Qingchuan, as loyal subordinates, maintained their silence in the face of such a spectacle. Yi Huan spoke slowly. As terrifying bolts of thunder coalesced in his hand, the resounding brilliance embodying an unfathomable power that sent ripples of trepidation through the hearts of all present. Objectively speaking, Gu Qianma's assertion bore a semblance of truth. Yan Jia was well aware of Yang Qiqi's thoughts but dared not voice them. His words of comfort were far from perfect, leaving him to silently accompany her. After several rounds of drinks and a feast of flavors, Zhou Chu and Yang Qing were flushed with merriment, their camaraderie resembling that of brothers. Should Taiju offer to lend a hand, she would gladly accept. However, she also needed to devise a means to rescue Taiying, ensuring Taiju did not seize the throne. I understand. Leng Wuchen seemed disinclined to hear her explanation, though he recognized Lin Hanqi's adeptness in winning hearts. Li Dania took the booklet, glancing at its contents, which simply stated, compiled by the National Security Bureau of Huaxia. Thus, she could only obediently allow the Empress to embrace her, suppressing her ire. Nevertheless, her gaze flickered as she contemplated how to inform the Empress that Ah Feng had withheld her favorite items. Guangbao had been striving to suppress the turmoil. Yet the calamity thunder represented the might of heaven. The divine will was omnipresent, beyond his capacity to quell. How beautiful, how alluring. Just behold that profound D-colletage. It must be at least a D-cup. The entire class of boys momentarily ceased their laughter, their mouths watering at the sight. The ruthless intrigues of the palace had not ensnared Ah Feng. The years of solitude had genuinely shielded her, allowing her to grow normally, becoming Ah Feng rather than Tianfu or any other princesses. Lin Yu swallowed hard, intent on seeking Zhou Chu's forgiveness, yet his phone rang. At this moment, Tang Lanhui's warmth and brightness contrasted starkly with Mu Jihan's indifference and disregard. Displeased that Pei Juanhao refused to collect her rent, she took it upon herself to buy groceries, enthusiastically inviting him to dine together, even preparing the meal herself. Yu Linglong gazed at Mu Shifeng's departing figure, refraining from intervening. After all she could do was convey the truth to him. As for other matters, she could offer no assistance, being merely a first-level realm king with a singular power. Uncertain of the elder's thoughts, the area beneath the stone cliff was strewn with rocky formations, an abundance of stones everywhere. Yet he was a swordsman, renowned for his formidable combat prowess, and fearing the prolonged passage of time, Lin Qingwan also made her appearance. Others could not perceive the souls, but Su Rui could. And it was precisely this ability that left her astounded as the demon lord casually grasped and extracted swathes of souls, casting them towards the unconscious team members like scattering beans. They were too preoccupied to inquire further, hastily bidding farewell as they boarded their vehicles, their hearts yearning to return home. Having camped outdoors once during their journey, they finally arrived back at Su family village 5 days later, just as dusk fell. Having just met Huang Xian today, they were not yet well acquainted, and I had not harbored high expectations. However, to my surprise, Huang Xian readily agreed without hesitation. She sat in the boat, clad in dark garments, cradling her mother's ashes, watching as the city gradually faded from her view until it finally melded with the horizon. After a while, feeling less dizzy, she hesitated to open her eyes too quickly, first moving her numbed fingers, then cautiously cracking her eyes open to ascertain her surroundings before fully awakening. Senior Zhou, this matter is indeed a fault of the Mo family. I hope you can forgive us. At this moment, Mo Wudao could only swallow his pride. For Zhou Banshan was a figure of the same era as the ancestors of the Mo family. The two remained vigilant, closely following the red fruit. Apart from the fruits ahead, they sensed no unusual spiritual energy. This trial was perilous, with death looming should they falter. Only those from the Yushan clan, aware of the inner workings, would never divulge a single piece of information. When they stormed into Kaidi's dormitory, this fellow had been sound asleep in bed. Even after being informed of Linghuan's intention to leap from the building, he appeared utterly unresponsive. Yet, across the entire bloodline, the number of experts at the princely level could be counted on one hand, each having lived for hundreds or even thousands of years. Stephen, considered a genius among the bloodline, had ascended to the marquis level within 3 centuries. However, achieving the princely rank was likely beyond his lifetime. The commotion in the hall had quieted considerably, with many editors, models, and ostentatious individuals no longer lingering, casting either intentional or unintentional glances in this direction. The unfolding events grew increasingly bizarre, leaving Hongguang perplexed, uncertain of the true purpose behind these occurrences. Though Lu Suyun suspected Su Xiaoyan, receiving confirmation still made her heart skip a beat. Sun Min felt somewhat disheartened, casting a glance at Li Wei. She then bowed to me in respect before lowering her head and exiting. Chapter 20:020 After Zhang Youqiong sent Xin Chao to school, he resolutely arrived at the county committee, knocking heavily on Lu Ying's door. The wind stirred the world, and the clouds rolled in all directions. Amidst the astonishment of the crowd, the cold voice of Yun Shitian emanated from the shadows. After all, the only ones truly harmed by that incident were she and Su Weimiao. Mo Zishi merely needed to find a way out. Third brother? A familiar voice called from behind, and the third brother turned stiffly, only to see a girl half sitting on the bed. Who else could it be but Heiress? Cats possess a peculiar sensitivity, and those that feast on the deceased are even more attuned to the unseen. They do not dig holes in the ground without reason. At that moment, Zhang the butcher entered with hot water, and upon seeing the black cat digging at his wall, he broke into a cold sweat. Angered, he grabbed a butcher's knife from somewhere and chased after the black cat with intent to kill. Gu Xen gazed at the glimmering spot, her hand instinctively clutching Jian's suit, her palm damp from fear, crumpling his attire. A casual glance drew her attention to a fluffy white object, causing her lips to twitch involuntarily. Zhao Shu was taken aback, exchanging a glance with Guo Huai, pondering how Dong Xinlei had met his demise. Hurriedly, he helped Tianyi to his feet, urging, "General, please explain precisely what transpired." Tianyi wiped away his tears and recounted the events in fragmented detail. The carriage took nearly 5 hours to return home, and upon entering, he realized that home was indeed the best. A golden nest or a silver nest could not compare to his humble abode. No matter how splendid others' homes might be, they would always feel somewhat uncomfortable. Now, he was content to be back in his own home, where everything felt right. Zhu Beiji, furious, spat, "You foul, furry demon. Dare to bully your pig elder. Watch as I skin you alive." He swung his 9-toothed rake, a force akin to a raging river. As the son of the holy light, he possessed a sacred artifact as his trump card. However, such artifacts typically required immense energy. Each display of power consumed vast reserves. When not in use, they bore little difference from ordinary weapons, rendering them somewhat useless. This formidable warrior of Huaxia, feared by the underworld, suddenly felt a flush of embarrassment at this moment. Whether facing valiant cavalry or mere foot soldiers, death was inevitable. Observe as the ghostly soldiers charged straight toward Li Linhao. While uttering this statement, he cast a deliberate glance at Meng Hanran, prompting a bitter smile from the latter. Xu Ao, once a trusted aide to Prince Ji Zhuai, originally opposed the prince's assassination plan. Regrettably, among the prince's subordinates, only he voiced dissent, naturally leading to his isolation. With arms as thick as tree trunks and fists as large as houses, he ferociously struck Lin Yi's fist. Bulongdu the scorpion approached Jin Xingzhe step by step, standing resolutely like a statue, refusing to retreat an inch. Upon sighting the coastline, he was unexpectedly ambushed by a sea demon. Fortunately, Ying Qiu's formidable strength allowed him to abandon the ship and scramble to the shore. The Juke Academy prohibited outsiders, and Wu Mainyang's maids, along with Di Renjia's loyal servants, had been sent home, leaving no one to prepare breakfast for them. "Do not lose your composure. Let us proceed according to our plan," Zhao Jin said, his expression somewhat grim as he spoke to the other 4 family heads. The sons of Yuan Shao lay prostrate before Yuan Shao, urgently calling out to him, while the Lu family instructed the inner servants to tell the sons that Yuan Shao needed to recuperate, asking them to return home first. With no choice, the Yuan sons left reluctantly. Reflecting on the events that had transpired, Zhao Lei fell silent. The 5 great families had always appeared sacred and immaculate in her eyes. But she now realized that this was not the case, filling her with sadness. At that moment, the Wuji True Qi was immensely powerful. But as Li Mu's foundation had always rested upon the innate purple qi, the two forces clashed violently, unlike before, as they fought like 2 opposing beasts in a fierce struggle. Lu Xiuqi's pockmarked face twitched. Shen Feng had struck a nerve, twisting his facial muscles in anger. "What happened just now? Why do I feel as if a bug has invaded our territory, possibly near your home? Have you seen anything?" A mid-level Spirit Emperor's celestial guard leader demanded, riding a black eagle, floating in the air, speaking imperiously. As the leader of a sect, Li Dezhongmen could not act like a barbarian without restraint. Had it not been for the lack of quality materials and a master craftsman, Li Mu would have longed to forge a formidable flying sword to display his prowess. From Crescent Bay to the execution platform, the more powerful the navy, the further they remained behind. In front of the execution platform stood the Vice Admiral of the Navy headquarters, accompanied by several giants. The 7 warlords of the king, except for Blackbeard and Jinbei, were all present. In a flash of light, Li Mu resurrected. As the light orb activated its repair function in the final moment before his consciousness shattered, allowing him to escape calamity. However, before he could rejoice, a bolt of lightning struck down, as if the wrath of the heavens, utterly terrifying, obliterating Li Mu to ashes. The nation of Wa has a peculiar custom: either they engage in battle, triumphing to flaunt their prowess while torturing their adversaries to the brink of death, or upon defeat, they submit to you, either committing seppuku or willingly becoming devoted descendants, complying with your every command, not much better than a mangy dog. Chapter 21. The intent of the dual immortal sword is indeed formidable. I can sense its power. If I were to strike with all my might, I fear I would not withstand it. Wan Mo spoke in a low voice, having just been intimidated by the dual immortal sword. Within the medicine hall, Zhou Dui observed that everything was progressing according to his design, and he nodded slightly. Over a century ago, he had slain the former king of this realm, assuming his position, and had ruled for more than 100 years. A blissful smile radiated from his face. Sher Shan sighed in resignation. Without Zhou Dui, he truly lacked the ability to excavate these graves independently. Old Fei, if we rescue Ping Shu and the others, the treasure inherited by your exorcist alliance. Su Yan pondered for a long time before posing the question, his words left unfinished. I do not play much basketball. Chica smiled at Zhao Weidong, fully aware of his mediocre skills. However, his aspirations lay elsewhere. He merely indulged in basketball occasionally for entertainment. Well, since I have some free time, I might as well explore this new feature. Chica turned the car towards the yellow question mark. The next morning, Li Shui and Xiang Dong went to the office building, summoning the other ministers. Today's events are truly peculiar, do you know? Li Siyu's voice trembled slightly. This incident is not the government's fault. It is merely unfortunate that he encountered a rogue contractor, wasting a year of labor. Another passerby shook his head. The intricate relationships within affluent families are often overwhelming, and with siblings involved, even if they do not live together, do they not secretly plot to divide the old man's wealth? Such familial strife and the desire for power are indeed daunting. I would much prefer to lead a simple and unremarkable life. Do immortals lack spiritual stones? Nonsense. Ling Tian gazed incredulously at the words on his phone. If immortals were to lack spiritual stones, who among mortals would possess any? Such a notion is utterly impossible. Although the landing site had been compressed by the rough stones taken from an unknown household by the Nano-Ari armored repair vehicle, Kong Heng nonetheless arranged for the engineers to conduct another manual inspection of the landing site. This was to prevent Mu Rong Su from becoming frantic and seeking him out, as well as to facilitate his subsequent actions. As the two great kings exchanged words, one of the 3 kneeling Golden Core practitioners fainted, while another was utterly terrified, and the last one, although slightly better, was already in tears. Upon hearing the doorbell, she knew it was Xiao Fei even with her eyes closed. She chose not to answer immediately, intending to torment him for a moment. Breaking through the shackles from a first-class warrior to a chi warrior was akin to entering an entirely new realm, where each level and internal power signified a vast disparity in strength. Li Yi felt an immediate sense of foreboding. In that instant, a young man's figure rounded the corner and entered Li Yi's line of sight. What a fantasy! How could my esteemed aunt ever take a liking to you? Enough said. Give me some more beauty potion, and let this matter rest. Lu Lingling's eyes darted around. The red skull displayed a look of astonishment, clearly taken aback that Yi Fei did not press him for information regarding Dawn. Ningyu glanced at the time. It was already past 8 in the evening. After a shower, perhaps Lin Fei would have pondered sufficiently by then. He raised his hand, his armed color domineering, as the power of blood thunder coiled around his right palm, transforming it into a blade. At that moment, Patton, who had initially been apprehensive due to Li Tianliang's methods, now exhibited a glimmer of contemplation in his eyes, as if he understood something. As he explained, he looked at Mu Qingli, who, after locking eyes with him, blushed and lowered her head, unable to meet his gaze. The first disciple rushed over, and upon confirming it was indeed him, knelt before him with a thud. Humph. You wish to vie with me, deep-sea date, for the right to tease ship girls? Do you not know I possess special skills? Deep-sea date proudly set forth with a fleet to embark on the journey of teasing ship girls. The 2 battalions he commanded faced an equally matched Japanese force. Adopting an offensive stance was exceedingly challenging. He had resolved to fight to the bitter end. The machine guns mowed down numerous enemies, seeing them hiding in alleys and streets. He maneuvered a mortar, shelling the enemy and sending them into disarray, causing casualties and forcing them to flee. This led Liu to reassess his opinion of Higashida Hideyoshi. He was not the person Liu had initially imagined but merely regarded the ship girls as weapons rather than companions. Fragile yet high in damage. Using skills would deplete mana, rendering one useless once the mana was exhausted. Although Lu Fan felt slighted for not being bestowed a rank higher than Gongqing, Zhao Yun and others did not share this sentiment. They believed that any title was admirable, especially that of Gongqing and Gong Dafu, which represented the pinnacle of noble status for commoners. Blood spurted from Isha, staining half his body. Quickly, he staunched the flow and gazed at the severed hand. Hakuto Hiroshi shouted, leaping forward to stand before Bai Masheng, pulling out a deep green jade pendant from his clothing. Your wisdom is unparalleled, my lord. Your subordinate is in awe. Tian Feng, a man usually serious, found his vision blurred with tears at that moment. Meanwhile, on the New Earth, Guo Qiming was excitedly observing the crowd. This operation concerning energy stones, a name he had coined, had not only promoted energy stones throughout the empire but also unexpectedly yielded a substantial amount of world currency. Zhuang Jian cast a deep glance at the heavens and earth, attempting to discern any path, yet found none. After all, their destination was not the outer Zen sect, but rather the opposing Shura 8 sects. Upon reaching the exit, a middle-aged man clad in a blue Zhongshan suit waved at Lin Peng from a distance. Chapter 22. Yet, even with the assistance of artillery, the guards toiled for a whole night before finally vanquishing all foes hidden within the valley. Huahabari suggested to Qianxing that they should inspect their achievements at dawn the following day, but Qianxing flatly declined. With a resounding thud, blood splattered forth as the hapless wretch, now a grotesque mess, succumbed to unconsciousness. Ha ha ha. Li Shuangqing chuckled heartily. Please, everyone, make yourselves at home. With that, he raised his wine cup, prompting the Grand Protector Feng Tianyu to promptly refill his glass. Why don't we simply locate that actor and capture the starving ghost? Lin Bing remarked with a naive expression. Given Jiang Yuemin's current status, there was no need for him to personally venture to the grasslands for transactions. He had dispatched a trusted steward to oversee matters at the border. Even I cannot ascertain the precise state of the battlefield. Shen Lingyan lamented in response to Yang Shufeng's inquiry. As the saying goes, know thyself and know thy enemy, and you shall never be defeated. Lin Feng not only comprehended his adversary but also shrouded his own intentions in mystery, thereby gaining a significant advantage. Accompanied by the long, echoing blast of a whistle, Bo Yuzhing's special train emerged slowly from the dense fog. Lu Fengyang tightened his coat and stepped forward to greet it. Mom, how is Dad? Yijing, oblivious to her mother's disappointment, anxiously inquired. Who could have informed her? What purpose did her arrival here serve? De Zhuang's expression darkened as he pondered. Until they were once again gloriously disoriented, the surroundings felt oddly familiar yet vibrant. The group exchanged glances, realizing the complexity of the situation. As anticipated, Hulina soon burst forth, one half of her face swollen and marked by a distinct handprint, evidently struck by Huang Yuanzhao. Brother, advance my salary by 3 months. Xieqing declared, hurling a half-empty liquor bottle to the ground and turning to Du Dui. In an instant, as the fireball struck the mist, it erupted with a series of crackling explosions, causing the fog to retract, followed by a ghostly wail emanating from within the spectral mist. It turned out that Tao Baogui had landed squarely on a sharpened bamboo stake, its pointed end piercing through his body, transforming his cry of surprise into one of agony. Nearby, Long Ting furrowed his brow, maintaining a facade of normalcy, yet unable to conceal the flicker of astonishment in his eyes. Now that Xiongge and Mingge have parted ways, what is your take on this? Xiaoqi's question was both pointed and pragmatic. Currently, they found themselves on a massive island situated in the heart of the misty sea, where gray fog perpetually enveloped the land, rendering it inhospitable for any ordinary life forms. The surrounding soldiers were filled with righteous indignation. At that moment, when Polu learned that the iron cavalry dispatched to the remaining households had already recovered stolen goods, evidence, and captives, prompting him to order everyone to return to the main camp in Tongzhou with their findings. "What manner of place is this?" Xueting exclaimed, surveying the fog-laden city with a sense of curiosity. He had come into possession of a rare treasure, yet he had treated it with disdain, akin to a loathsome plaster. Now, upon witnessing Tada, he felt a twinge of unease. "Uncle Zhang, I have it," Lin Qingshuang declared, displaying a gleaming silver stone in his palm for Zhang Daping to inspect closely. "You startled me. I thought you didn't want me in Class A," Wu Shixuan said, patting his chest in relief, a glimmer of meaning flashing in his eyes. As they spoke, they gathered around Xing Mu, encircling him completely. He had once been a man resigned to death, yet the individual he both revered and resented had rescued him. How could he forget? He had pledged to protect humanity and the great ancient realm, enduring a decade of healing in silence until the demonic forces began to rise 200 years ago, compelling him to emerge once more. "You. Let go." Yi Mo, filled with anger and embarrassment, struggled to break free, but the disparity in strength rendered her efforts futile. What a wretched thing. Finally, someone could no longer tolerate the sensation of being observed, cursing as they raised a knife and struck at the painted figure on the wall, disfiguring it beyond recognition. Han Enya regarded Miaokadi with skepticism. Indeed, if it were a rampage of murder, there would be no legal ramifications to bear. They were astute. Aware that their current predicament was perilous, perhaps under the scrutiny of unseen watchers, thus, they refrained from any rash actions. These words jolted the previously disoriented individuals from their stupor, prompting them to hastily pay their respects to the elder. Regrettably, night had fallen, and the forest was shrouded in darkness. Qi Yang perceived a flicker of red in the distance, before he could discern its nature. The creature leaped into the abyss of darkness. The rapidly spinning military blade emitted a fierce buzzing sound, tracing a crescent-shaped silver arc as it flew forth. That terrifying force cleaved through the torso of the foremost zombie, continuing its trajectory without pause to sever the arm of another behind it. Yellow. The designated color of the royal family, could only be worn by royals or granted as a mark of special favor by the emperor. Chapter 23. With a faintly guilty expression gracing his face, he glanced at the ghostly figure rolling back and forth on the leather seat, pondering to himself, never mind. After all, there will be ample time ahead, I shall first attend to Shiyu's matters. Unbeknownst to him, his eyes were glistening with moisture, as if warmed by the gentle rays of sunshine, causing a delightful yet bittersweet sensation within his heart. Lu Daoling was acutely aware that he could not afford to wait idly. Once Ouyang Bo had gathered his strength, escaping would be an impossible endeavor. Zhang Shujie encountered Iniesta, who stood closest to him, and they exchanged a firm handshake. Surveying the surroundings, he noticed Messi standing inconspicuously in a corner, a location that hardly befitted Messi's elevated status. Zhou Changjiang promptly rose, escorting Luo Habin into the police vehicle. After a brief journey of over 10 minutes, they arrived at the Forensic Identification Center of the Public Security Bureau in the Western District. Luo Habin followed Zhou Changjiang into the examination room, which contained over a dozen tables, all covered with white cloths. Indeed, performing a craniotomy was not a feat that just anyone could accomplish. With such exceptional skills, Anqing could indeed be deemed a master of his craft. It was lamentable that the Qinglong clan had yet to avenge their grievances, and regrettable that he had not yet bid farewell to his beloved and his brothers. At this moment, he felt a pang of sorrow and guilt. He ought to pay a visit to Jiner. She had been waiting for him all this time, and after such a prolonged separation, he had yet to return to see her. Our respective sects have suffered grievous losses, yet it is only you fiends who can still smile. Master Dingqing glared fiercely at Zuani Yingzi. The man in white was not only unable to seize Li Qifeng's sword but was instead propelled forward by the immense force transmitted through the silver threads. As Tong Yan observed intently, a melodious voice, akin to the song of a lark, suddenly resonated within his mind. That night, the light in Su Wanqi's room remained lit throughout, continuing until the following day when Wang Sudong departed. Su Wanqi was still seated before her computer, diligently typing away. Once when Shang had left, Yuchu entered the kitchen and discovered that the previous day's goods had all been neatly packed under the butler's supervision. Lifting the lid of a box, she found the contents wrapped in oiled paper, tidy and pristine. "Oh, forget about who my grandfather is. Just tell me if you will accept me as your disciple." Si Kongjing, in a petulant manner, stamped her foot, unceremoniously shifting the topic. A series of muffled sounds of fists and feet clashing echoed continuously. Faced with Wang Hao's relentless assault, Lin Feng chose not to retaliate fiercely but instead focused on defense. The crisp and lively sounds of chatter had long drawn the attention of those downstairs. Ning Shiyun, who was conversing leisurely with Governor Sui, looked over in curiosity, her eyes widening in surprise. Long Fei remarked nonchalantly, though inwardly he thought that participating in the year-end conference would be a simple matter. He merely needed to secure a top 3 finish in the selection competition, thus rendering the slaughter of innocents unnecessary. Concerning her son's identity, Xiao Wana resolved not to speak further with Ran Qin, lest she be unable to accept such a reality. Indeed, he had visited the Confucian master, but did not linger long before departing for Yuchu's Calixiang. His superpower was replication. Given Chen Qi's current status, should any superhumans in Huaxia ascend to S rank, he would undoubtedly have the privilege to choose whether to replicate or not. I understand that the journey has only just begun. Pursuing the highest extremes without practicality is unrealistic. One must tread the path step by step. No one arrives at the pinnacle in an instant. One must look out for oneself, lest heaven and earth conspire against them. Xing Wang, you speak most wisely, Zhang Jiang concurred in a timely manner. Xiaopeng lay silently on a bench in the courtyard, gazing at the sky. This had become the posture he maintained most frequently over the past year. Of course, no problem at all. Zhang nodded, while Sun Xian expressed her gratitude to Yang Meng. After bidding farewell to everyone, she followed Zhang away from the Huaxia vessel. I appear rather pale, which makes me look younger. You are not yet 18, are you? Although Li Shimin had donned attire that made him appear older, his mixed heritage gave him a fair complexion. Very well, Mr. Li. I shall make contact immediately, Xiao Mingyuan replied respectfully, knowing that his boss was genuinely angered and intended to use Lu Ben as a scapegoat. Luo Yutian and the other 3 responded, returning to their senses as they turned to face Lan Jini and Zhang Shula. Although they would not resort to violence against the old man or harm him, it was nonetheless a subtle form of coercion, limiting his freedom. Li Xiao, are you really? Shen San, fearing that Li Wei was about to act impulsively against Lu Ben, inquired anxiously. Moments later, Li Sanyang entered the main hall. Just as she stepped inside, she heard a resounding voice exclaim, "The general pays his respects to Her Highness the Princess." Upon looking closely, she realized it was Zhou Ying, the former general of the Zhongnan Mountain. This was not merely about Qingqiu, there were also the dangers faced in previous encounters. This scene was witnessed by Piao Yao, who had just arrived at the entrance. She could hardly believe her eyes. As the person who had never deigned to acknowledge her or any other was showing such tenderness towards Feng Xinhua. Such locations could be gradually developed. And once they were properly cultivated, they could be sold at an increased value. Regarding this title, Anai Yongxiao felt somewhat helpless. And his demeanor as he approached the karaoke stage was merely to appease the audience. Rongyi, emboldened, leaned closer to Song Jiying's ear, suggesting that now would be a good time for another child, only to be swatted away by her. Though reluctant, Grandma Lu Heng had no choice but to relinquish her plans. However, after these days of work, she had rekindled her confidence. Planning to keep herself occupied while Lu Heng was out filming, Mi Jia observed for a long while, hesitant to take action, until she saw Zhang Lan approaching in a tiger print outfit. Chapter 24. Regrettably, the plethora of comments rendered this particular one akin to a solitary droplet lost in the vast ocean, causing nary a ripple. Qin Hao mused to himself. During this interval of silence, she did not merely visit her sister. Yet, did these events transpire within the confines of the mental institution? Or were they unfolding en route? Moreover, upon re-entering the map, she pedaled her bicycle whilst contemplating the matter, a complex expression gracing her features. In the blink of an eye, she found herself before ZMO, who, upon sensing Luo Yao's proximity, was enveloped by a palpable air of intimidation. As for Xiao Zhiyu, her audacity was remarkable. despite the lengthy span of 20 days, when she recounted her experiences, it was as casual as discussing a meal. Prompting Shui Balian to exhale deeply in her regard. Zhao Xianyan burst into laughter at Jiang Chen's decision. Feeling an echo of the initial apprehension akin to the fear of yielding. While speaking, Jiang Chen keenly observed that as he mentioned the king's ailment, 2 individuals behind the sect leader were fixated on him with unwavering intensity. Li Zhongshuan gazed upon the great river before him, pondering his imminent crossing and whether he might encounter the benevolent brother Zhang once more. Ling Muchen was all too aware of what a ballroom entailed. A mingling of all sorts, a veritable cauldron of humanity. "What are you doing?" another individual exclaimed, angered by Li Danda's obstructive actions as if thwarting his life's path. Furthermore, Yan Shixian had acquired substantial knowledge from the late monk Pudu, mastering the art of communicating with the immortal light, ultimately gaining complete control over the entire secret realm. Witnessing this scene, the Yin-Yang mirror, a manifestation of the death penalty, invoked a new avatar of Poseidon, attempting to exploit this guy's dominion over water to create a diversion and exploit a vulnerability before confronting Poseidon. Yet, despite her celestial origin, she too would face the trials of 81 tribulations, needing to overcome emotional afflictions before ascending to divinity. In truth, the heart of the shadowless saint felt a twinge of uncertainty, for these instructions had been imparted by the Lord of the Celestial Killers, leaving him unsure if he could deceive the unique being before him. The 3 sisters of the Hu family were acutely aware that once the money fell into their mother's hands, reclaiming it would be nearly impossible. While ordinary individuals might regard hotel stays as a luxury, many wealthy magnates actually detest such accommodations, finding them far less comfortable than their own homes, lacking in privacy. As events unfolded, Song Qiaoshan feared that he might inadvertently eliminate Jiang Laoda before capturing Jiang Youfu. Moreover, he had appeared in our vicinity multiple times. Even once at the entrance of my factory. My father finally elucidated the situation, suddenly recalling a year when she stood by the river, gazing skyward, awaiting someone to join her in releasing lotus lanterns. Tears unexpectedly cascaded down her cheeks. Surrounded by smiling faces, Zhou Tian naturally refrained from adopting an air of superiority. They were all fellow villagers, and she could not emulate the disdainful attitude of looking down upon others. Her sisters initially believed that good fortune had smiled upon them. But upon witnessing her grave demeanor, they tempered their merriment, collectively vowing to perform diligently. Alas, the issue lay within her own magical cultivation, surely. Those from the Tianyuan continent would not suffer such side effects. With this realization, Ling Xiao felt a sense of relief, as the wheel of fate rolled inexorably onward. Under the subtle temptation of the scholarly figure in a blue robe, Mi Dou ultimately embarked upon the path of the imperial examination. However, this legendary journey was fraught with obstacles. Before the resplendent dawn of Li Yang could rise, he would first navigate through the depths of harrowing darkness. Suddenly, the force of the flowing water enveloped Su Qi, propelling his corporeal form towards the flickering white light. Unexpectedly, at that moment, a sudden surge erupted in the tranquil Ningshui River, rising into a towering wave, roaring towards the shore with a terrifying might. The 9 individuals employed an invisibility technique, rendering them undetectable to the ordinary eye. Yet, Su Qi was acutely aware of their presence and direction. "Thank you for your guidance, esteemed sir. Previously, I underestimated Lu Sha's strength, but now it is clear he is formidable. Since we shall not be adversaries, it would be wise to cultivate a favorable relationship with such a powerful ally." The endless true monarch nodded in agreement. Mi Dou must defeat the prodigious talents of the 8 provinces, securing a place among the top 5 of the new student rankings to qualify for the Guannan Conference, while striving to assist Taichuan sect in achieving commendable results. Each advancement in the rankings would yield an additional 10% increase in the soul stones supplied by the Grand Prefecture. At this moment, the age and vigor of Lord Bao were at their zenith, naturally preserved for posterity. However, to weave such an audacious lie before the ghostly saint of the underworld was no feat for just anyone. It was the recoil of the arrow shadow firebird that saved him once. Had he encountered Su Zig a day earlier, Mi Dou would surely have succumbed to the tempestuous onslaught. Alas, gratitude was owed to Ma Suhao, who had delayed Mi Dou for 2 days, allowing him to master the recoil technique just yesterday, while Qian Yuan was still assessing the value of this intelligence. Jiasu discreetly relayed intelligence about the Sand Nation's organization of an anti-Qin alliance through covert channels. The actions of the 8 million were indeed captivating the attention of the entire training ground. As students engaged in independent training turned their gazes towards Li Yalan and his companions. Chapter 25, Yuan Tian Gang invoked the Door of No Door. And the combined assault of over 300 monks was entirely diverted within, dissipating without a trace. Yi Shanhe floated gracefully before her, raising the hand that rested on the head of the gray-hair spirit to his own head, bending slightly to facilitate her touch. Jinxi surmised that he, like herself, was overwhelmed with excitement and anxiety, leading to his apparent confusion. Jiao cast her gaze downward, concealing her emotions, feigning indifference as she turned away, oblivious to the pitiful, lost expression that Qingyu observed. Jiang, having achieved great merit at that moment, found no reward from the royal court. Instead, they conspired with an enemy nation to bring about his demise. Why did the chancellor only mention Jiang Cheng's allegiance to Dekuan without inquiring about his departure from Dekong? Jiang Qing replied coolly. Li Shou abdicated, becoming the Grand Emperor, while Empress Wei transformed into Dowager Wei, and Jin Su became the esteemed Su Taifei. Li Yuan's remarks were particularly directed at Jin Su, indirectly employing Dowager Wei as a mere backdrop, aware that Jin Su was the sister of Lady Qin Gongdu, thus wary of any bias from Qin Gongdu. The man, clad in a flowing azure robe, adorned with an aquamarine jade pendant that complemented his attire, wore a radiant smile on his face. His voice was remarkably gentle, akin to a refined nobleman. His gaze was directed towards Jin Luo, recognizing the gravity of her expression and understanding her concern for him, which instantly elevated Li Yuan's spirits. Yuan Hua, weak and feeble, responded, "She escaped, I could not detain her in my injured state." He collapsed again after uttering those words. After 3 days of steadfastness, Erlangshan longed to leave, yet the memory of the Jade Emperor's countless admonitions rendered him helpless. Under the scalpel, the examination revealed the deceased's airway filled with water and sediment, unmistakable signs of drowning. In the eerie and foreboding hall, a heavy aura of dread pervaded. The entire chamber was engulfed in darkness, devoid of any light, as if entering a frigid abyss of ages. Lin Yongfen made her way toward Lu Qian's room, articulating her thoughts clearly and concisely. Following a tremendous explosion, the tall figure was engulfed in flames, struggling momentarily before collapsing lifelessly to the ground. The echoes of ultrasound suggested a flawless surface beneath, resembling an underground palace. Nearby, the trio from the Hero League and Xing Renjia retreated, prepared to evade any potential self-detonation. Reluctantly, they suppressed their fury and withdrew 10 miles to observe, while others arriving from Xianyu Temple were similarly constrained by Feng Wudao and Feng Wujian, halted at a distance of 10 miles. Noah estimated the odds but felt certain he would not witness the outcome. After all, he was not Aiden, who frequently indulged in fleeting romances. Zhang Yanzu listened quietly, even Li Changgue and Asan refrained from acting impulsively, eager to hear Mr. Huang's forthcoming statements. Now that they had entered the process, communication was prohibited while they were adjacent to one another. However, once it fell into human hands, it lost its impartiality and became tainted with selfishness. Within the Uchiha clan, including Gu Yuan, over 10 members were assigned by Zhu Ke to the front lines, encircling the main stronghold of Yunin village. Why was it permissible before but not now? Have you temporarily acquired some power? She inquired sternly. Sang Ning and Elliot were caught in a frenzy of activity, each feeding the other, their busyness overwhelming. In an instant, Huaxing vanished. And by the time the masked man reacted, he found her behind him. Jason scoffed, now endowed with the original sin power capable of confronting Shazam, he felt unperturbed. Until a thought struck him. She smiled alluringly, resolved to make an example of the audacious Qin Lugong, intending to quell his arrogance. Neige, caught by the immense claws gripping his back, had no choice but to retract his wings, lest he be ensnared by the dragon mother. Huang Yu observed, wide-eyed, his face drained of color, struck by an unfamiliar terror and panic. He genuinely feared for his safety, if given the option. He would rather lie in bed for 10 days than endure Huaxing's whims again. As he approached the vehicle, an inadvertent glance revealed Wu Sibao leading a group toward him. His instincts as a predator warned him that the price for such an encounter might be too steep. The warriors, having risen earlier, were already engaged in morning exercises under the guidance of Nord's light infantry. Their discipline impressed Geralt, who noted that the previous day's upgrades had considerably alleviated their injuries, and with the assistance of the healer and Geralt's skills, the warriors had nearly made a full recovery. They regarded the 500 venerable arhats, along with the remnants of the Phoenix Martial King and High Priest Moro, in silence. Lost in thought. Two Shoe's expression momentarily blanked before he noticed the sun rising before him, casting its light upon the branches. Upon closer inspection, one would find that this Will King appeared ethereal, not truly present in form. Surrounding his body flowed a luminescence akin to that of the celestial beings feasting in the heavenly banquet. Since absorbing the super-pollutant, Prometheus's threat had diminished to a completely manageable level. A chilling voice emerged from the Horned Tribe, and in the next moment, a cataclysmic aura overwhelmed all those who had just emerged and awakened. Upon hearing the voice of Chief Chao, dozens from the gang rushed forth to assess the situation. As if they had all emerged from the same location. This phenomenon was quite normal. Emperor Qin Shi Huang understood this well, merely nodding slightly in response. Chapter 26. Upon the mention of this topic, Mu Lin fell into a contemplative silence. Reflecting the sentiments of countless players who had devoted the most splendid moments of their lives to the game. Suyu felt a surge of emotions. Realizing that this was the essence of a cultivator's battle, his previous encounters with Jiao De and Feng Xiang were utterly inconsequential by comparison. Setting aside other considerations, if he were to find himself in the current situation, he feared he would be unable to withstand even a single strike. As Li Zishuan's mind wandered, Xianqing had already assisted him in rising from the couch, settling cross-legged beside him. Xianqing proceeded to check Li Zishuan's pulse. And upon sensing the withered state of his meridians and the erratic flow of lightning energy coursing through them, his brow furrowed deeply. On this day, Ouyang Feifei donned a remarkably formal outfit, sporting a professional suit beneath a grand coat. Her hair was elegantly styled atop her head, exuding an air of dignified nobility. Walking alongside her instilled an irresistible pressure. Should anyone, be it Phoenix or another, request his aid in concocting such elixirs in the future, he would categorically refuse. To avoid inciting calamity. Moments ago, on the World Channel, Hai Mingyue had addressed the Junlin color team with a tone that bore an unmistakable threat. In the annals of history, the arrival of the resplendent golden era was marked by the emergence of transcendent prodigies, yet, even the mightiest among them, like Yi Fan, merely stepped into the realm of the great sage, never attaining the qualifications to confront those of the supreme tier. We are pressed for time. We must head to the airport. Lin Yu approached the driver, articulating her concerns. 3 hours later, the 3rd Legion of the Chiyue Nation, the Weihu Army, finally arrived at the city gates, only to discover that the entirety of Daliang City had been slaughtered within half an hour of the gates being opened that very morning. Simultaneously, those who practiced both the Taiyin and Taiyang scriptures unleashed their power, slaying a great sage from the dragon's nest, refining the essence of a sun, and roasting the great sage akin to a divine dragon. Both he and the great sage were enveloped in strands of imperial aura. Regarding Dao crystals, it is often said that a single Dao crystal is equivalent to 1 billion Xian crystals. However, in any realm, the notion of exchanging 10 billion Xian crystals for a Dao crystal is sheer folly. The ability to procure a Dao crystal for 20 billion Xian crystals would drive countless formidable beings into a frenzy. Witnessing the tragic demise of Nan Long, many present had never encountered such a gruesome scene, and chaos ensued. Lin Luo glanced up at the elder who had seized his blood-dripping dagger, approaching him with ominous intent, his eyes widening in alarm. Yishan sighed helplessly upon hearing Lin Hanyan mention that Xiao Lanqing was the first individual from another world he had encountered. Unable to restrain himself from interjecting. Meanwhile, Ying Outyan, the head of the Ying family, rejoiced upon learning that Qing Miaozu's carriage had arrived, immediately commanding the butler to lead the family's elite to greet her from afar. Is it really him? Is it really him? In that moment, his gaze fixed upon Ji Tianguanchang Li's enchanting eyes, wide with astonishment, just as he was about to step forward when Guanchang Xiao held him back. It is essential to note that the surrounding atmosphere was thick with the scent of blood, following the massacre of Fang Yamo and others by Shang Guanming and his cohort. The stench had not dissipated. This left him bewildered, casting a sideways glance to find Su Jiuqing's face was as dark as a thundercloud, nearly frozen in rage. In the conference room, silence reigned as no further sounds emerged. The camera operated by Ellie had only been active for 5 minutes before concluding its task. Yet it was merely reluctance. They certainly would not abandon their modern friends and family to remain in this unfamiliar era. Humph. Whoever dares to lay a hand on Lin Bilv, I shall not show mercy. Tang Lin silently vowed, even extending this resolve to Yuni and Grace, showing no inclination to spare them. Yun Subua, fond of wild dogs, would never wish to remain by Lord Luo's side. Something must have transpired in the interim. While I do not oppose the system rewarding me, what is the significance of this vial of pills you have given me? Su Xiaoqing had little luggage at school, merely some documents and clothes. The latter left in her dormitory closet while she carried the former with her at all times. Yue Wei smiled gently, radiating charm, her gaze sweeping across the room before she gracefully departed. Spiritual monkey flower poison. You managed to eliminate the stench of the spiritual monkey flower. Gu Wankai from Fian Peak was already in a state of shock. Unbeknownst to him, Tang Lin's mind was infused with the legacy of memories from his past life, thus granting him access to numerous cultivation techniques. Zhang Ying, concealed in the shadows, quietly followed suit, sensing something amiss about the individual before him. His demeanor did not suggest a willingness to assist Xian San. Unconcealed and unapologetic, he strode boldly beneath the moonlight within the Qianyun sect. With a thunderous crash, the water sphere shattered, droplets cascading to the ground, as Xiao Miao gently descended. Gao Jun had returned, granting the cast a day off, with filming set to resume the following day, prompting everyone to gather together. Bai Yihan patted Wei Fan's shoulder firmly before turning to leave, igniting a flurry of excitement among the students behind her. Upon hearing this, Shen Feng waved his arm, freeing Ran Xing and Tun Tian Bai Yan from the grip of the Di Mingyao, though still sealing off the surrounding pathways. Days later, the ceremonial commencement of the television drama began, with all principal actors present for the opening ceremony held in the ancient city of Hingdian. The soldiers below applauded her grand and magnanimous actions, their disdain for the Hurricane Mercenary Corps abduction efforts considerably diminished. Upon returning home, Yun Chan took a shower and then drove towards YG Company. The abundance of viewers stemmed from the reality that anyone could fall ill. Broadening one's horizons and learning new skills could only be beneficial. Students tumbled, losing several teeth, their faces contorted in pain akin to a wilted flower. Jing Jiaran barely had time to react before a forceful kiss sealed her lips, red wine being unceremoniously poured into her mouth. Father. The Empress Dowager says that Mother left us for reasons beyond her control. Could you tell me what those reasons are? Yun Xing inquired, walking alongside Han Yanqing, eager to know. Chapter 27, a rural teacher raises 7 top scholars, becomes one of the 10 most inspiring figures in China, and leads the National Math Olympiad team to victory. At this moment, Yi Piao glanced at Wang Tianfu, discovering that the latter's expression was even more grim than he had anticipated. The examiner snorted coldly, yet one could detect a hint of insecurity in his tone. Amber heard. Weevee communicated over the phone, the bar is reserved for tonight. Amber Heard, with her arms crossed, regarded the bar manager with an icy demeanor, uttering no further words. Her attitude towards the Na'vi boy who delivered the treasures had subtly shifted. Killing him, capturing souls, and refining ghosts, wouldn't that be a waste? Yet now, being an ordinary person and making friends left Jing Yu feeling quite bewildered. Helpless. He could only retreat while wielding his long sword to fend off the attacks from the White Dragon. Just as the man finished speaking, Wu Jin struggled out of the car, gingerly supporting his injured body as he approached the burly figure before him. Lin Feng, a PK-level Earth-type superpower awakener, would undoubtedly empower the 100 Ghosts banner with his blood and soul, achieving immediate success. At that point, he might receive the ancient methods of magical cultivation from the deity in gratitude. Fang Qianqian temporarily forgot about the tour group. After sending a message to her best friend and the tour guide, she curiously surveyed the decor. Red, gold, and white were the primary colors, adorned with traditional Chinese flying eaves and patterns of auspicious clouds. Did I say something wrong? Xingyi inched closer, slightly bending down to ask her. But in the next moment, she felt her actions were unnecessary. He had already scrutinized everything worth seeing. Quickly put your clothes back on. The Empress Dowager, recalling her predicament, attempted to rise but found herself utterly powerless, compelling her to command the medical staff nearby to cover her. Upon arriving at the villa on Shanming Road, Yi Bingyi noticed that her pursuer had not yet departed. With a faint smile, she opened the door and headed straight to her room to rest. Feeling utterly exhausted from the day's upheavals and contemplating her future course of action, I happened to pass by and thought I'd check on you. What a coincidence to run into Mocho on the street. The Taoist turned around and continued, I haven't asked you yet, why are you still out so late? This inquiry seemed more directed towards Xiao Yuan than Mocho. The figure clad in white, tall and elegant, smiled slightly at the cave entrance, causing Buyu to cover her mouth, tears streaming down her cheeks. I promised to do my utmost to cure Meizi's grandfather, rest assured, senior brother. Wu Xuanming's serious demeanor was replaced by a confident smile, realizing at that moment that he ought to be a king rather than merely a victor of countless battles. After selecting many exceptional spiritual beasts, Xian Yuanzhao's aspirations soared, no longer envying the cloud-biting eagle. Among all the beast-taming sects, the only one that caught his eye was Gong Sun Cheng's six-eyed corpse lizard. Once he comprehended the situation and the truth was revealed, Qin Tian began addressing the matters concerning Chen Rui and others. Suddenly, a gentle rain began to fall from the sky, gradually intensifying without any wind. As if the downpour mourned for the mundane world, causing those present to weep silently, ultimately bursting into tears. Upon seeing Lin Feng's smile, the elder of 10,000 transformations within the supreme cauldron recognized his murderous intent, lamenting the uncertain fate of the two. What about the second path? The plump fellow, fatigued, settled under a large tree, placing down his dual hammers and squatting. Buzz. Not just the iron ball but every piece of iron within a 50-meter radius surged toward Gates. Just as Lin Tian's palm was about to strike Gates' face, a sheet of iron suddenly slammed against it, producing a deafening clash of metal. In the blink of an eye, the purple domain enveloped a vast area surrounding the sky, extending over 1 billion kilometers in diameter. One could hardly declare oneself an anomaly. Merging with some twisted scientist's elixir to dramatically enhance one's abilities as if aided by divine intervention, and then, with a cacophony, send the villains fleeing in disarray to rescue the damsel in distress? Indeed. Your complexion is fair, and your physique appears robust, I shall reluctantly accept you. From now on, you will stay by my side and serve me diligently. Li Feier playfully imitated a line from television, casting a glance at Han Ke's exposed form. Xian Yuan held the strongest power in the northern wilderness, revered in status, rumored to have lived through the era of the Three Teachings canonization. Once sharing wine and discourse with the ancient dragon clan, with all the great shamans addressing her as elder sister, 5 beams of sword light descended upon the 5 guardian beasts, the wolf, the rhinoceros, the python, the bear, and the flood dragon, simultaneously activating 5 celestial supports. The 12 chains began to sway together, uniting the celestial and terrestrial branches, enveloping the Tiao Wu coffin in a colossal force, imprisoning it within. The hospital room door swung open, and Master Dongzi poked his head out, waving at the hurriedly pacing Lu Yao outside. However, none of this truly mattered. What was significant was the incident from the previous night. Dongzi disclosed everything candidly to his master without reservation. As long as they captured Chu Yuan and secured the treasures they had hidden away, their naval forces could upgrade their weaponry and ships, significantly enhancing their combat capabilities. Guan Zhenqi took up martial arts primarily to strengthen his physique. Yet he was merely a facade. Even so, his physical condition surpassed that of the average person. She believed that should some accident occur, it could pose a life-threatening danger. Yet when faced with a sudden, severe illness, she instinctively doubted her survival. Chapter 28. When the enemy's crystal was shattered, ALU surprisingly remained calm. Lin Momo and her teammates slowly removed their headsets and gathered to converse. Prince Hall had meticulously prepared for this power struggle. Fully aware that this information might have been intentionally revealed to her by Qin Su, awaiting her to make contact. Due to Gu Chengfeng and Yusiki's presence, Xia Mingyang spent considerably more time at home, prompting Xia's mother to hope they would linger longer. Moreover, the Duke of Ruwei sent a message to the Emperor, inviting him for a visit. Clearly, although the Emperor had the desire, he lacked the time, relegated to envying the Duke's carefree life while lamenting his burdensome fate as Emperor. Song Xingchen chuckled lightly, nonchalantly pushing aside the long sword resting against her neck and nudging another away slightly, showing no urgency to respond. The gaze of everyone present fixated intently on the tortoise shell, yet due to the vastness of the venue, only those near the altar could discern the scene clearly, while the onlookers outside remained oblivious, merely standing there with wide eyes. She simply wished to wait for him, yearning for the moment she would receive news of his safety. Why was that so difficult? Known for her low tolerance for humor, this had already been tested by Hao Xiao during their gaming sessions. Gu Huarei clenched her fists beneath her sleeves, determined not to let the Northern Emperor's ambitions come to fruition. Yuto was unexpectedly taken aback by the appearance of the Light Shadow's nemesis at this moment. The Light Shadow was a skill only mastered by the royal offspring of Yuehua Kingdom, while the shadow-breaking technique belonged solely to the royal Shiman family of the Qingyuan dynasty. The two families not only represented the clash of two nations but also embodied a complex interplay of martial arts rooted in the past. After a while, they watched as Shang Peidi casually extinguished his cigar on the marble surface of the balcony window before silently turning to leave. Breathless yet unable to inhale deeply or linger, he relied heavily on the scorching rocks below to propel himself into the air, carrying Bai Su in his arms. Veins bulged on the back of his hands, threatening to burst with the slightest touch as he reached his limit. For Su Ranhua, you dare to target me so? Bai Zhongfeng's lips turned pale, trembling from anger and shock. Startled by Mu Yan's piercing and cold demeanor, Li Er broke into a cold sweat upon meeting her hawk-like icy gaze. Qiu Ran. As long as you return, I will not trouble her. I will ensure she returns safely to her father, Zhuo Linfan declared, releasing his grip. Foolish child, leave without worry. Mother promises to be safe here and will not allow anyone to harm me, sparing you from concern, Tong Ma's aged. Rough hands gently wiped away Tong Rua's tears from her cheeks. Adoptive father, are they here for the revenge of concubine Shu? Yun Rong inquired, still struggling to believe the truth behind concubine Shu's death, which revealed the real reason for the severed ties between the White Di and Tian Chao for over 20 years. Upon hearing this, Qin Yan directed a palm toward the candlestick, extinguishing the flame with a gust of wind. The room was instantly plunged into darkness, and it took a while before they could vaguely discern the surroundings by the moonlight streaming in from outside. Feng Junyang and Chen Yan exchanged no words, both focusing their energies on regulating their breathing. If an unexpected inspection occurs, Biao Ge is using the legitimate gaming establishment outside as a shield, allowing those on the road a chance to retreat or switch to a formal game. I suddenly feel this matter was certainly not conceived by Biao Ge. Qin Yang was naturally aware of the group's sentiments, thus adopting a more amiable demeanor in their presence. Everyone believes that one should not strike a smiling face, especially since these individuals could be considered as seeking refuge with him. However, the emergence of grandson Lauren Roy left both Brown and Ben feeling that their prolonged patience had yielded no reward. After downing another drink, I felt slightly dizzy and resolved not to consume any more white liquor, for continuing this way would undoubtedly lead to trouble. Jiang Yue nodded, choosing not to elaborate further. Often, silence is the best policy. Let him be wild, the police will arrive soon. Have you already called the authorities? Someone exclaimed. Sigh. I don't even know how to explain this to you, Jinyu sighed, succinctly summarizing the sister's suicide incident. The two brothers' expressions shifted upon hearing this. They had intended to perish with Chen Yu using cold weapons, but he had seen through their intentions. Hua Yi, you are being overly polite. It's so late and you haven't eaten? Chen Yu sat down, a bit apprehensive, yet he felt at ease, ready to eat or drink as he pleased. Behind Shin Shuiqing lay an immense power, a belief he held firmly. As the countdown echoed, Meng Xiongfei, Bai Xuening, and the myriad creatures were filled with excitement and anticipation, with Bai Xuening joining the chorus. Finally, when the last number was called, the New Year's bell tolled. And amidst the whistling sounds, fireworks erupted. With a series of booming explosions, the creatures erupted into joyous cheers. The chief overseer had spoken, and the Lu overseer certainly dared not voice dissent, leaving them without concerns. These fine white patterns wove together to create a dense net, effectively intercepting the radiant golden light. And the thick clouds in the abandoned land, with lightning striking down between them, were merely a manifestation of natural energy, weren't they? This is what they call 30 years on the east bank, 30 years on the west bank. Our spring as sinners has arrived. The so-called 8 divine clans were nothing more than a joke, akin to insignificant ants in their eyes. Kings with flowing blue hair coldly uttered a command. And 9 rings shot forth from his arm, resembling 9 towering mountains, distorting and shattering time and space as they collided with the knights of the 5 and 6 heavens of Lusa. Chapter 29. The Zhu family's insurance squad is still far from reaching the scale necessary to directly establish an artillery battalion, however. It is feasible to form an artillery company for each battalion's firepower. As for Elder Chen being able to mention Li Du's name, it must have been through video. For Li Du's popularity has been soaring these past few days. Moreover, since Elder Chen has aided Li Du, he likely understood the situation beforehand. Unbeknownst to him, he was burned by a cigarette butt. Hurriedly discarding the cigarette, he cradled his head in his hands, deep in contemplation as he sat in his chair. We've already parted ways, do not involve yourself any further, just leave, he thought. Ji Yunshin could hardly overlook the prowess of the person opposite him, yet precisely because of this, he was even more determined to keep Su Yui from taking any risks alongside him. The Mr. Wu mentioned by Xianer is none other than Wu Shoucai, who continues to sweep through the literacy campaign at the flour mill. Being the recipient of enlightenment, Xianer has always referred to him this way. With only a month remaining, there is no rush, I can first challenge the flying department's dojo. Zhao Feng glanced at the date on the invitation. It was a little over a month until the gathering. Ample time for him to obtain a badge from the flying dojo. One could say that in this world, there is no one left for Li Du to care about. Let alone the fact that the current Li Du is no longer the Li Du of old. Li Tai chuckled, Zihu, you are establishing military laws in Weizhou, promoting joint training operations between border troops and civilians, and you have even proposed the replacement of garrison soldiers and the recruitment of locals. The 5 men exchanged complex glances at Su Chang'e before the spatial energy surged behind them, and they simultaneously retreated into the spatial passage, their auras vanishing from this realm in an instant. Before Su Yui could react, Gu Jiaxuan had already tilted his head back and downed the contents of his cup. Over time, Qi Mama gradually became accustomed to her in-laws' ways and no longer cared to plan with them. In fact, without her interference, Qiao Mama had become somewhat more subdued. Yet, for reasons unknown, in the past 10 days, Qiao Mama had begun to stir again. Upon hearing Li Guanyan's words, many who previously held discriminatory views began to ponder the issue, some even nodded in agreement. Lu Yu smiled slightly, noting Fa Hai's capitulation, and chose not to press the matter further. After all, in this world, he is somewhat of an enigma. If he were to kill Fa Hai, the heavens would certainly take notice, and when investigated, the origins of his powers would become murky. At this juncture, coupled with her apparent lack of intention to change her attire, Qi Mama formed a suspicion. Over 30,000 people divided into 12 streams surged into 12 main thoroughfares, causing a cacophony in Chang'an City as the populace began to stir with excitement. This is precisely why Lu Yu has strengthened so many level 10 experts without employing any means to control them. The disparity is so vast that it hardly warrants concern. Would a lion bother to control the extreme ants it has produced? Hidden in the shadows, Bill understood why many capable individuals made such choices. Willing to allow their children to take risks is a rarity, even in ordinary society. Many fans were bewildered by the situation, rushing over to watch the live broadcast once they caught wind of it. At this moment, the live stream was nearing its conclusion. It arrived at the exterior of the arc-shaped space, hesitating whether to enter. After pondering, it finally mustered the courage to fly into the arc. The first match was a non-title singles match. D recently participated in numerous matches, but regrettably, all were non-title bouts, having only fought in one championship defense match thus far. I see you are audacious, unafraid of me, Rong Zhenye glared at her, his anger seemingly redirected toward his mother. Had she not concealed the children's lineage? They might not have been separated for so long, leaving them devoid of any emotional connection. Only then did Yining grasp the situation. Wei Ling was not permitted to maintain private soldiers, thus, expenses in this regard could not be recorded openly, since it involved military provisions. It was indeed not her place to inquire. Yining realized what they were discussing and suddenly felt her face grow warm. Instructing Pearl to close the fan in the west chamber, ensuring nothing could be heard. I shall confront this golden fire ant. A familiar yet icy voice resonated, bringing joy to Tai Yi and Hui Huang. The remark stemmed from a fear that Green Vine might be unable to accept her ruthless side. However, upon reflection, it hardly mattered, for they likely would not meet again. The shock of Jian Rufan's return was unexpected. Yet joy blossomed at the thought of their reunion after such a long separation, both yearning for one another. Brother Haoyang, who told you not to strive 18 years ago and lost in the golf tournament? Eosha teased with a smile. The disciples nearby, overhearing this, scoffed inwardly. With your mere foundational cultivation, how could you hope to protect others? Such arrogance is foolishness. Wang Yani leaned back in her chair, holding a cup of coffee. Her gaze calmly fixed on her son, as if she had anticipated his arrival. Under Zhao Xian's directive, the entire Su Wangfu began to hang vibrant red lanterns, with Su Wangfei Xiangying personally overseeing the arrangements for the concubines' matters. Lu De handed his sword to Shi'er, dismissively commenting, "Perhaps it is to secure a minor post for his son. Shi'er, assist me in changing," he commanded before retreating to his chamber. When Qian Er observed the bandits' cavalry retreating to the sides, he realized the bandits' intent. Fortunately, his formation was sufficiently wide, allowing the bandits to navigate a longer route to circumvent them. At this juncture, Zhao Xian glanced at the still rough red cannon and then turned to the youth with his face smeared in soot, his tone complex. Finally, what appeared before Bai Tianqing was a demon with curved horns atop its head, having somehow descended temporarily into the cosmos. Chapter 030. In the dim light of the early morning, two individuals observed Dr. Li as he meticulously extracted 2 silver needles and a mysterious syringe, submerging them into a container of boiling water for sterilization. However, Assistant Zhang dismissed any concerns, attributing his employer's neglect of hydration to the pressures of work. It was already 2 in the morning, yet for the goblins in this realm, it seemed to be the perfect time for nocturnal activities. Qin Feng waved his hand and retrieved a pack of Jinlong cigarettes priced at 7 yuan, igniting one and inhaling deeply. In that moment, the very fabric of the universe trembled, as if bearing witness to a solemn vow, which, although fleeting, was indelibly inscribed upon the cosmos. Lin Yeshi, reflecting on the hard work of the morning, realized the necessity of something nourishing. Why was it taking so long? Surely, nothing had gone amiss. Zhu Fei furrowed his brow at the crossroads leading in various directions. You truly overestimate my capabilities. In their eyes, I am merely a dandy, incapable of mastering the art of yin-yang magic, and few regard me with any esteem, Su De remarked with a self-deprecating smile. Take care. Once I find reinforcements, I shall return immediately, Wu Chengfeng said reluctantly, casting a lingering glance at Yao Qingyi. Without affording anyone a moment to react, he dashed forward, his right fist wrapped in combat bandages, striking directly at the abdomen. Upon hearing Qin Jiyan's instructions, Lin En's eyes glistened with tears. He wished to speak, but the resolute gaze before him rendered him speechless. In the world of cultivation, even the slightest lapse could precipitate catastrophic consequences. Observing the meticulous adherence to protocol by others, Hui Chen refrained from further admonitions, choosing instead to sit beneath the wisteria trellis, contemplating the embroidery of a simple handkerchief for the Chen family. Director, this Dr. Li is not an ordinary individual. Please exercise caution, cautioned a familiar acquaintance of Li Shanda to the director. It was rumored that beyond the ocean, there lay over 30,000 Drak cavalry and thousands of elite troops, supplemented by the miscellaneous forces of Milan, amassing a formidable army of over 100,000. Meanwhile, the true Hiroki Zetian was accompanied by an ark and a scholar, while Conan retained the original equipment as described in the narrative, with only minor adjustments to the plan. As Zhang Zhenren's gaze fell upon the birth dates inscribed on the tablet, he closed his eyes, his fingers moving as if contemplating profound thoughts. Master, does your conscience not ache? Liao Liao resumed cracking sunflower seeds, observing Musi floating in midair with confusion. Previously, you could have flown here from Japan without complaint, yet now, with a free ride available, you insist on flying. Were it not for the defining contours and the golden threads that adorned the character Ren, he would not have recognized the jade pendant as his own. Bowing and Li Sui settled by the window, accepting a box handed to them by Qing Ji, who gently opened it to reveal a beautifully embroidered fan, made of Xiangfei bamboo and adorned with a cluster of stone blue tassels. Dinghua frowned, pondering Eva's duplicitous and malicious demeanor, which had evidently nurtured a madman like Prince Pajun. The city's protective array shattered like an eggshell, and Li Tianyu, nearly exhausting his strength, unleashed a tremendous force with a single strike amidst the chaos. "Hey, on duty! Did you not see that His Majesty Liang has arrived? Quickly! Open the door and let us in!" exclaimed Shuadaya, the steward of the Liang household. Having shed all pretense, Ma Pingchuan relinquished any thoughts of concealment and laid bare all matters. After speaking, he anxiously glanced at his father, his eyes betraying a mix of fear and hope. Aside from Ami, who need not disguise herself, Dinghua continued to masquerade as Prince Pajun, while Ziluo remained cloaked. As they ventured inside, the sheer magnitude of the mountain astounded Monli, overwhelming his senses. Sun Ru, upon hearing the words, did not withhold information. She handed her phone to Li Shangshan and recounted everything in detail. She also mentioned the illness of the criminal investigation team leader. Clearly displeased with Wang Fei's audacity in the absence of authority, Zhu Yu's complexion paled. She had witnessed Fu Can's purple void sword umbrella, which, although breathtaking, was ultimately shattered by her own blazing sword technique. Years prior, her master had passed away, revealing on his deathbed that her father's murderer was Su Rushi. At such a time, you can still smile? It is simply schadenfreude. Liang Dong shot him a disapproving glance, noticing that Zhao Xiangjuan showed no signs of concern for him. As the leader of the demon clan, he found himself at the forefront of the impending battle, having distanced himself from the main force of the demon clan, thus becoming the primary target for the fallen angel faction. Where is the heart method of the illusion integration technique? Wei Yan pondered, retrieving Huang Meijian's illusory bag once more, examining it meticulously yet finding nothing. "We have arrived, it must be here," exclaimed Xiangu Laozu, producing the map of myriad attractions from his waist. Lin Shifan extended his right hand, crossing over to Worm's back, resting it gently upon her shoulder. With a slight pressure, Worm's body gravitated towards Lin Shifan. At that moment, the previously imprisoned Qixing Yuancher broke free from his sanguine cage. His countenance twisted in fury as he lunged towards Suzhou. Chapter 31. With determination, he bent down and gently tapped the thin layer of ice. A flicker of hope crossing his brow, the larger area of the coat had significantly enhanced the ice's load-bearing capacity. "I shall enter seclusion now, you may go," the Elder of Heavenly Secrets said, stroking his long beard and nodding. After speaking, he casually waved his hand at Zhuge Ming and returned to the grand hall. Sitting cross-legged and closing his eyes, resembling a statue in stillness. Before long, he was seen rolling in distress, and Zhu Yu felt a twinge of worry. Unsure how to assist, merely watching helplessly. Although the onlookers found the scene peculiar, they obediently handed a mobile phone to Chen Yuer. The nurturing maid noticed the calluses on her hands, which seemed to regenerate with each layer removed, causing her some distress. This punch contained all the strength he could muster throughout his life. Even if faced with a steel machine, it would be shattered to pieces. Approximately 20 minutes prior, the manager of the Madier Hotel, the Russian Sergei, suddenly observed a strange phenomenon. The number of beggars multiplied from a mere dozen to several dozens. Some were striking sticks, while others climbed to upper floors, waving odd pieces of cloth. Everyone felt as if they were bathed in a gentle spring breeze, inundated with an indescribable comfort. As if the arrival of spring had awakened vibrant life. As Yixing hurled a Molotov cocktail and began to ascend the building, he heard the prompt from the infinite altar, momentarily taken aback by the name before continuing his ascent. It was unclear who had instigated this peculiar trend, but the online community had once embarked on a wave of mineral water tasting, raising questions about what was worthy of such scrutiny. Since the moment she married Yan Su as a concubine, her only path was to support him in ascending to the throne, with no retreat in sight. "All right. The competition has begun, let us appreciate it properly and see if there is anything worth emulating," said Ziling, taking 7 Kill's hand and signaling him not to be overly concerned with other matters, for enjoying the present was paramount. After hearing the report from his subordinates, Du appeared taken aback. After all, the esteemed head of the dojo was a member of Team Rocket, even its leader, and the league had utterly failed to notice. It was indeed a challenge to persuade the three of them, yet Li Lianer and Linger insisted on accompanying the eagle, leading him to reluctantly agree. Once they exited the merchandise area, Mu Yi and Tang Xian bid farewell, as Tang Xian returned to her residence, while Mu Yi headed back to his dormitory. A current more potent than 10,000 volts and thunder surged from the 3-in-1 magnetic monster, while the powerful chicken opened its beak and immediately released a flame to confront the electric current. Sometimes, when overwhelmed with tasks, one's thoughts become cluttered with trivialities, leaving no energy for deeper contemplation. Now, with time on her hands, she suddenly perceived the day's events as a farcical spectacle, with a certain individual involved in the absurdity hiding away, accompanied by someone equally entertained. Jing Xian entered to find Lan Rongyue draped in a red phoenix robe, seated upon the phoenix chair, leaning slightly. Her serene posture exuded an air of imperial authority, appearing languid yet evoking a subtle chill in the hearts of those who beheld her. Lin Yu spoke with urgency, expressing that although he still held reservations about Mu Yi, he no longer wished for his demise here, feeling powerless to intervene. Initially, according to Xiaotian's conjecture, a leap from the later stage of the golden core to the nascent soul would require considerable time and effort. However, unexpectedly, after drinking 1,000 jars of exquisite nectar, a breakthrough occurred, leaving everyone astounded. Regarding the reconstruction efforts in the outskirts of the capital, how are the displaced residents being accommodated? Chongzhen inquired. However, as Miyamoto Jiro turned, he found Tang Yi unexpectedly blocking his path, matching his speed without any discernible difference. Ultimately, he was unable to alter any outcomes and could only continue to watch the surveillance footage in disappointment. Why did the 8 banshees not eliminate the 7-corpse multitude at once, but rather wait until victory was assured? In such circumstances, Xian Sun suddenly acted, unleashing 3 drops of 9th-grade essence blood in a stealthy arrow. Days later, the command office ordered Yan Qin to establish a large camp in Meizhou to train the southern expeditionary troops, while Yu Xingren was instructed to lead the main force of the Right Divine Strategy Army eastward from Shu, advancing toward Jiangling to assist Qian Duo in seizing Wuchang. Upon hearing this, his companion lowered the crossbow he had raised, silently wiping away the spittle that had splattered across his face. The music and dance in the hall abruptly ceased, and the performers, wielding knives and swords, swiftly changed roles, subduing Wang Qingsu, who had fallen to the ground and could not rise. Tang Yi, having built a solid foundation through prior stages, acquired from the postnatal, innate, to the nascent soul and spirit stages, found subsequent breakthroughs in tribulation, scattering immortals, and true immortals to be remarkably effortless, explaining his prior emphasis on establishing a robust foundation. At this moment, Yuriko let out a gentle sigh of relief, having been more tense than anyone else a moment ago. Li Peiqing gazed at the graceful silhouette of Lu Zhiyun as she turned away, walking along the dimly lit Nan Mountain Road, feeling an inexplicable sense of helplessness and solitude. Nevertheless, the frailest camel is still larger than a horse. Neither the golden giant python nor the Gu immortal stood a chance against Su Pijuan, who sent both flying with just 4 moves. Ultimately, Fan Wei felt an overwhelming sense of fatigue, a manifestation of mental exhaustion. Recent events had left him feeling overwhelmed, leading to this feeling of strenuous helplessness. Upon reflection, he realized he had merely been entangled in his own stubbornness. Chapter 32. However, the current state of Grandfather Lu caused Lu Shaoling's heart, which had just begun to relax, to tighten once more. Though he had regained consciousness, it was evident to anyone that this was merely a fleeting moment of clarity. Raffer was presently pinning her roommate Charlotte beneath her, a knife poised at her throat. They were in the dormitory room of the first-year students at IS Academy, and it seemed to be morning, with sparrows chirping leisurely outside. Consequently, within this tempest of souls, numerous malevolent spirits lurked, specifically preying on outsiders like them. As soon as she alighted from the vehicle, Lu Shaoling rushed into the building, disregarding Wang Xianlong and Chen Zishi, who followed behind. They understood the urgency and refrained from questioning her further. Ironically, this morning, Cherie had mysteriously left, and I speculated that she had gone to the Weather Vane Design Institute for an interview, Road Tong remarked, glancing at the address and phone number Cherie had noted on the table, a hint of annoyance in her voice. It was Li Heizi who had orchestrated the arson of your home, luring you into becoming her lover to compel you into servitude. She deliberately made you believe that our young lady was responsible for your mother's demise, thereby deepening your resentment towards our sect. You must know that Li Heizi is married and shares a strong bond with her husband, Nanfeng elaborated. The pinnacle existence of the first-grade talisman, the Luo seal, could only endure for a fleeting moment before shattering into glimmers of golden light. Suddenly, a silver gleam flashed as a dagger lunged toward his throat. Chinny's gaze sharpened as he swiftly turned, bending his body, and with a decisive motion of his left hand, he forcefully shoved the assailant's right hand away, sending the man crashing into a nearby tree with a dull thud as he fell to the ground. In that instant, the attacker vanished completely, leaving no trace. Despite the efforts of Wang Zhen and others, as well as the second sect master, who could not locate him. Just like warriors and soul practitioners, there exists no absolute right or wrong in their cultivation journey, there are only the strong and the weak. At that moment, both were lost in a reverie. And amidst the haze, Goyen felt enveloped in a warm current, experiencing an indescribable comfort. However, having been exposed to the ways of the brothel, she had certainly learned a great deal about the nuances and techniques of intimacy. This could be perceived as defying the mandates of Hao Yin, yet rather than exhibiting anger, Hao Yin felt a flicker of warmth within, fully aware that they awaited his departure from the celestial realm. Just as the collective mood had begun to ease, it quickly shifted again upon hearing Goyen's piercing scream. Had it not been for Lu Mingning, who intervened with Lincoln and others, the members of the Battle Alliance would have likely rushed in. Fortunately, such perilous entities were rare. It was rumored that even in the Tianyuan domain, they could only be found in certain perilous locales or among rare treasures. Upon opening his storage bag, he was momentarily taken aback, disbelief and astonishment flickering in his gaze. Haha! What is mockery? Lu Ruffing laughed heartily, seemingly intent on ensuring that the members of the Xiang sect nearby heard his words. Look at those from the Xiang sect. Their envious eyes are practically ablaze. Su Hui ceased speaking, while Yu Chang and those beside him exchanged anxious glances. Fully aware that Su Hui intended to leverage the situation with the Tsuyu Mountain Villa, yet unsure how to respond. The man hesitated, glancing between Tang Jing and He Zilong, unsure whether to strike or refrain from action. The interior of the tulip was lavishly decorated, with the exception of the barbering area. The rest was arranged like a leisure bar. As the demon rhinoceros crashed to the ground, its momentum unabated, Long Yuan surged forward, raising his fist to strike its head. Xin Yao, a captivating beauty reigning over South China, was a coveted jewel in the commercial sphere of the entire nation, pursued by countless tycoons whose fortunes amounted to billions. As Yi Liusheng articulated, individuals from various mystical sects were diligently seeking clues using the mount-watching method, thus Shui Manzi was convinced that fellow practitioners must be nearby. The swirling sword energy erupted explosively, striking the eyes of the corpulent warrior. Ha ha ha! Young Master Huimian laughed heartily, as if expelling all the pent-up frustration from his chest. Everyone awaited Li Jue's next wager, although only $10 million remained on the table. Should Li Jue continue to wager everything as before, the stakes would be monumental. The man clad in white trembled as he descended from the sky, landing in the square, his form flickering momentarily before dissipating. At this juncture, Qi Yanran interjected, for instance, in the second layer of the next 3 days, there lies a location that serves as the center of the second layer. Qing Wushuang smirked playfully, pondering the extent of his current prowess, which was difficult to articulate. Without employing the world star soul, any martial practitioner within the immortal feather realm attempting to kill him would be akin to a fool's errand. Su Qin's countenance darkened. The audacity of the opposing party to treat their compatriots so disdainfully ignited a murderous intent within him. Out of love for one's homeland, he wished for every disciple of the Ice Flame sect to attain their desires through their own efforts, even if it meant becoming the ruler of a realm. A feat he could easily accomplish. Nevertheless, she was aware of Wang Sankai's intentions, having gleaned from Zhuang Su the purpose of his seclusion. Thus, despite her overwhelming excitement and eagerness, she restrained herself from acting impulsively. Su Yensong had died. Xiao Lingyun's voice on the phone was soft, clearly suppressing his tone. Zaku halted shortly after taking flight, aiming his rectangular box at the Valkyrie. The box opened, and a missile soared forth. Unperturbed by the disdain and selective oblivion shown towards him, Yuan Dehai found amusement in it. However, he could not afford to be disrespectful. He greeted everyone he encountered. And when he saw the foreman, he would halt at a distance, bowing his head and standing by the roadside until they passed, before daring to continue on his way. Please rest in town for a while. We shall proceed to the capital only upon receiving my lord's command. Bai Feng invited Zhuo Quan and others into Huolu town. It was as if a peak martial sage faced a martial emperor, utterly devoid of the power to retaliate. This time, he barely repelled Yang Yang, using Junwen as bait. Finally, they had passed the second trial, and Ren Xinlu and Wang Sisi returned to the second floor. Brimming with delight. Chapter 33033 Li Mi, disinterested in engaging him further, took a step back, preparing to strike again with her staff. Curiously, he found himself unable to retract the wooden rod. "Brother, come with me to the Eastern Palace, no matter how splendid the inn may be. It cannot compare to the grandeur of the palace. Besides, it is your home," Shangguan Rui insisted, persistently urging him. After inquiring at several counters, others expressed skepticism upon hearing about the upgraded version of the orange fragrance, politely declining with smiles. If he could successfully infiltrate the pavilion's path and quietly slip beneath it, akin to his previous escapade, he was confident he could escape unscathed once more. Thus, when Baiqi uttered those words, Constantine felt a slight resonance. However, if he were to discover that Baiqi had thoroughly studied his deeds and character, one could only wonder how he would react. Luo Shui, holding on to Feng Qingye as they walked ahead, experienced a barely perceptible tremor. Yet she skillfully concealed her moment of weakness, leaving Feng Qingye oblivious to her unusual state. Initially, they had assumed the boy befriending the sculpture was the third sword deity. But the outcome that followed was beyond their expectations. "The Queen Mother has arrived," a delicate voice announced. There, Ziyao appeared in a yellow silk gown embroidered with phoenixes. Her steps regal, her almond eyes misty. He understood that Wang Shui was merely joking. How could she dare invite Meng Ke over while her husband was home? The elective course on magical creature protection sometimes combined two classes for instruction, which inevitably led to a chaotic ordeal. A calm voice broke through the air. Yet it bore immense pressure. Had these individuals truly sensed my presence? How could they possibly know of my existence? Was it due to the incident involving Jean Letty that they were investigating my ancestry? Before his foot could fully descend, the temporal and spatial forces within the 50,000 zhang radius became tumultuous once more. As soon as the words fell, ripples surged in the void, and several figures emerged, including the formidable star warrior whom Chen Danqing had previously encountered. 3005. The surrounding crowd deemed old AI insane. 3005 was enough to purchase a highly coveted guitar. Chen Danqing couldn't help but roll his eyes. Both the good and the bad had emanated from his mouth. This old dragon was rather inconsiderate. Could he not finish his thought in one breath? Su Feng's play finally equalized the score for both teams, with merely 42 seconds remaining. If all went according to plan, both sides would have a chance to attack. The Miami Heat had already called a timeout. Then, Wang Jingye fell silent. I knew she had recognized my voice, for after I spoke, her eyelid twitched noticeably, and she fixed her gaze upon me, causing a chill to creep over me. This fellow had audaciously launched his feathers at Hua Qiongzi, attempting to test the waters and discern the true effects of the Buddha's light. Wu Yu understood the implications. He could not allow Lan Kanjing to proceed, as he was uncertain whether this would endanger Hua Qiongzi's life. Who was he? He was Wu Jueqing, a name derived from his master. As for his identity, firstly, he was an assassin, one of those scoundrels who, upon receiving payment from their master, would gleefully slaughter innocent civilians. Indeed, that was the essence of an assassin. Yet Lin Tianqing could not produce any evidence at present. Qi Jing was feigning such innocent honesty, making it difficult for Lin Tianqing to speak out. You deliberately arranged Gao Suyo to sing in the 7th position, allowing teacher Yi Xian to be the finale. The assistant director recalled the scene where the station chief criticized Rong Pingyi. She had already felt the depths of Du Tang's malice, and thus she believed Miss Shen's words. In the hospital behind, anguished cries echoed, nurses drenched in sweat, doctors weary-eyed, while a few wounded sat in the sun, smoking cigarettes. Jun Eao's cultivation was undoubtedly among the elite. As he entered the room, someone beside him fished for something, only to find that it was a delicate figure. Seemingly beautiful yet utterly ineffective against demons and monsters, how could such a contradiction exist in this world? She tentatively extended her hand and grasped his wrist. Noticing his lack of response, as he remained preoccupied with drawing her blood, she breathed a sigh of relief and carefully took his pulse. His father was a Peking opera performer with well-preserved vocal cords, hoping to pass on the family legacy to Chu Qingfeng. Subsequently, The two became enveloped in the tranquil fragrance of flowers. The boy named Han Feng was actually Lu Mu. Yet he had since forgotten everything about Qi Yuan and embarked on a new chapter of life. In gratitude for the Lord's assistance, Lord Tao offered a substantial gift. Greatly influenced by Lord Mi's efforts, Hu Jia exchanged a knowing glance with Lu Yi, who understood the implication. His business concubine was an individual of integrity, akin to an orchid in a secluded valley, unwilling and uninterested in becoming a benefactor to the world. At present, she had yet to lay even a single egg. She could only watch helplessly as her two younger brothers were bullied by an imbecile. As Shang Yu was about to introduce herself, she heard Yi Chen cough behind her, prompting her to retract her words and exclaim, "What business is it of yours?" With that, she drew a purple gold knife and charged forward. With a clang, the steel blade in Lady Li's hand clattered to the ground as she sank into her chair, struggling to say, "Indeed it was the Salt gang that coerced me to kidnap." She faltered mid-sentence, after nearly 30 years of life. It was the first time she felt genuine despair before Princess Gui. Thus, it was not merely a search for a scapegoat that prompted her involvement. It was simply due to her past collaboration with the other party. The sight of those infatuated individuals shrieking upon encountering Li Guanyan filled her with anxiety, akin to possessing a prized piece of meat while being surrounded by ravenous wolves. Originally, she had planned to wait for Wu Qi to reach a pivotal moment before casting a spell to summon his 3 wives, igniting a fierce jealousy battle. However, to her surprise, that fellow simply packed up and left. After Ji's father finished speaking, he sighed deeply, as if the money he lost was the most significant loss of his life. Chapter 34. Helian Qi dismounted his horse, retrieving a bundle and a water bottle. Having made ample preparations, the bundle contained sufficient provisions for both of them. The 9th prince picked up the confession document, hesitating before he began to transcribe it. No. He could not concede defeat. At the very least, he needed to uncover the identity of the culprit. Her tone was perfectly calibrated, as if everything flowed naturally, revealing no hint of flaw. Yet, it seemed that the old matron discerned she was not a commoner, indicating a profound depth in the matron's understanding and feelings towards me. Dong Yi Miao Yi furrowed her brow slightly, when a troop approached from behind, oblivious to the halted carriage, passing right by. Not far from the foot of the mountain stood a farmstead, impressive in its surroundings, with numerous tents erected nearby. Returning to the Empress. "We have already arrived at the outer hall." What Cixi did not mention was that the Emperor had arrived brimming with murderous intent this year. At this moment, Linghuan had commenced casting a spell, coalescing 10 shards of energy that spiraled between his palms, as countless purple whirlwinds danced around him, chanting incantations, with magical energy flowing through the air. Crack! A whip struck him again, tearing his clothing and exposing bloodied flesh. The slap that sent him flying also caused me to tumble to the ground. My master helped me up, while Meng Xin stared at me blankly, his expression as if he could scarcely believe that this divine being could still strike him after sustaining such an injury. However, once the restraints were lifted, the malevolent dragon rejoiced, finally liberated from its torment. The wicked dragon lowered its body, unleashing a torrent of searing flames that surged forth, instantly engulfing a large swath of players in the front row. The first class of advanced mathematics the following day was held in a large auditorium filled with over 300 students. At this point, it was likely that the 2 Su-30 fighter jets had yet to detect the new Feibao formation, considering the latter's considerable stealth capabilities. Upon returning to the capital, He Jingyuan conducted a more thorough examination of Fong Tang, finding no issues. Regarding Fong Tang's amnesia, He Jingyuan had formed a preliminary assessment. Wang Bo took the fantasy strategy she handed him, discovering that Lin Shuya had chosen a fantasy world themed around love, back when Chen Dong was destitute. Those who willingly followed him were met with his gratitude. The only way he could repay them was by ensuring they led good lives. It is natural to feel a bit awkward when first getting acquainted, however, once accustomed, it becomes easier. Of course, to prevent waste, it was critical for Chen Dong to convey the immense value of the resources before them. It was evident that Shen Qing harbored feelings for her. She had even been with the unattractive Duan Qingrui, so did she truly need this one? Investigation Bureau? Yuan Jishou was taken aback. This was merely an ordinary accident. How could it involve the Investigation Bureau? He then gestured for 2 nearby veterans to follow him, advancing over 100 meters from the junction of the woods and hillside. The other party was clad in a black spaghetti strap nightgown, the delicate straps hanging loosely from her shoulders. Lian Rong shrugged helplessly, turning to gaze at the scenery below the balcony. Before long, Liao Jinghong rushed out, closely followed by Ling Shi. With the eruption of landslides and the release of Ban Jila's essence, the towering mountains trembled slightly, akin to the tremors of a fierce earthquake. Moreover, after losing their aircraft, their situation would become exceedingly dire. Theoretically, they should discuss future countermeasures among themselves. Ling Jiejia was utterly perplexed as to why events had unfolded in this manner. It was one thing for Gu Weiran to elope, but were they truly getting married? He was tolerable, yet he seemed like a frivolous young master, quite unlike the others. Ji Liunian resolved to cast aside her doubts. She could not harbor such mistrust towards Xingshi. As the school bus turned, Xing Zilong felt Zhang Nanan's body lean toward him. The heat of her skin was palpable even through the fabric. Yet at that moment, she and Qiyu were engrossed in their revelry, completely unaware that someone was sending her messages. Though she was currently receiving a vaccine and could not engage in vigorous activity, she understood he would not harm her. Still, hearing those words made her blush. At that time, the Sword Saint was still positioned in the middle line of the canyon. While Morgana and the gems had already pushed a wave of siege engines towards the tower, with yet another new wave of minions approaching from behind. Yi Jingfeng did not opt for a head-on confrontation. His aggressive advance suddenly halted, sidestepping 2 individuals, and charged towards a specific direction in the formation. A location guarded by only one martial artist, whose entire momentum coalesced into a punch aimed fiercely at that martial artist elf. As for spans of millennia, they belonged to a realm beyond ordinary beings. Only demigods would occasionally touch upon such matters. Upon seeing Chen Jing sitting by the window, a spark ignited in his eyes. His body vibrating from within, emanating an overwhelming aura, akin to a divine blade cleaving through the air. After much deliberation, he decided to seek out Ouyang Yan for a test, for even if Ouyang Yan was devious, his growth had always been visible to him. Any unnatural behavior from Ouyang Yan would confirm it as merely a ruse. At this moment, the earlier surge of energy, accompanied by a wave of heat, suddenly crashed against the Bloodblade Divine Emperor's face, like the scythe of death, striking fiercely against his chest. The intense heat instantly elicited a wretched scream from the soul, which was gradually being extinguished, growing weaker still. Facing 2 prodigies of noble lineage who dared to utter such reckless words, the outcome would undoubtedly be tragic. Eerie wails occasionally echoed from the depths of the Flame Valley, sending chills down one's spine. Although Shangguan she was formidable, several of the most talented individuals from the Hongyuan Academy had already betrayed her. Hua Fu, wielding 2 yellow snakes, was a great shaman from the Jiuli tribe. He was known for his straightforwardness and hatred of evil. Today, witnessing 10 golden crows wreak havoc across the wilderness, annihilating countless lives and committing heinous crimes, while many of the human and shaman clans perished under the true fire of the sun, how could he not feel enraged? Chapter 35. The leaders of the Municipal Police Bureau were convened in a meeting when suddenly, Meng Fei's phone rang. The caller ID displayed Wang Feng. The speaking leader frowned slightly, and Meng Fei cast an apologetic glance before disconnecting the call, nodding to indicate for the leader to continue. I wish to inquire about a matter, if you might be privy to it, Yao Mukin said, his expression indifferent as he gazed at him, slowly articulating his words. The red dust Taoist murmured to the sky, for this battle had unfolded under his watchful eye from the very beginning. If he so desired, it could have been entirely averted. However, he adhered to his own principles and constraints, which is why he remained uninvolved. The following day, General Chen emerged from the tender embrace of his surroundings and immediately gathered a few trusted confidants outside the city to deliberate. The cultivators were steeped in despair. For Lala's strength was indisputable, yet they remained utterly powerless against the Chaos Overlord. Was defeat truly inevitable? The speed at which even inferior elixirs fled was alarming. One could only imagine the astonishing velocity of mid-grade or superior concoctions. Both pondered this with growing frustration and thus began to devise methods to preserve the medicinal properties of the elixirs while significantly slowing their effusion. Zhu Chuan was also eager to unleash his wrath, yet he understood that mere fury would be futile against Yu Bai. It could very well lead to an even harsher reprisal. Elder Xia Hua, not yet, but I assure you I shall strive to the utmost. Yao Mukin's heart warmed. And he once again clasped his fists in gratitude. Upon seeing the general's decisive stance, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Thus, over 1,000 soldiers began to settle into their lives in Anqi County. The governor's entourage finally arrived at the gates of Taiwan City, where the vigilant guards formed a barricade along the road, striving to prevent the thronging populace from encroaching upon the thoroughfare, lest the governor's carriage be startled. It was rumored that the current head of the Silver Ring Escort Bureau had once trained in swordsmanship amidst the verdant mountains, having drawn forth an esteemed heirloom blade. Leading the Pancher tribe, those minimally harmed advocated for the enslavement of the others, while tribes that had suffered devastating losses and faced annihilation called for them to endure the agony of losing their kin. Thus, when struck by the force of 30 tons of might, one was hurled over 100 meters, spitting blood midair. Given the magnitude of the incident, remaining in such a contentious place posed considerable risks. It was prudent to depart this realm of strife as soon as possible. Moreover, even if time permitted them to identify suitable beasts and drive them forth, how would those creatures respond to the 600-strong camp before them and the 100 urging them onward? As for the wealth and resources, they rightfully belonged to GE. And given the current necessity, GE could not arbitrarily decline. Sensing Lin Yaohui reaching for his left shoulder, Yin Ruffing deftly evaded, seizing Lin Yaohui's wrist and flinging him forward. Yishan was taken aback by the rejection, even more so by Yin Ruffing's complete disregard for her presence. In that case, Zhang Yu gritted his teeth, striving to move his fingers, which felt utterly immobilized, as if bound by an unyielding force. Aside from Phillips himself and Yifan, the former possessed the ability to manipulate plasma, which required no further elaboration. This infection was irreversible, having intertwined itself with one's very essence. Even halting the use of the universal life structure would not sever its bond, as it had become embedded in one's genes, extending through one's life and lineage. Strice was a venerable figure in the music industry, one of the most esteemed elders within the American and global recording scene to date. Zhang Biwu sighed, aware that expressing his views would be met with derision rather than consideration. Scarborough Fair was originally adapted from a centuries-old ballad passed down from England. Very well. You may go, death awaits regardless, so do not linger, the spirit of the ghostly realm urged with a sharp gaze. In truth, it was indeed an exceptionally formidable entity. What the wanted posters bore was the most powerful and final safeguard. The corners of their eyes met, revealing a hint of helplessness, accompanied by a deeper bitterness. When the emperor confides his innermost secrets to his ministers, it signifies trust, yet it also severs their retreat, compelling them to follow, even when fully aware that it is a path to ruin, a journey from which there is no return. The thunder resonating in the sky left Dora and her companions puzzled. They could sense the extraordinary vibrancy of the magical particles in the air. Yet they could hardly believe that Lance could summon such a magnitude of magical energy within a zone of magic suppression. Bartow and his subordinates advanced with reckless abandon, akin to rabid dogs, breaking through one blockade only to confront another. Each breach was met with a shroud of fog that obscured their escape routes. Zhou Bai felt no anger towards the actions of the leader, despite their apparent immaturity. However, such a course of action would undoubtedly diminish their gains, prompting Luo Yi to lead the flame squirrel within the mysterious god sect, ensuring that even in their absence, it could still serve as a protective measure for the sect. Chapter 36 I became acquainted with Mr. Qi, the head of Xuanjia Network, through a serendipitous encounter online. His remarkable knowledge and exceptionally professional skills captivated both me and my friends. I believe that if Siwa were to establish a branch in the country, it would undoubtedly be here, rather than elsewhere. Why are you crying? I have not bullied you. Yi Wudao gently caressed her casually tied hair, which possessed an ethereal charm. Her trembling shoulders appeared so delicate. Compared to myself, a man, it seemed that her journey to this point was fraught with difficulty. At present, Zhou Chuan's greatest concern was whether the laser cannon could inflict damage upon this formidable beast, for its scales were exceedingly thick. Jing Yun, hailing from a humble background, naturally held little regard for the lofty noble families and thus looked down upon the aloof Sang Fei, constantly opposing him. However, compared to the elder, Ralph was undeniably still a youth. Having had his fill of wine, the elder carelessly hurled a wine gourd at Ralph, a sudden attack that caught him off guard. Lord Chen sighed and remarked, "This business, it is better left unspoken. Had it not been for you at that time." "Ah. I have yet to sincerely thank you, how could we discuss trivial matters? His words came from the heart, yet Han Jun did not seem inclined to accept any gratitude. After all, he lacked nothing but money at this moment. A new pool of blood formed before Kuan Jian. He truly lacked the strength to continue fighting and had no choice but to confront the reality of his inferiority. The general awkwardly retreated. Unable to fathom the thoughts of Jun Gerden, who was torn between the desire to march directly into Liaodong and the reluctance to sever ties with the Han people. However, with great hope, Fang Ming had just entered the vicinity of Tsuiyun Mountain. More accurately, he had not truly entered its realm when he noticed something peculiar. This perplexity also confounded Lei Yuan, who turned to Bo Chang, hoping that this foremost strategist could offer some assistance. Meanwhile, Jin Mingho remained silent, focused on his meal. In matters of romance, neither party wished for their elders to involve themselves, as it would undoubtedly be too awkward. After a few remarks from his mother, she and Jin Mingho resumed their ordinary conversation. With the Shadow Lord personally overseeing the Hall of Souls, Wu Yi would surely be informed immediately upon his arrival in the underworld, and this occasion was no exception. Leading a group of white souls, Wu Yi once again entered the main hall of the Hall of Souls. Despite having visited before, he still felt a twinge of unease from the surrounding strangeness. Regrettably, one was a life-preserving trait while the other was an auxiliary skill. Neither could aid Link in overcoming his current predicament. How boring. Allow me to fetch them. Otherwise, those fools will never find their way here. Sauron proposed, primarily out of his own ennui. Also, there was Zhang Ruilin, who in Wu Yi's eyes was merely a hapless accessory, tragically introduced only to meet his end 2 years prior. Currently, the city of Xiaoya was driven by the divine essence of the war god, rendering it far more agile than in its previous cumbersome state. Both its defenses and offensive capabilities had seen significant optimization, and through the divine essence, it could even activate extraordinary abilities reserved for deities alone. Zhang Xiao observed Shuluan and consequently noticed Shuluan's doppelganger, summoning, blood dream, to take a defensive stance. Although Xiaoya City held an advantage in numbers, they were at a disadvantage against the formidable Guyu, whose extensive area damage could not breach the opponent's defenses, and pinpoint high-damage attacks were challenging to land. The greatest strength of Xiaoya City lay in its war machinery, yet all such devices shared a common flaw: they were slow. Suited for the battlefield but ill-fitted for battles among the mighty. It was uncertain whether James perceived Mayor Yaku's resistance or had intended to take Alice away all along. But he acquiesced to the mayor's suggestion. Unfortunately, the two had overlooked one crucial detail: a doctor at the psychiatric hospital was a vampire, just like James. Upon hearing these words from Zhang Mingyue, the assembled ministers collectively sighed, fully aware of the potential ramifications yet feeling compelled to proceed. This was perhaps akin to drinking poison to quench thirst. However, even knowing the dangers, Yi Luo could not depart just yet. As he still sought the orb containing the essence of the 9 suns embedded within the statue, though he could not act at this moment. GMO helped Wu Zhiqi to his feet and prepared to leave. If the white-clad sword saint intended to depart, he could not remain here any longer. GMO currently possessed numerous forbidden items, and once the sword saint left, these divine beings would likely turn against him. The crowd watched in silence as Zhou Xingyun prepared to leave, instinctively believing that he was in a fit of rage and intended to exit the square. At that moment, Zhou Xingyun could only recall the words spoken by Wu Changhua, thanks to the remarkable gift of photographic memory he had inherited from Su Zhiqian. Instantly, the once boisterous doc fell silent. With dozens, even hundreds, of eyes fixed intently upon the trio of Xue Ming, Duan Yu, and Duan Hao. From the perspective of the 5 southern camps, Zhou Xingyun led the charge, fearlessly advancing with the elite from the Songlong and Haiga camps toward them. Very well, Blood Map, from this day forth, you shall be one of my disciples at Sanjian Peak. I hope that in the future, you will shine brightly within the Holy Academy, said Emperor Shirtian with a calm demeanor. Following the maritime chart, Zhou Xingyun and his companions sailed for several days across the sea, arriving safely in the waters of the kingdom of St. Kieran without incident. What? Are you saying that the Rule Temple is guarded by 8 masters whose cultivation levels you cannot even discern? At this moment, within the Shadow Mountain of the Shadow Gate, the Shadow Lord, Lu Jianyue, sat at the foremost position in the Great Hall, while Lu Ruiying and Yu Hua stood nearby, both covered in wounds. Chapter 37, Lin Fei returned to the bus, where where all the passengers were filled with trepidation, afraid to breathe. As if confronted by a monster capable of taking lives at will. It was only until last year, when a pair of dragon and phoenix twins were born, that Mu Xingguang began to cherish his two great-grandchildren. At this moment, far away in the Jiuli sacred city, the Grand Sword Evaluation Conference was finally underway. After a while, Yi Lei affixed the beast skins given by Ji to the cave walls, activating both concealment and defensive formations that enveloped the entire cave. Huh. This is the weapon I desired. Had I obtained it sooner, my task would not have been so arduous, Yang Zihan declared, brandishing her claw blades. As Yang Qing'er charged forward, the gaunt elder's eyes glinted with malice, and he swiftly turned to strike at them. In the face of Yi Wushuang's overwhelming dominance, Tang Yunxian, despite her resistance, was quickly subdued, her declaration of intent to kill fading into silence. It is known that when Lin Fei combined his technique of 1,000 thunderstrikes, even a platinum-level powerhouse would struggle to endure, yet, this hefty fellow not only withstood it but also rebounded the force. Zhang Yi dodged the onslaught of sword winds while inquiring of the spirit residing in his left hand, Delage. He expounded at length about an array of furniture, the sheer number suggesting a deliberate attempt to seize objects. Within the Cuizhu sect, all students and mentors gathered in the training ground, gazing skyward in hopes of catching even a glimpse of Lu Wei's lingering shadow, yet they beheld nothing. It was evident that this admiral's development level was not to be underestimated. Attacking his true form during battle would not be an easy feat for Mino. Zhao Ji, a master of poetry, would surely recognize any slight alteration, leading to potential complications for himself. Among the Naval High Command, there seemed to be a mix of those who heed the government's directives, such as warring states, Akainu, and the more rebellious figures like Karp and Akiji, alongside some neutral members like Kizaru, Zephyr, and Vice Admiral Crane. Struck by quadruple damage, the pumpkin spirit felt immense pain, nearly succumbing to unconsciousness. The surrounding walls had been scorched by the black sun into a malleable substance, rendering the terrain incapable of thwarting the Deadpool's circling ambushes. Just as the words left his mouth, the gluttonous figure beside him witnessed the arrival of food, and his eyes sparkled with delight as he eagerly grasped his chopsticks. Only operatives with sufficiently high bloodline ranks could pilot specialized submersibles to approach the White King's embryo. However, entangled in the exalted mental realm of Takamagara and overshadowed by Nibelungen, even newly ascended royals like Yen Sun and beings of high bloodline such as Anger found themselves ensnared in illusions and confusion, let alone receiving signal assistance from Kagayaheim. Nestled at the foot of the mountain, the town's scenery and architecture were distinctly different from that of Wooden Pole Town, offering a unique charm. The simple-minded Iron Bull failed to grasp that these individuals were mocking him, earnestly presenting the flower leopard demon to others. She promptly pulled out her phone. Startled by the dozens of missed calls, the majority from Lin Wanru, intermixed with calls from Lin Shitai and the elder Lin. Despite the rampant rumors, Meng Yan had visited this place only a handful of times over the years. Yet, the current circumstances were clearly not suitable for jest. The fragrant sachet was carelessly tossed aside by Bai Yuan, bouncing upon impact with the ground. Understanding this was sufficient. I surmise my elder brother's displeasure stems from being summoned back by our father, as commanding troops on the battlefield has always been his ambition. Liang Feng, hearing the horn blaring behind him, silently stepped aside, yet the cacophony only intensified. Breaking a few bones was nothing out of the ordinary for those accustomed to violence. Their lives were not in jeopardy. In other words, while those movements appeared to be controlled by Yuan Lingwei, they were actually under the influence of Kuan. The ghost nodded in a daze, feeling somewhat embarrassed as he attempted to withdraw his hand from Qin Yu's grasp, only to find her grip surprisingly strong, thwarting his efforts. However, the two quickly pursued each other with reckless abandon, neither wanting to lose the initiative in battle. That was quite distant. While it was said that the southern region of the Flame Dragon domain belonged to the Yi family, the Yi city was situated at the very southern tip of the Flame Dragon domain, rendering any visit futile, as Su Yuanwei remarked. The current predicament was that Ping Jing was trapped on Tianzhou Island, while the elders on the island sought to capture him. Yet, Ping Jing was too formidable, leaving the elders at a stalemate, unwilling to allow him to leave without inflicting harm. Indeed, the Six Paths Law King promised that upon your success, you would be granted the title of Zero Enforcement. Even if not, all your closest kin are currently at the residence of the 19th Law King of Sanhua. Even if they are not part of the tower, they are still children of our Linghuan Tower. The king of the underworld nodded in agreement. This mountain road spans over 20 kilometers, with numerous twists and turns, attracting many automotive enthusiasts eager to compete along its perilous path. Yifan embraced Zixia. Her crimson attire reminiscent of an unfulfilled romantic fate, billowing in the wind and brushing against his cheek. Not yet. Perhaps he has appointed an agent to participate in today's auction, Wu Qing murmured. Suddenly, the figure in white reached out and seized the long sword from Mo Ling's still form, slowly pressing the blade toward her heart. He took a few more bites, finally discerning a distinct flavor. He recognized who had crafted the buns and surmised what transpired outside the courtyard. The demon swiftly shifted the conversation to traversing worlds. Noting that one's power seemed significantly elevated in the new realm, certainly surpassing that of the original world. To carry more of this strength back to reality, one must cultivate deeper connections in the traversed world. Only then did Shinzurwo release the doctor, covering the body with a white cloth, clenching his fists. Yet he uttered not a single word, leaving no one aware of the tumultuous thoughts swirling within him at that moment. Chapter 38. Could it be that Xie Juanhe is unaware? She has long grown accustomed to being forgotten. Casting a hesitant glance toward Xie Juanhe, Gao Yuding was taken aback. A rush of sweetness transformed into bitter tears. Her tear-filled eyes blurred as she pondered how many individuals in this world would risk their lives for her. Perhaps only this one. Yet, how could that be possible? Uncle Fu guided the six of us through a series of corridors until we reached the main hall. Once seated, I noticed a calligraphy hanging on the central wall, inscribed with the words of Tang Minghuang's Chen Tai Wang. Your humble servant pays respects to your majesty. Bowing with utmost humility, her every gesture exuded an indescribable grace and elegance. The generals deemed this a waste of military resources, yet Lu Sun, through this strategic reconnaissance, discovered that Liu Bei's encampments were constructed from wooden fences, prompting him to decide on a fire attack. At long last, they had summoned the blood demon. A perfect being from an alternate dimension, should the blood demon grow to sufficient strength, they would no longer be beholden to the abyssal demon clan. It resembled snow, yet was purer than snow, akin to feathers, yet more vibrant. A white radiance emanated from her being, imparting a sense of gentleness and tranquility. Thunder rumbled. Yusu rushed toward the spot where the thunder had vanished, but no matter how deeply he pressed, layers of sand and stones persisted. Xiaoyan, why aren't you lending a hand? Yusu reproached as he turned to question Xiaoyan, but upon seeing Xiaoyan's expression, he relinquished his discontent. Ruoyu stepped forward hesitantly and pushed Jun Wuxia gently, yet to her surprise, with a slight exertion, Jun Wuxia swayed in the direction of her push, appearing utterly devoid of strength. In that fleeting moment, she discerned a flicker of warmth and clarity in his gaze, only for it to swiftly revert to its previous cold demeanor. Si Juanhao bent down, his elongated fingers grasping her chin. Observing her furrowed brows from the pain, her red lips quivered yet remained silent. This ancient city, in the new era, had acquired a new title, Thieves' Capital. The vibrant red carpet at the entrance dazzled, flanked by bodyguards maintaining order. The child in Xilan's embrace had lost much of his previous vitality, believing he was hungry. She attempted to feed him the goat's milk she had brought from the villa, yet he refused to eat. Just as her anxiety peaked, a glimmer ignited in her eyes upon hearing a certain sound. Ai Mu sighed inwardly, though every part of her ached. She understood that now was not the time for rest. The dragon family's spiritual communication technique was not as simplistic as merely seeing ghosts with the naked eye. They could touch spiritual entities and perceive the lives of souls through thought. The proficiency of their spiritual technique varied. Adept practitioners could commune with any spirit, while Long Xilan's abilities were rather mediocre, often leading to failures. The Rhine building is the city's most expensive luxury residence, and those who reside here are few. As a security captain, could one not recognize the residence? Wang Ming, employing his extraordinary powers, expelled most of the demon clans and divine beings that had invaded the East Sea, engaging once more in aerial combat with Tai Yi and the Emperor. As night gradually enveloped Chengdu, the bustling Renmin South Road became eerily quiet. With a quarter of Chengdu's population working on Renmin South Road, as night fell, nearly all of them retreated home, resulting in the profound stillness. The demonic clouds expanded relentlessly, ultimately shrouding the entire chaotic forest. The native spiritual beasts and human mercenary caravans within were wiped out overnight. Chang Fei had always aspired to make a name for himself through the sword path. And in the ensuing battles, he intended to carve out his destiny alongside the sword. He fixed his gaze upon Meng Xin, observing every subtle change without uttering a word. Such a direct inquiry left him with no choice but to respond, lest he offend another's pride. Arlie, already seething with anger, felt her dignity further tarnished by their laughter. Rising in humiliation to kick the nearby stool with force, Xuanan leaned over the railing of the third floor, surveying the scene below. The first floor was filled with high-end luxury diamonds and watches, and most of the shoppers here were tourists. After hailing a taxi, I arrived at the pre-arranged meeting place with Xuanan, a Chinese restaurant in Chinatown. Upon entering, I found Xuanan seated. Having already ordered several dishes reminiscent of our hometown, though altered, they still retained a hint of familiarity. Huang Chao's overthrow of the Tang dynasty led to the tumultuous 5 dynasties and 10 kingdoms period, which severely drained the vitality of the Central Plains. Even by the time of the Northern Song, the damage had yet to be restored. And it was precisely due to the emergence of the 5 dynasties and 10 kingdoms that the future unification of the Northern Song would repeatedly face humiliation from foreign powers. In response to the translator's request, Fujita expressed his predicament, reluctant to abandon him, thus seeking assistance from his nephew, Hirata Ichiro. As the soldiers of the 1st Battalion stormed into the building, fierce gunfire erupted within, accompanied by the explosions of grenades, flames visible through the windows. As time passed, the gunfire shifted from the 1st to the 2nd floor, ultimately reaching the 3rd, with the intensity gradually waning. Chen Shi was filled with resentment. Her sorrowful emotions reflected on her solitary face, deepening her melancholic expression. "If you do not agree, we shall not permit you to enter the palace," Qing Han coldly declared. "That depends on what it takes to induce slumber. A half-can dosage should suffice." Despite Tang Bai's extensive experimentation with various potencies of magical substances at Not's extraordinary biological base, he dared not make assumptions based solely on experience when confronted with the unique existence of the werewolf progenitor in this realm. Chapter 39. The silvery ethereal mist exhaled from her lips enveloped Miss Chen's arm, and as if by miracle, the frenzied growth of fish scales gradually ceased, retreating piece by piece until they vanished completely, restoring her skin to its original smoothness. Meanwhile, Xiaoming gleaned some understanding, comprehending the profound principles at play, thereby enhancing his own secretive practices significantly. His gaze turned inquisitively towards Pesci, a peculiar light flickering in his ancient eyes. Upon hearing Tianxi's words, he grasped the Tibetan sect's stance. Clearly, they had regained their clarity. It was imperative to avoid reckless actions at this juncture, lest they fall into Duan Tian's trap. Although this development seemed to disrupt their original plans, his thoughts were solely fixated on one thing: Jiang Xiyun must not be embarrassed at this moment. Suddenly, a bullet shot by Chen Tianyi struck the opponent's tire, causing the vehicle to lose control, the wheels beginning to skid and emitting a grating sound against the pavement. A boss battle without an MT was undeniably arduous, with most participants dealing only a meager 10 points of damage. Progress was painfully slow. Listening to Tianxi, Wang Kuan was visibly moved. He understood that Tianxi acted for their benefit. Wang Kuan felt even more reluctant, yet to protect Wang Shui, he had to extricate Tianxi from his life, necessitating a resolution. "How dare you speak, Junior? Are you unaware of the distinction between rank and status?" The man clad in white, as pure as snow, stood there like a drawn sword, poised to strike at any moment. Last night, while he had surveyed the entire camp with his sword pellet, he had indeed failed to identify the extraordinary beings of the 2 major factions. Yet he was certain he had not erred, as he could not fathom that 2 multinational corporations would be so careless or foolish. "Congratulations to your organization, Black Rose. I trust this vaccine incident will yield at least $100 billion. The president of the Chaojia Society's eyes sparkled with anticipation regarding this collaboration. Meng Xin had gathered 6,000 troops, and here he was to receive the remaining 2,000 from the tribes. Subsequently, Guha led 700 to 800 men southward to conquer the Iron Lands. Certainly. Look north, I shall entrust you with the Kamenets fortress. You shall also share command over the Cossacks. As you head north, aim to reach places like Lviv. I require you to instill fear in the Poles and Lithuanians. What a commitment to life and death together. Let this commander fulfill your wish. A sinister voice echoed from nearby. The hidden rules of Saibafulu were such that they did not affect the greater scheme, whether known or unknown, it mattered little. Luxurious armor. King Tu exclaimed, marveling at the opulence of the armor he had never donned himself. Initially, everyone believed they were merely doctors, lacking the authority to handle such matters. However, with the bribery video and Wang Guanchuan's premature departure from the program, perceptions of him shifted dramatically. Why has Lord Lu arrived in our western Xia so early? Was it not said he would wait for 2 more days? Asked Shang Wuxing. With a crisp sound, Han Feng's stone figure toppled, causing the now aimless skeleton soldiers and stone puppets to stagger outward to engage in battle. The evil sorcerer opposite cackled as he waved his wand once more, resurrecting the recently fallen demon and transforming the swordsman back into a skeleton to rejoin the fray. Upon returning, Zhang Qi found himself harshly reprimanded by the Jinshanwei personnel. Those elderly and infirm are Russians. It is well known that Russian slaves are more unruly than others. They do not work diligently. These mongrel-blooded fellows seem intent on devouring everyone. There were various other versions, such as Jack's conspiracy, the Machiavellian schemes of the Duchy of Maggini, the intrigues of the Duchy of Dlammen, and the vengeful victims of the twisted Lutherus, among others. Yet, these rumors surrounding the blood banquet had devolved into mere gossip, lacking any supporting evidence. To prevent them from resorting to trickery, it was prudent to eliminate a few renowned heroes, with such a threat looming. The martial world would be engulfed in whispers of powerful attackers, rendering any provocations irrelevant as excuses. Once Bai Yi boarded the vehicle, Bai Ling remotely activated the massive iron gate, the sound of its opening successfully drawing a horde of zombies, who came rushing towards Bai Yi and her companions, howling in frenzy. By the time the gate was wide enough for the vehicle to exit, 5 or 6 zombies had already congregated at the entrance. It is getting late. Since you are also heading to the Monster Hunter conference, why not take me along? Billy declared as he slid into the passenger seat. I rely on my wisdom and persistence. I have never considered myself inferior to anyone, Zhe Jin stated calmly. Third uncle had long since retracted the power he had used to restrain Su Yi. Given Su Yi's capabilities, a martial king-level powerhouse would hardly deign to intervene. Currently, Wu Dao and Su Qinyang stood upon 2 peculiar large instruments, otherwise finding a place to rest would have been quite challenging. Yet the manner in which the other party lifted their delicate foot was unparalleled. The sensation of someone gently massaging her soul sent a shiver down her spine. A peculiar feeling coursing through her body, compelling a soft, sweet sigh from her throat. All possessed long, slender figures, drawing attention akin to top models, and before long, murmurs of gossip erupted within the store. Shinku knew that this jealous individual would not spare any man who approached her. Especially not the highly competitive second young Master Tong. Han Mo furrowed his brow, accepting the drink passed to him, downing it in a single gulp. Yet, his gaze frequently strayed towards the entrance, a complexity evident in his eyes. Witnessing the shocking scene before them, the onlookers collectively gasped, their bodies trembling. Hearts nearly leaping from their throats, feeling a chilling dread pervade their pores, as a shiver ran down their spines. Rao Qian savored tea and collected artifacts. And Shi Xiangdong was indeed an expert in the matter, as their shared interests provided ample conversation fodder. With his grizzled crew cut, this man appeared not overly aged. Though somewhat portly, upon closer inspection, the term sturdy seemed more fitting for his physique. Though he had served a few years in the military, it was at his father's behest. When transferred to the 2nd Division, everyone was aware of his background, thus turning a blind eye to his training. He could handle ordinary individuals without issue, but against those who had genuinely trained, he was decidedly outmatched. He Luyang nodded, saying, "Very well, I shall expedite matters here." However, the military is not like government departments. Operational procedures require some time. Chapter 040. Her title as a princess was conferred by the feudal lord of the Fire Nation. And with the invitation from Sarutobi Hizashi, he did not decline. Once again, he immersed himself in this moment, meticulously sensing the fluctuations of clarity. Half an hour later, the power of clarity began to expand outward. This was the first time Chang Sun Xian had her subordinates engage in large-scale construction, since her ascension. The palace had only undergone minor renovations and had never seen the erection of grand buildings. It was no wonder that the cloaked figures pursued them relentlessly. It turned out the parchment had already touched upon matters of war between nations. Now, he could finally nurture himself in peace, free from further probing tactics from the third generation. The male voice sought to convey the essence of the song, aside from teacher Li Yugong. It was a daunting task for anyone else. Pang Ding instantly fixed his gaze upon Xue Songji, and the soldier beside him, holding a soft whip, wisely handed it over to Pang Ding. Qingshu could not help but scoff, labeling him as a severely deluded individual lacking proper education. Zhonghua, hand over the person. You must give an account for harming our men, shouted the yellow-haired one, keen to assert his presence. As Han Kiki intended to check the contents of the fridge, the doorbell rang, causing her to pause and frown slightly, pondering who could be knocking at this hour. Is that so? Those two in charge should also be punished. Yun Shang remarked discontentedly, feigning concern for Jin Rong. I disagree. As a prince sent to the northern D, it is vital not only to impose punishment on Shua Tabir but also to foster connections. I believe the correspondence cannot substantiate the second prince's treason, countered Lord Yuan, the minister of the Supreme Court. The pair of moist, blue-gray eyes, coupled with a hint of baby fat, rendered old Lady Guan unable to contain her affection. Li Yi dismounted and approached, surrounded by several elders. One elder, nearing 70, held a large white porcelain bowl brimming with wine, the sweet aroma wafting toward Li Yi. A certain regret felt like an unfillable void. No matter the effort expended, it remained insatiable, reminiscent of irretrievable mistakes that, upon reflection, evoked a longing for time reversal. As the sword descended, there was no sound akin to metal striking stone. It was as effortless as slicing tofu, cleaving the stone in two with a mirror-like finish. Clearly, someone was attending to her affairs, yet the identity of that caretaker was of no concern to her, since the teacher had already addressed the matter separately. Their opinions were rendered moot. I have arrived late. Shi Ying's eyes sparkled with warmth, lacking the coldness she exhibited towards Lu Chenxin. Handsome, let us be serious. The madman specifically instructed me to visit Uncle Dog more often. After sharing a laugh, I solemnly reminded Lu Shuai, my heart tightening at the thought of Feng Hua. Releasing a long sigh of frustration. Tian. Tian Tian? I gazed incredulously at the familiar face. Indeed, it was Tian Tian. How could she possibly be here at this moment? Seeing him in a state of dismay, Wan Xing unexpectedly felt a twinge of sympathy. What hardship must a man endure while caring for a child alone? Qiao Yan listened intently, and as the music concluded, she turned her head, only then realizing Wei Qi Hong's burning gaze upon her. Pei Ziyun, upon acquiring the golden apple, sensed a waft of fragrance emanating from it. The system trembled, and the realization struck her that this golden apple was the item required for her mission, even sparking a fleeting thought of escape. As the curse escaped her lips, a sound echoed, and the demon split in two. This time, the white light did not extinguish. Everyone could clearly see the glowing, smoking wound deep within, and in an instant, white flames ignited, transforming into a fiery specter, seemingly more vigorous and enduring than ordinary corpses. Now, the reason Mu Liuanian selected elite soldiers from the Mu family army was primarily to allow this vanguard unit to evade scrutiny. Jiang Xini, upon hearing this, set down her spoon, retrieved a pouch from her waist, and handed several pieces of loose silver along with a handful of copper coins to Lu Bo Xianyang. The years have allowed us to remain by each other's side, rooted in the love and admiration we shared back then. In that moment, Lu Ruxue was no longer the empress, nor was Mu Xianyang the emperor. She held his hand, resting her head on his shoulder. For reasons unknown, Sun Fei felt an unprecedented clarity of thought, as if the dust clouding his mind had been swept away, leaving behind a strange sense of lucidity. Yet, at this stage, without absolute superiority over his opponent, it was implausible to eliminate them. The clash of extremes, heat and cold, was a matter of great consequence, in closely matched scenarios. Who could guarantee their victory over the other? Green Dance frowned, finally extending her pink tongue to taste, only to pull a face resembling a bitter melon. Lin Ju burst into hearty laughter, downing his cup of wine and rising with Green Dance in his embrace. Observing Wei Yifeng Wangshi's unfriendly demeanor, he was displeased with this intruder disturbing his tranquility. Chapter 41. Though it may appear otherwise, Quan Shun possesses a certain cleverness. Although he did not attend the scene in person, he managed to gather a considerable amount of information along the way while escorting the doctor. Upon receiving a message from his master, he immediately relayed a general overview of the situation. At the tender age of 13, beyond the contentment of companionship, could one yearn for greater joys? Perhaps so, yet they remain unaware of many things. Even the notion of a kiss, commonly depicted in dramas, does not entice them to explore, for reasons unknown. Xiang Hai and Linghuan handed over their completed artwork to the shopkeeper, who assured them that the embroiderer would finish the piece within a week. The items would then be dispatched to the customer via mail, and should there be any delays, they would provide a compensation of 10%. Although the government imposes restrictions on official business interactions, they are not overly stringent. Most importantly, all of this is entirely lawful. Yu Derong operates her company with her own funds, a reasonable endeavor, and as long as she does not violate the law, Feng Yuan Kai has little to contest. Yet, how could Xia Kai, with only a modicum of martial skills, easily ascend the bright summit and its 13 cliffs? Thus, he resolved to journey eastward, seeking a decent job in the Central Plains, prioritizing sustenance above all. Upon hearing Linghuan's name, Old Yang's expression darkened, his gaze towards Xiang Hai tinged with disdain. He had anticipated that those individuals would strike simultaneously with Feng Zhenzong and his associates, but they remained conspicuously absent. Returning to the celestial court, within the main hall, the immortals took their seats at will, though the Wei Wang Emperor and a gathering of senior deities congregated centrally. The assembly resumed its meticulous preparations of the documents in hand. The filial emperor was pained by their raucousness. The disorderly cacophony bore little resemblance to the decorum befitting high-ranking officials. Xiao's parents received a 15-year prison sentence, with all assets returned to Xia Chuhi. Xia Qiu Xin's husband, upon witnessing the collapse of the Xia family, vanished the following day with the household's cash, leaving no trace. Xia Qiu Xin, a resolute individual, subsequently chose to live incognito. Meanwhile, the pretender to the throne was thrown into disarray at the sight of the 8th prince exiting the palace. Yet he found himself with no avenue of retreat. Feng Jingshui offered a slight smile as he took the stone from her hand. Bai Qian's delicate fingers exerted pressure, crushing the sturdy stone into fragments, reducing a portion of it to sand that trickled through his fingers. Mo Lin regarded him with exasperation. At times, the young master's stubbornness was excessive. In truth, 3 years could effect substantial change, yet he remained tethered to the past, unwilling to move on. Regardless of Ningbao's insistence, Lu Mo Xiu chose to disregard her, leading her to ultimately contact Lu Mu. Song Ling maintained an unyielding demeanor, channeling a stream of ice-blue magic toward the heavens. Throughout his life, he had borne an overwhelming burden. He wished not for her to add to his woes. In that moment, she found herself perplexed by Xiao Wei Ai's intentions, which perhaps were to oppose her. Strikingly disheartening was that Tong Yang, devoted to her, also held significant shares. Ziyao returned to the base in the afternoon, taking the time to send her vehicle to the repair shop and notifying them to forward the repair bill to Zhao Ziqian of the capital's criminal police. As the others finished tidying the car, they exchanged glances. He could no longer articulate his emotions. He pulled her fiercely into his embrace, holding her quietly, kissing her hair, savoring her essence, then cradling her face and kissing her lips deeply, pouring forth all his tenderness. After all, Ding Zhu had awakened to find herself clad not in her original attire, but in a garment resembling a burlap sack, rendering her entirely exposed. The discerning heart of Ginkgo could hardly miss the jealousy lacing Cui Lu's words. Unwilling to engage further, she hastily concocted an excuse to depart, contemplating the necessity of addressing this matter before the old matriarch in the future. Along the way, she had already encountered more than 7 corpses. Surely there were more yet to be discovered, and countless others continued to perish. Fortunately, the individual discovered by Chu Qing was a member of the alliance, well versed in the matters others had mentioned. To believe Queen Mary's words was to acknowledge her ridicule. They, the fence-sitters, were but foolish mortals. In the hall, following Wu Lingzhu's departure, the remaining individuals exchanged bewildered glances, uncertain of their next course of action. The Eastern sovereign, wishing to avoid the constraints of the Great Tao, sought ways to fortify his true spirit, aspiring to liberate himself from its grasp. As for surpassing the Great Tao, that notion remained distant. The situation was still in its infancy, and plans could never keep pace with change. The Eastern sovereign feared a sudden disruption of the Great Tao, which would be utterly vexing. Yuan Mo jested, "I say, Your Majesty, every time you encounter trouble, you write to the Empress to lament your woes, even requesting funds, provisions, and personnel." Grenades detonated in succession, yet Lin Xingxi deftly evaded one. At that moment, she had reached the opposite side of a large boulder, swiftly aiming her weapon at the flank of a verdant palm tree. The outcome was predictable. These sentient, peculiar beings could finally express their joy. Recently, the boss's condition had severely deteriorated, his temper grew increasingly volatile, and his suspicions intensified. A mere slip of the tongue could lead to execution. This was no idle threat. In recent months, no fewer than 70 individuals had met their demise at the boss's decree. Upon witnessing Gong Yi Zhibao's enthusiastic nodding, he picked up the dagger once more and, amid incredulous gazes, plunged it into his throat, collapsing to the ground. Wang Yingfang may lack in other areas, but she was remarkably adept at operating a sewing machine. The thread was perfectly straight. Li Wanyu had expected it to resemble the wriggling of a worm. He had now resolved to collaborate with Nangong Qing, necessitating a face-to-face meeting to foster trust. The opportunity for patience was limited. If delayed further, Nangong Qing's forbearance would likely evaporate. Chapter 42. There is no need for concern now. She can finally confront Bai Jiaming openly. With Chu Haoren's assistance, Bai Feifei feels as though she has gained the support of a formidable force, even surpassing the Bai family, allowing her to cast aside her worries. The clashing of swords and shields between Ding Dang and the spirits continues, for neither side can inflict harm upon the other, resulting in a stalemate. Their most pressing concern now is to address the overwhelming resentment in the air, otherwise, it is the innocent civilians who will bear the brunt of the consequences. Hengtong once again envelopes the area in a barrier to contain the pent-up grievances within the mountains. At this moment, the students no longer fear the ominous visage before them, as they are profoundly moved by Zhou Huang's words, their faces betraying an unmistakable joy. Meng Qi, deep in thought, ponders the nature of his heart and the path he must traverse. Unable to sleep, he notices Linghuan outside the door, fidgeting, and wonders if she harbors ill intentions, prompting him to check on her. Linghuan beams at Gao Qing, her eyes sparkling with curiosity. "My lord, we understand that such sacred artifacts rightfully belong to the nobility, and we should harbor no thoughts of our own." Master Chong interjects. "What are you doing, Chu Haoren?" Xiong Zhifeng exclaims, startled, only to find that Chu Haoren has already released his grip. "Let us continue," Mingyue suggests, perhaps attempting to lift the oppressive atmosphere. Zhang Yuanzhao can't help but chuckle, amused that they would even mention President Heng, a figure renowned far and wide. He muses that even 10 of his own voices could not rival a single word from Heng. Shi Wang finds herself seated on a patch of grass, her gaze fixed on the setting sun, her expression revealing a hint of nostalgia. On the streets of Juqing, a robust figure hurries along, seemingly at ease. Yet upon closer inspection, his eyes betray a sense of panic. One hand clutches his chest, as if fearing the loss of something precious. Weihu, a place steeped in malevolence, lies in a narrow valley seldom trodden by human feet, yet it serves as the perfect sanctuary for her wounds to heal. Gong Ming's movements are graceful and intricate, leaving onlookers bewildered as to his intentions. However, as he begins to dance, a portion of the Tory's wall is swiftly severed. It's Sakura's vanishing ball. Beta furrows his brow, his orange-hued pupils reflecting contemplation. The power of Sakura is indisputable, and while imitation is inevitable, true replication requires a foundation of skill and strength. We shall prevail as long as we can outlast his energy depletion, Yuan Shao declares as he prepares to strike. Though no tangible evidence exists to confirm that this is indeed the painting once housed by Emperor Yanzhao, Qin Shufei believes unwaveringly that it cannot be mistaken. Subsequently, nearly the entire Black Feather clan mobilizes, welcoming their guests with the grandest of ceremonies. The dark ore he encountered in this location appears notably different. Although its distribution is extensive within a radius of several dozen zhang, it remains strikingly concentrated, unlike any other substance. That morning, he approached the government office without the need for announcement, strolling in leisurely with his hands clasped behind his back, as if he had not been tirelessly racing against time. Just as Lu Zhe's focus shifted to Alaska, the projection of the planet transformed dramatically, the previously still image bursting to life. He gazed intently, seemingly unable to absorb enough of the spectacle, until the sound of footsteps outside disrupted the tranquility. Chunwu was momentarily stunned. Her habitual playful demeanor gradually giving way to a more serious expression, a faint blush creeping onto her cheeks, though subtle, it was undeniably real. Go! Chu Tian commanded. His sword aimed directly at Buzz, and with a swift utterance, dozens of shadowy blades sliced through the air towards him like a torrential downpour. Arriving at the company, everything remained unchanged. Though his morning had been tumultuous, for others, it was merely an ordinary day, the sun rising and setting as it always did. Faced with the meteorological plans falling short, an alternative strategy must be devised to fill the void. In the moment of contemplation, Tan Qiusheng resolved to remotely control a standard robot for a stroll in the desert. The tires of the jeeps had already deflated considerably, yet with a simple command, the gray tide re-inflated them while sealing any gaps or cracks, restoring them to their former glory. After fulfilling the requests of the two individuals, the trio found themselves exhausted from the day's events and settled down for a peaceful night's rest. As the patrol-s Qingzhan caught sight of Gu Sanhai, whose legs were unnaturally bent, he exchanged glances with several others before approaching with a derisive smirk. Chapter 43, Speak, what is it that you desire? The ancestor of the Ling family gazed intently at Qin Tian, his profound eyes seeming to pierce through the very essence of the youth. This young man, undaunted by adversity, had traversed a long journey to arrive here, undoubtedly seeking something of great significance. Lei Mo understood the implication of the guard's words. While other areas of the National Master's residence were permissible, the Star Observation Tower remained a forbidden zone. Without his presence in the tower, none dared to enter. The lethal tridents whizzed perilously close to Nie Feng's body, nearly grazing him. Your Highness, you cannot ignore the truth, a voice called out, take it easy, slow down. Niu Qingshan exclaimed, his horse rearing as he hurriedly pulled on the reins, leaving him no time to speak further. I shall want to savor your exquisite wine later. Jun Luoyan stepped forward, embracing Zhu Yan warmly. The soft strains of music floated gently in the air, like a refreshing spring flowing through the heart. In that moment of stunned silence, Luoyang's grasp on the rabbit faltered, sending it tumbling to the ground, its whereabouts now unknown. That traitor? Others gawked at the figure approaching slowly. How dare he seek an audience with the princess? Someone raised a bow in alarm. Such a young man, despite any faults, could hardly be deemed irredeemable. Moreover, Qin Xiaoyi, clad in plain attire with her short, pragmatic hair, bore a striking resemblance to a soldier. This fellow may be in for a spot of trouble. Moron Lanlan's expression tightened in apprehension. She fully understood the terrifying might of Ling Yan wielding his spiritual martial arts. The force of his strike could only be described as cataclysmic. A fierce wind erupted, prompting Nua to swiftly evade, realizing that his adversary had no intention of allowing him a chance to decline. Rancinian stared, dumbfounded, as Rao Heiress' enchanting silhouette vanished through the doorway. Struck to the core by her incisive observations, he felt a mix of frustration and embarrassment. After a moment, he turned to find Chu Zicheng's understanding gaze upon him and managed a strained smile. Meanwhile, Mo Chanqian, dressed in a micro-mini skirt and a form-fitting top, flitted about the gathering of men, her refreshing attire captivating attention. The generations of warriors had endured immense hardships, and even the vast oceans could scarcely cleanse these stains. Should the authorities fail to devise a solution before word spread, panic among the populace would be inevitable, potentially inciting a rebellion, a troublesome predicament indeed. In Long Qianshan of Longhai City, the pride of the Long family and one of the four revered battle lords of the South Sea had only been defeated by Jun Sha during the previous martial ranking contest, securing the second position among the four lords, a formidable presence. His amicable relationship with Jun Sha had prompted his visit to the Red Demon Mountain at Jun Sha's invitation. Lian Xian cast a suspicious glance at Lu Chuan, and without much thought, she opened the booklet he had handed her. Her brows first arched in surprise, then furrowed tightly in concern, finally widening in disbelief, her eyes filled with shock, laced with a hint of revulsion. It is all Wen Lian's fault. Had it not been for her, how could she have possibly missed this opportunity, even the princess' departure from the capital? Pei Shuero lamented bitterly. Yuan Bao mused that having too many idlers at home was detrimental. If they were all as busy as Yi Dongfeng, such trivialities would not arise. It was no wonder that the grand families of Yi were plagued by intrigues born from idleness. Watching Muing depart, Huang Helin exchanged pleasantries before leading Qin Long to the 5th experimental class of the 3rd year. Regarding alchemy, Yi Ge had inquired somewhat, though he had no genuine intention of delving into the art. His aim in the Medicine King's Valley was clear: to pilfer elixirs to swiftly restore his own realm and heal Feng Lin's injuries. Should the Filipino players become aware, they might be infuriated. Initially favored by the referee, they ultimately found themselves to be the reason for their defeat. As the 9 turns Dao platform fell silent, the atmosphere was charged with an eerie stillness. Even the 4 demon lords were rendered speechless, as if confronted by a specter. The 2 strolled for the morning, enjoying lunch outdoors before parting ways. Si Mufeng returned to the Grand Estate, while Mei Ruolin made her way home. At this moment, the Saturnians had retreated, and the commander of the Jupiter forces led his troops out of the city. On one side, they brandished long spears, knives, shields, and bows, while the other wielded firearms. The disparity in equipment was immense. The Jupiter forces dared not pursue too closely, making a show of strength before retreating back into the city. A profound silence enveloped the arena. Zhang Yun's emphatic dunk fell like a cold shower upon the assembled Filipino spectators, leaving them momentarily stunned. Yet, among them were numerous Chinese fans, waving flags and banners, cheering exuberantly for their team. Luo Wuxing gazed at the desolate wilderness, torn between indecision, before reluctantly following Gue Mianguyu. Where are we now? Yi Qingjue pondered, unable to fathom why Mo He Shangwu would act in such a manner. Had not the tribulations of the 3 cities just subsided? Consider this: 2 students once classmates, their academic standings closely matched, yet one suddenly excelled, soaring to the top, while the other, though happy for his peer, could not shake a sense of loneliness and disappointment. Yi Jingchen, being his student, held considerable power. Thus he felt a swell of pride. However, when disaster struck mid-journey, a box of treasures remained aboard the ship, now falling into the hands of Wei Li and his crew. She was reluctant to part with those prime locations. Moreover, brothels not only profited but also served as excellent venues for gathering intelligence. Currently, the Wu Lake urban area was still modest in size. After a mere 20 minutes of driving, they arrived at the Mercedes-Benz dealership. Typically, while on missions, he required no skill, relying solely on his top-tier equipment to tackle foes. Thus, under Zhao Xiaodong's leadership, the quartet descended the slope, making their way toward the nearby village. Nevertheless, Yi Jingchen would not depart just yet. He intended to wait until the beast tide subsided to thoroughly loot the corpses. Once they crossed the intersection, they would be able to completely disperse their squad-S forces. Not only was the area they had come from obscured, but apart from the peaks beneath their feet, a vast sea of clouds engulfed them, rendering visibility nil. As if this mountain peak were the very center of the universe. Chapter 44. From a distance, their silhouettes intertwined with the drifting snowflakes, resembling a masterpiece of nature. Breathtakingly beautiful. He was the young monarch, capable of turning desolation into prosperity, wielding power not for dominion, but for the ruination of the nation. Old Tan sat in the passenger seat, dialing a number, waiting for a response. When the police burst into the lounge, they were met with the sight of Qiao Zhixuan, her body exposed, laughing maniacally. Tan Qing desired precisely this. Hailing from the town, she understood that feigning vulnerability would garner sympathy. She knew well the importance of aligning with the powerful, and most benefactors were rather foolish, much like Chao Yan. As Tan Qing toyed with them, her heart brimmed with triumph. Such strikingly eye-catching leather jackets were seldom donned in public. The large needle, embedded beneath the boy's skin, caused his arm to swell slightly. It pained her to watch, yet the boy appeared unfazed. Amidst the rain, they crawled over a muddy barbed wire fence, scaled a high wall, dragging their weary bodies, gritting their teeth as they plunged into the mire, traversing hills strewn with rubble until they reached their destination. The 4 elderly gentlemen exited the royal gambling house in silence. Traversing 3 streets, nearing the Ji residence when Lord Li spoke. Lord Ji, do you reckon there is still merit in continuing our negotiations with the 9th prince? Lord Titan, I hope you will prioritize the nation's orders. After all, this national conflict pertains to the post-war glory and the attributes of our citizens. The player's tone was calm, as though he were already aware of the outcome. Zhao Dingyuan had cultivated the habit of enjoying a can of beer after work for nearly 30 years. "What time are you off? I'll come pick you up," He Luyang asserted, his tone decidedly domineering. It had been a long time since she had seen Ouyang Yi. The first encounter since he had unexpectedly appeared to escort her from the company. Media reports had raised concerns regarding Linghuan's health. Additionally, the released video featuring Linghuan had piqued public curiosity. Was he embarking on another film project? What nonsense. I wish to live a while longer. Enter the Divine Emperor's realm? You might as well slay me. Yasu unexpectedly displayed a rare expression of trepidation, his tone laden with apprehension. What is happening? Where has that boss disappeared to? The knight, which had been persistently launching stealthy attacks around the demon dragon, curiously scanned the surroundings. Yet the demon dragon was nowhere to be found. Meng Xin chuckled awkwardly. Given her understanding of the people within the Linghuan Marquisate, their intelligence was likely lacking. And their strategies poorly conceived. This clumsy maneuver was merely a fortunate coincidence aligning with the He family and herself. Yun, you performed admirably. That client holds you in high regard, came the call from Brother Wang. Upon hearing Tian Lao's words, Zhou Jin was taken aback. For he understood the sheer strength he exhibited when unleashing his chaotic primordial essence. The aide nearby nodded fervently, overwhelmed with gratitude, and immediately knelt to express his thanks. The most direct clash of power had always been the combat style most coveted by the Fire Demon clan. Ordinary fire demons might still find some exceptionally gifted entities to engage in melee. Yet it was exceedingly rare to encounter a rival capable of matching their strength at the level of the Fire Demon King. By the following dawn, Jiang Mohan prepared to set off. The group felt a tinge of reluctance, for engaging in discourse with Jiang Mohan was undeniably enlightening. Although it would not lead to an immediate leap in their cultivation, it would profoundly alter their mindset. Such was the true allure of Jiang Mohan. Wang Yifei recalled that Lu Yan was synonymous with ignorance. Lu Shiro's mind was in turmoil, and she completely overlooked when Lin Qing had arrived before her. Lu Qinxing observed the situation, then glanced at the circumstances of the Jiang and Qingzhou nations, both appearing rather dire. As when Huchen and Jai Ran awakened, Huangfu Yingyang wasted no time, swiftly severing the cord on the pouch, revealing a head wrapped in lime. Wei Tingshang readily agreed. The two exchanged a few intimate words while Wei Tingyan remained silent. Observing the envious and resentful expressions directed at her, Lu Yan thought to himself. Though these possessions were acquired by chance, they were still earned through hard-fought battles. Witnessing Wang Yuetian's imposing demeanor only deepened Zhang Pingtian's simmering animosity. The mercenaries were backed by a formidable entity, a superhuman organization, a robust ally, more powerful than some of Europe's legitimate governments. The young gentleman in green executed a roll, balancing on a wooden stake with one hand, just 2 meters away from the jade pendant box. Leng Ruoshang, witnessing the sudden elongation and contraction of his arm, was unaware of the peculiar martial arts at play. Engaging in close combat was fraught with peril. Thus she employed the great K-finger technique to keep him at bay. Chen Mo visited daily to provide them with treatments, including traditional herbal remedies crafted into pills, ensuring they were administered on schedule. Chapter 45. Although the tragedy of the Qi family began with the untimely demise of Qi Fu Chui, it was the decision from the Yingtian prefecture regarding the dredging of the Huitong River that ultimately led to their ruin. A fist struck the Iron Mountain, and the formidable internal energy surged through, penetrating the entirety of Iron Mountain's arm. Yet, there was no doubt that the two figures were beast men. Their appearance, however, was astonishingly extraordinary. Having laid bare all the truths, Qin Kursen calmly inquired of Wang Sudong, "Can you honestly tell me whom you love between Wanqi and me?" "I am Li Daolong, originally the great dragon lord beneath the flame sovereign in the realm," Li Daolong explained briefly. After a moment's contemplation, Lin Xiao resolved that, given his recent breakthrough in elemental power, it would be challenging to rely on the enhancement pill to achieve further advancement. Ye's family was unaccustomed to the large bathing tub. She carried a wooden basin from her room, her lips moving once more, prompting Yu Chu to hastily retreat into her quarters. Qi Fu Wei glanced at him in surprise, thinking that although the hefty man appeared bashful, he managed to maintain his composure at a critical moment. "Brother, I apologize, it was my mistake," the Princess of Elegance said. She would never truly depart. If she did, the new emperor would be left utterly alone. Before them lay 3 colorful feathers from a flying eagle, each radiating a vibrant sheen, rendering them exceptionally beautiful. Step by step, he approached the staircase and, in front of the bronze official, settled into a meditative posture. The battle spear leaning against the wall, eternally guarding his former mentor. As nearly a decade passed, Su Xia's temperament gradually softened. Had it been in the past, he likely would not have possessed the patience to listen until the end. Ling Tian was astonished, having not anticipated so much. He was aware of the quality of his pills, which were superior to those here, but to Ling Tian himself, they were merely hastily concocted items. Nevertheless, their high price provided him with the confidence to purchase them. As he dispelled the thieving technique, the agitated disciples gradually calmed. Surrounding Yang Ji, they chattered about the details of that battle. Yang Ji welcomed the opportunity to share his experiences in combating evil. Now, the space encircled by over 100 individuals had been compressed to its utmost, no longer appearing circular but rather cylindrical. He pondered why he was able to traverse from Earth, recalling the heroes of the Beast War, the heart-wrenching journey through the desolate mountains, and Lu Ergu's transformation. Lost in thought, he turned over and fell asleep. He was untroubled by the inadequacy of the Thunder Body's power to intimidate them. On the contrary, as the Thunder Body manifested, a portion of the crowd fled in the first second, with only a few panicking and retreating hundreds of miles, choosing instead to observe from a distance. Having secretly rejoiced at catching the Demon strike, Qin Bai suddenly realized the gravity of the situation. The heavenly axe he wielded could no longer be held against the indescribable force and slipped from his grasp, spinning and tearing apart the void before plunging into the divine ruins barrier. To think, after more than a decade, not only have you aged, but your courage has also grown, exclaimed Xiaoyu, glaring at Duanjing Tian. Instead of contemplating how to escape my pursuit, you dare to intrude upon my cold palace. You must have long resigned yourself to death. A moment later, as the dust settled, the ancient woods within 100 meters were devastated, leaving behind 11 deep pits, each 3 to 4 meters deep and over a meter wide. The short figure, after years of renown, was a formidable presence with unparalleled combat experience. Although shocked by Gu Han's ability to injure the Earth Soul Star with a single blow, he quickly regained his composure. The first to awaken, Wan Feng, displayed a fierce expression, shoving away the elder who was assisting him and roaring. The melodious notes of a flute drifted away with the autumn breeze, landing on branches adorned with osmanthus flowers, which trembled lightly as if responding to the sorrowful melody, showering the ground with fragrance. At present, without further ado, the citizens of Chang'an could at least enjoy meat occasionally. The introduction of the haunching plow greatly enhanced farming efficiency, and after taming the cattle retrieved from the Xianbei, although not every household possessed a plow ox, it was common for at least 1 in 10 families to have one. In this moment, the Longhua sword seemed to resonate with its master's emotions, the entire blade vibrating slightly, accompanied by several resounding cries that echoed throughout the vicinity. At this instant, the brilliance of the Longhua sword was unleashed. Yi Zifan wore a look of disdain, evidently skeptical of Lu Tingting's ability to provide any worthwhile suggestions. In June, amidst the sweltering summer sun, youth came to an end, and everything concluded. The price of growth was the passage of time. Within his heart, Guanping had already resolved to fight with all his might. He let out a loud shout, spurring his horse forward, charging directly at Qin Yuqiang. Hua Wuxiang suddenly sensed something amiss. Although he could not articulate what was wrong, he felt an undeniable disturbance. As Tang Shi was to be discharged, Lawrence and Carl naturally would not linger in the hospital. Xiao Liang went to handle the discharge formalities, while Carl and Lawrence cautioned Tang Shi to remain safe. And she acknowledged each of their concerns. However, upon reflection, with only 3 of us in the primordial spirit realm, counting you, we are merely 4 in total. Yang Mei felt a surge of anxiety. She possessed only 72,000 in her hand, making it nearly impossible to acquire the rough stone. Yet, upon glimpsing the rich purple within through the uneven surface, she could no longer contain herself. Sitting in the taxi, Su Xian suddenly pondered a question. Was Han He seeking her out for Zijing's matter? It was evident that, in the original narrative, Ying Yuan's method of forgetting the memories of breaking through the void was through a memory sealing technique. As for the memory unlocking technique, According to the introduction provided by the message, today was his first time employing it. The Tokyo TV reporters were certainly not naive. Their intention was to employ a phishing strategy, allowing Sawamura Ajuin to inadvertently reveal more information. Today, Meng was clad in a deep blue one-piece swimsuit. Her well-defined figure accentuated to perfection. According to village customs, funerals typically occurred before dinner, so during this time, no one would enter as long as excessive noise was avoided. However, just as the two primordial spirit realm warriors exited the underground hall and stepped outside, their necks were seized by Lu Zhen. In the lengthy wait for her absence, he gradually began to comprehend the significance of Yunwu in his life. Chapter 46. During the negotiations with the Elven race, the primary condition was that every member of the allied forces visiting the Elven sacred grounds would have the opportunity to immerse themselves in the moon well. Naturally, the rotund Haji was no exception. Upon learning the details, Emma promptly decided to temporarily halt the campfire banquet and instructed everyone to guard Li Yan's tent without fail, ensuring that not a single mistake could occur. The Elven individuals, who were initially unaware of Li Yan's prowess, no longer regarded Joyce's challenge as reckless upon witnessing Li Yan's mastery of mobile spellcasting. She slightly nodded, her gaze shifting to the trembling figure nearby. "What's the matter? Dr. Liang? Unwilling to grant us the honor?" Her raised brow exuded an aura of unspoken authority. The others immediately tensed, but unfortunately, their bodies had yet to fully recover, rendering movement a challenge. However, upon observing the footprints in the dust on the ground, they relaxed considerably, surmising that the footsteps belonged to the owners of those prints. It was not until Dizzy discreetly informed her of the third young master's poor mood, attributed to the return of the fourth young master, who was rumored to have gone mad, that they began to understand the gravity of the situation. On the other end of the call, Lei Ming's face displayed evident unease. Why was Xia Haitong so certain? Did she know something? To their astonishment, they discovered that individuals of varying attributes could unite to generate a vibrant energy net, which had proven to be a formidable weapon for this group. Anyone who came into contact with the energy net would suffer severe injuries. Even Duan Can and his companions had fallen victim to it, while the others had relaxed. Haji's caravan was busily working to manage the magical beast materials on their carts efficiently, ensuring they did not sell them too cheaply. This was indeed a skillful endeavor. "Should I address you as Lord Spirit Ghost or simply as Sister?" Xiao Shasha inquired, munching on a wild hair while observing in Rushuang. Unbeknownst to her, In Junfeng felt someone approach and turned to find Tai Xiangxue, who had been summoned by Zhong Xing. "It's about average, perhaps 20,000 a month." "I truly let my boldness get the better of me," he mused. Having not seen Hanyu for a while, he noted her somewhat gaunt appearance and slightly disheveled hair, quite a departure from her usual demeanor. "I don't know. One step at a time. I will certainly assist Zhang Liang." With that, Zhang Xueliang bit into an apple with newfound determination. Upon reaching the exit, the trio finally exhaled in relief. Huaying now understood the formidable nature of immortality, her expression tinged with concern. I tentatively stepped forward and, upon stepping on the scales, they immediately shattered with a crisp crack, disintegrating into fragments, proving to be far from gemstones. Having acquired the flying stone statue and lost the motive to pursue Wangshe further, the shopkeeper found no reason to remain. Moreover, the current events stirred a deep unease within him. Had he not needed to maintain his subordinates, he might have fled immediately. After expressing gratitude, we acquired several straw mats from the owner and made our way to the village's haystack, where they casually arranged the mats and collapsed into slumber. Throughout the afternoon, I instructed Huzi to monitor the external movements while Gongzi and I surveyed the surrounding terrain. Just 2 alleys away from our building, we indeed discovered a shabby silver LED KTV, frequented by a motley crowd, devoid of anything particularly remarkable. Senior brother, senior sister, or junior brother, junior sister, traditionally, ranks were determined by seniority. However, if one were to follow Li Yao's assertion and rank by strength, it would undoubtedly ignite the children's competitive spirits, motivating them to strive even harder. Amy began to panic, lamenting the presence of this incompetent fool who should have known better than to emerge. Of course, when the time came, one could showcase their cultivation to garner familial respect. However, one must remain discreet, being the early bird could lead to trouble. The path of immortality is long, and revealing one's strength too soon could be detrimental. If the participants' initial reaction to the announcement of the victory prize was one of tension, their current demeanor could only be described with the idiom anxiously apprehensive. Upon finishing her words, Aunt Zhao truly began to kowtow, only for Qingba to kick her down. Cursing, damn it. Am I dead? Kowtow for me. Old hag, do you need a beating? He was not yet satisfied and attempted to deliver another kick. Farmer Tian sighed, saying, Qiuhua, I have long suspected the nature of your relationship. But fret not, uncle will not obstruct you. Seeing Qiuhua's countenance soften somewhat, he continued, moreover, I cannot prevent you. This revelation filled Qiuhua with confusion. Indeed, this was the world of cultivation, where she had fully experienced the coldness of human nature. Such conduct further convinced her that she should refrain from intervening. Moreover, it was apparent that this was not the previously injured vampire bat that had fled, but rather one of a larger size, with unknown capabilities. It was only then that she realized those old men must be senile, or deliberately provoking her. Huaxiang raised an eyebrow at her, pondering if this visitor had come merely to comfort her. Wait, hear me out. The meat of this bifang has been stewed using secret methods and infused with several auxiliary ingredients, containing immense vital energy. Consuming too much at once may lead to explosive death, harmful rather than beneficial. We can save the leftovers for a few days later, Taoist Jianmei stated, licking the meat strands from his fingers with earnestness. However, these structures lay 1,000 meters away, situated on what resembled a plaza, giving the illusion of a clearing amidst a pale yellow forest. My longsword shivered gently, forming a brilliantly bright, icy crescent moon before me. With a gentle push, it surged upward, exuding an overwhelming sense of pressure as it collided with the vermilion bird, vanishing into the unfathomable depths of the cosmos. Autumn seems to have arrived. I wonder when this performance will finally conclude. May the outcome not be too heart-wrenching. Su Qingqing, never deceive. If you don't believe me, come. Su Qingqing seized my hand and thrust me before the mirror. The courtyard is filled with mixed trees, particularly the plaintive plum blossoms. Why are you so solitary? I ponder, recalling how they bloom amidst the frost. The spring breeze sways the flowers under the sun, yet they scatter with the gusts, leaving behind only the frost's brilliance without substantial essence. What has transpired at that household? Qin Song genuinely appeared not to have deduced who Dodo's mother was. Haha. Die for me. Xian Shizi grasped his battle spear, his aura surging once more, exuding a regal presence that made the surrounding masters involuntarily shiver. This aura clearly indicated that he had one foot in the Taoist realm, possessing a trace of a master's essence. Chapter 47. Only Han Shu and Xian Qi, who were privy to the inner workings, remained composed, their expressions unwavering. This steadiness brought a sense of reassurance to many, who diligently stifled their tumultuous emotions. 7 days later, at dawn near Chang'an, Wei Qijingde first stationed the army and craftsmen outside the city, then proceeded with Wang Xingxin and others to meet Li Er. Under Li Er's piercing gaze, Qing Yaojin reluctantly abandoned his exhilarating antics. Wanning stared in bewilderment at the unexpectedly enthusiastic man before her, momentarily at a loss for how to respond. The steam from the congee wafted around, the delicate fragrance tantalizing her sensitive sense of smell. Swallowing hard, with the aid of a gouet, she barely settled before seizing the bowl and devouring its contents hungrily. To her surprise, she encountered a formidable character today. It was no wonder that the bodyguards around him appeared so fierce. Father, that was not my intention. Why did you hit me? I am not a child anymore. Lu Ping, stinging from the old man's slap, struggled to suppress the anger rising within him, responding sharply to the elder. He had previously worried that the generals might display signs of fear in the face of battle, as this would undoubtedly be a grueling confrontation. However, seeing their performance now, far from being intimidated, they seemed overly confident, brought him a measure of relief. As the time for the opening of the demon spirit realm drew near, Lian Haiping, having arranged everything, would soon enter the realm without hesitation, seeking the path to resurrection. Regardless of the dangers that lay ahead, he knew he must venture forth to discern whether the legacy behind the star guide resided within. Inform the group at Satong to act on the 15th of next month. Tomorrow, I will go outside the city to make contact. You stay here and await my return for our joint action. who Tianming commanded without so much as a glance at a Cheng. Faced with overwhelming temptation, Chu Yang escorted all three women back to their respective rooms for rest. Could you possibly refrain from overlooking my presence? Otherwise, I shall be quite displeased, and the consequences of my displeasure could be severe, Li Xiaoting declared, arms crossed. Her expression nonchalant. Oh, how I long to take Rongrong to the big city for her studies. You cannot fathom how perilous this mountain road is. It is scarcely a meter wide, with a raging river on one side and a nearly vertical cliff on the other. I always tread with trepidation at such times. Ningbo lamented, a glimmer of worry flashing in his eyes. What just happened? Why did I lose my basic judgment the moment that voice impersonating Grandpa sounded? Under a barrage of questions from Chu Yang, it became evident that this individual was not a genuine fan at all. As a fan, one should at least know the titles of their idol songs and albums, yet this person could not even remember the lyrics. How absurd. Very well, it is settled then. I will think of what I wish to eat and call you. It is getting late, I must take my leave, Meow Lily said with a smile. A wave of sound, as palpable as the very essence of the atmosphere, surged forth from a crowd of over 100,000, creating a shockwave that resonated in the ears. Li Xiaoting sought to have Ma Yuanjia introduce her to the county high school as a transfer student, preparing for next year's college entrance examination. Summoning a server, she relocated to the adjacent room where Ji Xiefeng was, only to find Qin Lin sitting on the edge of the bed, lost in a state of dejection. What began as a focused watch at the computer devolved into watching movies and frequent trips outside for a smoke, leaving him with little to do. Though she was reluctant to let go, the moment Chu Di laid eyes on Yi Zhong's photograph, he understood. If given a choice, Yi Xiangwan would unhesitatingly choose death over being saved by him. Had they all been cultivators at this moment, he might have chosen to endure and evade. Yet having become immortal, he felt no fear whatsoever. The mournful melody resonated with boundless sorrow and grief, its rhythmic cadence moving the university students present deeply. Particularly those from the Taixue, who, fully aware of the circumstances, could not help but shed tears. Is this indeed the famed Bianliang, the city of renown? The leader could not help but exclaim in admiration. Mo further noted that all individuals listed in this roster were tasked with managing secret agent assignments, while the public agents awaited in the conference room. The governance of Peshawar would soon become a matter of concern. Yet, among those present today were many innocent souls, some distinctly different from the likes of Xiang Jin or Xiang Yuan. Even those hailing from illustrious families retained their innate kindness. One could consider Ling Yuma, also of noble lineage, yet equally benevolent. Very well, I shall remain here with you, Yan Luoshi responded without hesitation. The last time she was unwell and utterly alone, it was Ransu who stayed by her side, thus, it was only right that she repay that kindness. However, it was with great disappointment that he noted. Despite the establishment of Tian Shangren Jian for half a month, Zhao Ji had neither visited his brothel nor even frequented Yonglu Street, only occasionally sending military escorts to covertly bring the courtesan into the palace. Aside from the intermittent sounds of rolling waves, all was quiet. Zhang Siwei's previous remarks seemed to resonate with the air itself. Fortunately, there were no other players around, lest they think he had lost his mind. Thus, Qin Shuang's desire to treat Xueshi to a meal stemmed from genuine gratitude. She felt compelled to express her thanks for Sister Shi's rescue. The world around was tranquil, snowflakes fluttering in the biting wind. Xiang Lian, clad in her tattered, thin garments, felt little chill, yet Han Lai, dressed in coarse linen for summer, shivered to the core when the cold wind swept through. Before she could finish her sentence, she reached out to snatch the card, but her mother instinctively dodged, failing to evade and witnessing the hopeful bank card being returned to her uncle's embrace. In comparison to herself and the White Lotus sect, though they had once reigned supreme across provinces, maintaining a stalemate against the Qing army's main force was commendable. Often, their advantages lay in sheer numbers and ambush tactics. A clear voice rang out, causing Lan Xiner to look up in surprise at the figure appearing at the door. Let us dispense with the pleasantries. I have my own objectives, Sakura stated before stepping out of the ward. At that moment, Enyu released his soul rings, 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 1 black, unleashing a wave of soul power typical of a soul king, yet his martial spirit remained unseen. This was anticipated, yet also unexpected. Matsumoto from the professional realm. A figure so close to Tezuka had fallen to the relatively unknown Adagawa. Even with prior preparations, Sakaki felt a tinge of melancholy and helplessness. Rest assured, senior brother. I will take good care of our teacher. We are from Shrek, Tang-san nodded. This senior brother was among the 3 closest individuals to him in the academy, always showing him kindness. As he prepared to depart, Tang-san felt a pang of reluctance. Chapter 48. Within the halls of the esteemed Gigi gazed with keen interest at the precious mirror in his hand, which reflected the scene of the training grounds. Beside him sat a figure clothed in purple. Throughout his life, he had tirelessly pursued the affection of the populace, yearning for the eternal prosperity of the Great Qin and for the unification of the land of Huaxia. Most of the students from Class 5, Grade 3, were attending classes in other classrooms. They dashed out of the classroom and onto the playground, only to find that the ringleader, Jinji, was nowhere to be found. As they approached, they could perceive an enchanting fragrance, a captivating scent that was utterly irresistible, evoking an urge to taste the nourishing fruit. Feeling a pang of regret towards brother Lin Zhu, she anticipated that she might have let him down by not appearing at dawn. However, given brother Lin Zhu's amiable nature, he would likely not mind her presence at the Ziki Hall. It was only a matter of concocting a reason for her early exit, fueled by excitement that rendered her sleepless. Upon arriving in the human immortal realm, Long Shuzi began devising strategies to confront the traitors of the Ocean Infinite sect and the Fengyue sect, overwhelmed with legal troubles. There was no need for others to read his expression. Soon, the sweltering month of July arrived. The sun scorching the bluestone pavement of Zhao family town to the point where one could fry an egg upon it. The heat deterred people from venturing outdoors, compelling them to seek refuge in the shade with a cool cup of tea to stave off the heat, followed by a languorous nap. As a carefree ancient deity enjoying the comforts of life, he had not contributed to the multitude of the desolate wilderness. Nor could he allow himself to bring calamity upon the land after losing his senses. Clad in a black cloak that concealed all but his eyes, Shiman Wuxue was cunning and shrewd. Dongfang Baoang, desperate to save others, found himself ensnared by Shiman's lethal maneuvers. Fortunately, Mars Kid had a clear mind, assisting me in piecing together the situation, leading me to surmise that the events had likely transpired beneath the sanatorium. Next to him, Gu Kuei and Bu Yu were privately taken aback. The formidable strength of Li Feng was beyond their imagination. Li Feng, wary of injuring other young men, struggled to find the right moment to shatter the glass, unable to remain in a passive state. Thankfully, as an observer, he called for Niu Kulian to urgently strategize, suggesting an attack from the beast's rear to redirect its aggression. Casting a deep gaze toward the imperial palace in the capital, Li Feng resolutely turned and set forth on his journey to Changzhou. Ahead lay the challenges that awaited him. Whether he would soar to greatness or fall into oblivion remained uncertain. Yet, Li Feng held firm in his belief that he would not falter nor perish in Changzhou. It would be his prime opportunity to ascend. On February 16th, Yao Ming and Long Jinggang attended the rookie game, cheering for their national teammates, Yi Jianlian and Sun Yu. "What?" exclaimed Long Lao, leaping to his feet upon receiving news from the messenger pigeon. The ability to make the audience forget the character is, in itself, a testament to an actor's skill. Thus, one cannot separate emotion from technique. Where is the actor devoid of feeling, entirely reliant on skill? Even the poet Songyang Jatson expressed, "Once feared that passion would disrupt my vows, I entered the mountains, fearing the separation would topple the city." How can one achieve both in this world, fulfilling both the Tathagata and my beloved? Li Xianjing rubbed his hands, revealing a mischievous grin, advancing step by step, intimidating Jiang Liar, who stumbled back in fright. That afternoon, having just moved into his new home, Fang Zhe boarded a private plane to Jianhai City to witness the signing ceremony of a partnership agreement. Gao Jia immediately grasped the situation, though he faced away from Tang Li, uncertain whether she had heard. In such moments, Tang Luoluo found it exceedingly vexing. "If I were you, I would knock his head off," O'Neill muttered angrily as he passed Gao Jia. Gu Yanning donned a cloak, cradling Yu protectively in his arms. Yet he did not step outside. He had never expected this unknown artifact to truly aid him in surviving peril. He faced everything with calm acceptance, including death. The streets were deserted, billowing black smoke rising in several areas, yet no one came to extinguish the flames. Nevertheless, Chen Fei recalled his friend, who had once mobilized the police to combat the Black Alliance, believing he could easily manage this piece of land as well. For reasons unknown. Gao Tong's eyes suddenly brimmed with tears. She disregarded Gao Jia's presence and wiped them away. Mu Hongliang regarded Mu Ge as an exceptionally capable girl. Setting aside her status as the wife of Xiaomashuan, her identity as a special forces soldier was anything but ordinary. If she truly wished to discover Xiaomashuan's whereabouts, she would surely be able to uncover something. At this moment, Jing Lingjing spoke up, noting that this individual could be considered one of the older leaders in Huaxia. Slightly younger than the grandfathers of both families. The key difference was that the two elder statesmen had relinquished their responsibilities, while this leader still held sway, demonstrating a vigor that defied age. In the bustling corridor, passers-by occasionally cast strange glances toward Lin Yun, their expressions a curious mix of disdain and ridicule. Peng Yan and Wang Qinghe's forces were advancing rapidly, having constructed siege ladders to capture Xianying. Just as victory seemed near, Zhang Liao dispatched 2,000 soldiers from Chang'an to provide reinforcements, hindering Peng Yan's progress. Nidar and Gasol exchanged glances before meticulously examining the documents in their hands. From a distance, Jingyi watched as Zhou Tianbao burst into the ranks, witnessing the chaos among the Qi army. With a fearless onslaught, Zhou Tianbao cleaved through the enemy, prompting Jingyi to pull Ouyang Hua away toward the back mountain. Chapter 49. The electric sphere ultimately shattered the four massive stones. Yet, in that fleeting moment of destruction, both the electric sphere and Tai Xian beheld the smile of Jila, who had long awaited outside the rocks for this very instant. Lin Baoshu noticed the peculiar expressions on their faces, sensing a hint of conspiracy, yet chose not to confront it. She was acutely aware of the unreliability of those within the palace. Jiang Yimei, upon observing Wu Ning opting to avoid direct confrontation, could not help but smile slightly. Intrigued to witness how he would approach her, confident that her swordsmanship would adequately safeguard her. After exchanging a few more words, Junli allowed Junju to return home after they had shared lunch. "Goodness, will it work or not?" came the urging voice of Rongzhan. Junli, however, still felt unprepared to accept a kiss on the lips, replying, "It is indeed feasible, but for now, it cannot be on the mouth. I am not ready for that. It can only be here." She indicated her forehead. Before the Prince of Pingxi could ascend the throne, he had already begun to harbor apprehensions about Luo Jin. Once he became emperor, he would likely need to contemplate his own safety. "Well done. Hey, 7 kills, have you finished? Hurry over here, we have found the passage. And it is time to set off." Upon hearing the call from Qing Tian Pillar, I quickly arrived at his location, casting a helpless glance at the still-speaking 7 kills, while also beckoning him. "The 5th match is about to commence," Elder Chen declared loudly, ringing the match bell. All eyes turned to this focal point, eager to witness the extent of Mu Yi's prowess. Meanwhile, the battle on our side was gradually reaching a boiling point, with Qing Tian Pillar valiantly holding the front against the onslaught from the Eye of the Demon, while I positioned myself at a distance, serving as a mid to long-range attacker. At this range, the Eye of the Demon's negative effects should not reach me. The villagers, upon hearing the news, wore grim expressions. Although they were concerned for the safety of those who had come, their greater fear was for their own well-being. After all, they had barely managed to dissuade the monster from their vicinity, and now they were being urged to provoke it again. Consequently, many voiced their objections. Wang Juanhe remained silent. Having seen a photograph that was not from the official website, but rather from a news report 2 years prior, when Chairman Yi appeared considerably younger. Yet, in just 2 years, Chairman Yi seemed to have aged significantly. "Mr. Tang, we quit. We resign," came a loud voice, laced with disdain in their gaze. Meng was momentarily taken aback, but quickly understood, and grasping Xu Yu's hand, she comforted her gently. "You have endured much." Indeed. How could one in the capital enjoy peace without grasping the suffering of the border populace and the cruelty of the Walla? I saw the emperor sleeping soundly and could not bear to disturb him. So I allowed the prince and Lord Han along with his wife to settle in the side hall first. I hope the emperor will not blame me for acting on my own accord. Zhao Guifei smiled tenderly, her tone playfully reproachful. Despite this, he was unaware of why he was so fixated on a child, particularly one that Tang Shushu did not desire. As for others, take Wang Lu for instance. who not only refused to admit guilt but also invoked the formidable Zhao Empress, making it impossible to chastise or strike him. Those who are sharp-tongued seldom live long. Peng Wanbei growled darkly, his eyes glimmering with disdain. Unexpectedly, the Tianmai family not only sent their leader, Qin Xiangtian, but also Qin Xiangyang, along with the third leader, Qin Xiangfeng. In the vast hall, everyone held their breath, the atmosphere thick with tension, illuminated only by the flashing lights of cameras, heightening the intensity of the moment. Heh. It's not merely a matter of being close friends, GMO remarked, sensing the unusual tone from the Immortal of Arms. As someone who had experienced much, GMO, with numerous admirers, could easily discern the underlying implications. At that moment, a large iron net descended from a building outside the encirclement surrounding Cassiel, ensnaring him and those nearby completely. I speculated that perhaps it had heard Qian Jianyue's assessment and felt displeased, thus deciding to investigate on its own, only to encounter unforeseen circumstances. Qian Song turned to gaze at Qian Jianyue. He did not voice a rebuttal nor plead for mercy, merely watching Luo in silence. His demeanor reminiscent of the moment he first came into being. Hearing this, Zhang Miao remained silent, his face betraying no emotion, as though Lei Yan were not addressing him at all. Memories flickered in Qian Song's mind like slides in a projector, the murals from Hefeng Island crystallizing, revealing the figure of the moon goddess, who had already ascended. The voice was enchanting and melodious, yet carried an icy undertone, with the sarcasm in her words unmistakable. Ah. You were struck, and yet you can still smile? It seems you've truly been knocked senseless, Qing Lian exclaimed in shock, staring at Wang Yanshi's laughter. Had it not been for the fear of Wang Jinbo's influence, he would have likely claimed the presidency of the Qinglong Society long ago. This also implied that he did not know how to accurately avoid his own demise. He had consulted the secret god, yet the latter had indicated that the soul he offered could not be exchanged for such information. In other words, the secret god was aware, but could not divulge it to him. Jelly naturally understood Jia Sidia's intention, her face reddening as she turned her head away, wishing to avoid seeing. Qiong Ling remained fixated on Xing Ziyuan and Gan Sua, so lull in thought that he did not notice Luo Tian approaching him. Brother Wang, you did not simply hand over the items to that client without even examining them, did you? Jia Sidiao inquired. The portly Qian, choking on his food, was in distress, patting his chest while pointing at Chang Feng with a pained expression, yet unable to articulate a word, creating a rather comical sight. Moon Goddess? Are the abilities of these participants merely entry-level? Asked the gathering in the internet CAF, frowning. Is there truly nothing we can do? Chu Xuanyu's expression, while no longer anxious, was grave and earnest. Upon hearing this, Tang Ji found the reasoning sound, stating, "Very well, the fourth girl has considered this thoroughly." He then instructed Lu Dan to promptly fetch his aunt, and Lu Dan hurriedly complied. Tang Ji also rose, bidding farewell to Fu Geng and Fu Zhuang. Chapter 50, a chilling kiss descended, accompanied by a slight sting. Lan Xuan gradually opened her eyes, witnessing Lan Qing drawing her blood, replenishing his energy. Countless creatures perished amidst a series of disastrous events triggered by the explosion, leading Shi Zhichai to feel a sense of guilt. It's not severe. It will heal in time, Qin Jiao nonchalantly remarked as he set aside the hospital report, irresponsibly suggesting it would keep her subdued for a while. Having encountered far worse injuries before, he dismissed the severity of her condition. Could it be that his death was due to an overwhelming blow? Mumu mused, rubbing his chin. While those present wore expressions of disbelief, if that were the case, the game was perilously dangerous, akin to risking one's life for amusement. At that moment, the resolute footsteps of the officials drew near. Clad in crimson armor, the infantry surged forth like molten lava erupting from a volcano, encircling the modest estate. The cavalry positioned themselves at the estate's entrance, exuding an air of imminent confrontation. Pursue, Qing Jiao commanded without hesitation, as Vodka and Belmode sprinted towards the entrance. After a few strides, Belmode's phone vibrated unexpectedly, causing her to halt, startled by the incoming call displayed on the screen. Unexpectedly, the perpetrator had arrived first. Yi Mengyin met with a tragic fate. The assailant fled the scene in haste, leaving the door ajar, yet he had contacted an accomplice to cleanse the area. Once an undercover agent in the Metropolitan Police Department, Zhu Fujingguang was now a high-ranking member of a dark organization, burdened with immense debt from an international crime syndicate. "Speak, what brings you to my abode at this late hour?" Director Jiang coldly addressed Louis as he entered. "My lord." In the stillness, Feng Yuan's two subordinates instinctively stepped forward. "I have long been curious about the extent of your celestial flame battle body. I hope you will not disappoint me today." Tian Shang remarked with a hint of excitement, the power of yin and yang swirling vigorously around her. "Is she truly not my sister?" She noted her own lack of reaction. Cold Ruobing felt an undeniable pang of disappointment upon this realization. After washing the bowl, she observed that the light in Zhang Tingting's room remained on, prompting her to knock on the door. In terms of the sheer physical strength of these armored corpses, Yang Tian believed that, among all he had encountered, none possessed the raw strength of the 6 corpses before him. Cold Ruobing and Qinchin were unaware that this house had already been purchased by Li Bai, mistakenly thinking it was rented. Before departing, Wang Guifei cast a glance at her. Remaining unfazed as though oblivious to Wang Guifei's furious and resentful gaze, she slightly bent her knee, signifying her respectful farewell. Could it be a shift in her mindset? When she heard Morong Ju express his desire to marry her, she found herself devoid of the previous aversion. The effects were evident, her spirit had revitalized significantly, illuminating the realization that the portly youth could not possibly empty her supermarket under her very nose. When Zhou Ping projected to the first dimension, it had already been 5 centuries since the groundbreaking magical experiment in the Red Chamber. That old coot, since this sect is named Linghuan. It ought to possess spiritual puppets, correct? Yang Tian inquired with anticipation. Uncertain of the method employed by Lei Badian, within less than a month, Zilei's injuries had healed. And it seemed his cultivation had progressed considerably. He was now on the cusp of becoming a realm king with just a moment of enlightenment or opportunity. In truth, even Feng Wuchan himself could not comprehend how, in merely a few days, he had become entirely captivated by Hong Zhao. His ease, nonchalance, and brightness irresistibly drew his gaze, ensnaring his heart deeper with each passing day. Gradually, she lost her ability to think, her mind consumed solely by that kiss. She felt as though she floated amidst the clouds, her body weightless, unable to find a point of support. Unconsciously, she wrapped her arms around Lin Haoshuan's waist, fearing that if she let go, she would plummet from the clouds. Thus, she found herself foolishly grasped by Lin Haoshuan's arm, and then she felt a dizzying whirl before being pressed onto the sofa. This scene, which should have been filled with romantic allure, was reminiscent of countless idol dramas. Yi Tianyun did not pause ahead. Even upon encountering Xiao Xiong, further discussion would be futile, thus he proceeded directly towards the back mountain, focusing all his time on mastering the 12 forms of Xingyi and learning the Golden Bell Shield. "I wish to accept these 2 individuals into the Qin Xian sect. I seek the opinions of the 3 elders," Ling Xiaocheng proposed. On the journey home, old man Qing remained nearly silent, while Peng Yuqin and her companions joyfully munched on sesame cakes, animatedly discussing local customs. Shui Kuier had even picked up some Sichuan dialect, causing everyone to burst into laughter. Before long, they arrived at old man Cheng's doorstep. Tang Ning'an contemplated. She was acutely aware that Xiao Yan favored tranquility, yet tranquility had now become Madame Mo. This was undeniably cruel for him. Her previous words had pierced his heart like a dagger, and a poisoned one at that. He had nearly mentioned Yi Tianyun, only to recall that he had intended to reveal a false name. Now, he could only allow the misunderstanding to persist, planning to clarify matters upon their meeting. Zhu Yenner eagerly nodded, then took flight, trailing far behind Zhu Yenner. The more he spoke, the more the black-clad spirit felt a sense of foreboding. Was Nanhua Xianzun deliberately deceiving him, masking a lack of resistance? Or had he set a trap or possessed some life-saving technique, waiting to annihilate him upon approach? Weapon in hand, Wu Song's blade radiated a ghastly light. Encircled by countless skulls, their jaws snapping ominously, evoking a chilling sensation. Yet, Wu Song remained calm, slowly extending his twin blades, forcing back the frenzied fire dragon. However, unbeknownst to Li Yi, these Persians harbored ambitions of restoring their nation, even as the Jews had yet to reclaim theirs. They were already contemplating a rebellion against the Arab Muslims. Chapter 51. However, the bold fear the reckless, and the reckless fear those who are unafraid of death. If Wang Nuo disregards the notion of cooperation, then in his eyes, Lu Shen is merely an ordinary individual. What is there that he would not dare to do? Observing the fearful expressions of the disciples around him, Linny could not help but reflect on the sudden and dramatic reversal of fortune that had just transpired, leaving him curious about the true thoughts of these disciples at this moment. As I approached, I pretended to whisper something in his ear. When he was momentarily distracted, I swiftly raised my hand and struck his neck with great force, causing him to instantly lose consciousness and collapse onto my shoulder, his eyes fluttering closed. Hua Xuanji glared furiously at the smug Hua Guansai before her, yearning to pounce, yet her body felt utterly drained of strength. At this moment, Elder Tang furrowed his brow, contemplating the current situation. Logically, the Yunhan Peak was already overcrowded with various sections. Establishing a new sect posed uncertainties, not only was survival in question, but also the recruitment of disciples, who would ensure success in that endeavor. He was not one to relent easily. By way, fetch me a change of clothes. I shall visit the Lin residence. Shen Yi, having risen from bed at an unknown time, leaned against the gilded railing, his complexion pale as he gazed at me and Wu Tang. I hastily dropped the towel in my hand and rushed to support him. Upon opening the estate gate, the troops immediately formed ranks outside, and we set forth to extricate these official soldiers from their lair. Xiao Tianjian commanded with an air of bravado. Indeed. At the very moment Linny lay down, he felt a series of fierce winds sweep by, carrying a chill that pierced his heart. Fang Yanzhao and others were still fleeing, while Li Su pursued them relentlessly. Further afield, Luo Shixin abandoned the scattered troops, rallying his forces and adjusting their formation, preparing to launch another assault. Simultaneously, a wave of scorching heat enveloped them as Huang Zhaoyan ignited in flames, transforming into a fiery figure. In truth, whenever he thought of the Blood Eye, a shiver would run down his spine. This entity could make even the mightiest martial masters bow their heads, struck by nothing more than a glance, specifically, one filled with the promise of slaughter. Cough. Shoner. Yuner. What are you doing here? Tao Gongyi coughed deliberately, addressing the two. The wall brick indeed proved to be alive, creaking ominously. As it shifted aside, a narrow gap appeared. After a prolonged entanglement among the three creatures, the Wolf King suddenly let out a piercing roar, unleashing a surge of golden light that struck fiercely at the approaching Ah Huang. Nevertheless, the texts of the blood refining sect were shrouded in secrecy, practiced away from prying eyes. It was unexpected that Xiao Men had indeed cultivated from such scriptures. Such a figure, even when compared to the god of death's offspring, would likely only differ in age, as their innate talent would not be vastly dissimilar. Just as Guanxi contemplated whether to adopt a more aggressive approach, he overheard a few hushed voices nearby. Those specters possessed little cultivation. Apart from scaring others and feasting on the dual energies of yin and yang, they were utterly ineffectual, merely a nuisance to Chen Yun. Let us go. Yi Feng waved his sleeve grandly, enveloping the three of them in a shroud of darkness as they surged into the spatial vortex 1,000 miles away. Upon entering, an overwhelming force of spatial energy began to tear at them, stretching towards the void's barriers. What nonsense are you spouting? What friendship, what colors? Shen Hanyue seized Ji Jingkai's arm tightly. She perceived that although Yin Lan was ruthless in his killings, he was not a mindless beast nor fixated solely on carnal desires. Observing from the sidelines, several nascent soul cultivators were stirred after witnessing the recent clash between Qin Chuan and GFA. As Su Hao's voice resonated, he slowly closed his eyes, attuning himself to the essence of the imperial capital of Huaxia. Duan Ran was momentarily stunned, astonished by Jiang Feng's decisiveness, even disregarding the fame of the Anta brand. Thus, while there were fewer people outside the Shenhuang sect than before, the number of experts had significantly increased. After Kobe spoke, he turned, raising his hands high to engage with the fans flanking the bus, who responded with enthusiastic cheers. The man in yellow, who had narrowly escaped death at Qin Xian's hands, glared venomously at him, clearly intent on exacting revenge. During Lin Yan's retreat, a monumental change occurred in the core area of the ancient battlefield. Cultivators below the third layer of transcendence were either too young or devoid of any real talent, forever stuck in this realm. His hands trembled, his body shook, and even his breath came in shaky gasps. An old man had informed him that here, wealth bore little significance. Aside from the few young ones who could escape, the others regarded money with indifference. Shameless! You deserve to die. Meng Hui exclaimed, abruptly lifting her leg to kick Hai Dafu in the groin, clearly aiming to incapacitate him. Rain, what's wrong with you? Why is black blood flowing from your mouth, nose, and eyes? Brock exclaimed, staring in horror at the black blood seeping from Roman Rain's 7 orifices. The young man, appearing well off, remarked, this batch of gold is merely being temporarily stored at my family's home, so it cannot be considered lost. As soon as Captain Yu arrives, I will present it to him without delay. As the saying goes, grievances have their roots, and debts have their owners. This matter does not concern you, esteemed elder. So I shall take my leave. With that, he clasped his fists in salute and turned to depart. Chapter 52. Zhou Yun found her mind in utter disarray. Engulfed by pain, helplessness, humiliation, and anger, a tumultuous mix that rendered her breathless. The Central 46 room, situated in the heart of the Siriidii, serves as a pivotal institution within the Soul Society, naturally guarded by elite Soul Reapers. By the time Wang Ji and Kuchiki Rukia arrived, Yamamoto Genre Sai Shigakuni had already been waiting there for quite some time. K-Ran stepped back a couple of paces, the vertical pupil in his brow shimmering with a blinding silver light, exuding a sharp sword aura akin to a divine weapon. The head of the Ling family spoke with conviction, declaring that past grievances would be overlooked and offering an oath. He invited any further requests, suggesting that, should she be willing to wield the blood arrow and enter the secret realm, passing the trial set by their forebears and the Imperial Demon Vow, the Ling family would obtain the Imperial Demon Vow. After careful contemplation, he felt this might indeed be the sole option available. In confronting a formidable adversary like Li Hao, lacking a peer to counterbalance him, resorting to poison emerged as the only viable strategy. Jiangshu implored him to pretend to be Zhuang Wanya, to don a suit for her, and to witness her adorned in a wedding gown. As Li Hao cast a curious gaze upon these renowned figures, whom he typically encountered online, he suddenly sensed a tangible gaze emanating from above the cruise ship. Thus, the waters of Chailong Lake appeared remarkably clear, upon closer inspection. One could even observe the fish swimming beneath the surface. Grandson, you've been elusive for days, your return must indicate something of importance, Bai Ting casually remarked, striving to alleviate the awkward atmosphere as he turned to Bai Feng with a smile. Meanwhile, he opened a live stream on his phone, revealing a young man engaged in a standoff with a zombie, the screen filled with a flurry of comments expressing astonishment. However, the other Bai Yan demons quickly regained their composure and surged forward, their gaping maws and clawed appendages relentlessly assaulting him. The implication was clear, one might glimpse the iceberg above water, yet remain oblivious to the vast mountain concealed beneath. Chen Matong remained noncommittal, merely wielding a silver fork to skewer the fish rolls of Yixing and Yuji, her gaze shifting back to Lu Mingfei. Sulu handed a note she had prepared to Mo Chen, her heart racing, uncertain if he would dismiss her request. Within that realm, powerful beings resided, and he had long desired to test his mettle, seizing this opportunity to do so. Yet what he encountered was merely a large turtle, too intimidated to emerge even when challenged. This prompted Yao Anhua to glance triumphantly at Lu Wei, questioning if he truly believed his time in prison had been spent in vain. Their family lacked relatives. Only neighbors and colleagues of her father had received news and come to pay their respects. Although they were naive, they were not foolish, vaguely grasping Chen Shixing's intentions, and thus fell silent. Master Shen lounged on a boulder, casually snapping twigs with his fingers as he directed his gaze towards me. Observing the gleaming gold ornament perched on Xiao Ziqing's shoulder, and his stern countenance, it was clear that the title of King of Hell in the military was well known among the populace. The chilling aura surrounding him caused even Director Fu to shudder internally. In this circumstance, one could still ensure that the changes brought about by those events would be thoroughly understood, and gradually uncover further developments. Jin Mo, do not move. Rest well. Fu Xiao hurriedly approached to place Jin Mo's hand in her own. You flatter me. Xiao Ziqing interpreted Commander Feng's words as praise directed towards himself and responded simply. Today, they had ventured out without masks, showcasing their true appearances, all remarkably beautiful, creating a stunning spectacle on the streets of Fuyo City. You're back. Shi Jinqing was charmed by her adorable demeanor, cupping her face and kissing her. Since you departed, no one has been able to listen to me properly, Gufuk lamented. his eyes reddening. Around them, the buzz of chatter filled the air, and all present were utterly astonished by the scene before them. While Jun Hongyuan furrowed his brow in deep contemplation. Then, you should comfort your sister and ensure she does not cry anymore. Xiao Ziqing felt a tumult of emotions within. Believing this to be the end of his world. Linghuan, feeling neglected, scowled, wishing to unleash his frustrations upon Huang Fuitian. As they walked in silence, each disregarding the other, a palpable tension hung between them. Upon realizing that they were to be guides, a shared understanding of deep frustration passed between their glances. Despite being old acquaintances, they had exchanged not a single word since the previous evening, treating one another as if they did not exist. The brilliance of the heavenly tribulation intensified, transforming into a colossal dragon soaring within Duan Ran's Dantian. She keenly sensed a shift in her mother's aura, which grew increasingly cold and rigid, evoking a sense of unfamiliarity. Such a scene is only meant for the heavens. Who would have thought it would be witnessed atop the Miaogao Peak? It felt as though she were amidst the celestial realms of Buddhism. Wang Qian wore a sweet smile, one that Xiao Fan had never encountered before, extending an invitation. The power coalescing from the talismans had filled the blade to the brim. Such a formidable sword, if uncontrolled, could obliterate the entire West River, let alone redirect its waters. In light of the 99-ring achievement, even the most formidable international competitors, the cosmic athletes, might find themselves enveloped in despair. Yet, exceptions exist. Among the 300 billion wraiths, there remained the possibility of encountering a singular anomaly. A wraith possessing profoundly malevolent attributes and an extraordinarily terrifying curse affinity, capable of cursing even the revered ancestors. However, its massive form was ensnared by roots, unable to escape. And all it could do was futilely thrash its branches as flames consumed it. What do you think? General Shui barely lifted his eyelids. Casually picking up a newspaper from the coffee table, continuing to peruse it, exuding a demeanor of indifference towards Shui Ling, whose intelligence had seemingly plummeted. Having undergone several days of ninja training, Sasaki was acutely aware that these individuals were notorious ninjas from country R. Chapter 53. Gazing at Lin Jiaxua's understanding expression, Jose quietly resolved that he would never again allow her to be placed in such peril. Longxing clutched Ju Li's legs. Swallowing hard as a surge of heat ignited within him, emboldened by her presence, he found himself growing bolder. Initially, perhaps it was merely a means of intimidation. But as events unfolded, it evolved into a naked slaughter. If the people of Central Plains were eradicated, would not the land belong to us? How could that be? The strength of the deer antlers is not to be underestimated. Hua Ji sighed, shaking her head in resignation. Upon hearing this, Wang Lu acknowledged the validity of Sun Wu's words, nodding in agreement before mimicking Sun Wu's stance and practicing his martial arts at the entrance. In a moment of daze, he seemingly beheld his own corpse swaying from a tree branch, carried by the wind. Jose had indeed considered Lin Jiaxue's potential danger but had not delved deeply into the implications at that moment. In the face of such overwhelming circumstances, the Taiyin Suyue Tianzuan, whose spirit was profoundly shaken and injured, could not perceive these subtle changes. This was pilfered from the secret temple. Tang Rue, upon reading the Tai characters, promptly identified it. Following his journey through the desert realm, he had established a temple dedicated to the earth deity. And the water deity had also emerged, significantly enhancing his power. As the conversation drew to a close, after transferring a fried egg from the pan to a plate, Chun Nai gave Xiang Ma a thumbs up, her face radiating an exceptionally bright and confident smile. At that moment, Shouju approached Yushenjiu, gently calling out to her. Yushenjiu understood Shouju's intent, patting her shoulder in acknowledgement. Uncertain as to why Xian had suddenly drawn so near, Qi felt an unsettling discomfort upon witnessing her smile. I have decided not to disclose the matter of the Holy Grail, Jean remarked, turning her head and curling her golden locks. The bees, not lacking in intelligence, discerned that Lin Feng had persuaded the robbers to release them to alleviate future worries, indicating a forthcoming struggle between Lin Feng and these bandits was inevitable. Neither the gecko nor Nick had any reason to kill Nishikiri, and the timing was off, so it had to be him. At that moment, Xianqing and Su Kong comprehended they had encountered formidable individuals or, rather, a troublesome dilemma. After the group departed, Qi sat down on a bench, where Qi Lang offered him a cigarette, urging him to relax, only to be rebuffed by Qi, who pointed at a slogan on the wall. What shall we do? Xia Dongqing inquired, not particularly fearful, as he believed the gun in the demon's hand was likely similar to Zhao Li's, capable only of slaying spirits. Gu Mengmeng was momentarily taken aback, recalling what Xia Yuqin had said the previous night, and feelings of grievance began to surge within her. Without a second thought, Xian, who picked up another bottle of liquor, uncorked it, and began to drink. Yes, I shall obey, the queen replied, signaling Zhang Wanfu to step forward. Zhang Wanfu bent low as the queen gestured towards an orchid on the registry, providing him with whispered instructions. Master, how did your negotiations with Kitayama Nobuyoshi proceed? Meihu Gaoguang had just returned to the Mei family stronghold. His loyal retainer, Meihu Gaozong, and others inquired eagerly about the outcome of the talks. Their words revealing a lack of respect for Kitayama, stemming from long-standing grievances. It's rare to witness this fellow in a bind. How could I let it slip by? Tang Xinhui feigned ignorance. Luo Ji looked up to see Jikong standing atop a white jade ship at the waterfall's summit. His back blade unsheathed, golden spiritual energy swirling around him, unleashing a torrential storm of golden blades. Given the implications for their livelihoods, the officials adhering to Huang Lao were exceedingly anxious. They could not discern Wei Wan's true intentions, yet it was evident that the new emperor favored Confucianism. This mechanism, naturally, was discovered by Linghuan during his observational foray, and having studied its activation method, he found it effortless to employ. Nothing much, Jian Mofan shook her head, feeling there was little to discuss, as she simply found it appealing. Let us finish breakfast before we depart, I prepared everything. Yan Mumu turned to see Zhang Ma's sincere gaze, which made her reluctant to refuse, and she nodded in agreement. Junior apprentice, we have been quite worried about you. Tell your senior brother, have you ever been to Biluo Mountain Manor? Bai Hingji asked directly. The foremost concern was that Chao Junhui would retaliate against Wan Rua, who had signed with the Huiguang company, leaving her no chance to escape unless she terminated the contract. However, unbeknownst to him, he faced an opponent endowed with the mystical advantage of fate. Meanwhile, nearby, Jin Yunming and Chao Junhui noticed the long-haired youth and the portly young man. Upon seeing the long-haired youth rush toward the stage, their expressions soured. As time progressed, the protagonist made his entrance, Wu Xing appearing alongside He, capturing the audience's attention. Is this your territory? Long Yan inquired, surveying the vastly different surroundings. If she were to show reluctance in such a setting, it would undoubtedly leave an impression of immaturity and lack of decorum. She wished to defend her idol, a dong, asserting that Tan Qing had no evidence, merely one-sided accusations. Clearly mere slander and retaliation for the previous day's events. As she gazed at the few yet precious oil paintings adorning the wall, memories began to surface in her mind. The so-called saturation assault by the Sana faction directly advanced into the city, leaving the Wadden people utterly defenseless, making him feel that his 20 years of effort had been rendered a farce. However, Zhang Hanqing, possessing quick wit, had already devised a plan. Merely reacting to the situation at hand, he glanced at Zhu Guangmu, calmly shaking his head to signal that there was no need for concern. Yet at this critical juncture, the internal elite of the Dream Return dynasty had indeed vanished. She attempted to break free from Lin Feiyang's grip to assess the situation, but his hold was too tight. This statement not only invoked many memories but also startled numerous celestial officials and divine generals who had long been acquainted with Qin Jun chapter 54 at this moment. Yi Han was fully immersed in the formidable power of the Soul Sect realm. He deftly evaded Niu Biao's slashes, attuning himself to the movements in his surroundings. Remarkably, he could sense the pulsations of soul energy without relying on any divination techniques, distinctly perceiving the potency of each surge of soul power. After a brief moment, Lan Lan, choking back tears, approached Gao Qing. She cast a glance at the elderly woman beside her, who seemed to understand and made her way outside the cave. Gua Xiaomei disregarded the others and proceeded directly to the stone coffin, followed closely by Uncle Wang and his remaining 2 disciples. Banji's expression shifted dramatically. He burst into laughter, exclaiming, "Indeed, it is the Howling Sky Sword. This aura is all too familiar to me." His laughter echoed as he reveled in the recognition. With Xiaoyi's remarks, the 4 resumed their activities. Jingying handed over a piece of fruit, and Hingji promptly took a seat on a stool behind his mother to observe the battle. Noticing the coins on the table, which seemed to indicate his mother had lost more, he felt compelled to encourage her. After scrutinizing Lu Yu's fierce contest with the burly man known as Brother Iron Bull among the disciples of the Zhen Tian sect, she decisively shook her head and sighed, expressing her discontent. "Thank you, third master, I shall pour myself 3 more cups." After his cousin declared this, he filled his own cup and downed 3 in quick succession. Li Jiang sighed inwardly, recognizing the prowess of such skilled drinkers. Those he had encountered in the past were often heavy drinkers, capable of consuming 5 to 6 jin without issue. "Zipping, shall we mount our horses and take a turn around Luoyang City?" Gao Shun suggested, stretching his limbs and smiling at Guan Hai. This was one of the customs to honor Feng, often bringing him inspiration. And his personal guards were meticulously chosen by Xiaoyi. Catherine's curiosity reached its zenith, igniting a fervent desire within her. Huang Xianling, perceptive and sensible yet somewhat introverted, typically kept her thoughts to herself and rarely shared her struggles, leaving her silent about her own bottlenecks. There's no need for concern. If she doesn't receive a lesson, she might truly become insufferable, Gong Shiqi remarked nonchalantly. Yang Zhi dropped her chopsticks in astonishment, while her elder brother from the Yang family nodded in approval, casting an apologetic glance at Luo Yan. Through the words of the maidservants, one could glean the layout of the entire place. If she ventured a little further, wouldn't she then possess intimate knowledge of the area? How splendid, she mused, reveling in her own cleverness. As the conversation unfolded, everyone subconsciously glanced at Jing Yizhe, who was fully aware of their implications. Yet, he remained untouched by any comfort from Shui throughout. Noticing her distress, Rong Lan's gaze flickered as he stepped forward, ascending a few steps to kneel beside the queen, offering his hand to assist her. "Tell me, is this genuine or not?" Ling Yaoxue gently elbowed the man beside her, her voice barely above a whisper. Rong Lan slowly lifted his gaze to meet hers, remaining silent, his expression complex, neither confirming nor denying her inquiry. Thus, despite her exhaustion from the previous night, Mo Zidai found herself tirelessly conducting checks until the early hours. The most unbearable aspect being that it had been Qin Haoyu who performed those checks on her. The recent battle was undeniably arduous. Had it not been for her numerous hidden cards, she might have faced death at the hands of the disciples of such a large sect, whose strength was truly unparalleled. Luo Yuqing wished to probe further, but upon observing Nan Gongyi's demeanor, she ultimately chose to retreat without uttering another word. Xianfeng was greatly pleased, and Tang Pa swiftly unstrapped his powerful bow, opting for a ranged attack, a wise strategy to apply pressure on the opponent. What defines martial prowess? Sometimes, the skills honed through long-term dedication are just as valid as those that inflict harm. After much contemplation, Ran Dang Dao Ren recalled Wang Chongyang's words, "If there is little difference between the great vehicle Buddhist teachings and Taoist principles, why should he abandon the Tao for the Buddha? Continuing his cultivation of the Tao might prove easier. As for the shop's affairs, Meng Fan needn't worry. Having entrusted everything to Feng Xiaoxiao, the company was now quite established, with all departments in place. Had it not been for Feng Xiaoxiao's reservations, she wouldn't need to exert herself at all, allowing her subordinates to handle the tasks." Wang Chongyang waved his sword in a flurry, scanning the ground where the demon shepherd had vanished, wondering if it had dug a tunnel to escape. Simultaneously, Xiao Yunfei pivoted to his right, elbow colliding with the chest of the man beside him, causing the tall, rugged figure to stagger back, pressed against those behind him. With a glass of juice and a pancake, Zhang Donghai first served Xiao Qiaozhen, continuing to prepare more pancakes himself. The bitter cold wind outside seemed ferociously strong yet could not disperse the thick clouds hovering nearby. The individuals in that vehicle appeared to hail from the Golden Triangle. Just yesterday, they had brazenly gunned down police officers. As for why they didn't simply kill you but chose to abduct you instead, I suspect it's because of your father's position as a director, Xiao Yunfei mused, exasperated with the police. This. Lin Yiming stammered, pointing at the blood sword, speechless. She sensed the immense power emanating from it, realizing it could effortlessly slay a spirit emperor without her intervention. The 4 of them were discreetly sent into Tianyuan Palace by Qingyue sect through elaborate means, due to the excessive time Qin and others had spent in the 3rd trial. And because these 4 had cheated through special methods, they had already reached the pavilion beneath the celestial ladder. Perhaps on that fateful night when Shui Ling returned at the age of 15, and Su Xian's laughter breezed through her heart. The conclusion in the depths of the water was already predetermined. My dear, have I mistakenly moved your lengthy review? I've been rather disoriented lately. Often engaging in foolish actions, please inform me if I have erred. I am married. I am finally married. I often remarked on my unreliable parents. The auspicious wedding date they proposed seemed utterly unsuitable for marriage in my eyes. Chapter 55. With newfound determination, Ji Shui hurried to the Lu family's courtyard. Bypassing any trivial conversation with Zhou and immediately took action by forcefully throwing out Wu Ligui and Wu Lihua. When the man's lips brushed against her, Zhao Qingran felt a rush of warmth at her ear and quickly shifted to the side. Regardless of the circumstances, I must express my heartfelt gratitude to you. Both for myself and for your brother, Lu Xian said with a tear-streaked smile, wiping her face. A true talent, sister will not stoop to your level. Li Yu declared before moving to the sand table, examining it repeatedly. All right. Qing was overwhelmed with emotion. Tears and snot streaming down her face as she hurriedly donned her wedding gown, tearfully performing the ceremonial rites with Zhongming. Even if no one witnessed it, she felt that she had worn a wedding dress in this lifetime. Despite her lack of understanding, Zhao Qingran instinctively resisted such designs. The furniture in the images was merely in dull black and white, utterly monotonous, and devoid of any vitality. Ding Junmo gazed up at the clear sky. Yet the clouds remained ominously thick. With impending storms, it was prudent to retreat. Breakfast had already been laid out in the grand hall, where Hua Qingyan and the Empress Dowager sandwiched the two children, serving them dishes they favored. How do you know so much? Xiao Tao asked in surprise, looking at Chu Qingying, whose warning sounded as if she had been bitten by a venomous snake. Eliminate them. Shang Guanihan spoke coldly, her voice devoid of any fear, as if the poison within her had been completely expelled. Ha, bearing the name of life and death together. Let me show you the terror of mortality. Huang Jinwu laughed heartily. Command the brothers to hold fast, perseverance is victory. Lu Bang could only utter a few words of encouragement to soothe himself. Finding a serene spot, the dessert table was nearby. Jiwan took a plate, selecting her favorite delicacies, and poured herself a drink. The officer quickly complied, not daring to rise until Yuan Su and others passed through the gate. After which he sought a war horse to pursue Wei Yan. Tang Junchen, feeling helpless, repeatedly implored his roommate before finally emerging, filled with anxiety yet utterly powerless. If it weren't for the sake of survival, who would willingly rebel? Their actions were driven by desperation. Everyone has their vulnerabilities. A corpse engulfed in flames charged forward, igniting the kindling. From Yuan Su's perspective, the entire city wall appeared to be enveloped in fierce flames. Moreover, would someone more formidable than Master Zhang heed your call so easily? The shouts of the crowd rose in waves, the echoes lingering in the grand hall. The generals bowed in reverence within, while the soldiers of the Northwest Army knelt outside, calling out for their king, their voices soaring to the heavens. Yi Qianchong had long anticipated the elder's suspicions, prompting him to demonstrate the celestial scriptures of the immortal king, showcasing the ultimate celestial text. Since Su Jiao had betrayed us, she must pay the price. I discarded the cigarette butt, extinguishing it with my foot, and then called Ghost Boy. The two could no longer consume food, opting instead to drink, their consumption of wine so excessive that Wan Mu lost count of how many jars they had emptied. They drank continuously from noon until sunset, as the tavern lit up. Therefore, ice masters were highly sought after in my ice snow city. Given their desirability, one might wonder why Dao friend Jing did not pursue becoming an ice master himself. Logically, it shouldn't be an issue for a hidden aristocracy like Guangji to invest several hundred billion, yet after acquiring a 500 billion stake in Jin Feng last year, Guangji found itself somewhat constrained. With unwavering determination, Yi Qianchong exuded an aura of dominance, radiating his presence. Upon mentioning spirits, my thoughts naturally turned to the ghostly envoy Wei Xingzhong, who, having lived for centuries, must possess considerable knowledge. Perhaps he knew how to awaken Qin Yang. As she spoke her final words, her tone grew more emphatic, signaling me to refrain from harboring ulterior motives. With the guardian deity fallen, what could they wield in competition? In that moment, unease gripped them all. Subsequently, Xiong Qiji noticed Luo Kai's dazed expression and pale countenance, mistakenly believing he had encountered a mishap in his cultivation. What about the governor Tao Qian? My brother instructed me to look after him, I must take him with me. Zhang Fei promptly resolved to seek out Tao Qian. Ugly refusal. Before he could finish his sentence, the green-eyed sea demon interjected with 2 blunt words, silencing any further remarks. This response left the other party feeling instantly deflated. Having overheard the remark about an old cow loving tender grass, Shen Wanqian turned with a peculiar smile towards the speaker before addressing Yumier. Bai San. I have awaited this day for far too long. You must take responsibility for your actions, I demand double repayment. Zhou Feier's heart brimmed with resentment. Emotions that had been pent up for so long erupting on this day. This was the reason the Sun family had fallen to such depths. And these matters could not be disconnected from the old lady and the second master, Lu Su stated solemnly. His tone carried weight, revealing his disappointment and anger towards Sun's matriarch and Sunren. Nye Kong waved his hand, causing the closed door to swing open, and a young man rushed in, carrying an elderly man who was barely clinging to life. Amidst the standoff on the ground, under the guidance of the cold moon, Shen Ningxuang and her companions hastened towards the meeting point on the ground, led by the ice dragon. Humph, villains never declare themselves as such. The young master was already in such a pitiful state, must they truly eradicate him completely? Zhu appeared somewhat unyielding in her stance. If it truly stemmed from my actions that caused the leader to falter in his cultivation, I could never forgive myself for a lifetime. The man seized the opportunity to pinch her cheek, and before Qing Di could react, he leapt out the window. Li Yifeng did not respond but fixed his gaze on the shop assistant. The assistant, aware of the boy's straightforwardness, offered a wry smile in explanation. The servant, frightened, cowered in the corner, not daring to utter a word. Feng Yanhui, witnessing Yinshi's unprecedented display of anger, even disregarding her image to kick someone, took a step back, afraid to approach her with comfort. Since that day, Pei Ran and Yan Zhuolang had not broached the subject again. As if everything had returned to normal. Only Pei Ran knew that the tasks she had assigned to Chen Mingxia had gradually begun. And many aspects had diverged from their initial intentions. Chapter 56. Moreover, the vast abyss is not solely home to the Black Forest stronghold. It is densely populated with at least 180 similar encampments. Sharing a bed with you is exceedingly comfortable, I have not slept so well in ages. His sincerity was palpable. Even if Jiang Xian truly became the second matron of the Wei family and bore their future heir, that would merely concern them. At the stroke of midnight, a piercing scream shattered the stillness of the night. Mu Shouwan awoke from her nightmare, covering her face with her hands, shrieking and weeping. My teacher resides in the courtyard next door. Xiaochen instinctively assumed that Irua had come in search of Mr. Mei. Seeing Gu Yeyou remain silent and walk away, Gu Yeyou felt increasingly aggrieved, tears streaming down her face. He had nurtured her, he had shaped her. Without him, there would be no current Su Zhihuai. No present Zhu Qingrua. Suddenly, several significant acupoints and joints of the sorcerer emitted a sound akin to an explosion. Were they naive enough to believe that Shi Qin's Gu Qianshang would only target Qi Tianlin, and would never circumvent Yang City to charge directly towards Tianling? After all, to the people of Sanshui Bay, their lives mattered, while those from our village did not seem to. We all belong to the same commune. Why the disparity in treatment? Due to the increasing number of guests attending the tea gathering recently, this island was designated as one of the outermost reception points. Invited guests would dock here, confirm their identities, and then be guided to the very heart of the international Cake Island. As he spoke, he bowed and gestured to Sun Wukong, ushering him into the military camp. Meanwhile, Xian Nua stood in place for a moment. Her expression peculiar as she shook her head and approached them. Bai Chong, without uttering much, led me before Xie Zhenyan, presenting the leech while pointing to her right arm, saying, silver-threaded leech, it feeds on blood. The marriage of the general of cavalry may have fallen through. Yet Su Zhaoning had reached an age where discussions of marriage were appropriate. Old Lady Ho decided it was time to be concerned for her. It turned out that the two concubines looked exactly alike. Bai Zhu expressed her astonishment. Her surprise stemmed not from the resemblance of the two concubines within and outside the residence, but from the vast differences in temperament between two identical faces. The demarcation between ordinary materials and enchanted ones lies in whether the material possesses an innate characteristic of magical essence. If so, even the faintest trace of magic qualifies it as enchanted material. Badori, leave this place. At this moment, Abel realized how unbearable life must be for a hellish being still possessing consciousness, living in such an environment. Perhaps this was the very reason Badori was willing to risk her life to escape. Thus, a reconnaissance countermagic proved utterly ineffective, even if the surveillance was dispelled. The subsequent tracking could not be nullified. Jing Yichen remained the brightest beacon in the night. Due to his father's influence, he thrived in this industry, yet more importantly, his directorial prowess was formidable, earning him the title of genius, capable of rivaling several of the most renowned directors in the country, such as Jinping. After that day's altercation, everyone became addicted to this endeavor. Thus, when he mentioned it, all hands shot up in agreement. The cold moon was pleased to oblige. With Wei Yiyang absent, she conveniently took his place, everything else remained unchanged. What on earth transpired? By the heavens, why do I feel so unsettled wherever I go? Zhang Sanfeng led Li Bufan downward, seemingly oblivious, guided solely by instinct as he pressed on, sensing a strange fluctuation. 14 yuan settled the matter. Song Zimo cheerfully examined his spoils, then recalled that Wang Jing had only instructed him to purchase towels and toothbrushes. What about the remaining condoms? As the gaping maw opened, a torrent of flames erupted, and thus, the white clouds became casualties one by one. However, his dagger did not find its mark. Su Yan had anticipated the change in tactics, retrieving several bottles of 5-flower brew from his spatial pouch. With a clang, the dagger struck the wine bottle, causing it to slide away. Previously, he had witnessed the formidable Li Cheng, a peak second-tier warrior, fall under a single strike. Regrettably, the cold moon was unaware that her decision would herald the onset of tragedy. She believed she understood Wei Yiyang, who was cloaked in malevolence yet harbored no ill intentions towards her. Little did she know that her perceived understanding was but an iceberg's tip, carefully crafted. Very well. Let us proceed to the riverbank. Yuji, how did you come to know of such a place in Anzhou City? July inquired, puzzled by U.S. knowledge of a river she herself was unaware of. Wu Hua returned to his rented room, seething with anger. Downing a glass of warm water in one gulp before slamming the cup down, attempting to suppress the fury boiling within. As golden light surged into his body, it viciously ravaged his acupoints, incessantly stimulating every nerve, a pain exponentially greater than the agony of skinning and cramping during physical refinement. Jian Xian's entire body tensed. His handsome face contorted in extreme pain, unable to emit a cry before losing consciousness. Currently, the majority of plunderers and wanderers within their ranks possess supernatural abilities. Yet these powers pale in comparison to those held by Jiang Feng and his ilk, though they are significantly stronger than ordinary individuals. Indeed, such a matter exists. I noticed a divine consciousness attached to you, that of a golden elixir practitioner, when you previously entered the great Luo immortal realm. While this consciousness bears no substantial threat, it occasionally serves a monitoring purpose. Hollow sphere, he said. Does the junior sister recognize this person? Hua Gu's master, Hua Lianfeng, discerned Hua Ting's unusual demeanor and inquired without delay. Chapter 57. The two brothers discovered that this magnificent city of gold seemed custom-made for them. Was it not akin to wealth itself? However, as they approached with glee, they nearly met their demise, had it not been for a band of ruffians rushing ahead of them. It is likely that, without this intervention, the world would have been deprived of Miao Lu and Miao Qi. Surely, if Ziqing were to have any spirit in the heavens, she would have closed her eyes in sorrow. They could only blame their own inadequacy for not being able to protect Ziqing, after all. This life was a gift from Qi Hongya. With a dismissive flick of her phoenix-like eyes, she regarded the situation with disdain. The guards outside were none other than Pei Ji's personal soldiers, and she had stealthily taken the tiger talisman to summon the imperial guards stationed within the palace walls. As the legendary clinic delved deeper into the investigation of these missing persons, they gradually uncovered a commonality among them. Most of the vanished individuals were primarily game streamers, particularly those specializing in skillful gameplay. Why have my aunt and cousin arrived today? Could there be some pressing matter? Feng Qiwen observed Yangshi, her expression unchanging. Upon returning to the Feng residence, Yangsher examined the injuries on Feng Qiwen in the backyard, weeping profusely. When Qinhuan looked up, she noticed that Fan Bo appeared somewhat troubled, as if there were words he found difficult to articulate. Feeling a stir in her heart, Qinhuan subtly prompted Jidu to take action. Within minutes, Fan Bo expressed all the pent-up thoughts that had been troubling him. If one were to assert that Lorden was in the wrong, he could hardly be deemed so, for in matters such as these, anyone would likely feel that An Yusin's entrance into the palace to support her maternal family was the right course of action. Given that this was a union endorsed by the Emperor's decree, it was an unalterable decision. However, the nobility faced a rather unfavorable situation. The highest among them possessed only a sacred spirit level, and even those of the immortal level were exceedingly rare, especially after depleting their resources. It appeared that the strong were generally reluctant to bow low before the powerful. Do you wish for it? I shall grant your wish. You may take the children and depart with him. Muli suddenly released her grip and spoke in a cold tone. Qiu Dishing turned to see a shell land not far behind him, bouncing off and grazing a laborer's leg. Just the process of transferring household registration and obtaining transfer certificates from the schools in their hometown and here had required several trips. Fortunately, Zhao Shui was acquainted with a school leader, so they faced no difficulties and were even assigned to an excellent class, led by a distinguished teacher that many wished to enroll their children with. Accompanied by a resounding blast, he transformed into a mist of blood, mingling with the falling snowflakes and wood shavings, resembling a scene of sanguine blossoms amidst golden splendor. Do you not realize how your harsh attitude towards Su Yuan affects me? You only think of your aversion to her, yet you do not consider how I feel upon hearing your words? Lin Qing cast aside Muli and attempted to walk away. Yet, all of this was about to slip from her grasp. As if her decade-long efforts had been in vain, with her home lost, Zhao Jigang gone, leaving only Xiaoyu behind. What on earth was this fellow doing before? Why did he need to utter that incantation? Bai Yi thought with a hint of concern. At this moment, Tuasi's eyes widened, pupils constricting. Just as he was about to unleash his skills, his head was severed, blood spraying violently. Wei Zhongxian beside him smirked inwardly, thinking, does this Yang Feng really dare to compare himself to Wei Qing? His audacity is astounding. Very well, Yan Xiaoxiao nodded, her phone ringing at the most inopportune moment, causing her heart to race. Jing Guanyan, perhaps? Yan Xiaoxiao felt an overwhelming dread. She could conceal her relationship with Jiang Yu, but lying was out of the question. Thus, she hoped Jiang Yu remained oblivious to her connection with Jing Guanyan. Rua Xian initially merely brushed her lips against Feng Hua's cool ones. Yet Feng Hua remained utterly unresponsive. Rua Xian felt a surge of anxiety, recalling what Guanjing Tian had said, when she drew near to Feng Hua. The dark energy would rush into her body. To inform the general populace now would merely incite panic, abruptly halting the flourishing industrial revolution. The prior attack did not stem from the opponent discovering Sinu, rather, it was due to a certain intrinsic power within the opponent. The moonbow could signify a high-level martial artist. This was not the time for discourse, yet it was now capable of firing over 1,000 arrows. How terrifying was that? Suddenly, all the masters collapsed, blood staining the entire encampment. 6 years prior, her mother could not ascertain the nature of Bai Jingchu's poison. Yet this did not imply that she could not deduce it. Shangxi finally slumped to the ground, motionless. The he had clutched slipping from his grasp and rolling slowly to Rua Xian's feet. Bai Kaiwei, next to him, looked pale as she observed Lin Xiao's furrowed brow, gulping down the medicinal concoction. Chu Hui obediently brought a basin of clean water, placing it on a rattan stool. Huan Hua shot a cold glance at Chu Hui, who returned her gaze with a fierce warning. The outcome was akin to a manta stalking its prey. While the yellow bird lay in wait, even Qing Ping, in a bid to preserve her life, had no choice but to yield to Chu Pan'er. The island master of Peacock Island did not leave to answer Lu Huanong's inquiries but hurriedly dashed toward Lu Huanong's quarters. If Oliver could conceal himself here without detection, it would not be surprising for other beings to do the same. However, what manner of creature could possibly exert control over those trees? Chapter 58. The Jade Bowl was discovered by Yun Tian beneath the waterfall in the mountain gorge where he practiced. At first, he merely found it aesthetically pleasing. Apart from its capacity to hold numerous items, he discerned no extraordinary qualities. Subsequently, Lady Heir, in her excitement, expressed her gratitude to Luo Yun several times, leaving him somewhat embarrassed. Lan Qi stood nearby, subtly admonishing him, and Luo Yun, having already experienced the sharp tongue of Lan Duo, feigned ignorance. It was no wonder Lan Mabe wielded greater influence. He simply lacked the prowess of Lan Mabe. Mu Shui poured him another bowl. In the training room, Mo Xingchen adjusted his hair and attire before taking Fan Tian Luo outside. The battle was intense. One of Shen Muyu's arms had been shattered, blood staining the corner of her mouth. The Night Eagle trio fared no better. One of Night Eagle's legs had also been broken by Shen Muyu, leaving him struggling to maintain his balance. She faced the blades aimed at her without flinching. Her voice laced with bitterness, resembling a mournful lament. My father dedicated his life to the country, why must he suffer so? Is it merely because the emperor harbors doubts that he deserves this torment? Her anger was palpable, eyes aflame. What transpired? It had been over half a month. And why was Ho Qian'eo still here? Was the law enforcement merely deceiving us? Zissou exclaimed in shock. Suddenly, she noticed peculiar footprints beneath a distant tree. Mo Wanli rode over to investigate, discovering they were fresh tiger tracks, indicating the presence of a young, powerful tiger nearby. It's nothing, just swatting mosquitoes. Let's all take a rest, we must continue our journey tomorrow. During the night, we shall take turns keeping watch, Mo Yang said, suppressing a chuckle. This tale is lengthy. But once one meets Lian Haiping, all will be revealed. Cui Jun believed that Keslan had significant ties to Lianhua, however, convincing Li Xingkong was a challenge. The attire was a delicate lavender base adorned with deep purple mandala flowers threaded with gold, each hue perfectly balanced, exquisitely beautiful. By the time they returned to the general's residence, it was late. The Su family had sent people thrice to urge Yin Qiyue, and this time, they simply waited outside Mingyue courtyard. Yet, in the next moment, Li Yang displayed a look of astonishment, then intentionally brushed his hand across his waist, revealing a flash of azure light as the Qingniao appeared before him. Shen Xiaoxiao, eyes brimming with tears, felt them cascade onto her hand. Is that so? Then I feel quite honored, Su Qingyan smiled, acknowledging his current status as merely a lyricist with limited resources. The sound of metal sliding emerged as Su Qingyan effortlessly extracted the key from the lock, quietly pushing the door ajar. When Chen Wu was questioned by Lu Ping, his expression shifted to one of panic. Lu Ping observed this with understanding. Thus, they exchanged brotherly titles, leading others to mistakenly believe they were longtime friends. The one-eyed ghost king stood among the 100 spirits, despite losing 1 billion beast souls. He had cultivated a formidable divine ability over the years, maintaining a rank around 70. Upon the appearance of Lian Haiping, he bore no resentment, instead displaying a look of reverence. The man retrieved another, which Zhang could clearly identify as the correct one. Unable to contain himself, he attempted to rise, only to be restrained by Li Ningqi. Let us first inspect the dark coral grove. It is said to be the territory of the merfolk from whom I acquired this, he stated. Ignoring the humans in the carriage, Jiangsun approached the floor-to-ceiling window and caught a glimpse of his current appearance. Aside from the initial lack of control, he had otherwise maintained restraint, yet today Han Che had provoked him, stirring a sense of despair as if years of cultivation had been in vain. As they approached a villa, Lian and I rushed out, her face alight with joy, gesturing animatedly. They recalled the 1-month deadline set by Xing Shiji, urgency igniting their pace, exhausting them in the process. Though the remark was polite, it implicitly acknowledged Xiao Tian's agreement with Du Jianhui's recognition. This revelation struck Chen Bin, who had always prided himself on his talents and training speed, deeply. Everyone was astonished. Most assumed the second place would belong to Zhang Kuan, as he was the only one who had confronted the zombies. Yet, they overlooked the fact that the scoring criteria were not based solely on strength. During Hua Yuan's leadership, the number of broken city walls was substantial, thus justifying his second-place standing. Finally, when only 2 rogue pirates remained, Jiangsun felt at ease to inquire freely. How delightful! Truly delightful, they exclaimed in unison, their words echoing each other perfectly. However, everything is a double-edged sword, with the populace's increasing openness. The censors dared to voice their opinions on all matters, even military affairs. That is merely incompetence. Had I intervened, it would have been effortless. the Dao Godzong remarked casually, raising his cup. Princess Danyang, angered, glared at Liang Hong without uttering a word, her icy gaze piercing. A series of laughter erupted. And soon, Wang Zhao's figure vanished from sight. Jiangnan did not seize the opportunity to flee. Instead, he calmly sat down in a meditative posture, silently restoring his cultivation. A thunderous crash resounded as the ghostly brown bear wielded a massive hammer, shattering the fire dragon and crashing heavily to the ground. The ground trembled from the impact as if an earthquake had occurred. Had he not used two weapons as crutches, he might have collapsed. Chapter 59. Despite the hacker organization gathering a multitude of genius individuals from across the cosmos, they found themselves outmatched by a singular figure, Ling Daozi. This revelation left those present in awe, pondering the nature of Ling Daozi's cultivation methods. Bai Xuening observed his silence, feeling the frustration build within her as he continued to hold on to her tightly. Just as she was about to express her irritation, she noticed his increasingly grave expression and sensed that something was amiss. She quickly extended her spiritual awareness to investigate the room. To her surprise, Yuan Yi's thoughts were completely different from his previous anxious demeanor, which had been filled with worry. Though such notions might resemble the delusions of a madman, one could never dismiss the possibility that a madman's fantasies might one day come to fruition. As the next week approached, a call to action was made for students to enthusiastically cast their recommendation votes. However, the ethereal form present did not resemble Wusky, but rather a distinct middle-aged man whose appearance and stature markedly differed from the beings of the Xianling world. Despite being stationary, two figures stood before him, while another two positioned themselves behind Yang Mu. With the divine source beginning to manifest, a bolt of lightning descended from the boundless essence of the universe, erupting above the divine source and infusing the space with a vibrant life force, akin to a true spatial realm. He was aware of Ling Yunzi's declaration regarding Meng Xiongfei's arduous 10-year cultivation to attain physical form. In his estimation, even if Meng Xiongfei compressed that timeline through relentless effort, it would still take at least 7 or 8 years. Yet, unexpectedly, Meng Xiongfei achieved transformation in less than a year. The upcoming season was anticipated to be one of great opportunity. Zhang Yuan believed this, and he surmised that Klopp shared the same sentiment. The bewildered young master felt utterly at a loss regarding his current situation, as confusion continued to approach him. Just as dawn was breaking, a mysterious tome was delivered to him. The yellowed pages suggested that this manual was ancient and undoubtedly invaluable. The arrival of such a significant item struck the young master as rather peculiar. The path ahead appeared easily traversable, resembling a naturally formed cave that had been artificially mined to create a passageway. After walking approximately 3 meters to the right, a stone slab road suddenly came into view. I was well aware of Kong Xian's indifference, yet the source of his cold demeanor eluded me. Although he possessed an outwardly delicate appearance that seemed harmless, he was far from being an innocent flower. I dared not make rash judgments, but I understood that the blood on his hands was beyond my imagination. He too longed for their company, but the present circumstances did not permit him to reveal this information to them. For a moment, he was at a loss on how to explain it to them. At that very moment, alarms blared throughout the underground space. Chaos had ensued. The sound of countless footsteps rushed toward them. Nevertheless, given their current state, underestimating the president of the 6 demons would be unwise, leaving the only option to be replenishing their magic. Thus, in the central continent, the emergence of each spatial wormhole would incite envy among countless factions. However, apart from a select few powerful families or sects, the rest could only covet from afar. Damn it! I cursed, you truly are incapable of producing anything of value. If anything happens to me down there, I swear I'll haunt you. With that, I kicked Kong Xian, urging him to loosen his grip, before executing a stylish turn and leaping into the abyss. Acquiring an additional puppet would indeed allow for the implementation of puppet tactics. The young master collected the seized puppet, contemplating the next course of action. Ancestors, considering that I share your surname, could you spare my life? Dong Xiaoxian hastily knelt and bowed to Dong Yi. The tumultuous spiritual energy had been filtered through the void realm before it projected itself to the reality of Earth. Roni, spinning in confusion, fought against the urge to vomit blood as she looked questioningly at Jingjing, who remained stationary. Ling Menger refrained from voicing her opinion, after repelling several attacking wolves. She cast a glance at Puya. Indeed, in the original narrative, although Dugubo was known for his capricious temperament, he was unwaveringly loyal to his own people. It seemed that Su Han possessed a keen self-awareness. Currently, he was no match for me, and if he dared to challenge me one-on-one, he would be thoroughly defeated. Witnessing this scene, the Lin family disciples were not particularly surprised. Lin Mufeng possessed the pinnacle strength of 5 Yuan masters, undoubtedly overpowering Lin Yun. The outcome was, therefore, indisputable. Shui Changdong. Zhao Jiabao exclaimed in astonishment. The man who entered wore only a white bathrobe, yet he exuded an air of elegance. The fourth soul ring of the Ice Fire Snow Jade Dragon illuminated, its profound black radiance flickering as the elemental forces of ice and fire rapidly coalesced. The founder of the Hehuan sect was named Zhalan Jinshan, originally a Buddhist monk skilled in the arts of intimacy. Brother, what do you think of this outer disciple? The third prince, surrounded by a throng of people, stood nearby, flanked by his leading senior brother. Some soldiers were attempting to apprehend Huiliang. But 2 disciples from the Cool Wind Summit rushed forward, declaring, Young Master Huiliang has a noble status and has rendered service to the nation. How could you? As they spoke, they revealed their magical artifacts. At the moment when Yichen felt an overwhelming anxiety regarding the impending situation. Du Huanqing's response undoubtedly rekindled hope within his dimmed heart. Once Shui Feng had tidied up, Han Chuan settled down with a walnut-stuffed red date. Eating until she was sufficiently satisfied, then embraced her pillow and drifted into a deep sleep, treating it as a much-needed rest. Chapter 60. While the feeling of being a god is indeed exquisite, let us not forget that the Trisolaran world is characterized by extreme cruelty and darkness. Xiao Hao no longer held back, addressing Elder Qi and Elder Luo. He had just probed the formation and sensed no murderous intent, only a protective aura for those within. This indicates that Gu Yunjia is quite extraordinary. At this point, he turned his gaze towards the octagonal pavilion. Rest assured, these dishes are among the finest. Just taste them. And if you cannot finish, that is of no consequence. After all, it does not matter much financially. It is no difficult task, you need only to lie back. Chai Shuren nodded in satisfaction, gesturing for Wenwan to come closer, and began to introduce the prominent acupoints on Wei Qianyo's body one by one. Before the supreme descent, the finest Air Force pilots and astronauts could withstand a gravitational acceleration of only about 12 gs through specialized training. In class, Shang Chuan Shun appeared to be diligently engaged. Yet his thoughts were elsewhere, as the recent vibrancy of life left him little inclination to focus on his studies. The imposing figures of 2 tall individuals startled Xia Yuyao momentarily, but upon closer inspection, they seemed to be guards from the residence. Although the walkers exhibited commendable strength, both core players of this team, Beasley and Love, were entering the playoffs for the first time. Even if they maintained their regular season prowess, victory against the Bobcats seemed unlikely. Especially as their performance would likely diminish in the playoffs. Ultimately, Poseidon led Yi Ling down a 1,000-meter cliff, where a veil of white mist enveloped the base. Yet, Yi Ling discerned a massive stone door, guarded by 2 individuals from the shaman tribe, reminiscent of those seen earlier in the ancient village. At noon, with only Luo Yunchu present, she prepared a simple bowl of yangchen noodles for herself. After speaking, Wang Zhao planted a kiss on each of their lovely faces, chuckling as he swiftly released them and dashed away before they could react. Suddenly, Yuan Bao's expression shifted dramatically, his body writhing uncontrollably, as grotesque changes contorted his features. And dark malevolent energy surged from his 7 orifices. He sprinted with astonishing speed, akin to a comedic character, as if his feet were wheels, achieving a velocity several times that of an ordinary person. However, upon entering the vehicle, Zhao Qian did not wish to remain idle, having finally encountered Gao Yuan. She was determined not to let this moment slip away. Before long, amidst the watchful eyes of many, the protagonist of the day, Ning Rongrong, made her grand entrance into the hexagonal martial soul awakening array. One could only imagine if this move would also affect her master, with a mere swing of her sword. Even the master, the Ice Mountain Sword Immortal, would be compelled to kneel before her, forced to receive her sword techniques. Flustered, Yi Xian began contemplating the significant accident insurance he had procured for Miao Miao over the years. Should misfortune befall her, Miao Miao, as an orphan, had already succumbed to Yi Xian's persuasion, designating him as the ultimate beneficiary of her insurance. The kitchen, already lacking in spaciousness, became even more congested with the entrance of Malina. Qin Mu, struggling to suppress her laughter, bit her lip, terrified that she might inadvertently burst into giggles. Yet, a man donned in the robes of a divine official felt peculiar while executing his nightly duties. Zhu Su possessed a fair degree of self-awareness. While he could not claim to be particularly unattractive, he was certainly far from handsome. As a landlord, Qin Jieshi enjoyed the privilege of drawing one character card from 6 available options, with the opportunity to return it for another if unsatisfied, essentially granting him 2 chances for selection. Attempting to utilize finesse to seize the item, Yi Xia had already anticipated his intentions and deftly evaded with a graceful maneuver. However, this left Chen Fangping 3 meters away from Yi Xia. Yun Shu, how did I end up here? Green Bamboo's face reflected bewilderment, seemingly unaware of how she arrived in her room. Nevertheless, Mu Yichen would not conceal matters from Qin Mu, nor could he keep secrets from his brothers. They would inevitably learn the truth sooner or later. In the sweltering summer of August, even the morning air was stifling, causing perspiration to stream down one's back. While the cicadas, more sensitive to heat than humans, audibly lamented, creating a cacophony that stirred anxiety within. Although Wang Yuetian had never seen the true form of the Linghuan entrance, records from the Sacred Three Absolute sect indicated that when the Linghuan Divine Palace was activated, the cardholder standing at the designated position would vanish following a flash of purple light. The subtle yet palpable power surrounding Tu Xing Sun instilled trepidation in many. Though none dared to shift position, for the Li family of Qinzhou held considerable influence, and each family present had some understanding of their strength. Prince Longshan, what brings you here? The voice of the beast, resembling a toad, was somewhat muffled, its sharp gaze scrutinizing Qi Tianshou and the 1,000 celestial soldiers behind him. She merely hoped that the Lanting conference would conclude swiftly, allowing her to seek out Wang Mengjiang, to borrow the pearl in her possession for her cultivation breakthrough. Luoding? Are you there? Do not hide, I can see you. A man's voice resonated alongside a beam of light, revealing a man clad in a security uniform, adorned with an emblem on his right chest. Chapter 61, the treasures acquired during missions, aside from those required for submission, are allocated to the disciples. Rest assured. From today onward, Mian Mian will be a student in our foundational class at the Zijian Academy, as you well understand the rules. Shendaru chuckled softly, stroking his beard, and reminded everyone. As the Tianqian sect has never had any connection with Longlu Mountain, the reason for their sudden presence here is undoubtedly shrouded in mystery. Do you forgive me now? Shi Jiaoer looked up, her eyes brimming with tears, her expression earnest. Su Xingxing had a penchant for researching peculiar items, excelling in both the creation of poisons and their antidotes. You may leave now, but be discreet and avoid drawing attention, Yu Tingzhou remarked, lacking the optimism of Yi Yu. Swordmasters, crossbowmen, and gunners had each broken through to the 2nd tier, and now all were at the peak of the 3rd tier, just a step away from the 4th. With her alluring beauty and enchanting figure, she could certainly attract a wealthy suitor at the Han family banquet, far surpassing Han Hu. Late at night, she drove back to the Song residence, her foot never leaving the accelerator, running 3 red lights and earning a penalty of 9 points before finally arriving home. The valley's grassland was a vibrant mix of green and yellow, with a steaming stream winding through, rising from one mountain and disappearing into another, leaving behind an abundance of life within the valley. Following a thunderous crash, a massive serpent was forcefully driven into the earth as if struck by a missile. Brother Hao. Just before Mr. Yi left, he received a call indicating he was headed to the Xingji bar. A Chong continued to remind him. Next, it was the turn of contestant number 14 to appear. The reporters half-heartedly snapped a few photos as 14 awkwardly walked past. Bai Yong tossed both individuals into the back seat of a Mercedes-Benz, then drove towards the abandoned factory in the northern district. The guests were filled with trepidation, their gazes toward Jifeng gradually turning to disdain and hostility. Gu Jing pondered for a moment, attempting to decipher the meaning behind Xinquang's query. She only fell asleep in the early hours, yet in her dreams, she transformed into an immobile, corpulent figure, unable to find peace throughout the night. If this could indeed be proven, would not Tang Jingluan's face turn green? The mere thought of it was exhilarating. For both individuals, after a lifetime of busyness, suddenly halting all activity left them feeling somewhat lost. Gradually, They gleaned a glimpse of the darkness that permeates the realms of wealth and power through various tribulations they had endured. One day, James asked the Zen master, "Why? Being the foremost in the league, can I not secure the championship this time?" "Brother Chang, it's not that I doubt your capabilities. But your current state is truly lacking," Boreas stated candidly. Fengxi was oblivious to these covert battles. She turned to find something to eat, and once satiated, she tucked away some snacks favored by Ollie into her pocket. I instinctively sniffed my hand, detecting a faint, sweet aroma reminiscent of milk. Realizing something was amiss, how could I allow myself to behave in such a manner? Currently, Savon had reached some foundational cooperation with the Elven Council, uniting to resist the incursion of the Dark Magic Army, a stance shared by both elves and humans. Savon hoped the elves would proactively deploy their forces alongside humans and dwarves to construct a defensive line against the southern invasion of the Dark Magic Army. To my surprise, I found the wooden box resting quietly beside my feet. Overjoyed, I picked it up, thinking to myself how fortunate I was. If the universe we inhabit is indeed governed, the powerful entity that created it must be one of immense control. The total energy of our universe is approximately in the order of 1069 joules. The family crest on the shell and the golden fish scales, do they not serve as proof? Kaeswade remarked. The voice of the spirit of the homeland resonated throughout Taiha town, followed by the overwhelming response of the town's rangers. Yunjin's sudden roar shifted the surrounding energies inexplicably, brimming with vitality, devoid of the melancholic essence of autumn. Feng Fu was a sycophant, quick to ingratiate himself with anyone of means. Upon witnessing the extravagant display from the proprietor, he immediately bowed and welcomed him respectfully. I gazed at him helplessly. The journey was fraught with danger, compounded by the pursuit of malevolent forces. How could I bear to see him suffer, given his many physical ailments? With no other choice, I retrieved the demon mirror from my bosom, studying it closely, uncertain of how to employ it. Just then, a beam of white light shot from the mirror towards the eyes of the snowy knight. In an instant, the battleground of Wuming and the Golden Pearl Heavenly Monarch became the epicenter of devastation, affecting not only the other cultivators hidden nearby but also the trees, rocky hills, and muddy grounds within the marsh. Anyone touched by their conflict would face catastrophic outcomes akin to the end of the world. Long Yu descended into the courtyard, surveying the scene, where approximately 60 to 70 individuals stood unscathed, their energies completely depleted, an unmistakable sign of the dark magic's lethal techniques. Yunjin inadvertently glanced at the spots on the ground and walls. Although the shadows cast by the setting sun created strange patterns, careful observation revealed the underlying clues. Presently, numerous furlong ships were arriving at Aki, bringing considerable business opportunities, which allowed the Sultan of Aki to entertain discussions with Tong. Just a few years ago, it was inconceivable that Tong would ever meet the Sultan alive. Cries of surprise erupted as Lin Ran and Xinjiai exchanged glances, joining the throng that surged forward. From the ends of the earth to the corners of the sea, Chuan Shani smiled boldly as he articulated those profound four characters, vanishing like a wisp of blue smoke. Were an ordinary person to find themselves in such a situation, they would instinctively choose to flee, perhaps rightly considering it a safe option. However, Lu Tianyu would not and could not. With adversaries at his doorstep, could he truly run away? 3 hours later, Mou had ventured 600 miles into the Forbidden Zone, completely leaving the canyon's periphery and entering its depths. Shiman Qing and Alan quickly washed up and changed, then shared a breakfast with Jiao Ting before leaving 10 guards, mounting their horses, and departing the tent to rendezvous with Ma Kuo and others, heading towards the polo field in Huining City. Jishi understood that the Chaowei army was already at the gates of Fuyuwang City. Capturing this city would seal their fate. Chen Daoqing established the Dongsha Wangfu near Mingwang Mountain, aspiring to create a realm where the demonic inhabitants of hell and humans could coexist harmoniously, devoid of conflict and excessive bloodshed, living as equals. Chapter 62, Having just escaped death, how can they still possess the slightest inclination to traverse that sea of demise? Is this not akin to having narrowly eluded the jaws of a wolf, only to fall into the clutches of a tiger? This remark, perhaps innocuous just days prior, now bears a weighty significance in light of recent events. It is conceivable that the individual present at the casino during the assault may hold some insight into the matter. As his subordinates have suggested, early in the day, Jiang Zifang had taken his lethal weapon, the Barrett M99, to the Venus manner to confront the sniper ahead of time. Xinger sat silently on the ground, motionless, her mind momentarily blank. Gradually, a bitter sensation rose within her, her heart constricted in a tightening ache. The Japanese doctor shook his head, instructing the nurse to administer in 4. After several attempts, the thin needle finally pierced the colorless skin of her hand. Yet she remained unresponsive, oblivious to the pain. Due to the events of the day, Li Xiang harbored concerns about lingering remnants of the enemy, thus reinforcing the vigilance of the sentries. Hee. Are you not afraid I might poison you? Song Qi chuckled at Lin Feng's demeanor, yet immediately followed up with a teasing inquiry. The issue is not with your establishment, but rather with the company present, he remarked, casting a glance at Wu Wanner's swollen left cheek, before departing the room. Have you not thought of him these past 2 months? Lin Hai asked, perplexed. What does it mean to have just confirmed a romantic relationship? Is it not natural to miss one another after being apart for 2 months? If there is no longing, what is this love? Song Xin recoiled in disgust at the sight of Brother Blackbird, whose foul breath and yellowed teeth were repulsive. She could not fathom the audacity of this Brother Blackbird, daring to openly flirt with her. Did he seek his own demise? Surrounded by transparent glass, this space resembled not a room but rather a glass enclosure, allowing for an unobstructed view of the outside world. Master, they speak the truth. The strength of the Viper Mountain is formidable. Should you go, it is uncertain if you would emerge victorious, Bai Jiao Wang added. Left with no choice, Zhuo Liangyu found himself in a precarious situation. With General Wang Zhiqi to the north and the task of mobilizing hundreds of thousands of troops proving to be an immense undertaking, requiring not just days but potentially months for logistics, troop deployment, and encampment. It is worth noting that Wang Hao's mobile phone was a recent purchase after his graduation, and few were privy to his number. Hearing Song Xin's tone, Yao Tianyu felt a sense of helplessness. Why could she not engage with him as a friend? This situation evoked memories of pyramid schemes, prompting a wave of distrust towards the production team, reminiscent of how many billionaires had fallen into similar traps. The military hospital in the Western District was situated within a military zone, sandwiched between the garrison and field troops, and was not open to the public. This area, not a quarantine zone, was inhabited largely by veterans or military families. Thus, Zhang Yong and Yue faced no obstacles in reaching the hospital's entrance. My goodness, how incredible! Surely, if a student were to consume 7 different dishes at once, they would not survive. Wu Qi marveled, initially intending to make a casual remark. He found himself overwhelmed by Zhuang Ting's barrage of words and quickly raised a hand to halt her speech. Unexpectedly, this Long Outyan had managed to recruit such a formidable subordinate from who knows where. The magical aura emanating from him was significantly more powerful. Shang Jingyu promptly assisted the two to their feet. Although he had initially harbored ulterior motives in bringing Jiang Qiaqiao into the fold, their candid interactions had only deepened his fondness for her. Suddenly, Lin Jia's phone rang, causing his brow to furrow. Who could be calling him at such an hour? Why does everyone appear so distraught? Xiaoli remarked, observing Ashina Simo with dissatisfaction. Lin Ruoren's recent displays of concern were evidently sincere. Why had she suddenly turned cold? Even threatening him with divorce? The changes in Hong Ying's expression did not escape Lu Susu's notice. From the moment Hong Ying appeared beside Shang Jingyu, she had been observing them, and now she was increasingly certain of Hong Ying's affections. Mo Yingyang and the others echoed their agreement. The post-battle atmosphere of tension dissipated with a light-hearted quip from Duan Jiangpeng. Were it not for the formidable military formation of the Qin dynasty and the prowess of Zheng Kuei, they might have already faced a breach. Alyosha, slender and gaunt, bore a frail appearance with his thin lips and light blonde hair, exuding an air of fragility. Yet, should one be deceived by his exterior, they would find themselves in dire straits before realizing their folly. Upon encountering old Chen, now partially paralyzed and unable to care for himself, it was a relief that he still recognized people, including the talented youth. Father, I understand, Li Xiaoxiong responded, still grappling with the situation's gravity. Yet, under the weight of his father's authority, he acquiesced, intending to seek clarification later. The sound of gunfire erupted as individuals unleashed a barrage toward the 3 o'clock direction. Sparks flying. That very spot was where Xiaochen had just been, now left in utter disarray. Unfortunately, he had already repositioned himself. I shall refrain from reiterating the rules. Being knocked down or eliminated constitutes a loss. Naturally, voluntarily conceding is also counted as a defeat. Let us commence, Xinyuan declared as he returned to his seat. Chapter 63. The hand held was uncertain whether to let go or to remain clasped. The gentle warmth made Sui wish to hold it a little longer. To be honest, Mayor, during this period, I have felt as if I were busily striking my own back, Ling Ziyuan chuckled. To speak candidly, even someone devoid of martial aptitude can, upon receiving the body-enhancing liquid, casually attain some level of skill. After a brief moment, a flash of green appeared before him. Yunqing had donned a stunning outfit adorned with butterfly patterns. Guzman had encountered drugs in his teenage years, not as a user, but as a witness to the devastation they inflicted upon an otherwise normal person, alongside their immense allure. Yihaoqing, must you be this way? I share responsibility in this matter. There is no need for you to bear such guilt, Qiao Yue said. Her expression one of concern as she pulled him toward her room to examine his injured hand. Meanwhile, a day later, Lumu and Yongxiao returned, both utterly exhausted. Upon arriving at the hotel, they had a light meal before heading upstairs, intending to recuperate from the fatigue of the past days with a restorative sleep. On this day, Bang planned to summon Wei Danqing for a meeting with Peng Jiaxing. Peng Jiaxing envisioned a collaboration with the larger circle to alter the circumstances in Wecan. Yet from Bang's perspective, an area ripe for development could also present an opportunity for their broader expansion. Chen Ting exhaled softly, the closer they approached Taiyuan City. The more palpable the terrifying sword intent became. The might of the sword formation was so formidable that even Chen Ting felt a twinge of apprehension. Unless aided by the power of the Haoyan Tower, it would be exceedingly difficult to breach. Princess Linghuan's intense reaction drew the attention of Kai Zhixiong and herself. The others, including Lian Zhan, gasped in astonishment, for 1 knife coin could purchase a bun, 5 knife coins a bowl of noodles, and 7 knife coins a meat-laden noodle dish. The cost of attending a performance could suffice for an ordinary person's meals for an entire month. In this world, the professionalization of esports has propelled League of Legends toward a more competitive format. The downfall of Li Qingliang in Liaodong and the arrival of General Ma Gue from Shaanxi represented a temporary remedy, as a strengthened central army would ensure a rotation of local generals, addressing the root causes of instability. Fu Long, a figure who had lived for a century within the sacred domain, held a status comparable to that of Zhong Jiuyang. Second Prince, the defenses of Wanning Prefecture are solid. And we still possess nearly 10,000 troops. Please, muster your spirits, an elderly general encouraged the confused lord. What is happening? Sima gazed in astonishment at the quaking glacier beneath his feet. They had just received intelligence that all ferocious beasts had vanished without a trace. That is a misunderstanding. We are not allies, merely strangers who crossed paths. He claimed he could assist me in capturing you, and I utilized him temporarily, Zhai Yueshing replied coolly. Shiminjing's face flushed with anger as he cursed the misfortune of being struck where it hurt most. Is it not destined to end in a bitter confrontation? Now. Long Xiang's icy demeanor fixed its gaze upon him, causing Li Meng's already trembling body to quiver even more violently. Furthermore, it was crucial to note that Yingnan Tian had already been expelled from the Xianming Academy, had he not? Once the uncle departed, an eerie silence enveloped the hospital room. Having achieved a significant accomplishment, I was granted a private room at the public hospital, where the sound of Su Nua's breathing echoed. Suddenly, the internal phone rang. Wang Shan answered, only to learn from the doorman that someone was seeking Qin Yuner at the entrance. Yet, what awaited her tomorrow remained uncertain. After enduring so many unfortunate events, perhaps tomorrow would bring something positive? I felt a pang of guilt but could only silently apologize, hoping Lin Shui would understand my desire to fight for a glimmer of hope for those still living. This time, I did not refuse. Recognizing that he was clumsily expressing his concern for me, wishing to help but unsure of how. Recalling Li Wei's approach to dealing with Zhang Ming'ai days prior, Cui Xiaoxiong concluded that he outweighed He Tianxiu by double, and his strength surely surpassed that. If he could withstand the initial blow and grapple him, perhaps a sliver of victory remained. Upon hearing this, Lin Yitian was the first to react. Though they were merely acquaintances, he believed Luoyu was indeed a friend worth cultivating. Thus, upon hearing of his demise, he felt a profound sense of regret. Gu Yun observed the mist-shrouded valley with satisfaction, nodding approvingly. Once the white fog enveloped the entire formation, the black circle vanished. And a white light emerged from the 8 formation flags, which subsequently disappeared in a flash. Fong Lang felt a shock within, realizing the poisonous tree king was formidable. Dream on, as if you could return to Persia. Today you intend to bomb us, so we shall return the favor in kind. Not only did outsiders envy him, but even Let Nord was greatly tempted, negotiating with Zhou Nan, willing to exchange anything for those 2 horses. Zhang Yuming stood at the edge of the mountaintop, tears streaming in the wind, utterly despairing of life, and leaped from the precipice. In another room, the door burst open as if swept by a gale. Crashing against the wall, and a white figure emerged, joining a pink silhouette at the kitchen doorway. By adhering to correct and reasonable training while addressing weaknesses, talented players will emerge in abundance. What nonsense. Those 2 10 blades are under your command, tell them to cease immediately. Ichigo Kurosaki bellowed. The outcome was no different from before, as the red-skinned skeleton could not withstand even a breath against the short blade. The blade pierced through, and the red skeleton dissipated into a wisp of pink gas. A sudden shock coursed through him, feeling as if lead weighed down his once light body. Zhang Yuan's heart raced, and his pupils narrowed in alarm. Chapter 64. A sudden tremor coursed through the magic ring on Lin Yi's left middle finger, unleashing a fierce wave of black light that enveloped his entire hand and swiftly extended to his whole body. This attack emanated from the mouth of the Wolf King, manifesting as invisible, colorless blades of air that were extraordinarily sharp. If evasion or defense proved impossible, a direct strike to a vital area would penetrate deeply into the flesh, akin to a dagger piercing the body, risking severe blood loss and death. Wang Chen, not wishing to boast, recognized that his ability to obliterate the Luo family was a testament to his power, rendering him unnecessary to curry favor with the Cui family. On the contrary, should conflict arise, it would be the Cui family that would find themselves bowing before him. Reflecting on this, Diao Yan could not help but smile wryly. Peng Xian, Wei Quan, and Lu Guangzhou were merely regional leaders. How could one expect them to possess foresight of such magnitude? With each breath expelling internal energy, Lu Yu sensed that the energy did not dissipate immediately, but rather coalesced into a spherical mass, suspended in the air. However, the periphery of this energy sphere was gradually expanding and returning to the natural world. No, that is merely the blood of that lascivious villain, Lu Yu boasted. That man could not best me, resorting to a long knife and a set of techniques in a futile attempt to triumph. He ended up severely wounded and fled in disgrace. Even though the Liang army of today could not compare to the once invincible force it had been, it still constituted a formidable military presence, far superior to the ragtag group led by Zhu Yu. Wang Chen nodded slightly, embracing Cui Min as he returned to his seat. The dishes on the table remained, albeit somewhat cooled due to the passage of time. Wang Chen instructed the waiter to replace several dishes, relishing the food and drink while awaiting the arrival of the Cui family. Sun Deshan and his companions bowed deeply, proclaiming, "We greet the emperor." Wang Kai announced loudly. Yi Haochuan felt a surge of doubt. Prior to the restoration, the spirit-gathering bowl had already accumulated a significant amount of liquid spiritual energy, making it impossible to completely replenish it. Surely, some energy had leaked out. Zhao Mu struggled to find the right words. As his recent acts of indiscriminate slaughter were not matters to be casually discussed, fearing they would only cause concern among his elders, Helen was taken aback, questioning how such a device could be employed in gaming. If fighter pilots were to use such helmets to operate their aircraft, the situation would be drastically different. Feng Luoyan and Ling Wuya were engulfed in a storm of anxiety, as they had not detected the slightest trace of the sudden assailant, indicating that their adversary was far beyond their capabilities. With a powerful vehicle at their disposal, the arduous roads of their homeland were no longer an obstacle. The elevated chassis effortlessly disregarded the rocky potholes. Furthermore, Neixian jewelry was also open to collaborations within high-end retail establishments. The spectral mirror beast clung to me, remarking on its recent busyness, which had prevented it from even attending work. Observing the mischievous grin on Guangfeng's face, I chose to let him lead the way. Otherwise, if he saw me being embraced like Lu Yangxi, I would feel rather embarrassed. The remnant soul of the golden dragon employed formidable defenses to prevent anyone from approaching the site of the fallen dragon, safeguarding this place for countless millennia. After all, to truly develop a clandestine power, the required funding far exceeded what I could provide. Watching Yao Hui disregard him, Lin Songhai chose to let Yao Hui attend to his own affairs. After a fortnight had passed, traversing through 4 cities of the demon clan, they finally reached the capital. While the 3 conversed, they remained vigilant of the actions on the arena. The swordsman leaped and delivered a powerful strike, severing the long spear, bringing a gleaming, massive blade to a halt just half an inch from his opponent's neck. The outcome was clear, and the second match of the 5th arena was about to commence. "And what of you now? Why won't you let me through?" I articulated each word softly, sensing his emotional turmoil. He nearly choked on his words. When Han Ke rushed forward, he was startled to see Lu Yu holding a bloodied fruit knife, smiling ominously at Suja, whose throat bore a long, deep gash, crimson blood gushing forth. I drew the Qishao sword and approached, plunging it into the dragon's neck, unsure of the precise location of its vital point. So I aimed for the neck instead. Like a drowning person gasping for fresh air, Ao Jiao came back to life in an instant. "Care to contribute?" Lin Liang smiled, placing his selected materials into the Chankuan bag, casually inquiring. Lin Qi, having trespassed into the inner palace, was cast into the punishment cliff for his transgressions. His actions clearly indicated that there were no rivals remaining within the palace. As the foremost among the 3 giants, if I did not respond, henceforth, the academy would have no place for me. Wu Danqing. Wu Danqing was left with no choice. He truly did not wish to contend with Qi Lin. "You wish to know? Do you believe you are worthy? This is merely the reward for the ultimate victor. In other words, only the strongest are privy to my rewards. You should vanish from my sight immediately." Mu Zifei regarded Ai Saikama with disdain. "This is the vehicle I have prepared for you, specially modified and bulletproof." And Bei Jianming stated. "Remember this," Su Huai replied. Zhu Quan's impassioned words moved Su Huai, causing a hint of sadness to moisten the corners of his eyes. In the late stages of the innate phase, had I encountered this earlier, it would likely have been a fierce battle. This was the first time Xiaoyao faced an opponent of comparable cultivation. Observing the fierce blade wind showed no signs of relenting. Shen Ruoyun could only retreat with her short knife. As a bystander, Rich Father felt immense pressure witnessing this scenario. Akin to a singer in a karaoke bar straining to sing while the audience slept, rendering the atmosphere exceedingly awkward. Chapter 65, The mountains crumbled, the rivers flowed backwards. The stars were upturned, and time began to flow anew. In an instant, 2 glimmering blades suspended in the air surged towards Shuqinghe. Just as Shikawa Makoto finished his sentence, Qing Chuanilian, who had been quietly standing before the teacher, suddenly shouted aloud. It turned out that for the past several days, Wang Xian had been lamenting in her presence, claiming that Huangfeng Valley's actions would create a rift between Tan Tao and them. The governors of the 22 provinces included some who were easily replaced, some who remained, a few old bureaucrats from before the revolution, and several new leaders post-revolution, which need not be elaborated upon. Consequently, 19 of the more than 20 transfer students only stayed at Postal City High School for a day before retreating in disappointment. It was somewhat infuriating yet amusing, as the other party seemed utterly unashamed in front of so many people. Therefore, even if one were to apply to various issuing authorities for cancellation, all other certificates of the company could not be revoked and would subsequently become void. If this frost dragon's essence grass truly matured completely, that soul beast would have devoured it long ago. Article 6. The representatives of the 8 banners of the Manchu, Mongolian, and Han nationalities shall be elected by a special election committee of the National Assembly, selected from the electors of the princes and nobles of the 8 banners. Qiandong swiftly stored several hundred cards containing gold soul coins into his star tier, then retrieved his cultivation method. Darn it, when did those butterflies come in? How did I not notice them after sweeping the venue? He quietly observed Chen Rong, his voice soft and gentle, as his fingers combed through her beautiful hair. The fire thunder lightning attribute beast spirit ball suddenly thrust towards Yan's chest, enveloping him in a swirling crimson lightning glow that spread throughout his body. However, Jiangqing suddenly realized that he had maliciously deceived the one person in the world who understood him best and yearned to draw closer, which caused a subtle pain in his heart, even a tinge of regret. With a thud, the man from Huangshe weakened at the knees and sank to the ground. The two words he had just uttered more thrilling than any battle he had ever faced, instilling genuine fear within him. Coughing awkwardly, the Thunder Wolf King cleared his throat twice and frantically began to dig at the ground with his hands. Gu Chen hesitated, wanting to speak but unable to. Not wanting to but unable to suppress, so he stammered his words. Yet at this moment, there seemed to be a hint of fear in Li Jinshua's words. Lacking the previous confidence. As soon as these words were spoken, the guard regiment's off-road jeep swiftly mobilized, proceeding to conduct a sweep of the 5 o'clock area, during which snipers fired multiple rounds. Don't come over. There's something strange here, the power armor is ineffective, and we are pinned down. A soldier urgently warned as others attempted to assist. Kara was elated upon hearing this response. It turned out to be the Earth Tongyu fleet, akin to family for him, as he too served the Tongyu. As he spoke, Wu handed the torch to the blind man, instructing him to step aside, while he retrieved the divine-level Luoyang shovel from his back. After receiving a call from Zhang Yuan, Wei Dao's expression grew grave. Fortunately, they had arrived at Li's village, and he promptly disembarked to inquire further. However, even so, after Qing Di reformed his physical body, regaining peak strength was no simple task. Straying from the path would inevitably incur a price, though this price was significantly better than that of the ancient emperors who had inflicted self-harm. The leading vehicle of the convoy was a large engineering vehicle modified with a giant shovel, which would clear obstacles from impassable terrain. Hearing this, Hall was not surprised. For this was how things operated within the Alan army, had it not been for Hall's uniqueness. The Sea tribe would have long since occupied the Alan continent with the aid of the Dark Clan. The strong individuals from the Empire Sword sect present could already sense the overwhelming killing intent emanating from Jian Wushuang, as well as his determination. Dozens of beams of light struck the heavy barrier surrounding the spaceship almost simultaneously. This formidable barrier, though wavering, stood firm against the onslaught. Observing Hall's baffled expression, the newcomer burst into hearty laughter, offering a brief explanation before departing on horseback. Although the child was lost, Mr. and Mrs. Chu never forgot about that child. This revelation left her astonished. She had already met Jun Bang and Wen Li early on, but their child? Could it be that she could not even protect herself? Having willingly given him her most precious possession merely to avoid misfortune, how could he be so brazen? Taking the terminal from Xia Shu's hands, the two Katerans skillfully connected the mothership's main system to the Iron Blood terminal without limit, granting full access to all permissions in the command room where the other was stationed. A massive influx of data began to flood into the terminal's storage components. Mu Chen ventured to the mall alone to select gifts for his two treasures, and truthfully, having never experienced such a task before, he was at a loss for what to give. Lin Suwen seemed still upset over the earlier incident, adopting a debating stance, speaking more than she ever had before. After the weekend, Ling Qianyu was due to attend class, so the two hurried back home after just 2 days. Despite his busy schedule, Feng Yinxiu insisted on escorting her to school before leaving. Later, he began to harbor suspicions and personally investigated the vehicle and driver involved in the accident. Discovering that neither had any past grievances with his father or Mu Wan, and since the vehicle showed no suspicious signs, he decided to cease further inquiries. Following the loud crash, darkness enveloped the room. However, the presence of the malevolent spirit had finally dissipated. I coughed, clutching my chest as I attempted to stand, only to see a shadow slowly rising under the moonlight. A sense of foreboding washed over me. I had merely purified the malevolent spirit, and now it was just me and that creature left. This was reminiscent of the play being performed, as Eugene stared blankly at the blushing she knew, while Leng Hui and Ashou exchanged knowing smiles, with Yan Qi remaining silent. Suddenly realizing, she had unilaterally agreed to Shi Nu's marriage to Leng Hui. Completely forgetting that the other party had not proposed at all, perhaps both were concerned about losing face and secretly advised the two guards. We are from the Shen family of the southeast, a heavenly tier family, originally one with the dragon group. Even if we make mistakes, there will be a committee ruling. You cannot act unilaterally. Shen Xian sensed the killing intent emanating from Yang Ting and quickly addressed him. He had returned from the hospital, feigning a leg injury, and now lay comfortably in bed, being cared for by Yuan. Chapter 66. After finishing dinner, Chen Zihan assisted Zhao Jiefeng with some adjustments before departing with Lu Haiyun. A mere 32 characters left Luo Di perplexed for many years, as she could not fathom the underlying reason, hence her persistent desire to unravel the mystery. Why was there a divine beast here? As she beheld the magnificent creature before her, Luo Di took a step back. For it was her first encounter with a true divine beast. He Ji Yuan cast a glance at her, seemingly discerning her thoughts, and a wicked smile graced his lips. Just as Suyu was poised to strike again, Zhao Qi abruptly flung open the car door and stepped out, raising his hand with the intent to slap Suyu. Shaili was grievously injured, remaining hidden in the elemental power thin Yu Zhou Ding would certainly be a futile wish for recovery. This spiritual treasure measured 3 feet in length and 1 foot in width, taking on an oval shape adorned with sharp spikes, within which glimmered faint golden particles. Ren Fan's voice resonated like a reaper emerging from the depths of the underworld, wielding a scythe that harvested countless lives with each swing. My dear. For your safety and that of the child within you, I have secured a year's leave on your behalf. He earnestly conveyed to Suyu as she entered the vehicle. Is there a lively event taking place here? A warm male voice inquired, drawing the attention of the onlookers. Previously, Chang Jia had conversed with Shui, yet after their discussion, she still felt a lingering discomfort. This time, Shui spoke plainly, allowing her to fully comprehend the situation. Soon after, Yi Qing and Feng Wu arrived at Kunlun Mountain aboard an enhanced helicopter, where they found the place teeming with people. Outside, the snow fell thickly. Within the military tents of the Great Liao, the atmosphere was equally vibrant, as no one could venture out in such weather, leading to a gathering within. When Yu Xinlan met Rong Nanqing's gaze, her heart tightened, as if pricked by something sharp. This youth casually demonstrated the secret arts of various sects. Regardless of their authenticity, his audacity suggested a complex identity. Why would such a mysterious figure focus on him? He once again drew the remnant blade, attempting to carve a mark atop the palace, but to no avail. The area he marked faintly glimmered, as if obstructed by an unseen force. When Hua Jitian lifted the remnant blade, the faint light dimmed. To his astonishment, he discovered an exceedingly tranquil place. Unlike any he had encountered before, in this realm reminiscent of an underground world, Long Yichen never anticipated such a location could exist. Qian Shui felt utterly drained and had no desire to move, relishing the care he provided, experiencing a profound sense of happiness in his presence. When the waiter presented the menu, Fu Jingxi did not even glance at it, pushing it directly towards Ji Rou. The arrival of someone signaled the end of the moment. Wu Xiao completed his task and draped a towel over the village sister's shoulders. Although he had not wasted energy in vanquishing Xianyuan Laozu and others, resisting the divine retribution thunder had drained a considerable amount of his strength. With his cultivation, he could barely withstand the force of the divine punishment. Yet it was still a strenuous endeavor. The ancient castle stood with its doors wide open, with numerous disciples of the heavenly Dao sect entering and exiting, all wearing masks that concealed their identities. The more he fought, the more alarmed he became, with his true essence rapidly depleting and his blood running low. If he could not secure a decisive victory, he would inevitably perish. Thinking this, the Xian wolf narrowed its cold eyes, fixating on the man with a predatory glare that held ill intentions. Yi Feng keenly noticed that the other appeared fatigued, and his aura was unstable, even suggesting injury. This revelation caused him to squint, questioning whether it was possible for Yen Tian to be wounded. Who could possibly harm him amidst the 4 continents? Alas! Being Dai sensed the changes within herself, she knew that both she and Yi Feng had genuinely become believers, yet she was left uncertain about what to do next. Before he could finish his words, Yi Feng unleashed a soul-binding technique that struck fiercely against his chest, sending a death flying backward, blood spilling from his mouth. I am quite well, my father has arranged accommodations for the people of Moon City. You may proceed with General Ming, Dongfang Chenyang replied dismissively, uninterested in engaging with Yu Qingguang, let alone interacting with Yu Ling nearby. Old He smiled slightly, remarking, excessive drinking is detrimental, you know. To Zhang Jiabao. This held a different meaning. It was a subtle reminder from his superior to maintain moderation in his actions, for excess would surely lead to trouble. In addition to practicing 8 extremes fist, he explored Tai Chi, Xing Yi, Bagua Palm, Wing Chun, Shaolin Fist, Jeet Kune Do, military combat, Sanda, and even yoga, leaving no stone unturned. Shen Qing, dressed alluringly, strolled alongside the imperious Ku Zhen, simultaneously noticing Jiang Bei. The Grand Master is truly formidable. That blade aura descended like a crescent moon from the heavens, slaying gods and Buddhas alike. The ninth-grade expert invited by young Master Rong attempted to resist but was obliterated without a trace, Huai Yu added gravely, as if recounting a first-hand experience. Otherwise, those adept individuals would not have gone to such lengths to excavate graves in this desolate wilderness. She focused intently on observing Qin Shuan's arm. Although she lacked medical expertise, she possessed the ability to empathize and care for others. Chapter 67 Recalling the day she burst into Wei Kaire's chamber, witnessing the table laden with silver. It is no wonder where this wealth originated. The mutants seemed to be aware of this region's vulnerabilities, seizing the opportunity to launch an offensive while the flames ignite. 7 Calamity Celestial Sovereign, you have yet to witness my true strength, and I, yours. Today, allow me to gauge the power of your incarnation. Lu Chongjun stepped forth, an overwhelming aura of dread radiating from him as he unleashed a torrent of assault upon the white-haired youth, the embodiment of the 7 Calamities Celestial Sovereign. If these individuals were to learn that Li Bupai's ethereal aura was derived from insights gleaned from Chu Qing Tian, one could only imagine their reactions. Prince Chen. I must sincerely thank you for sparing my father from torment, Meng Guang expressed with heartfelt gratitude. Nowadays, Qin Haohan traverses the Heart Lake Island primarily via wormholes. For convenience and due to the treacherous nature of the marshes. Not only Ultraman Tiga, but even the victory team has been relegated to the category of disallowed favorites by grandmother. The youth nodded thoughtfully, his mind drifting back to the inebriated patron at the tavern, his brow furrowing in contemplation. That individual exuded an extraordinary presence, perceptible only to him amidst the oblivious crowd. What is the princess's true intent in orchestrating our meeting? Wei Yunwei mused, her eyes narrowing. It had become evident that the princess was the mastermind behind the scenes. Bei Qingjue could not discern the happenings within the reincarnation hall, shielded by the light of the Buddha, rendering his external inquiries fruitless. You may. Do you intend to venture into the world alongside me? Morong Xian inquired earnestly, his words carrying significant weight. We are already like an old married couple, surely. Xiao Xiao understands the underlying implications of my words, she replied, her cheeks flushing crimson. Peering through the glass window, she could not help but compare her importance in her uncle's heart to that of her sister. It was not that Long Zhanbei sought accolades, in truth. He hadn't merely safeguarded Feng Chenma's safety, but rather, had saved Long Yushuan's life. They gaped in horror, mouths agape, unable to articulate their fear, emitting muffled whimpers. During those days, Zhao Shuzhen regularly ventured far afield, laden with a bamboo basket to forage for wild vegetables. Occasionally, he would manage to catch a bird or a weasel to stave off hunger, barely enduring until the crops ripened, cooking them together with wheat and rice husks for a modest meal. Awakened in fright, I discovered that half of Chen Xing's blanket was tangled around me. He lay in a thin nightgown, one leg exposed. In the courtyard of a Ning palace, Jiu Yu was nearly bound into a dumpling and tossed beside a rocking chair, emitting a clanging noise, while An Ning reclined in the chair, savoring fruit, seemingly unfazed by Jiu Yu's plight. In the market, a single Qiyang pill was valued at 7 or 8 spirit stones, and yet, it remained scarce. Even in the previous Qin household, there were but a few vials. Hu Jiao scrutinized Hu Xianyu's expression, seeking any indication of a flaw. There was no embarrassment, no guilt, only a radiant smile. As if their past grievances had never occurred, the scenes of discord now mere figments of a dream. Nothing to worry about, simply attend to my rest. After a brief pause, she added, regarding the favored concubine of the Liuli Hall, send those Eastern Sea pearls, after all, as the favored consort. I too must offer some consolation, mustn't I? With formidable armed forces and vast mineral resources, coupled with commercial ties to various affluent individuals. Even if Galohorn's control over the Martian and Jovian spheres was lacking, it remained unshakable by any single entity. Aunt Wu appeared to be a simple soul. Yet she was far from naive. An infant caregiver sourced from Hong Kong would naturally surpass her in all respects. Within a month's time, even if Koshi ultimately could not remain, she would still glean abundant knowledge. These 4 individuals were the foremost swordsmanship masters of the Mu family in Yunzhou, rarely seen and solely tasked with the protection of the family head. Ko Yunchen was well acquainted with them, having been brought back by them and his second uncle on numerous occasions. Despite the pinnacle of achievement he had reached in creating robots, They remained confined within the realm of tools, their thoughts and behaviors dictated by programmed parameters. Suddenly, an epiphany struck Koshi as she recalled the tantalizing spiciness of a snack. The mere thought of it made her mouth water. Yet, as her words left her lips, the burly man gnawing on a roasted chicken emitted a cold grunt, and with a swift motion, landed a powerful punch upon her. Shakuk commenced a shark dance, entirely disregarding the scornful glares directed his way, even going so far as to provoke Sean Kemp with a challenging gaze. Before long, Shangguan Jiantang, who had kept her eyes tightly shut in meditation, emanated an astonishing aura, imbued with a sword intent as formidable as a raging torrent. Not to mention how the online community might target her, just the thought of her sister's husband, Mr. Fu, tearing into her was enough to evoke concern. See? I told you, this world's sorcerers are utterly defenseless against this globally popular game from another realm. William paid no heed to the black cat's gaze. Engrossed in manipulating the star map, allowing them to swirl around him, departing from the walls. The following day, he arranged matters, having made his decision. Sara was dispatched back to the flame the next day, while Lung was accommodated at Zhang Ziyuan's residence, spending the remainder of his time shadowing Zhang. Upon hearing this, Yuan Luo was startled. Even she realized the extent of the financial loss involved. Was the serpent's belly truly the fabled lava belly, or perhaps an unfathomable abyss? Although she held great esteem for Qing Si's martial prowess, how could those capable of vanquishing her general's manner be lacking in skill? Wei Zi, upon hearing the commotion, hurried inside only to find shattered porcelain strewn across the floor, congee spilled everywhere. Alarmed, she exclaimed, "This servant shall tidy up immediately and have someone prepare a fresh batch." With that, she hastily began clearing the chaotic mess. Wu Haotian nodded in agreement, with Wu Mei and Feng Xia silently expressing their support. Though he had not been in contact with them for many years and was uncertain if they had relocated, this remained the only viable option. Chapter 68. Lu Hao arrived at the parking lot, pondered for a moment, and ascended the stairs once more. He paused at the door for several seconds. Perhaps listening for sounds from the bedroom or balcony, but hearing nothing, he opened the door and stepped inside. After all, she had a fruitful day collecting rubbish, earning the payment required by Shui Kan, and had ample ingredients to fulfill her tasks for the day. It seemed that this man was nearly perfect, possessing a remarkable sense of propriety in his interactions, disarming anyone's instinct for caution. Was it truly possible to wield such power with high reusability and ample seating? The average cost had astonishingly been brought down to this extent. The finances were the lifeblood of a company, yet the recent years had seen a decline, making scrutiny imperative. As the head of the production department, Commander Andre's factory had dismally low production capacity. Who would have imagined the glory of this production consortium during the era of the Alliance? Without a doubt, his grandson was likely up late playing video games, though he had no intention of urging him to sleep earlier. Lu Hao understood better than anyone. Having experienced the complexities of love himself, he had never been a believer in fate, yet in matters of the heart, he sometimes found himself questioning whether destiny truly existed. Even though Zhu Yunqi had strived to integrate into this world and era over the years, he was acutely aware that many of his thoughts and beliefs did not align with the realities of the Ming dynasty. How could the system of royal kinship have such significant loopholes without a single minister offering counsel? Liang Jun had never encountered the Shu army's general Tong Gu. Yet he knew him to be an elderly man. In this mountainous region, surrounded by the young and vigorous, only the old man grilling in the nearby woods stood out conspicuously. His suspicions were confirmed upon entering. The first stop was the gallery, followed by a photography exhibition. Lacking in artistic sensibility, Li Wei found the experience tedious in comparison to Bella, who was enraptured by the art. "No, I'm fine, nothing serious." Li Wei hesitated to admit he felt unsettled by the shock, forcing himself to maintain a facade of composure. The two Latin Americans at the door seemed to comprehend the situation, excitedly brandishing their guns at old Ao, retaliating with exclamations of profanity, their heavy accents still intelligible. As the torrent of memories dissipated, the inexplicable pain within me vanished as well. I wiped the sweat from my forehead, which threatened to spill into my eyes. Gently pushing my father aside and shaking my head, Dianchu clasped his hands and spoke, being well-versed in interrogation. He harbored a spirit of skepticism toward the sudden appearance of Wang Ren and was unwilling to let him off easily. I stood at the courtyard entrance, knocking on the door, but the dark yard yielded no response, nor the sound of barking dogs. It appeared there were no dogs kept here, which relieved me. After glancing around to ensure no one was watching, I gritted my teeth and quietly climbed over the courtyard gate. The shopkeeper clearly recognized the contents of the porcelain vase, gratefully accepting it and seeing the two out the door. Moreover, it seemed the counterpart's father was the superior of the old man. He hesitated, unsure how to engage in conversation with this formidable senior. He-Chin had never anticipated that through sheer effort, he could possess superhuman physical abilities. Although he remained uncertain about how to harness the observation hockey, it was no exaggeration to assert that if he faced his 5-month-ago self, he could achieve victory with overwhelming power in less than 3 seconds. After swimming for most of the day, the lake whale finally came to a halt. Once stationary, Jiang Yi and his companions immediately extended their consciousness outward to observe their surroundings. What they saw was an expanse of darkness. It would be impossible to discern anything with the naked eye. Do I have a Bodhi immortal fruit within me? Jiang Yi pondered as he touched his face and chest, shaking his head in disbelief. Then why do you choose me? This was a question he had long wanted to ask, for he never believed in the notion of free lunches. Guo Huai followed closely behind Qi Dong as they entered a lounge. Qi Dong then opened a hidden door in the lounge, taking an elevator through it that descended directly underground. Han Ruffing could hardly believe his ears. He never expected this old charlatan to be so understanding, putting aside past grievances. It was truly surprising. Han Ruffing nodded enthusiastically, declaring, "I will work hard." He hoped that nothing significant was happening in Mount Shu, for with Guo Huai's temperament, chaos would likely ensue. Guo Huai did not respond to Fei Tianyang's words, silently reflecting to himself. However, Chu Yuan was unaware of these matters. He had not had a drop of water since morning and felt utterly famished. Yet there was no choice but to sit still and slowly contemplate. The tattered black tiger flag still fluttered amid the smoke, with faint bloodstains appearing sporadically. In this moment, the black tiger flag appeared somewhat ludicrous. The elite troops of the Yan Kingdom had dwindled from 1,000,000 lions to fewer than 30 in just 3 years. Zhu Li let out a soft cry, seemingly releasing pent-up frustration. He then glanced indifferently at Jing Guanggu, before soaring into the sky. With Hu Feiyang absent, Xiang Gangtian did not comprehend how Jiang Lin operated, but from this moment on, he could firmly establish his identity as the leader of the 8 banners. A conspiracy against Luo Hao was slowly brewing, of which Luo Hao remained blissfully unaware, currently seated cross-legged upon his bed, his long black hair billowing without wind. A surge of energy flowed through his palm as Qin Shaoran squinted, his hair lifted by the force. The energy brushed past Qin Shaoran's ear, crashing into the wall a full 3 feet behind him. Chapter 69. However, the Chinese team failed to score in the following moments, marking the final score at the end of the match. "I can offer you a chance at survival, accept my servitude." Luffy Yang gazed down upon the crowd, his voice cold, as if he were a deity presiding over their fates. "Hanin, I wish to purchase some items nearby, will you accompany me?" Ming Yisha pulled Zhang Han over. At that time, my mother was already quite experienced. She could ascertain at a glance whether an ancient tomb lay hidden beneath the mountains and rivers, and could determine the general structure of the tomb, pinpointing locations for excavation with ease. Gabby observed the situation within Real Madrid's penalty area, recalling that Li Qingshan indeed possessed a powerful long-range shot, coupled with a strong kick. In such a considerable distance, perhaps a forceful strike would yield better results than aiming for precision. 3 fellow cultivators, on behalf of Cayenne City, I apologize for today's events. The old drunkard's disciple approached the 3 spirit breakers after everyone had dispersed, bowing respectfully to them. If these poachers would fight fiercely for their captured prey, they would undoubtedly abandon their catches for water and food. After all, if they could not survive to leave, even the rarest creature would hold no significance. Minggu was struck down by Qin Tian, leaving half of his face numb, his teeth loosened. Seeing Qin Tian's piercing gaze fixed upon him, he trembled in fear, dreading another blow. Due to being sealed within the divine formation, Han Yin had not fully regained his cultivation. He estimated that it would take at least a century for these 12 individuals to recover on their own, a daunting passage of time. The flower-falling saint and his companions stood resolute, their rise was unstoppable, particularly that of the phoenix feather saint. I recognized that Bai Yi regarded me with importance, however. I could only silently apologize in my heart. Manager Wang Yong was particularly elated, having hit the right rhythm during this period, witnessing a remarkable growth. And skillfully engaging in short trades with great enjoyment. With only 200,000 troops left for defense, they had no retreat. Should the vertical fortress be breached, the ferocious troops of Prince Yu would march directly towards the imperial capital. At that moment, it would be the final battle for survival. Here, away from Yandan, the valiant man's hair stands on end. The past is gone, but the waters are still cold today. We cannot be daunted by the current irrational stock market decline. Do we fear? Minister Chen of the decision-making department inquired. There is much to fear, laughed Chunmei. You think your limited abilities are shared by others as well? The bull-headed figure saw Wang Xiu devour his fruit and snatched the remaining leaves from his grasp. Newly distilled liquor returns from the mountains. As the yellow chickens peck at the millet during the bountiful autumn. A line from Li Bai's poem was adapted here. If it were someone unknown, it would be easy for Yi Hua to refuse with a trivial excuse. However, with acquaintances, it became a more delicate matter. Well, I must proceed. But what about old Xiang and old Yuan? Will you join? Wang Ping shrugged helplessly. After a considerable time, feeling the weight of silence as no one conversed with him, Wang Ping found the duration stretched unbearably long. When the green tea was served, he accepted it, noting the blue and white porcelain cup, covered with a tea lid. A genuine covered bowl tea. Alex promptly dialed Wang Ping's satellite phone. Wang Ping was his anchor in turbulent times. And he hoped for Wang Ping to stabilize his emotions. At that moment, the individual noticed the cold gathering formation arranged in front of the beast garden's celestial abode. His brows furrowing in contemplation. Some matters are simply inescapable and unforgettable. They seem to take root in the depths of your heart at a fleeting moment. And when you inadvertently touch upon them, you discover they have flourished into a dense thicket. Using the new Song as an illustration, for instance, if Shuriwei were to traverse into the Song dynasty, it would initiate a new temporal branch, evolving an entirely fresh history of the Song. However, in this timeline, all history, knowledge, folklore, and customs prior to the Song remain identical to the original timeline. The middle-aged man, referred to as Lord Meng, slightly nodded, narrowing his eyes towards the stone forest behind. This is my reason for seeking Scott. I wish to revise certain details and sign an additional agreement. However, all this hinges on accurate market intelligence, and to ensure everything is flawless, I have decided to go personally, Bo Air stated. Jin Nong, blood-condensing grass, where are you? Old he bellowed, his palm striking the stone wall repeatedly, leaving numerous imprints. The Divine Fire sect had been eradicated 300 or 400 years prior. Once a prestigious alchemical faction in the cultivation realm, it was tragically wiped out overnight, and over time, all knowledge of the sect faded into obscurity. Having made her statement, she departed with a calm demeanor. However, upon turning back, she took a deep breath. She had been so frightened that her soul felt lost. Fearing that Jiga might have sensed something and would inspect the heavenly spirit pill. The corpses by the river, burning warships, and the waters drifting away seemed distant, separated by realms. Chang'e cleared his throat, tilting his head at a 45-degree angle, gazing into the distance with a look of melancholy. The sorrow of a wanderer longing for home radiating from him. His influence reached far beyond Las Vegas. It resonated throughout the United States. Zhang Kerson's expression turned grave as she noticed a skull emblem on the chests of 3 blonde men. What? You actually apprenticed under the living bodhisattva? Upon hearing this, Yi Yunlong and Yiquan exclaimed in disbelief. On the morning of May 10th, the 3rd year of Jianning, Madame Zhen, as usual, entered the main hall to pay her respects to Li Qingmou. After confirming Pan Haodong's identity through the old servant, old Master Jing was overwhelmed with excitement. Laughing like a madman, Haidong was surprised that calling her name merely caused her steps to pause momentarily. As Min Ronghua's words fell, the concubines present in the hall burst into laughter, some bowing their heads, while others covered their mouths. At the moment he turned, he saw the silhouette of Wang Yan gradually fading away. In the entire cave, only he remained, accompanied by the dancing seabirds and the white waves crashing upon the shore, along with the cool morning breeze swirling around. Originally, the officials of Jiaoji intended to host a banquet for Zhao Rui and others, however. Upon seeing that they were merely serving ordinary rice with wild vegetables, Zhao Rui invited these officials to dine with him instead. Chapter 70, Epilogue. As he pondered, he took a bottle of wine, clinking it with Xianyi, and proceeded to drink heartily. Tai Feihua had long been fascinated by matters of law and litigation. Often attending lectures under the esteemed Di Renjia, the chief of the Dali Temple. Standing with a demeanor as steady as a mountain, Tai Zhongtang exuded an air of perfection, leaving no room for flaw. Li Jinyu felt a twinge of anxiety, yet a greater sense of combativeness surged within. The elf clan arrived in haste, and upon their arrival, entrusted Situ Taula with securing a safe abode. When Baijiu arrived, a throng awaited anxiously in the courtyard of Situ Taula's residence. Let us be serious. I know you must have a plan, care to share? Lian Yi, aware of his own shortcomings against the rogue, deftly changed the subject. The magistrate of Shuntian was deep in thought, striving to address the inquiries of His Highness, the Crown Prince, with utmost respect. This was partly due to the elusive nature of the power of the Milky Way, but more so because she relished the feeling of coaxing the truth from others. The invigilators in the examination room, as well as those in the control room, had all taken note, including Situ Taula. Despite her defeat, Jinya did not feel disheartened. She recognized the substantial gap in skill and viewed it as a valuable experience. Impossible. I cannot lose to you. Dai Gao roared, violently retracting his great blade and positioning it defiantly before him, forcing himself to regain composure. There was no elaborate explanation, just a simple phrase. It was not a voice familiar to Lu Tian, it must belong to the elder guardian of the so-called Qing Tanpool. Regaining his composure, Yifeng rose from the soft jade couch and exited the chamber of the Nether Ice Shanlong. Long Tianwei, the young master, lay in bed, feigning a grave illness while secretly reveling in the thrill. With a punch that shattered the space, his gaze flickered with urgency. The force of his punch rippled through the air, distorting the space around him, and upon convergence, the initial expanse before Lu Tian disintegrated entirely. After parting ways with Long Tianwei, Prince Long returned home with enthusiasm, eagerly seeking an audience with Grandfather Wang. Enough of him, the main plot is as such. Do you have any suitable songs? Qin Shaoqing mused, stroking his chin thoughtfully. The princess withdrew into her carriage, and the pearl curtain fell once more. From this vantage point, an ethereal and magnificent silhouette appeared, reminiscent of a dream. Gazing at the seemingly unremarkable rusted longsword within the storage ring, Yifeng recalled the glimmer in the eyes of many cultivators upon seeing it, and a cold smile spread across his face. As one individual from the group stepped forward, they drew the attention of many. However, Lu Tian did not regard his actions as particularly wise. This sword could seamlessly integrate into formations, posing significant danger to those ensnared. The two fairy kings of the yellow glue and silver horns had captured a traveling merchant in the treacherous mountains the previous day, killing him and steaming his body in a basket. The two kings, initially startled by the report, soon regained their composure. Haha. As Song Ba drank his tea and shattered the cup, Shi Menyuan suddenly began to cackle, following which he retrieved a bell from his storage ring. It's fine to run. We have already disarmed his communication device, and the mouse is likely waiting on the only drawbridge. Based on my understanding of the mouse, he should be there, smoking and waiting for that NPC pretending to be dead. Peek glanced at the spoils scattered on the ground, indifferent. They assisted Yang Million and Erlizy to the back of the bun shop, and seeing no one around, they hoisted them onto their shoulders and swiftly carried them to the slaughter chamber, unceremoniously tossing them to the ground. The spherical Vantian armor was adorned with thousands of black iron plates, with little space between them, resembling layered scales. That night, Qin Shao realized that he must actively pursue his love. Delaying any further, regardless of rivals, would only lead to ruin. At this point, what more is there to explain? Yongqing stated, since Qianqian has fled, our immediate priority is to confine Yunyi completely. Warden. I wish to meet with my friends outside. Please. I swallowed hard, wiping the tears from the corners of my eyes, and confided my thoughts to him. Untie me, and I shall tell you. Don't you find it shameful to bind a negotiator like this? Linghuan remarked. The once vibrant A had overshadowed the stability of the K and J leagues, while Yang Richen in the Bundesliga, Li Jinsher and Sun Jihai in the Premier League were no less formidable than the likes of Miura Kazuyoshi, who was forcefully placed in Serie A, or Cha Bum-Kuan, who thrived in the Bundesliga. In the end, my life has ruined Jing Pin. I have lived in her guise, contending for the affections of the same man. And she remained unaware until her last breath. Wang Deming bowed respectfully before departing the grand hall. The moonlight bathed the courtyard, illuminating every brick and stone. Though the hour was late. Yet, when it came to the most efficient penalty saver, the goalkeeper who turned the understanding of football on its head, it was none other than 32-year-old Brazilian penalty-saving maestro Diego Alves. Qing Shuang was lost in thought, her expression tranquil and serene. The emperor could hardly fathom her inner turmoil. "Rest easy, I shall return to keep you company tonight," he said with a gentle smile. Simultaneously, the body of the purple flame Lion King became enveloped in violet flames, transforming into a colossal fireball that charged towards the Black Abyss Leopard. 16-year-old Takeda Harunobu accompanied his father on his first campaign, a battle that would earn him renown. Yet it would also sever the bond between him and his father, Nobutaka. Lucian found himself in a quandary upon reviewing Duqin's memorial. To refuse the title seems inappropriate, considering it's my late father-in-law. Although he is deceased, many living still look upon it with longing. To accept it would seem unworthy, as the merits of subduing Shaka pale in comparison to those of defeating Gigi. Jun Machin displayed remarkable agility, effortlessly leaping onto the rooftop, where he found Lan Xing'er lamenting while indulging in osmanthus cake. Luo Li observed as Yi, Rue, and Mo ventured out to clear the snow at the cave's entrance, forming a long wall from the snow piled high. Upon emerging, Luo Li immediately spotted that snow wall, varying in height, resembling a great wall built in harmony with the mountain's contours.